The goddess of fate, Weir, accidentally fell into the interstellar era and was forced to disguise herself as a fortune teller to gather faith. She joined the Seven Virtues Church, intending to genuinely fool people, but gradually realized that the seven gentle archbishops were all suspicious. Sarah's pink eyes stared. Deeply, Tan Lan's gentle tone concealed obsession, and Lan Duo insisted on sleeping close. How could the depths of this church be even more profound than her prophecies? Chapter 1. The charm of the fortune teller in the 99th century of the interstellar era on the falling moon star. On the fully metallic street, a petite figure wearing sunglasses was carrying a black banner taller than herself, inscribed with "We're the Great," and was madly fleeing. Behind her, a group of guards in silver space suits chased after her, their faces filled with anger. "Stop, Weir! How dare you deceive and swindle? The interstellar era does not allow for fortune tellers to exist. You are violating the star laws." Beneath the sunglasses that covered half her face, Weir's full cherry-red lips curved down in a disappointed arc. Weir really wanted to shout. Who is the fortune teller? She was the goddess chosen by fate, but accidentally fell into another universe. How did she become a fallen phoenix? If it weren't for losing her followers and most of her divine power, she wouldn't be reduced to fortune-telling to make a living. The guard behind pulled out a stun gun. "Last chance. Stop now and confess, or I'll shoot you on the spot." Weir's expression darkened slightly, but she remained silent, agilely running toward the more open outer regions of the star domain. As long as she left the protective barrier, they couldn't touch her. Just as she was about to reach a thin blue energy barrier, there was a click sound behind her. The stun gun was activated. It was too late. Weir suddenly turned back and calmly uttered an absolutely intimidating phrase. "Fate, retreat." What happened next shocked all the guards. The white beam of light emitted from the stun gun began to retract from the tip until it completely disappeared into the barrel. The guard's finger uncontrollably left the trigger upon closer inspection. The energy storage of the gun was full. How could this be? He clearly fired. In the time it took to be stunned, Weir successfully broke through the protective barrier and entered the uncontrolled outer region of falling moon star. At this moment, someone regained their senses and exclaimed, "Oh my God, what must be a psychic anomaly? Did she just reverse time?" Someone nearby echoed in shock, "Time anomaly. Quick, notify the higher-ups. Anomalies are crucial. We can't let her escape." Unlike the stability within the protective domain, the outer region was filled with smoke and chaos. The advanced weapons of the interstellar era caused severe natural damage. Weir secretly sympathized with the gods of this universe. If they were still alive in such circumstances, they would likely be worse off than her. As long as she developed enough followers to regain her divine power and return to her own universe. Before that, she just needed to survive. She used a bit of her fate power, which would likely attract the attention of the higher-ups of Falling Moonstar. Weir chose a direction and accelerated her escape. She couldn't stay on this planet. The ground was covered with gray-brown gravel that felt uncomfortable to walk on, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. Weir ran while remaining vigilant. Help me. I can give you star coins. I have 300 star coins. I'll give them all to you." Ahead, a ragged girl appeared, seemingly unable to move her lower body, crawling on the ground and calling out to her for help. Tears streamed down her face, and despite her disheveled appearance, her beauty shone through as she reached out with hopeful eyes, as if trying to grasp the last ray of light. This desperate posture made it hard for Weir, as a woman herself, not to feel pity, so she quickened her pace. She stepped over the girl's graceful body. No, she couldn't look any longer. It was too painful to behold. What was that? So much dark hair on her lower body. Was that a leg model? The girl's cries suddenly stopped as she looked in disbelief at the petite figure that was running away faster. Her beautiful eyes turned fierce, dark cracks appearing around her eye sockets, and her lips and teeth grew brown, sharp spikes. Below her waist, her lower body transformed into countless insect-like appendages covered in black hair, all working together to chase after Weir. Weir heard the commotion behind her, turned back for a glance, and closed her eyes in unbearable disgust. It was simply hideous. What kind of broken star system was this? After more than half a year here, her eyes still couldn't adjust. The monstrous creature was the mortal enemy of interstellar humanity, and she was lucky enough to encounter one right away. How could 2 legs outrun dozens of legs? In less than 5 minutes, the creature was already waiting for her ahead. With a heel break, her body tilted back at a 45-degree angle, barely stopping just before crashing into the creature's embrace. Straightening up, they were so close that she could smell the creature's foul breath. The creature said nothing and lunged at her with its mouth wide open. Were squatted down, dodging the abyss-like mouth that smelled like a sewer. Wait, I was trying to save you. Your beauty made me feel inferior, so I had no choice but to force myself not to look. Can you understand this feeling? The abyss-like mouth shrank, and the monstrous creature hesitated. Do you really think I'm beautiful? Absolutely stunning. I swear by the goddess of fate, if I lie, may my life be filled with misfortune, like a blade of grass. The creature's expression softened significantly. I don't know what the goddess of fate is, but your words are pleasant to hear. I'll give you a quick end and won't torment you. Wait. I know you are the great beast, born extraordinary, but I am the agent of fate. I can tell you your fortune accurately. Can you let me live a little longer? The creature impatiently replied, What fortune-telling? Weir's eyes narrowed slightly beneath her sunglasses. My lord, did you eat a boy about 5 years old yesterday? Hiss. How do you know? I've eaten everyone around. There are no survivors. We're patted her chest. I'm the agent of fate. That's how fortune-telling works. My lord, it's better to leave Falling Moonstar quickly. That little boy has some background. Someone will find this place within an hour and kill you. The creature scoffed disdainfully. There are not many with psychic abilities over level on Falling Moonstar. As long as it's not them, what do I have to fear? I'll wait for an hour to see if anyone comes. If you lie, I'll tear you apart and eat you. Weir's lips curled into a sly smile. Good. She successfully deceived a thug. This is the charm of a fortune teller. No, this is the power of fate. She, the goddess of fate, is invincible. She found a battered yet still upright tree to sit down and rest, slowly regaining her strength that her elderly body couldn't keep up with. The monstrous creature stared at her, seeing that she truly had no intention of escaping, and transformed back into a half-paralyzed, beautiful girl, preparing to lure the next. Passing prey, a Black Star iron hover car sped out of the protective barrier of Falling Moonstar, chasing after Weir's fleeing route. Inside the car, a middle-aged man in deep blue military uniform, with a crescent-shaped metal badge on his chest, was filled with rage. Damn it, a psychic anomaly, and a terrifying time one at that. Did you let her escape? She has been on Falling Moonstar for half a year, and you didn't notice anything unusual? Are you all brain dead? A younger man in military attire beside him tried to console him. General, it's not their fault. Psychic anomalies are not detectable unless they use their powers. The Star Master means, since we've offended her, we must eliminate her completely to prevent future retaliation. Chapter 2. The Last Chance. General Su Wei's eyes were filled with regret. In the interstellar era, humanity was respected based on the strength of their psychic abilities, but there was one exception. That is the psychic anomaly. Not all strong individuals can manifest special powers. Only those favored by fate have the potential. Once such an existence is discovered, they are nurtured on any planet. However, if offended, they're also hunted down without hesitation because a grown psychic anomaly is terrifying. The light brain in the hover car quickly analyzed Weir's escape route and soon locked onto her position at this moment. After waiting for nearly an hour without encountering any prey, the monstrous creature had entered a state of agitation. The hungry gaze was fixed on Vale clearly, unwilling to wait any longer. Vale looked into the distance and said, My lord, the people who came to kill you are here. The beast turned its head, looking at the flying car approaching rapidly, its eyes cracking open as it let out a sharp howl. The sound waves transformed into visible ripples that struck the flying car, causing the Black Star iron vehicle to tremble. But a middle-aged man in military uniform led a small squad of soldiers who disembarked. The soldiers covered their bleeding ears, their faces contorted in pain. The middle-aged man drew his military knife, channeling his mental power into it, and with one slash, he split the sound waves, silencing the howl. Transformed again into its ferocious half-beast form. The creature's eyes widened in surprise. S-level mental power. Not good. Although she could engage with S-level lower, she was no match for a mid-level. Vale looked around, searching for an escape route. The middle-aged man ignored the beast that was doomed to die before him. He looked toward a tree nearby and said, Little girl, I am General Su Wei of Luoy Westar. If you're willing to come back with me. Vale would not let this guy expose himself, immediately getting up to interrupt. My lord the beast, don't be afraid of him. You know I can predict the future. I can foresee his moves. Just listen to me and try it out. The beast, seeing the squad surrounding it, knew that escaping wouldn't be easy. Hearing this, its expression turned fierce. "You better not be lying otherwise. They'll make you wish you were dead." As it spoke, it manifested sharp black claws and lunged forward, injuring a soldier in an instant. Su Wei's expression turned cold. "To collude with a beast, it seems you're not a good person. Then don't blame me, let's kill them together." The iron blade clashed with the claws, sparks flying, revealing the beast's defenses. But as Su Wei channeled more mental power, the blade became sharper, beginning to tear through the surface of the claws. The beast had no choice but to withdraw to protect its claws and engage again. Vale suddenly shouted, "The next strike is to the right, aim for its left rib. Trust me." The beast had a look of disbelief. Why would it listen to this food? A fool would attack the right after such a command. It would not be stupid enough to obey. Going against the advice, it struck to the right. With a bang, the long knife met the beast's claws again, leaving both the human and the beast stunned. What was happening? Was this human out of their mind? They had predicted the move. How could they still attack as instructed? Su Wei looked at Vale in shock that he had indeed intended to strike to the right, but after the girl spoke, he was startled and instinctively shifted his attack to the left. Yet, he still ended up striking to the right. What was going on? Was this girl not a time-type mental mutant? As the two separated and attacked again, the beast paid close attention to Vale's words. It wasn't foolish and sensed that this food seemed a bit strange. Vale appeared oblivious to their surprise and continued. "The next strike is at the waist. Aim for its right shoulder." The beast complied, its claws easily finding a gap, tearing a wound into Su Wei's shoulder. The soldiers gasped, "General," and rushed forward, with some even attacking Vale, but were intercepted by the beast. As if joking, this food was currently a life-saving treasure. How could it let her get hurt? While Vale continued to predict the moves, she stealthily climbed onto the flying car. By the time the fighters noticed the predictions had stopped, the car had already taken off, leaving a trail of exhaust. The beast's face twisted in rage. "You're seeking death." It opened its mouth to howl, the sound waves attacking the flying car again, damaging one corner of the vehicle, which wobbled as it surged out of Louis Westar's atmosphere. General Su Wei's eyes narrowed, a thread of mental power subtly landing on the hovering vehicle. The beast's gaze was filled with despair and malice. Even if it died, it would make them pay a price, and the fight turned bloody. Under the endless starry sky, the damaged black hovering car swayed up and down, on the verge of crashing. Inside the car, Vale's lips lost color, her body limp in the corner, her eyes beneath the sunglasses about to close. A bitter smile crept onto Vale's lips. Ultimately, she was failing, on the brink of eternal sleep. In this unfamiliar universe, no one believed in her. Her faith was completely severed, and her divine power was null. Relying on fortune-telling and converting weak gratitude into faith, she had persisted for half a year, which was already quite difficult. Today, having used fate multiple times, her divine power was exhausted. She was the goddess chosen by fate, the embodiment of fate in the present world. Without the support of faith, she would gradually weaken, ultimately falling into eternal sleep. How tragic it was for her. The universe she arrived in was interstellar, and the concept of fate was seen as feudal superstition by everyone, leaving her isolated. With the remaining divine power, she glimpsed her own fate. In the southwest direction, the last glimmer of hope. Eternal Star, Seven Virtues Church. The pure white seven-story sanctuary, bathed in golden light, exuding the dawn's glow, dreamlike and solemn. Inside the church, humans knelt in the great hall, repenting and praying, while holy personnel in white hoods used holy water to bless troubled humans. The relaxing chants surrounded everyone's ears, their faces calming as they gazed at the sanctuary with heartfelt faith. The quiet and peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the rapidly descending flying car, causing the holy personnel to frown and quickly disperse the crowd. Who dared to intrude upon the Seven Virtues Church? At the seventh level of the sanctuary, the seven kinds of murky auras quickly vanished. A man in a white robe with golden threads suddenly appeared in the great hall, raising his gaze to the falling flying car. Seeing the man, everyone immediately bowed in respect. Archbishop Tan Lan. A voice as clear as a valley echoed. Spread out a bit. Don't get hurt." Everyone hesitated, not at all, standing far away, as if they would immediately obey whatever this person said. The slender yet undeniably powerful figure raised his arm, a heavy, oppressive mental force, surprisingly halted the car, falling from 10,000 meters in the air. The car landed safely at the sanctuary, and a strange glint crossed Tan Lan's eyes as he personally opened the car door, revealing the foreigner filled with exotic aura. Vale, on the verge of eternal slumber, unexpectedly felt a strong surge of faith beside her. This was truly a timely rescue. Instinctively, she embraced that life-saving force, desperately absorbing the faith. Though it wasn't faith in her, she could still scrounge a bit from the edges. After all, she was the embodiment of fate, a little cheating. Stealing a bit of others' faith wouldn't matter. Whether it was the holy personnel or the praying humans, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the girl who desecrated the archbishop. Tan Lan looked at the girl, clinging tightly to him, letting out a low laugh that no one could hear. Raising his gaze once more, he was the ever-peaceful archbishop. Everyone dispersed. The Seven Virtues Church welcomes all who seek goodness. After saying this, he picked up Vale, who was hanging on to him, and walked into the sanctuary. Chapter 3. The Fate of the Eight Virtues. With her health bar nearly depleted, Vale revived slightly with a sliver of health, opening her eyes. Through her sunglasses, she looked at the man lying beside her, holding her in bed, and took a deep breath. She had finally encountered someone easy on the eyes. Dressed in a white robe with golden threads, his skin was a cool white glow, with long eyebrows framing his dark wood-colored eyes that gazed at her, a gentle smile playing at his lips. Vale felt only one sensation: light as spring water, warm as jade, and stunningly beautiful. He surpassed the handsome men from her own universe. But wasn't this situation a bit off? In a room meant for just the two of them, she was held by the man, confined to the bed. After staring for a long time, she finally thought to push him away, and Vale awkwardly said, "Let go of me. Where is this?" Tan Lan did not let go. Instead, he gently stroked Vale's back and said, "Relax. This is the Seven Virtues Church. I am Archbishop Tan Lan. We welcome all who believe in the seven virtues. No one will harm you." Vale's eyes widened. The church? So you believe in gods? Didn't you say that the star law opposes feudal superstition? Why are you pursuing just me? Tan Lan chuckled lightly. The star law is correct. The church believes in seven virtues, does not seek any profit, and is unrelated to deities. Loyalty, hope, generosity, justice, resilience, temperance, frugality, believing in and treating others well. This is the Seven Virtues Church. Huh? You can play it like this? Isn't this just a change of concept? In other words, it's still about developing followers. You guys are impressive. Are you listening to me because you've been hunted down for violating the feudal superstitions of the star laws? We're squinted her eyes. Are you going to throw me out? Tan Lan smiled and shook his head. I said before, the church welcomes anyone. This is your room. You can stay as long as you want. The tall figure stood up and reached out to take off the sunglasses from Weir's face, but she dodged. I can't let my eyes see the light. Tan Lan's ebony eyes showed concern. Should I get a doctor to take a look? No need. Wearing sunglasses won't delay anything. I see. It's a pity I can't see your full appearance. The white figure left the room, and Weir shivered. There was a moment of sticky breath just now. What was that? Could it be that she sensed it wrong? Forget it. It doesn't matter what it is. She can't afford to care for herself. If she's not mistaken, that beast is doomed to die. With her abilities exposed further, she would undoubtedly be hunted down by the falling moon star. Having been in the starry region for half a year, she understood the importance of psychic power mutants to various planets. Since this is the church, a gathering place of faith, there must be gullible humans here. Before trouble comes knocking, it's more important to restore her divine power for self-protection. She lay down, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in one go. Having a free place to stay is already great. What more could she want? The next day, Weir woke up early, left her room, and walked through the solemn temple. Why does the atmosphere here feel so strange? It looks bright, and the faith of the believers isn't tainted. So why does it feel so out of place? Listening to the gentle chanting, Weir arrived at the outer hall on the first floor. The vast holiness was in her sight. The white brick floor was spotless, and the white columns were intricately wrapped with golden beast totems, vividly lifelike. Countless men, women, and children gathered together, eyes closed in prayer. This was the early service of the temple, and they couldn't eat until it was over. Weir mixed into the crowd, her eyes brightening as she thought of a good idea. She pulled out an item from her light brain space. A black flag that was half her height appeared, attracting many gazes. The flag no longer displayed, "We're the Great," but instead showed the 8th virtue of destiny. We're stood beside the flag, raising her head high with sunglasses on. In an encouraging tone, she shouted, "Don't miss out, passersby. Followers of the 7 virtues. Destiny is waving at you. Humans who believe in good virtues shall receive gifts from destiny. I am the envoy of destiny, here to guide you through the mysteries of fate." The early service attendees were in an uproar. Having never heard of the 8th virtue in the 7-virtue church, was she trying to deceive them? One believer angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. The 7-virtue church has no 8th virtue. You're an outsider, disrupting the faith of the church." The believers' gazes turned noticeably unfriendly. We remain calm. Destiny forgives the offenses of the ignorant. Whether I'm speaking nonsense can be tested by you. But if destiny points out the correct path, you must show reverence and believe in the 8th virtue of destiny. Everyone was stunned. Her words didn't sound like those of a fraud. Yet this girl looked quite young, and even with sunglasses, she couldn't hide her uniqueness. Envoy of destiny? Her outfit was somewhat unconvincing. The petite girl wore a simple black short shirt and fitted black long pants, occasionally revealing a glimpse of her fair waistline. Her small face, almost half covered by sunglasses, showed just enough of her chin and cherry red lips to be captivating. People were tempted to take off those obstructive sunglasses and glimpse her true face. The crowd fell silent for a moment as an elderly man with a weathered face stepped forward. "I believed in the 7-virtue church for over 30 years. If your envoy of destiny can reveal my fate, I'll believe you are genuine." We're nodded. "Very well. Since you're not a believer in destiny, you won't receive great favor from it, but I can give you a slight hint. In 10 minutes, you will fall and chip your teeth. Be mentally prepared." The believers looked blank. What kind of fate is this? A fate of falling? The old man showed disbelief and said, "Girl, at your age, you should do something better. Deceiving others isn't for you. This outer hall is smooth and free of obstacles. I'm standing still. How could I fall? This is clearly a scam." We shook her head. "That's ignorance. Your fall is your predetermined fate. Even if you stand still, you can't avoid it. But if you believe in destiny, perhaps you have a chance to change it. It's just 10 minutes. Wait and see." Seeing we're so resolute, the believers began to waver. Could it really be true? Time passed slowly, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the old man, including the 7 gazes from the top of the temple. Someone began the countdown. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. The old man sighed. "Girl, just admit your mistake to the church," in a tone that he lifted his foot, wanting to leave, but as he moved, he strangely fell to the ground. His already fragile teeth, due to his age, cracked too and fell to the ground. The crowd erupted. They forgot about the early service and surrounded her tightly. "My God, he really fell. His teeth are broken." That was too accurate. Is there really an 8th virtue of destiny? The archbishops never mentioned this. "Hurry, call the holy doctor. This old man has fallen hard." Chapter 4. Who dares to kiss her? This is blasphemy. The holy physician with a red cross on his chest rushed over, helped the old man up, and glared at Wiles' banner with a frown, ready to reprimand her. However, the old man suddenly knelt down with a thud, clasping his hands in prayer at his chest. With a face full of reverence, he said, "Believer Lu Yong prays to the fate of the 8 virtues. O fate, please take care of your believer." Seeing the dense crowd around her, Wal thought it was time to create momentum, but she feared that her recently recovered low health might not hold up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it didn't work out, she could always go find Tan Lan for a bit of support. Wal pretentiously said, "Fate has heard your prayer. You are the first believer of this star system, and fate will take care of you." With a wave of her hand, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the teeth and even a few drops of blood on the ground gathered cleanly and flew into Lu Yang's mouth. The holy physician gasped, reaching out to part Lu Yang's lips, and found that the fractured and injured area was completely intact, with not even a trace of crack visible. How is this possible? Even a healing-type psychic mutant wouldn't recover so quickly, especially since you didn't even use psychic power. How did you do it? Wal felt slightly fatigued, but still spoke loudly. "Believers, tell the holy physicians how this was achieved." The believers, with faces full of excitement, exclaimed, "It is the fate of the 8 virtues. Fate cares for the believers." Some were still hesitant, while others had already knelt down, sincerely praying. The long-lost faith surged within her, alleviating some of her divine power's deficit. However, she had to maintain an air of mystery to be revered. Putting away the banner, she declared, "Fate will care for pure believers. In the future, I will occasionally come to convey the words of fate." After speaking, she maintained her mysterious demeanor and left at a leisurely pace. In reality, her face under the sunglasses was about to twist in confusion. What was with all this faith? And why was it mixed with so much darkness? Before she could reach her room, was already feeling dizzy and weak, leaning against the wall, unable to move. Through her blurred vision, she saw a figure in a white robe with golden threads. Was it Tan Lan? Someone held her in their arms, their slightly cold fingers gripping her chin and their lips pressed against hers. Wall was stunned. What was happening? Who dared to kiss her? This was blasphemy against the goddess. Was it Tan Lan? The lips parted and a probing tongue invaded her territory, exploring every inch. It was too much. While S fingers twitched slightly, and the mysterious aura startled the person holding her, who immediately restrained her arms. At this moment, Wall realized that the dark filth within her was being drawn out and into the other S body. Her arms dropped. Was this person trying to help her? But this method was too illogical, right? Seeing that Wall had given up her resistance, the person let out a short, low laugh and kissed her even harder. Just a sound, and Wall was certain this person was not Tan Lan. Her body gradually regained strength, and her blurred vision became clearer. A completely unfamiliar face came into view. The distance was too close to see clearly, but the pale pink pupils were imprinted in her mind. The pale pink hue deepened, and her rationality began to blur again. The person said, "I am Archbishop Se Yu. Welcome to the Holy See. You're not feeling well. Sleep for a while." Her petite body softened in his embrace, and Se Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He firmly held her in his arms and kissed her delicate neck, his large hand lingering unimpeded on her exposed waistline. Suddenly, a swift gust of wind swept past, and Se Yu slightly tilted his head to avoid it. The person in his arms was taken away. Tan Lan, holding a silk handkerchief, wiped the girl's lips and neck. The gentle demeanor vanished, replaced with a cold tone. "It's not yet your time to come out." Se Yu's cold, bony fingers lightly caressed his lips. His alluring face filled with desire. "You know I can't resist. Why say more?" Tan Lan summarized, holding while and leaving. Se Yu's expression turned cold. "Aren't you the same? She might be our opportunity to break free from our shackles. You want to monopolize her? Dream on." When Wall opened her eyes again, she quickly checked her body and, seeing nothing unusual, let out a sigh of relief. "Are you okay? Did Se Yu scare you?" Turning back, she saw Tan Lan standing by the bed, looking somewhat guarded. "Who are you? Having faith and being able to absorb filth. Are you really human?" Tan Lan replied gently, "Don't be afraid. We are the archbishops of the Holy See. You may find us a bit special, but that's normal. The Seven Virtues Holy See has 7 archbishops, each a psychic mutant with some special abilities. So you just wanted to help you. In the interstellar war, killings are common. Even those here with faith carry some filth. You need to be careful while absorbing." Wall raised an eyebrow. "So on our first meeting, you already knew I absorbed the faith from you. Aren't you curious about who I am?" Tan Lan shook his head. "I said we treat others kindly. I'm not curious about where you came from. Since you believe in the 8 virtues, it's not surprising that you can gather faith." Coughing, Wall felt a bit embarrassed to say the 8 virtues in front of others. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I believe in the 7 virtues just like you. I have my own faith. However, other planets don't allow me to develop believers, saying I'm feudal superstition, so I can only borrow your Holy CS name to increase credibility. I'm sorry. As an apology, would you like to believe in fate? Fate will care for you." Tan Lan's aura seemed to become somewhat strange. Holding Wall's hand, he said, "If you are willing to swear your body and mind to me, then I will become your most devoted believer, kissing your toes and supporting you completely." That sticky feeling was back. Wall withdrew her hand, feeling awkward. "You misunderstood. I meant to believe in fate, not in me. You, as an archbishop, are quite strange. Didn't you say you believe in the 7 virtues? Or are you just pretending? What's behind the 7 virtues?" Tan Lan transformed back into the gentle archbishop, ruffling Wall's hair. I was joking. You took it seriously. The 7 virtues Holy See is completely open. Your 8 virtues of fate is not a bad thing. If you want to develop believers, you can do so freely. But you are ultimately an outsider, which may cause discontent among the clergy. If you want to be open and above board, then become an archbishop like me. Participate in the trials, starting from being a clergy member. If you really become an archbishop in the future, the Holy See will build a fate temple just for you. The fate temple. Those 4 words flashed in Wale's mind. If she could gather believers openly, her divine power would surely recover quickly. She was the goddess chosen by fate, and believing in fate was also believing in her. The 7 virtues Holy See, with its misleading name, inspired her. She could also deceive. She was sure that the Holy See's gathering of faith through the 7 virtues must have some problems. While asked seriously, how do I participate in the trials? Chapter 5. The Backdoor 101. Tan Lan smiled. You can either have believed in the Holy See since childhood or be recommended by an archbishop. Looking through her sunglasses at Tan Lan for a while revealed a charming smile. Then, can you recommend me? Of course, Tan Lan said. You look like a kind person. Becoming a clergy member suits you perfectly. You just need a brand. With his long hand gripping her wrist, a sharp pain shot through her. While frown, what is this? Withdrawing her wrist, a 7-pointed star brand appeared on her flawless skin, one corner already stained with a dark hue. Tan Lan rubbed the dark corner with his finger. A smile slowly spreading across his face, seemingly pleased. This is my mark. Tomorrow, someone will take you to learn about the duties of the Holy See as clergy. Work hard and rest now. After he left, Wale sat alone in the room, staring at the 7-pointed star brand in a daze. What exactly was this person? From the moment she was chosen, everything about her belonged to fate, yet Tan Lan could brand her. In her eyes, Tan Lan was no different from a human. She was the goddess of fate, and shouldn't he have misjudged? Could it be that without divine power, her eyesight had also failed? Holding various doubts, Veer fell asleep. As the sky was just getting bright, someone from the church knocked on the door. It was a female cleric. She handed over a white hooded robe. Put this on. I'm here to take you to the cleric area. Without asking much, Veer quickly washed up and changed into the robe, then followed her out. The woman appeared to be around 25 years old and frowned slightly at Veer. My name is Sheila, currently a mid-level cleric. Archbishop Tan Lan asked me to help you get acquainted with the clerics. Can you take off your sunglasses? They seem a bit out of place. Veer shook her head. I have a problem with my eyes. I can't be exposed to light. These sunglasses are not just an accessory. Sheila apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Come with me. The two passed through the 7 levels of the temple and got onto a white floating vehicle, passing through a lush green forest. The identical buildings were much quieter, with no praying believers, and only white-robed clerics occasionally passing by. Veer noticed that the white robes of these people were slightly different. Some had a golden ring on their chests, while others had 2 rings intertwined. There were also some, like her, who wore plain white robes with nothing on them. Sheila pointed to the ring on her chest. You are at the entry level of the clerics, with nothing. Purify enough evil beasts will allow you to advance to mid-level like me. Although our 7 virtues, church, does not accept currency from believers. So many people still need to make a living. Clerics will receive requests from various planets to purify evil beasts and collect rewards. Veer was surprised. This was quite similar to a killer organization. What purification was if not killing? The church was indeed not something easy to deal with, and the requests from various planets indirectly indicated the church's power. Sheila led her into the temple and stopped in front of a machine, gesturing for her to step on it. Veer's expression was strange as she stood on it. The machine activated and scanned Veer's entire body from her feet in just about 10 seconds, and the voice system announced, mental power level, lower. Sheila's expression froze. This machine might be broken. Let us test it again. How could someone recommended by the Archbishop be so weak? No need to test again. I really am at the lower level. In the interstellar era, mental power determined strength and status. Except for the unawakened commoners, mental power levels were the weakest. Being at the lower level only meant being slightly stronger than commoners, unable to do much. Sheila's face went blank. You're only at the lower level. How can you participate in the trial? The church has accepted 100 clerics. Only by successfully obtaining the crystal core of an evil beast at level can one be considered to have succeeded in the trial and officially become an entry-level cleric. Veer shook her head. It's okay. Fate will favor me. Where's the trial? Just take me there. Sheila had heard about the commotion caused by the 8 virtues during the morning class yesterday and glanced deeply at Veer before turning to lead the way. They passed through a watery barrier, and countless eyes focused on Veer, most of them unfriendly. Veer wondered, is she that unpopular? If she guessed correctly, this group of young men and women in white robes were all candidates for clerics. A man with 2 golden rings on his chest approached, looking Veer up and down. So this is the 101st candidate that Archbishop Tan Lan insisted on recommending? Veer's mouth twitched. She realized why she was not welcomed. It was obvious that the 100 spots were filled, and she was the 101st who got in through the back door. He tied a signal device to Veer's hand. Everyone has been waiting for you for a while. The trial will automatically teleport you out when it ends. If you encounter danger and want to give up, press the signal device yourself. He threw down the words without caring whether Veer understood the situation, waved his hand to open a light gate, and directly pushed Veer inside. Sheila was horrified. Wait. Oh my God. She has entered the area for level. And she only has lower level mental power. Huh. Not only were the clerics confused, but some of the trial participants who had not yet entered also looked disdainful. Veer appeared to be over 20 years old. How could she only have lower level mental power? Most of the other participants were barely adults, with the oldest not exceeding 19 years. Even the weakest among them had at least lower level power, and the strong ones were at level, leaving Veer far behind. Was this really the person recommended by the Archbishop? So weak. What face did she have to compete for a cleric position? Each of them entered with displeased expressions. No one questioned the Archbishop, all wondering what despicable means Veer had used to obtain the recommendation. Perhaps they could help the Archbishop deal with this despicable person. Whatever others thought, Veer was not clear, but she knew she was very embarrassed. The white robe had already been torn by branches, and a branch on the cliff was snagging her hood. She was like a cat caught by the neck of fate, hanging in midair on the cliff. The bottom was bottomless, and she couldn't see the top. She deeply suspected that the high-level cleric who threw her and was looking at her with disdain. This was a completely unfamiliar space, and Veer didn't know where it was, but since it was a trial, there must be someone watching. She couldn't reveal too much. It was best if someone came to save her. After waiting for a while, there was indeed some movement above. Veer's eyes brightened, and she shamelessly shouted, "Help! Friends who believe in the justice of the 7 virtues, please extend your friendly hands." Those watching the trial from the church all had strange expressions. What Veer said sounded normal, but for some reason, they detected a hint of falsehood. At the top of the cliff, a delicate-looking girl was looking down at Veer's plight, her mouth curling into a smile as if she were enjoying the show. The dimples on her face made her look soft, but her words were mocking. How did a weakling at the lower level deceive Archbishop Tan Lan into recommending you? Do you know that the archbishops haven't acted as recommenders for many years? What qualifications do you have? Chapter 6. This kid is so troublesome, Veer helplessly replied. I don't know either. I'm self-aware. 2 days ago, I accidentally fell into the church. Archbishop Tan Lan personally saved me, and when he heard that I believed in the 8 virtues of fate, he insisted that I stay. He said I was born for the church and had to participate in the cleric's trial. I was forced. Miauka was taken aback. You're talking nonsense. Archbishop Tan Lan is very gentle and would never force anyone. Veer continued to deceive her. Well, it depends on the situation. I'm a proxy of fate and can tell fortunes. In 10 minutes, you'll run into trouble. If I'm right, you'll save me. Miauka was half convinced. Is that fortune-telling? Isn't that foresight? You're not a mental mutant, are you? Veer spoke mysteriously. Foresight is just prediction. It can change for various reasons. What I'm talking about is fate, which is fixed and unchangeable. Then why don't you take a look at your own fate and see who will save you? Veer's mouth twitched. This kid was so troublesome. Healers don't heal themselves, and those who save others find it hard to save themselves. Have you heard that? Peering into one's own fate brings misfortune. I wouldn't do it unless absolutely necessary. At this point, Veer felt a shadow in her heart. 2 days ago, she was about to enter eternal sleep and had no choice but to peek into her own fate. Fate gave her a chance, But how would this misfortune manifest? Or was the church itself the result of evil? Through their conversation, Miaoke felt that this person wasn't so annoying, so she simply sat on the edge of the cliff and exchanged names with Veer, waiting to see if that predetermined fate would come true. On the 6th floor of the temple, the grand main hall was filled with people, none of whom were below the cleric rank. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the floating screen in midair, which displayed numerous images. But everyone was watching a girl who was awkwardly hanging on a tree. Sitting in the main seat was an elder with a robe adorned with a large golden totem, holding a sun totem staff. His booming voice was filled with authority. Archbishop Tan Lan, is what this trial participant said true? Are you insisting on keeping her in the church? Under various gazes, Tan Lan stood up. It's true. Her name is Veer. I believe the Pope has already learned of everything that happened in the outer hall yesterday. I'm very curious about the fate that Veer believes in and wish to take a glimpse. At this moment, the holy doctor with a red cross totem on his chest stood up. Your Holiness, the follower's shattered teeth from yesterday have completely healed. Moreover, there are no traces of psychic energy, indicating that this is not a psychic mutation ability. This girl is different from humans. She might be a spy deliberately infiltrating the church from the beast camp. Se Yu with pink eyes stood up. Beasts? It is well known that even high-level beasts cannot hide their filthy aura when using their abilities. This girl's aura is pure. She cannot possibly belong to the beast camp. Are you from the Holy Doctor's Hall, trying to capture her and dissect her to study how to obtain her abilities? Impudent. Archbishop Se Yu, do not speak nonsense. Our Holy Doctor's Hall has always been about saving lives. How could we have such sordid thoughts? Whether you have them or not is irrelevant. Why are you so agitated? As if your secret has been exposed and you are embarrassed? The Holy Doctor, Xiu Jia, darkened his expression, wanting to speak but was interrupted by the Pope's reprimand. Sit down, act appropriately, and continue watching. When the Pope spoke, naturally no one dared to refute. Xiu Jia glared fiercely at Se Yu before sitting down. 10 minutes quickly passed. Miaoke, sitting at the edge of the cliff, was about to say that Wei Er was lying when her expression suddenly froze, and she rolled away from the spot, just barely dodging an ambush. The stone wall where she had been sitting was blasted open. Falling debris landed right on Wei Er's head. Miaoke stood up, looked to the right, and frowned. Miao Wei, what do you want? A girl who resembled Miaoke by 3 points replied calmly. You know the answer. The Miao family only needs one holy practitioner, so you must be eliminated here. Are you crazy? The trial is being overseen by the church, and you want to attack your own sister? Miao Wei sneered, naive. The interstellar belief is that strength is paramount. Even within the 7 Virtues Church, which archbishop isn't powerful, being kind to others is good. But the premise is that you must have the strength to be kind. Otherwise, how can the church survive? With 100 trial participants, how many can remain each year? Do you think they are all eliminated for failing to hunt beasts? Miaoke certainly wouldn't be that Navi. She just didn't want to fight Miao Wei. Although they weren't born of the same mother, they had a good relationship when they were young, but everything changed as they grew up. Clang! The swords wrapped in psychic energy clashed, and the sisters began to fight. With both at the level of psychic energy, it was not easy to determine a winner quickly. But Wei Er couldn't wait that long. The creaking sound of branches was warning her that trouble was coming. Wei Er shouted, Miaoke, strike as I say. Stab my right shoulder with the next sword. Hurry, I'm going to fall. Miaoke was taken aback. There are people below the cliff? How did she know that her right shoulder would be exposed for the next move? In that case, she would change her technique. Miaoke thought about Wei Er's strange ability and obediently followed her instructions, though she didn't believe Miao Wei would not change her move. Swish! The long sword pierced her shoulder, blood oozing out, and both were startled. Miaoke stammered, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you would change your move? Miao Wei's expression darkened. I did change, but she still used the original move. What was going on? Was she being controlled? Reclining backward to let the long sword withdraw, she quickly ran to the edge of the cliff for a glance. Her gaze deepened. So it's you. No wonder you were recommended by Archbishop Tan Lan. Remember, my name is Miao Wei. Seeming to know that Miaoke would not strike her again, Miao Wei left in a rather carefree manner. Wei Er was speechless. It was just like little girls fighting, throwing harsh words at each other, and in the end, they just slapped each other and called it a day. It was cringeworthy to watch. Miaoka took out a rope from her small space and lowered it down the cliff to pull Wei Er up. Wei Er collapsed on the ground, finally back up. The holy practitioner's robe was torn, and her smooth, fair shoulder was exposed, her skin glistening with a jade-like luster. Se Yu watched from behind the screen, the light pink hue in her eyes deepening, her holy bishop aura slowly changing. The other 6 archbishops beside her moved their fingers at the same time, and Se Yu's body stiffened, some restless auras being suppressed. Miaoka looked at Wei Er's clothes and frowned. You need to change quickly. You can't wear that. Wei Er glanced at her shoulder and pulled out a black jacket from her space to put on. What are you doing? In the trial? You must wear the holy practitioner's attire. It's a basic respect for the church. Huh? What kind of strange respect is that? What if I only have one piece? Am I supposed to go half naked? Chapter 7. Bring the crystal core, overseeing that Wei Er had not taken out new holy practitioner robes. Miaoka frowned. You can't possibly have just one piece? With a wave of her hand, a pile of white clothing covered Wei Er. Miaoka smiled. Since you don't have any, I'll give you these. Consider it returning the favor for your guidance in helping me defeat Miao Wei. Goodbye. Miaoka turned to leave, but was grabbed by Wei Er at the ankle. The two locked eyes in silence for a long time. Wei Er casually picked one and put it on. She gestured to Miaoka. You can keep the rest. Let's say it's 100 pieces. You returned 1 piece of clothing. So there's still 99 left. Now carry me. I'm very tired. Miaoka's mouth twitched. Why should I? You brought this up. I didn't ask you to say that. Wei Er adjusted her sunglasses. You are the one who quantified our relationship in terms of 100 pieces of clothing. If you carry me, it counts as you returning 5 pieces. If you refuse, then where is the integrity of one of the 7 virtues? Where is your faith? You. Miaoka originally wanted to repay the favor with clothing and then shake off this obviously troublesome person, but her thoughts were clearly too optimistic. Feeling that carrying a person wasn't too uncomfortable, Wei Er slowly closed her eyes, concentrating on the faith she absorbed yesterday, her breathing gradually slowing. Miaoka's expression darkened as she carried her. Was this person actually sleeping on her back? Just treat it as carrying a lump of meat. The higher her psychic energy level, the better her physical condition. She was already at the level of psychic energy, so carrying a girl was naturally no problem. It was more important to find the beasts quickly. After walking for about 20 minutes, Miaoka heard the sounds of fighting and crying not far away. Following the source of the sound, she saw 2 boys attacking a mid-level beast but were struggling to defend themselves. Nearby, a girl was curled up in a corner, covering her blood-stained arm and crying. She had been injured but did not teleport away, presumably unwilling to give up on the trial. This was very normal. The Holy Practitioner trial only occurred once every 5 years, which was crucial for everyone. Without hesitation, Miaoka drew her sword and charged in, not feeling that carrying someone would affect her speed of drawing her sword. The level of beasts corresponds to human psychic levels, but the beasts are much stronger. Although this beast was only mid-level, it could easily match a high-level human in strength. The 2 boys attacking it were both mid-level in psychic energy, which was somewhat dangerous against this beast. Wei Er lifted her eyelids for a glance and immediately closed them, finding it too painful to look at. Even worse than the one she saw in the outer domain of Falling Moon Star. It wasn't even half human. It looked like a stinking mass of gray-brown mud. The upper body barely had outlines of limbs, and its facial features were a blur, resembling a half-human mud sculpture. Seeing Miaoka take action, the 2 boys' expressions brightened. It was the young lady of the Miao family. They were saved. The longsword wrapped in high-level psychic energy would cause much more damage than the combined efforts of the 2. The sword sliced through the muddy beast, causing half an arm to fall to the ground. A horrific scream echoed as the beast became enraged and lunged at Miaoka. The dimple at the corner of Miaoka's mouth vanished, her expression turning cold with a hint of mockery. Psychic energy surged out, and the sword's edge was chilling. With a single thrust, the mud disappeared, leaving only a black crystal falling to the ground. The girl who had been hugging her arms stopped crying and immediately rushed over to pick up the crystal. With a face full of joy, she exclaimed, "Great! I got the crystal core from a mid-level beast. The trial is guaranteed to pass, and I can continue hunting some lower-level ones to improve my ranking." The two boys next to her felt awkward. This was not their hunt. Meowko hadn't even spoken yet. Meowko frowned. She had no intention of claiming this crystal core. It was purely out of a desire to help. But the girl's words made her uncomfortable, and she dismissed the idea of teaming up with them and planned to leave. The crystal core is ours. If we hadn't intervened, you three would have been eliminated long ago, Wei said. Only then did the three realize that Meow could have been carrying someone on her back. Lumi tightly gripped the crystal core in her hand, looking at the conspicuous sunglasses, realizing, so it's you. With your lower-level mental power, how dare you speak up? Meow couldn't even want it. Wei smirked. It's simple. Meow owes me a favor. Until she repays it, her things are mine. Hand it over. Lumi clearly didn't want to give it up and directly stored the crystal core in her personal space. Miss Meow, with your strength, you shouldn't need to rob us, right? Meow genuinely didn't want to rob her, but the girl's action of taking the crystal core was quite irritating. Meow coldly replied, "Did you not hear what my companion said? Hand it over." Wei felt good on Meow's back. This girl had a bit of savior complex, but wasn't naive. If she developed into a follower, she could help her with many things. Seeing that Meowko was really demanding it, Lumi bizarrely stood up and ran off, even abandoning her two companions. Meowko looked at her with disdain. With someone like you, still wanting to become a priest, don't tarnish the church's reputation. The long sword was drawn again, and Lumi shouted without looking back, Wang Lin, Wang Li, stop me, or you know the consequences. The two's expressions darkened. They were not Meowko's opponents, but they had to rely on the Lu family and couldn't ignore it. They stood in front of Meowko, trying to plead with soft words. Via snorted coldly. Eliminate them. There's no need for small talk. Meowko only then realized she was acting according to Wei's will. This person seemed to unconsciously carry an aura that compelled others to obey. It was hard to describe. She had saved someone out of kindness, and, in the end, it turned into this. Meowko was really a bit angry and forcibly disabled the two's communication devices, eliminating them. By this time, Lumi holding the crystal core had already vanished without a trace. Wei said casually, "What are you waiting for? Chase after her." Meowko twitched her mouth. "How long are you going to stay on my back? Don't you have legs?" Wei sighed, "I don't want to either. I only have lower-level mental power. I'm not much stronger than an ordinary human. The terrain here is difficult, and I can't hold out for long. If I get down, it will just slow you down, so it's better for you to carry me. We can go our separate ways. Although you helped me win against me all way, I also saved you. We should be even." Wei raised her eyebrows. This girl had caught on, but that was fine. She was skilled at communication. "Look, you want to get a good rank in the trial, right? That requires a lot of crystal cores. Although my combat ability is lacking, I am the agent of fate. Being with me will ensure that fate favors you. I can help you get many crystal cores. We will be a perfect partnership. I'll talk, you fight, and we split the cores evenly." Meowko's expression shifted slightly. "You mean you can find the location of the beasts?" Chapter 8, Boy Come Closer. "Well, how should I put it? You need to find other trial participants. I can determine the location of the beasts through their fates." Meowko frowned, not quite understanding, but knowing that being able to locate the beasts was worth bringing Wei along. Without saying a word, she quickly followed the route Lumi had taken. At this moment, in this dense forest area, some had already begun a thorough search for the beasts. Among this group of 100 trial participants, many had lower-level mental powers, and they were all in this area. Their goal was the beasts of upper levels. Although they were slightly higher than the beasts in this region, it didn't guarantee they would all return safely. The higher the level of the beast, the more it resembled a human, and its combat power usually far exceeded that of mental power users of the same level. Some special beasts could even kill humans 2 levels below them. These people were smart. From the beginning, they paired off and searched from the edges. This maximized their safety, ensuring they wouldn't be eliminated by the beasts alone, and the remaining rankings would depend on their own abilities. 2 boys of lower levels had just dealt with a lower-level beast when they saw Lumi rushing over with an anxious expression. "Reek, Fengji, help me. That trial participant recommended by the Archbishop wants to steal my crystal core." The two exchanged glances, and the somewhat cold-tempered boy Fengji said, "That woman is only lower level. How could she steal from you?" Lumi's eyes flickered. I was attacking a beast with 2 other participants, and Meowka suddenly came out and killed it, trying to take the crystal core. The beast was originally found by me, and I got injured. Why should I get to her? Lumi waved her arm, showing her injury as if to prove she wasn't lying. Fengji's eyes moved slightly. What level beast did you attack? And where are your companions? Lumi's complexion changed. If she revealed it was an upper-level beast with her lower-level strength, claiming to have attacked, it would be a joke. Just as she was thinking of how to avoid the topic, Miao Ku, carrying Wei Er, appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing their overlapping figures, Fengji and Reek were momentarily stunned. Why was she carrying someone? Was she injured? Miaoka noticed the wariness in their eyes, but felt no fear. I killed an upper-level beast, and she took the crystal core. I want it back. Are you going to intervene? Reek's expression turned sarcastic. Upper level? Lumi, you can't handle that. Are you planning to have us take the fall for you? Lumi quickly shook her head. I have 2 companions. They must have been eliminated by Miao Ku. Reek, Fengji, we are both from the Eternal Star West Continent family. We've known each other since childhood. Are you going to help the East Continent family, Miao Ku, steal my crystal core? Reek's expression shifted slightly, although he was unhappy about being used. Lumi made a valid point. The 5 continents of Eternal Star had always been in conflict. It was acceptable for someone from the West Continent to help a fellow member. Seeing Reek's expression soften, Lumi felt a surge of joy and looked at Fengji. Fengji coldly walked aside, saying, "This has nothing to do with me. I'm not your brother, so watch your words. It sounds uncultured." Wei Er chuckled, waving at Fengji. "Boy, come closer. I quite like you. Thank the fate of the 8 virtues. The current agent favors you once." Fengji frowned. "That 8 virtues fate, is it what you preach? The Archbishop Tan Lan didn't tear you apart. Instead, she recommended you for the trial. Who are you?" He was curious about Wei Er, so he didn't mind her tone and walked over. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Er grabbed his shoulder, saying, "Take 10 steps back." Miaoka thoughtfully glanced at Lu Mi and, without hesitation, immediately stepped back 10 steps. Fengji, being pulled along, naturally stepped back 10 steps as well. Just as he was about to ask what Wei Er was doing, he heard Lu Mi exclaim. Looking back, he saw that the spot where Lu Mi and Reek were standing had turned into a muddy swamp, and their ankles were already stuck in it. Meanwhile, the 3 of them were right at the edge of the swamp. Fengji's pupils contracted slightly. You can foresee? As I said, it's the fate of the 8 virtues. If you believe in fate, you will be favored like me, Wei Er replied. Lumi shouted angrily, "What fate? Hurry and save us. Don't forget, this is a trial. There must be high-ranking priests or even archbishops watching. Do you want to let us die?" Wei Er dug at her ear. "You know someone is watching and still acts so arrogantly?" Lumi raised her chin, saying, "What do you understand? Our Lu family holds a high position. My entry into the church was already predetermined. It's just a formality. The initial trials for priests will at most reach the archbishop. Given the Lu family's status, the archbishop won't make things difficult for me. You may be recommended by Archbishop Tan Lan. But who doesn't he know you're just a fallen person who was saved? Don't be ungrateful. Everyone here has a family behind them that you can't compare to." Miaoka frowned. "Don't lump me in with you. I truly believe in the church and take pride in being a cleric. Unlike you, who sees the church position as a stepping stone for family power struggles." We're clapped. Coco said it perfectly. If you want us to save you, bring the crystal core first. Lumi gritted her teeth, weighed her options, and threw over a black crystal core, which were caught. She shouted, "Run! The beasts from the next level are coming out, and there are 2 of them." Upon hearing 2, Fengji felt a rush of joy and immediately took off running, even ahead of Miao Ku. The 3 of them disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind screams and curses, followed by the sounds of fighting. But they could no longer hear it. The 6th floor of the temple was silent. The Pope, feeling impulsive, summoned all high-ranking officials to take a look at this batch of new blood for the church. Who would have thought that an outsider girl could bring them so many surprises? Not only was she special, but it seemed she had also stumbled upon the church's collusion with certain individuals and the Eternal Star's great families. The Pope spoke heavily. "I am truly disappointed. How important is the church's trial held every 5 years? It concerns the future continuity of the church, and someone has already started to secretly compile a list of clerics." No one dared to speak. It was impossible for everyone to be unaware, but they were all just giving face to those great families. The Pope scanned everyone and said, "The Seven Virtue Church is independent from the 5 continents of the Eternal Star, and the foremost principle is not to participate in their disputes. Those without talent or character, even if they belong to great families, are not allowed to enter the ranks of clerics and disgrace our church. Do you understand?" Everyone stood up in response. But only 7 archbishops in white robes with golden threads flashed with mockery in their eyes. Ji carried Weir and, with agile movements, teamed up with Miao Ku to deal with the 6th beast. In just a day and a half, they had each acquired 2 crystal cores, distributed quite fairly. All of this depended on Weir's 8 virtue destiny, which allowed them to catch wind of the beast's movements first. While playing with the crystal core, Weir's fingers paused slightly. "Well, no matter how we go around, we can't escape. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Get ready to strike with full force." Chapter 9 Illusion. "I think he's very bad." Ji raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Weir sighed. "It's still those 2 beasts from the next level. You can't escape your fate. Face it, but fortunately you have help." Just as she was speaking, the ground visibly became wet and sticky. The group looked serious, watching their feet, afraid that any misstep would lead them into a swamp. Lei Ku and Lumi were also among the crowd, but she looked a bit disheveled, seemingly injured. For people were surrounding the swamp. Aside from the familiar Miao Wei, the others were unfamiliar lower-level psychics. Without needing to say much, Ji set were down, drew his sword, and moved forward. A fierce battle was about to break out between the 4 lower-level humans and the 2 upper-level beasts. We're leaned against a tree, arms crossed, watching the show with boredom. Seeing Miao Ku eager to try, she rolled her eyes. "It's important to have self-awareness. Your sister is better at this than you. With 4 lower levels here, do you want to be targeted?" Miao Ku looked at Miao Wei, and sure enough, after Ji took her place, Miao Wei stopped and stood in the corner to watch. It was still that kind of muddy beast, but these 2 could completely turn into swamps and swallow humans, making them very difficult to deal with. The 2 sides exchanged blows, fighting vividly. Weir, however, found it boring and lowered her head to fiddle with the 7-pointed star totem on her wristbone. To others, there was nothing on that fair wrist. But in the eyes of the 7 archbishops, that thing was extremely eye-catching. Se Yu's beautiful face twisted slightly, and she gritted her teeth, transmitting, "Tan Lan. Did you act too quickly? I only kissed once. The others haven't even met yet. Why do you have to brand her first?" Tan Lan's lips curled into a strange arc. "Because I met her first. We agreed that each person would take turns appearing for a month. It's not your turn yet." Se Yu bit her teeth, saying, "How can that be the same? If Tan Lan hadn't come, it wouldn't matter when they came out, but now who can sit still?" The ice blue-eyed AO man spoke. "The agreement is void. The foreign body is very important and may become the opportunity for us to break the shackles. We must hold her in our hands. What Tan Lan did was right, and you all have the chance to brand her completely." Se Yu's pink pupils were filled with intoxication. "Just thinking about it is delightful. To brand my mark means I could do whatever I want, and it's only natural." Tan Lan's expression turned cold. "Don't even think about it. She already has my mark on her. If you dare to touch her, I will shatter your divine form and turn you to ashes." Se Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent as she stared at Tan Lan. The fight in the dense forest continued, and Lu Mi, supporting her injured body, walked to Weir's side. "You caused me to get hurt. The Lu family will never let you go. If you hand over all the crystal cores, perhaps." Lumi couldn't see the 7-pointed star mark glaring at her face. She didn't know what was happening, but she desperately wanted everything Weir had. She even directly reached out to snatch Weir's light brain space. In the starry sky, everyone had one. It looked like a watch, but in reality, it was a high-tech electronic device, a combination of communication and storage, very convenient. Miaoka was right next to Weir and was furious upon seeing this. "How can you do this? Have you no shame?" She pushed Lumi hard, causing her to fall to the ground. Lumi's pupils faintly took on a darkwood color, filled with greed as she looked at Weir. Drawing out a dagger, aimed at Weir's arm, holding the light brain. This is simply madness, openly trying to steal someone else's things, even planning to cut off Weir's arm. How vicious! Miao couldn't hold back anymore, swiftly knocking Lumi out and eliminating her to avoid being a nuisance. were said nothing throughout. But after Lu Mi was eliminated, she suddenly asked, "Do you know who Archbishop Tan Lan is?" Miaoke paused but still replied, "Archbishop Tan Lan is a child sacrificed to the church, raised in the church from a young age. This is known to everyone." Sacrificed? Cough. Someone left a baby at the church's door. We're understood in an instant. It was an abandoned baby. Do you think he's a good person? Miaoke answered without hesitation. Of course, Archbishop Tan Lan's excellence is unquestionable. He is gentle and kind, and his psychic power is strong, helping many believers solve problems. We smiled and said, "It's an illusion. I think he's very bad." "How can you say that? Didn't he save you too?" "Yes, but that doesn't prevent him from being bad. Believe in fate, and you will see a different Tan Lan and world." Miaoke said strangely, "After all this, are you using Archbishop Tan Lan as an excuse to try to convince me to believe in fate?" Weir's eyelids twitched. This kid is quite smart, but admitting to manipulation is absolutely impossible. Don't talk nonsense. I am the agent of fate. How can there be manipulation? Aren't you curious about the true face of Archbishop Tan Lan? Believe in fate, and you will gradually see clearly. Miaoke looked at her sideways, trying to discern the truth in her words. The atmosphere in the temple also became strange, with people occasionally glancing at Tan Lan. Even the Pope seemed puzzled. "Archbishop Tan Lan, what have you done to make this girl misunderstand you? If so, resolve it quickly. Though the truth of fate is unknown, her abilities of foresight and repair are undeniable. The church needs such special talents." Tan Lan lowered his eyes, concealing the interest in his gaze, and spoke calmly. "Tan Lan understands. Se Yu mocked through thought. Your heart is completely black. It's good that someone can see through you at a glance. No wonder you're a little darling from another realm." Tan Lan seemed to hear nothing, his dark wood-like pupils fixed on the girl and sunglasses on the screen. We're understood that some things could be too much, so she didn't keep using words to manipulate Miaoke into becoming a believer. She still needed opportunities. She needed some believers with pure faith, pure enough to dedicate everything for their belief. Yesterday's absorbed faith, tainted and muddied, made her uncomfortable. Things that come easily are naturally not enjoyable, so it's better to take it slow. She has a premonition that in this universe, she will spend a long time. The battle is coming to an end. The 4 young boys at the lower level are cooperating seamlessly, clearly elite from various races, having undergone extensive combat training. Although they have some minor injuries, they successfully killed 2 high-level beasts. A crystal core, slightly larger than the one in Bayer's hand, fell to the ground. And for a moment, no one would pick it up. Everyone looked at each other, and the 4 boys who killed the beast began to harbor subtle hostility towards one another. There are only 2 crystal cores, but there are 4 of them. As the atmosphere gradually solidified, Bayer spoke. "1 crystal core for Feng Ji, and I will give you intelligence on a high-level beast." All eyes turned to Bayer. And when the 4 spoke up, "How do you know?" Bayer raised an eyebrow. "Haven't you heard? I am the agent of the 8 virtues' destiny." And even Archbishop Tan Lan acknowledged it. Chapter 10. Bayer's misfortune in a 1 versus 6. Miaoke's mouth twitched. She increasingly felt that Bayer was unreliable. Just a moment ago, she said Archbishop Tan Lan was bad, and now she is using their name to act, her stance shifting so quickly that it left people bewildered. The mention of Archbishop Tan Lan's name added a significant amount of persuasion. If Bayer were truly just a lower-level psychic, the Archbishop would have no reason to recommend her. After discussing, the other 3 said, "The crystal core can be given to Feng Ji, but you must take us with you to the address you provide." This was to prevent Bayer from lying. "Fine, but I will only take you 3. No one else is allowed." Miaoke sneered and turned to leave, casting a contemptuous glance at Miaoke as she did. Miaoke thought, how could she be offended? She claims she's not just clinging to someone, but merely acting as a vehicle. Who would believe that? Miaoke took the initiative to leave, and among this group, only Like was unrelated. Like had some injuries and had not yet obtained a crystal core. He didn't want to separate from the group, as it would be disadvantageous to him. So he spoke up. "I didn't help Lu Mi attack you, so you don't need to target me, right?" Bayer shook her head. "I'm not targeting you. You are injured, and here you are the one holding us back." Like, somewhat angrily, said, "Even if I am injured, I am still at a lower level, which is better than Miaoke at a higher level. Why don't you let her leave?" TSK. Do you really want me to say it out loud? Of course, it's because I find you quite unpleasant. Got it? Like's face darkened visibly as he glared at Bayer and limped away from the group. Feng Ji took the initiative to carry Bayer. Curious, you look at most a year or two older than us. Why do you call him a child? A strong slap to the back of his head. What are you asking for? Is a woman's age something you can casually inquire about? Anyway, I'm much older than you, so show some respect. It was the first time someone dared to hit his head like that. Feng Ji gritted his teeth. No wonder your physical strength is lacking. Turns out you're just too old. You still hit. That's enough. Even if you help me secure the crystal core, I won't thank you. Bayer smiled slightly. Indeed, this kid was not bad and had a good affinity with her. After Bayer pointed out the traces of the beasts, these three stuck to her, saying they wouldn't leave the group. They contributed the most during the battles, but were willing to share the crystal cores equally. Since entering the trial, Bayer had done nothing but talk. Yet the number of crystal cores she obtained was not small, and she had subtly become the center of the team. Whatever she said, others would follow. These people did not realize, but those watching from the outside saw it clearly. In this team, only Bayer had no backing, just a recommendation from Archbishop Tan Lan. The other five had backgrounds as young geniuses from the Eternal Star clan, proud of their noble lineage. Yet now, they were being led by a lower-level girl. It was not just about interests. This girl seemed to possess a natural dominance. This influence, subtle and untraceable, affected everyone, causing them to unconsciously act according to her will. A terrifying charisma. Soon, the trial reached its last day, and because of Bayer, their team had reaped significant rewards. They couldn't say they would be first, but they were definitely among the top. Everyone was happy, taking turns to carry Bayer without feeling any discomfort. After all, she was a treasure. As the signal device flickered, indicating that the trial was entering its countdown, in an hour, they would all be teleported out. The group did not plan to hunt beasts again. It was better to play it safe for the last hour. They had enough crystal cores and didn't need to take risks. However, Bayer suddenly laughed, drawing everyone's attention. Miaoka leaned over to ask, "What are you laughing at? Are you too happy to pass the trial?" Bayer shook her head. "You are the ones who are going to be unlucky. At the last moment, someone is going to harvest the crystal cores in your hands." Isn't it funny? The expressions of the group changed instantly, and they immediately took it seriously. Miaoka quickly grabbed Bayer's arm, her face grave. "Really? Don't joke around. How many of them are there?" Bayer nodded. "Fate will not deceive you. You will be attacked in 8 minutes with 12 opponents, 5 of whom are at the lower level, and Like is among them." Miaoka gasped. 5 lower-level ones? Damn it. Is it possible that Like spilled the beans about you? They have been holding back, deliberately letting us hunt beasts, just waiting to reap us at the end? Feng Ji furrowed his brow. It's highly likely. This Like holds a grudge. I should have eliminated him directly from the beginning. Another boy said, saying this is useless. Even if Like is injured, the remaining lower levels are enough to stop us. Thus, the rest will definitely attack Bayer and Miaoka. You two will be the most dangerous. Bayer calmly replied. Each of you should protect yourselves and try to delay until the trial ends. You don't need to worry about us. Don't forget that your goal is to become clergy. The faces of the 4 changed slightly. Although they said so, they had cooperated pleasantly over the past few days, and how could they really turn a blind eye? But now, hiding was also unlikely, since they intended to harvest. They must have been watching them for a long time, and there was no way to avoid a fight. The 8 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and a group of people appeared on the opposite side, attacking without a word. Like wore a look of delight as the 5 lower-level ones surrounded Feng Ji and the others. Miao Wei was also present, swinging her sword at Miaoka, and the 2 sisters began to fight again. Thus, among the 12 opponents, 6 split off, while the remaining 6 stood directly opposite the unfortunate Bayer. Others were in one-on-one or at most one-on-2 situations, but she, on the other hand, faced a 1-on-6. They really thought highly of her. The people from the temple were also closely watching, eager to see how Bayer would handle such a situation. In fact, if Bayer were eliminated here, the church would still keep her. Her foresight ability was simply too extraordinary. How could the church not be tempted? But everyone wanted to see how far this girl could go. Looking at the weakest among them being lower level, the 6 were eyeing her covetously. Bayer helplessly said, "Isn't it a bit much? Everyone knows I will definitely enter the church. Why do you need to expend effort to attack me? Someone with a dark face said. Enter the church for sure? On what basis do you say that? Who do you think you are? She was most annoyed by talking to foolish kids. You all have been believing in the church since childhood to enter the trial. Yet I have only been at the church for 2 days and have already received a recommendation from the Archbishop. Don't you think about the reasons behind that? The group hesitated. After what Bar said, they were indeed a bit uncertain about whether to act. A girl with a grim expression said, Don't listen to her. I don't believe it. You really think the church would keep her without a single crystal core? Even if they did, she would become a laughingstock. How much fighting did we do in our families to get a trial quota? She casually received a recommendation from the Archbishop without even needing to act. Protected all the way by others, this was unfair. Chapter 11. Oh my God, there are actually 7. Seeing the cold expressions of the group, Bar knew it was futile to continue. She laughed. Fair? You really are naive little ones who have never experienced hardship. Only the weak emphasize fairness. A few people stopped replying, and a powerful mental force surged in, with 6 people attacking together. The fighters not far away all turned to look. Miao exerted all her strength to push Miao away with a sword, her face anxious as she planned to rush over to help. Fengji also wanted to come over, but was firmly entangled by what will you do if you go over? It's too late. This was indeed the case. Even Miao Ku, who was a step ahead, couldn't make it in time as she watched the attack about to hit Wei Er. She shouted, Wei Er, hurry and press the signal device, you will get hurt. Wei Er shook her head. Sorry, it may seem a bit like bullying, but you're the ones who attacked me without adhering to the rules of martial ethics. I'll try to control it. A massive mental force erupted from Wei Er, and in an instant, the 6 people spat blood and flew out, their lives unknown. Everyone was stunned, shocked as they looked at Wei Er. The spectators watching the mental force were also taken aback, each locking their gaze on Tan Lan, incredulously asking, What is going on? Why can she use Tan Lan's mental force? Each person's mental force is as unique as their appearance, completely different. Once used in front of others, it can be easily recognized next time. As the Archbishop of the Church, Tan Lan had many opportunities to use her mental force outside, so everyone was familiar with it. Right now, the mental force Wei Er used, though far inferior to Tan Lan's strength, was clearly Tan Lan's. They wouldn't mistake it even through the screen. Tan Lan smiled and said, I don't know either. She transmitted it out. You can ask her yourself. Transmit it out? Wei Er didn't have a chance to say a word to Miao Ku before being taken away by the serious-looking Qianla. On the way, Qianla said solemnly, You need to be prepared. This trial is being watched by the Pope and high-ranking members of the Church throughout. Whatever they ask you, you must tell the truth. Wei Er raised an eyebrow. Didn't Lumi say there would be many high-ups watching the trial? Why was this time different? Lumi must have regretted it deeply, knowing everything she had done was seen by the higher-ups. As for her, it didn't matter. She hadn't exposed much. And, while she was different from others, it was within an acceptable range. The Church must want her to stay, which suited her intentions perfectly. Only valuable people would be valued. To quickly become an archbishop and have her own destiny temple, she had to take unconventional paths. A conservative approach would only slow down her recovery progress. At the golden gate of the 6th level of the temple, Qianla didn't dare to enter and stopped from afar, letting Wei Er go in by herself. As the goddess of destiny, she had seen all kinds of scenes and didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness, casually pushing open the towering golden gate. The petite figure, dressed in a priest's robe, stepped into the hall at a leisurely pace. The face behind the sunglasses was already striking enough. It was easy to imagine how stunning her entire face was. Facing countless scrutinizing gazes, she spoke calmly, without any hint of nervousness. Hello, everyone. The Pope's expression was serious, and he spoke as gently as he could. Wei Er, congratulations on officially becoming a junior priest. I hope you will contribute to the Church and befriend believers, believing in the 7 virtues. Wei Er chuckled lightly. The first parts are fine, but I can't accept the last one. My faith is destiny. I have devoted everything to destiny, and it's impossible to believe in the 7 virtues. Well, destiny is also one of the 8 virtues, so it's the same. Don't take it too seriously. It was simply outrageous. The Pope, being in the Church, Didn't he even want to believe in the 7 virtues? What use would such a priest be to our church? Indeed, her abilities were unclear, and she might not be a good person. It would be better to be more cautious. Your Holiness, why not hand her over to the Hall of Sacred Healers? We will communicate well with Wei Er. It will be better to hand her over to our Hall of Priests. We are more familiar with those unusual abilities. Various discussions ensued, and Wei Er listened impatiently, while also observing the various forces in the hall. Suddenly, her body froze in disbelief. Oh my God! Some couldn't believe their eyes, and Wei Er ran over, reaching the side of the 7 archbishops in white robes with golden threads. It was as if she had been stimulated, muttering, 7, there are actually 7. This is too outrageous. Eagerly, she hugged one of them for verification, and, just like Tan Lan, there was a rich and astonishing pure faith that she absorbed into her body. This was simply insane. After half a year in the Starry Sea, she hadn't seen any faith at all, and in the end, she risked eternal sleep to peek at destiny, only to find Tan Lan as a lifeline. But now, what she saw was 7 Omans being embraced, their icy blue eyes locking onto Wei Er. What could she see from saying 7? Not caring to appreciate the stunning beauty of the person, being surrounded by the rich faith of the 7 made her feel truly intoxicated. Someone scolded her for crossing the line, daring to disrespect the archbishop with a dirty mind. Wei Er retorted unhappily, with a mind full of crap. Naturally, everything looks like crap. I only respect the archbishop and can't control my joy. What is wrong with wanting to get a bit closer? The archbishop herself didn't say anything, yet the clown is jumping around happily. You are outrageous. You're just a junior priest and dare to speak like this. Your Holiness, how could someone like this enter the church? The Pope frowned slightly and looked at Wei Er. You respect the archbishop. But do you know the name of the archbishop you are hugging? Experience is the best teacher. This question hit the point, and Wei Er's hand gripping the other's arm stiffened slightly. Among these 7, she only knew Tan Lan and the one with pink eyes named Se Yu. As mentioned by Tan Lan, she didn't recognize the others. Seemingly sensing her embarrassment, the icy blue eyes met her gaze behind the sunglasses. Without thinking, her mouth blurted out, arrogant. The Pope nodded, seemingly satisfied. Since you respect Archbishop Oman, then from now on, you will learn from the 7 archbishops. It didn't matter that her mental force was low, it would gradually become stronger. Your ability is a bit special. Could you explain it clearly? That is not an ability. It's the faith of destiny, a blessing I received. Occasionally, I can see the past and future of others' destinies. I emphasize it's occasionally. The Pope was surprised. Seeing the past and future is indeed a blessing. But why did you use Archbishop Tan Lan's mental force in the end? Wei Er smiled and said, well, although I only have low-level mental force, I am indeed a mental mutant. As long as the skin contact time is a bit longer, I can absorb a bit of others' mental force like this. Releasing her grip on Oman's arm, Wei Er lightly raised her delicate hand, releasing a very weak mental force that belonged to Oman. Everyone was astonished. It was the first time they had seen such a mental mutation ability. The Pope suddenly had a strange expression. Why is it so weak this time? The intensity of the mental force shouldn't be constant based on the contact time? Chapter 12. I said, don't touch her. Wei Er seemed unaware of the implications of this statement. Nodding, she said yes. The larger the area of skin contact and the longer the time, the more I absorb. This time, others gasped, oh my God. They seemed to understand why Wei Er had said during the trial that Archbishop Tan Lan was a bad person. The mental force emitted during the trial was many times stronger than what was happening now. So that means, did Archbishop Tan Lan not just shake hands with Wei Er? What have they all done? Although the church does not prohibit male-female relationships, historically, no archbishop has broken a color ban. This made people think too much. Did Tan Lan do something to the girl? As they noticed the increasingly skewed gazes, Tan Lan smiled at Wei Er. You girl, your words are too easily misinterpreted. That day when your hover car crashed and you were injured and unconscious, it was I who carried you out. I suppose that's when I absorbed your mental force. Wei Er wanted to say that it was also Tan Lan who confined her to bed afterward, often touching her hand, all good deeds done by Tan Lan. But seeing the smile in those ebony pupils, Wei air shivered, inexplicably feeling that if she spoke out, she would suffer. This was a hint from destiny. It was better not to touch the tigress, but the Pope breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had said that Tan Lan was not that kind of person, and nodded. Since you saved her, it is only right that you are responsible. Cultivate her well. This child will be a pillar of the church. As for faith, let it develop slowly. There is no rush. Everyone can disperse now. Seeing the Pope's firm attitude to keep veil, no one dared to refute, though some people's eyes were obscure, suggesting ill intent. Veil didn't care. As long as it didn't hinder her development of believers and restoration of divine power, she was too lazy to pay attention to these weak beings. Before she was chosen by fate to become a goddess, no one had ever watched her. Born to be despised by the universe, she had no good feelings towards it and wanted to return simply because fate had chosen her there. She feared that fate would abandon her for not fulfilling her duties there. Lost in thoughts about the past, she was dragged away from the temple by the seven. Following absent-mindedly, entering an unknown level of the temple, the person in front stopped, and Veil foolishly continued walking, directly colliding into their embrace. A large hand clasped her waist, and Tan Lan lowered his gaze to pinch Veil's chin, their faces close enough that their breaths mingled. He chuckled softly. Am I a bad person? On what basis do you judge? Veil was not flustered at all and did not resist. She looked at Tan Lan and said, What you're doing now is not something a good person would do. Tan Lan's laughter grew louder as he gently stroked Veil's cheek, saying, Even so, you can't say I'm bad. I just like you very much. Well, I understand deeply. The first time we met, you pressed me down on a bed and said you had no ulterior motives. That doesn't hold water. In my understanding, the word like shouldn't apply to me. You must have something I possess that you want. And what about the six behind you? What are you? I can guarantee you're all in the same boat. Filled with concentrated faith, you're not human, are you? 7 pairs of differently colored eyes fixated on her, their imposing presence weighing down on her. Veil frowned. She was a goddess of fate who dared to pressure her. She straightened her back and met their gaze fearlessly. Despite her petite frame, she stood firm like a rock in the ocean, stubbornly holding her ground against the crashing waves. The man with sharp features and purple eyes withdrew his gaze, pleasantly saying, What a girl. You say we are not human, but what about you? Humans cannot withstand our gaze. We're not familiar yet, so there's no need to delve too deeply. Let's get to know each other first. I'm Archbishop Se Yu. You must know Tan Lan, Aomen, and Se Yu. The one who's about to fall asleep standing is Archbishop Lan Duo. The red-eyed one is Archbishop Ji, and the gray-eyed one is Archbishop Bao. Easy to distinguish, right? Veil looked at each of them, their appearances raising the bar even higher, making one drool. But those eyes, ebony, light pink, deep purple, ice blue, dark green, dark red, silver gray, were they naturally born? Could they combine to create a new rainbow color? The 7 were momentarily stunned. A new rainbow color? What a fresh description. Se Yu could no longer hold back, pulling her into his arms, gently stroking her delicate nape as his pink eyes deepened. Little Veil, when you're not on a mission, follow us to learn about the church. We'll take turns starting with me. No, you go last, or don't bother teaching me at all. Se Yu was dissatisfied. Why not? Veil looked down on him. I'm just wearing sunglasses, not blind. The lust in your eyes is about to spill over. Don't touch me. Se Yu chuckled lightly. Smart girl. Then I want to hold back. It's so uncomfortable. With a firm grip on her nape, Se Yu leaned down to kiss her. Veil's face turned green. Was this guy sick? Is it normal for people in this world to be so brazenly lewd? She pushed him away, his lips barely grazing her neck. But he tried to continue, only to be pushed back by a surge of mental force. Tan Lan's eyes darkened as he said, I told you not to touch her. Se Yu scoffed. If I had any desires, I wouldn't be able to suppress them. It's only a matter of time. How long can you hold me off? The mental force clashed, filled with displeasure, as he fought Tan Lan. Aomen glanced over with icy eyes, pulling Veil away, leaving a remark, starting with me. We'll switch after half a month. Veil expressed indifference, obediently following him out, as long as it wasn't that one who was so eager to pounce on her. The others were fine. Aomen escorted Veil back to her room, where he looked at her exquisite face with little emotion. I know you're special, but this is the interstellar world. Mental force is the main focus. You need to enhance your mental force so you can blend in with the interstellar environment and not seem so out of place. Clerics will regularly participate in tasks assigned by the church, which is a necessary job. At that time, Sheila will take you, or you might have to go alone. Just complete the task to stay alive. There's not much else I can teach you. You need faith, and I can help you absorb it. In exchange, let me brand you. Vale raised her arm, pointing at the 7-pointed star mark. This? Yes, this is Tan Lan's. I want to mark you with mine. Is that okay? Vale raised an eyebrow. Can I refuse? No. He grasped Vale's hand firmly, and after a familiar sting, one corner of the 7-pointed star was tinged with ice blue. Vale looked at her wrist for a moment, then stood up and hugged Aomen's neck, saying, I'll take my reward myself. This interstellar journey was getting more interesting. Arrogance, Aomen? What are you? Chapter 13. Fainting from a kiss, the church's task assignments were rapid. The next day, Sheila found her and handed her a pure white light brain. It clearly displayed a receive task. Upon opening it, the task location was actually on Falling Moonstar. The church assigned 2 entry-level clerics to go to Falling Moonstar to guard the outer realms and rescue a noble from Falling Moonstar. Vale raised an eyebrow. This task is quite peculiar. Entry-level clerics can handle it, which means that noble is not in serious trouble. ISNT Falling Moon Star capable of rescuing them? Sheila's expression was somewhat unnatural. The church's reputation is well known, and many are curious about clerics. Lower-level clerics only receive truly challenging tasks on the Eternal Star. The rest of the external tasks are basically just sightseeing. That noble is a 15-year-old boy who just wants to see a cleric. Vale understood. This was just using the funds to entertain a spoiled child. The church is so powerful that even little kids idolize them. But was the location really this coincidental? Sheila, who issued this task? Sheila replied earnestly, tasks from a church are uniformly issued by the Central Hall. For clerics like us, our immediate superior is at the bishop level. We are managed by Bishop Se Yu, who is currently at a high bishop position and is likely to challenge the archbishop position this year. He's a very impressive bishop. What do you ask? Vale shook her head. Nothing, just asking. Are you going with me? I have other tasks and can't go with you. But another cleric will be taking this task, someone you are familiar with. Her name is Miao Ko. Vale's lips curled up, now interested. After all, developing believers was a critical matter. Using the church's light brain along with Miao Ko, the two exchanged messages to meet up in the afternoon. Back in her room, before she could react, she was suddenly tackled onto the bed. Her hands were pinned above her head, and her body was entwined by mental force. As her lips were invaded once again, this time, it was not a purification, it was a genuine kiss with pink eyes deepening. Her already beautiful face blooming like a blazing peach blossom. The intoxicating fragrance of peach blossoms enveloped her, but Vale remained acutely aware of everything. The sacred robe was removed, and passionate kisses trailed from her lips to her neck and collarbone, leaving excessive crimson marks. For Vale's silence, Se Yu was very satisfied, but he showed no intention of stopping due to her docility. His large hand slid down her waist, and Vale's body stiffened slightly. Thinking that absorbing enough spiritual power should be sufficient for self-protection after going out, it was about time to kick this guy off the bed. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the room. Aomen's ice-blue eyes slightly frowned as he stepped forward and pulled the withdrawn figure off the bed, and the 2 disappeared. As Se Yu's spiritual power relaxed, or sat up, her almost bare body not causing her any shyness as she casually put on her clothes and said, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Tan Lan approached and pressed down on Weir's hand that was dressing. "Aren't you angry?" Weir raised her eyes. "If I could beat you, I would be angry. Since I can't, being angry would be pointless. So why should I be angry?" Pulling apart the half-worn divine robe, her long fingers pressed against her heart. "Such a cold place. Do you have anything you care about?" Without hesitation, she replied, "Yes, it's fate." Tan Lan's dark pupils reflected the girl before him, her unbreakable faith and the sticky aura emanating from her enveloped Weir's body. "Weir, believe in me like you are now, offering your body and soul completely. I will kiss every part of you." Weir scoffed. "Though I don't know what you are, dreaming of converting my faith is futile." The long hand caressed her exquisitely soft shoulder. Tan Lan leaned in, allowing himself to kiss the corner of her mocking mouth. He pressed his tongue in, holding her in his embrace, teasing Weir's soft tongue, and after tasting enough, he bit her delicate ear. With a low laugh, he said, "Is the absorption of spiritual power sufficient? If not, I can continue." Weir's eyes under the sunglasses flickered slightly. "That's about enough, you know." Tan Lan let her sit on his lap and hugged her while laughing. "On the day you fell, the hovercar showed signs of an attack by a ferocious beast, and there were human-level spiritual power marks. I can see it, others can too. The church is not a monolithic entity, and the Pope is not an absolute authority. While some people protect you, there are definitely some who want you dead. You don't know what you're rushing for. You've exposed a bit too much. If you want to live well, let me teach you a method." We're interrupted. "You mean to say, let me please you guys, hold onto your thighs tightly?" Tan Lan laughed. "Rough words, but not untrue. That's the idea." We're snorted. "No need. Though I don't know what you all want to do. I know you absolutely need me. You don't need to please me. You will take care of me. I just need to accept it generously." A large hand gently caressed her jade-like back, and Tan Lan squinted. "Accept it generously? If Se Yu had gone down that path just now, would you not care?" We thought seriously for a moment. "If I need more spiritual power, then it wouldn't hurt. Se Yu is quite good-looking, I want to lose out." Her lips were kissed again, and the dark eyes close enough to touch clearly expressed their owner's displeasure. The sticky aura made it hard for her to breathe. Combined with kisses that felt like they were devouring her, Wu was suffocated to the point of fainting. Before losing consciousness, she only had one thought. How embarrassing. A dignified goddess of fate, not quite a deity, actually fainted from a kiss from an unknown entity. Where was her dignity? Is kissing always like this? After countless years, she had no experience in this area. The dynamics between men and women were indeed very complicated. When she woke up, she was already on the church's hovercar, with Meow guarding her side, visibly relieved to see her awake. It's good that you're awake. No matter how anxious you are to cultivate spiritual power, you can't exhaust yourself to the point of fainting. It also troubled Archbishop Tan Lan to personally carry you over. You went too far. This strange reasoning. Tan Lan was indeed very skilled at persuasion. Glancing sideways at Meow Ku, she said, "The first sentence of concern is just nonsense. The second sentence about not troubling your Archbishop Tan Lan is what you really want to express, right?" Meow Ku choked. "That first sentence does have a hint of sincerity." Weir unhappily said, "Your typical excessive idolization is an obstacle to your future faith and fate. I told you Tan Lan is not a good person. It was he who kissed me into a daze." A delicate hand covered her forehead. "No fever? Then that was your imagination. Stop dreaming. Don't mention the Archbishop. Even bishops and clergy rarely develop relationships between men and women. Once you enter the church, we dedicate ourselves to it, loyal to the church, and personal feelings will basically cease to exist. However, with the 7 archbishops of the battle hall being so stunningly beautiful, many still harbor fantasies. I'm not surprised you would have such a daydream." Chapter 14. The high and mighty pretender Weir's expression was blank. In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. Just how thick is the filter Tan Lan has in everyone's hearts? Setting aside these unnecessary concerns, Weir sensitively noted Meow Ku's words. The 7 archbishops of the battle hall. What is the battle hall? Meow Ku was surprised. Where did you grow up that you haven't even heard of the battle hall, the pinnacle of the church's military power? Weir shook her head. I haven't even heard of the church. Meow Ku gaped, fell silent for a long time, and then said with sympathy, "Let me give you a crash course. When we go out, you at least need to know some common sense. The eternal planet is absolutely top-notch in the galaxy due to the existence of the church, and the entire force is divided into one church and 5 continents. The church refers to the church, and each region of the 5 continents is equivalent to a total guardian zone of a planet. The church recruits clergy every 5 years, and only those from the eternal star's home soil can enter. No matter how covetous other forces may be, they cannot enter the church. You are completely an exception. If it weren't for the recommendation of Archbishop Tan Lan, one of the battle hall archbishops, you would absolutely not have made it into the trials." Weir was speechless. "You said so much. Where's the focus? I already know the church is powerful. You haven't said anything about what the battle hall is." Meow Ku rolled her eyes. You can understand the battle hall as the church's combat power brand. Any troublesome matters are handled by the battle hall. We rolled her eyes back, but since she was wearing sunglasses, Meow couldn't see it. If you had said that earlier, I would have understood. You had to go on and on. Isn't that just a muscle for hire, specifically to intimidate those with ulterior motives? How can you say that? Do you know how many people secretly envy you? The battle hall. That is a place everyone dreams of. The Pope personally having the 7 archbishops take care of you has already spread, to prevent everyone from feeling too uncomfortable. That's why you were allowed to leave the church to give everyone a breather. Otherwise, why would your mission come down so quickly? We smiled, oh? So you took on this task voluntarily to protect me? Meow, 'cause cheeks flushed. Cough, I thought I could get close to the battle hall through you. After all, we know each other first, and this opportunity cannot be missed. We was in a good mood, holding Meow Ku's hand. Believe in fate. I can have fate take care of you. You really like Tan Lan, right? If you believe in fate, I'll let Tan Lan have close contact with you. Cough. Cough, cough. For some unknown reason, Meow Ku's face turned bright red. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop talking. We're about to arrive at Louis Westar. Let us take care of the church as troublemakers. What troublemakers? The high and mighty pretender. We said nothing, watching Meow Ku pretend to be cool the whole time. Following the address, they quickly found the boy who reportedly accidentally ran out of the protective barrier outside Louis Westar, accompanied by 2 lower-level guards, trembling in front of a small, lower-level, ferocious beast. Upon seeing the 2 in divine robes, he immediately pretentiously shouted for help. Meow Ku's brows furrowed. You ferocious beast. How dare you harm people in front of the church? Look at my sword. With a strength of level 3, she easily dispatched the lower-level, ferocious beast, her face stern as she sheathed her sword, addressing the boy, who was full of gratitude yet had curiosity in his eyes. She asked, Are you the genie who placed the order for help? The ferocious beast had been slain. The mission was accomplished. We will proceed first. The church has many matters to attend to. Hey, esteemed clergy, don't leave just yet. We need to calculate the reward. Could you please come back to the Jean family with me? As if already knowing it wouldn't be so easy to leave, Meow naturally agreed, following him into the protective zone of Louis Westar. On the way, the young boy chattered and asked quite a lot of questions, and Meow could handle them with ease. It seemed like every question was answered, but upon closer inspection, none of it was substantive, and he revealed not a single bit about the church, while looked increasingly satisfied. What a talent! If he became her follower, she could save herself a lot of trouble. After asking a bunch of questions and getting nothing out of it, Jean Lee felt a bit dejected and cast a glance at Weil, who had remained silent. Sister, why are you wearing sunglasses? Isn't everything dark when you look at it like this? It's not dark. I can distinguish colors through the sunglasses. As for the reason for wearing them, my eyes aren't good. Jean Lee reached out to grab them. Really? Let me see your eyes. I have a very good doctor at home. Slap. The boy's hand was forcefully swatted away, turning red, while smiled and said, If you reach out again, I might just kill you. Young master, the 2 elite guards, seeing the boy's red hand, displayed their dissatisfaction. This cleric was merely at the primary level. To put it bluntly, she had no status at all in the church. It was just that the young master was curious, so they had placed an order for assistance. One had a psychic power level just above basic, while the other was so weak it was almost imperceptible. Such a weak cleric dared to disrespect their young master? In the galaxy, it was still the strong who held respect. This woman was certainly lacking self-awareness. The psychic energy at the basic level gradually radiated out, clearly intending to teach while a lesson. Meowkin naturally sensed it. You dare to act against us? Are you provoking the church? Provoking the church? Of course not. I'm just helping you newcomers understand what it means to respect the strong. Slap. A palm infused with psychic energy harshly slapped the face of the guard who had spoken, sending bloody teeth rolling at the guard's feet, while shook her wrist and said, What did you say? Repeat that. The guard, covering his right cheek and staring at the teeth on the ground, looked utterly incredulous. The other one also exclaimed, How is this possible? Your psychic energy fluctuations are clearly very weak. How could you? Wall's expression remained unchanged. What kind of place is the church? Do you think you know it well? The 2 guards exchanged glances, suppressing their horror, and lowered their heads in unison. Apologies, Your Excellency Cleric, it was our offense. Li snapped back to reality, his face turning fierce as he kicked the two guards. Who told you to act? Do you think I don't exist? Did I tell you to act? After scolding them, he turned back to Weil and said, Sister, don't be angry. It's my fault. If you're still angry, then just hit me a few more times. Saying this, he extended his red hand, looking very much like he was trying to appease her. Weil frowned. No need. She turned her head away, clearly unwilling to say anything further. She didn't even want to look at humans she didn't like. A flicker of displeasure crossed the boy's eyes, but he quickly reined it in and continued to chatter with Miao Ku. The hover car smoothly entered the protected area, and the guard at the entrance were coincidentally those who had once hunted Weil. Chapter 15. The invitation of the Moonfall Star Master. It couldn't be more obvious. This task was clearly aimed at her. Who knew what the Moonfall Star was plotting? After being brought to the Star Master's mansion, Miao Ku looked at Li in surprise. What is your relationship with the Star Master? I thought it was just a coincidence, since your last name is Jean. The Star Master of the Moonfall Star was named Jin Xiong, which she knew. Could this boy be? Li nodded. That's right, as he guessed. The Star Master of the Moonfall Star is my dad. I also have a sister named Jean Xin. Have you heard of her? Miao Ku sighed softly. Of course I've heard of her. A genius who reached level 22 at just 22 years old. She's quite famous in the starry sky. A hint of jealousy colored Li's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. How could that be? I've heard that many geniuses in the church reach level 22 by adulthood. It's not unheard of. I really want to meet them. Miao Ku smiled bitterly. Those kinds of talents are not something ordinary people can achieve. Geniuses like your sister are already unattainable for many. While they were having this conversation, Li had already led them into the main hall of the villa in the estate. A slightly plump, balding man looked at them with a friendly expression. Beside him stood a girl with a pale complexion, her whole demeanor suggesting she had suffered some kind of blow, her previously vibrant beauty now dimmed. The bald man smiled and said, You two are the clerics who joined the church this year? To be selected as one of the 100 elite from the entire Eternal Star, and then further tested to select the outstanding, it shows your excellence. And your futures will surely be extraordinary. Miao Ku maintained her poise. You flatter us, Star Master. Who knows what the future holds? I'm just curious why someone like you would be interested in low-tier clerics like us. Jin Xiong's gaze shifted to her side, his eyes flickering slightly. Miss Weil, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. I hope you don't mind me inviting you back to the Moonfall Star in this way. Miao Ku turned back in surprise. Weil, do you know him? I fell from the church. They were the ones who hunted me down on the Moonfall Star, so I can't say I know him, Weil replied. Miao Ku's expression changed slightly as she frowned. If that were the case, weren't they walking into a tiger's den? Jin Xiong raised his hand apologetically. I apologize. My subordinates did not convey my intentions clearly, and I am very sorry for the trouble caused. But I suppose it was a blessing in disguise. Miss Weil entering the church was something I never expected. I heard that the church does not accept outsiders from the Eternal Star. So for Miss Weil to become a cleric, she must have an outstanding talent, like the ability to reverse time through psychic mutation. After Jin Xiong finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Weil's expression, seemingly unwilling to miss any detail. Upon hearing this, Li clapped his hands. Wow, reversing time, does such a terrifying time talent really exist? Of course it doesn't, Weil said firmly. After thinking for a moment, she added, At least I don't have it. My ability to enter the church is indeed related to psychic mutation, but it's not time-related. Jin Xiong looked puzzled. Is that so? But on the day Miss Weil left, the time reversal occurred during the gunfire. What was that then? Weil frowned. As far as I know, discussing other psychic mutation abilities is quite impolite, and since we're not familiar, I don't think I need to explain it deeply to the Star Master. Jin Xiong immediately apologized. It was my offense. My daughter's psychic power has been wasted, and I have tried every means to no avail. I was hoping that if there were someone with time abilities, perhaps it could help her. Since Miss Weil does not possess such abilities, then it is fate. You two should stay for a few days as a token of apology from the Moonfall Star. Not giving them a chance to refuse after finishing, Jin Xiong patted the head of the girl beside him with a hint of sadness and quickly left. Miao Ku scrutinized the girl, whose expression showed no sign of fluctuation. Was this the genius, Jean Xian? Was she wasted? Jean Li grabbed Jean Xian's arm and shook it vigorously. Sister, why do you always have a gloomy face? Smile a little. These are our guests. It's really impolite of you. The boy's arm was forcefully shaken off, and Jean Xian merely uttered one word. Scram. Slap. Blood trickled from the corner of Jean Xian's mouth as a guard slapped her aside, causing her to kneel on the ground. The guard frowned. Miss, you are no longer the original miss. It's better to be more courteous to the young master. If you hurt him, the Star Master will not be pleased. Jean Xian expressionlessly picked herself up, ignoring everyone as she staggered out of the main hall. Miao Ku and Wal exchanged glances, neither of them willing to intervene. There are plenty of dirty tricks in big families, and this might not be an unusual scene. Left behind. They wondered what the intentions of the Star Master Jin Xiong were. Miao Ku had a sense of being dragged into murky waters as she glanced at Wal's face hidden behind the sunglasses. Jean Li, seeing his sister being hit, showed no displeasure. Instead, he happily said, Sorry, sisters. My sister has been gloomy ever since her psychic power was lost. She looks quite scary. Let me show you to your rooms, and after you rest, we can go hunting outside the protected area together tomorrow. It's going to be really fun. Miao Ku raised an eyebrow. Hunting ferocious beasts? You only brought 2 level guards. Doing this is too risky. Doesn't the Star Master care about you? Ha ha. Jean Li laughed and said, Sister, what are you talking about? I'm not from the church. Why should I hunt evil beasts? The hunting I mentioned is to go outside the protective zone to relatively safe areas and hunt those unqualified, lowly humans who don't deserve to enter the protective zone. It's quite interesting. Miao Ku's dimples disappeared, and her expression turned cold. However, she didn't say anything. She wasn't foolish. This was someone else's territory, and she had to be cautious. Although Jean Li was young, just this short interaction had already revealed her malicious nature. The so-called unqualified humans who couldn't enter the protective zone were mostly those whose home planets had collapsed and had wandered to other planets without identities. They were generally ordinary people or had low mental abilities. Some were children of parents who had committed crimes, or they themselves had made mistakes and were expelled from the protective zone, branded as sinners. But regardless, the strong wantonly slaughtering the weak is not an act of kindness. In the interstellar world, strength is respected, but bullying the weak is not something to be proud of. The Church adheres to kindness, believing in the 7 virtues of honesty: charity, justice, courage, temperance, tolerance, and hope. This young man did not align with her values, and she disliked it. The two were brought into a room, which was well decorated, with 2 clean and tidy single beds inside. Veer casually sat on the bed, looking around and gesturing for Miao Ku to take a look. Miao Ku took out a white glass bead from her holographic space and tossed it into the air, a thin translucent membrane wrapping around the room. She glared at Veer and said, This is a high-level soundproof bead worth 500 star coins, and it's single-use, so you owe me 250 star coins. Chapter 16. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll just watch. Veer shrugged. If I had star coins, I wouldn't be a fortune teller on Falling Moon, star to make a living, which led to me violating the star laws and being hunted. Miao Ku snorted and said, For this mission, you can earn 300 star coins. You have to pay me back, not a single coin less. That said, how dare you play with feudal superstition? What fate of the 8 virtues? You're really just fooling people, offending Falling Moon Star, and you dare come back? What are you thinking? Veer laughed. What can I think? Is it something I can just push away? Miao Ku pulled a long face, also lying on the bed, somewhat dejectedly saying, Yes, this is the sadness of being weak. If you were a bishop, no one would dare to do this. It must be that Jin Xiong paid a sufficient price to specifically ask for you. I, who took on this task voluntarily, am just a big fool. Veer raised her eyebrows. No need to be so down. Don't you want to advance? I do too. Who knows how long it will take to reach the mid-level clergy by doing normal missions. But if we achieve some meritorious deeds, won't it be quick? Fortune comes from danger. Don't you understand this principle? Miao Ku sat up. You foresee things again? What merit can we achieve? You go down, and I go up. We can't even beat a single guard, let alone the ones on Falling Moon Star, which are more than one. Veer pushed up her sunglasses. Secret. Those 2 words left Miao Ku speechless. After their trial and interaction, She had gotten used to this person's habit of leaving half of her statements mysterious. The two washed up and went to sleep, but in the middle of the night, Miaoke felt something was off. She opened her eyes, and in her dark and blurry vision, a figure had been standing by her bedside for an unknown amount of time, looking at her. She held back a scream, her back instantly covered in cold sweat, and her hand under the blanket gripped the long sword she had taken from her space. "Do you want to kill me?" Miaoke's expression twisted as she jumped out of bed and slapped the light switch on, gritting her teeth and angrily scolding the woman who was trying to scare her by the bed. "Veer, you bastard! What do you want in the middle of the night? Do you know that scaring people can kill?" Veer looked speechless. "I just saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you. Why are you cursing?" "You." Miaoke was furious, but looking at the small figure standing there, staring at her. For some reason, she couldn't bring herself to unleash her anger, feeling quite stifled. The two took advantage of the night and stealthily left the room, holding hands as if they were very familiar with the layout of the estate. Veer led the way, twisting and turning for a long time, while Miaoke followed silently without asking a word. The feeling of the soft and boneless hand in her palm distracted most of her attention. This hand was different from her own, which had been hardened from years of sword practice. It was as soft as cotton, making one want to hold it and play with it. Veer was agreeable in every way except for her peculiar personality. They seemed to have arrived at their destination. Veer slowed down, and the two hid behind some trees, using the moonlight to see a dilapidated small courtyard. Was there such a building in this estate? It was completely out of place with the luxurious villas, more like a small storage shed, and there wasn't even a chandelier around. Under the cold white moonlight, it looked particularly desolate. With a creak, an old wooden door was pushed open, and a familiar figure stumbled out, dragging a corpse. It was clear that a fierce struggle had taken place. Jean Xian's clothes were torn in many places, revealing her delicate white skin. The corpse she was dragging was similarly damaged, especially in the lower regions, which were covered in blood. The two followed Jean Xian and witnessed her laboriously dragging the person to the pond, tying them up with stones, and throwing them in. After the body sank to the bottom, she calmly dealt with the drag marks, and after more than an hour, she stood in the center of the courtyard and coldly asked, "Have you seen enough?" Veer stepped out and said, "Although you handled it well, there are still some traces you can't hide. They will be discovered. It doesn't matter. No one will care. Many have died. One more doesn't make a difference." Miaoke didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" "It has nothing to do with you. Why did you come to find me in the middle of the night? I'm a useless person. I'm not worth the church's clergy worrying about, right?" Veer approached. "Your mental power has been overused and wasted. Don't you want to recover?" After locking her gaze on Veer for a long time, Jean Xian said seriously, "If you can help me recover, besides seeking revenge, my life is yours." Veer chuckled. "I don't need your life. If you can believe in destiny, this belief will be sensed by destiny, and it will bless you." Jean Xian was puzzled. "Isn't the church about the 7 virtues? Destiny is the 8th virtue, my belief. You might think I'm talking nonsense, but this is your only chance. If you think the talk about destiny is illusory, then let me give you something tangible. Believe in me, and on the day you feel your faith, destiny will surely bless its followers." Veer stared at Jean Xian for a moment, and then pulled the bewildered Miaoke away. Back in the room, Miaoke couldn't hold it in anymore. "Veer, is it true? Can Jean Xian really recover by believing in destiny? This is a bit too far-fetched. If mental power is wasted, it means the damage is irreversible. Can this really work?" Veer raised her chin and said, "What do you know? Destiny is the greatest. Even gods admire it. You can still believe now. I can make you the #1 believer. Otherwise, once Jean Xian becomes a believer, you'll have to take the back seat." Miaoke's eyelid twitched. "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll just watch who wants the #1 position. It's utterly foolish." Evaluating with those 4 words, Veer entered her dream, falling asleep instantly. Miaoke, as dawn broke, Jean Li, full of joy, came to find the two to go hunting. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The two tidied themselves up and got on the hovercar. Just after landing outside the protective zone, the hovercar was attacked. Jean Li wasn't angry at all, smiling widely and said, "Today they really have some guts. Huh, let's have some fun. Let's go." As they got out of the hover car, the two saw about 10 ragged humans across from them, all looking at Jean Li with extreme hostility. Upon seeing Veer and Miao Ku in clergy attire, they were momentarily stunned, and then Jean Li launched an attack without a second thought, starting to fight back. However, among them, the strongest mental power was only at the middle level, while Jean Li's two guards were both at the lower level. This is completely not something that can be changed by the number of people. The battle quickly became one-sided, and the group began to scatter in all directions. Jean Li excitedly chased after them. This was probably what they called hunting. For a moment, the area near the hover car was empty, leaving only Wei Er and the other person. After all, they were immature children, excited and reckless, seemingly forgetting about the two of them. A timid, childish voice echoed in the woods. "Holy cleric, can you help us?" Chapter 17. Can you really turn back time? Wei Er and the other person turned around, and after the rustling sounds in the woods, a timid one-armed girl, about 10 years old, stepped out. She wore a dirty dress of indeterminate color, and where her left arm was missing, it was only wrapped with frayed cloth, faintly stained with blood. The little girl looked at them with hopeful eyes shining faintly. Miaoka quickly walked over, took out clean gauze from her space, and rebandaged the girl to prevent infection. "Do you have parents?" Miaoka asked tentatively. "It turns out I did, but they were all killed by Jean Li," the girl said, her eyes red but not shedding any tears. She looked up at them and said, "Jean Li is not a good person, and neither is the Star Master. My mom said the Seven Virtues Church is a place that treats people well. Holy clerics, can you help us?" A delicate hand patted the girl's dry hair. "Silly, where in this world is there a place that treats people well? Those who are kind to you must see value in you being kind." The gentle touch suddenly made the wound on her severed arm hurt less. The girl said in confusion, "Did the adult make my wound hurt less? Isn't this treating me kindly? But what value do I have?" Wei Er awkwardly withdrew her hand. "You misunderstood. I just touched you and wanted to hear what you know. Mio kei glanst at vai are totfully, people like vai are, who were tough on the outside but soft on the inside, were really something." The girl spoke again. "I don't know what happened. My name is Xiao Ai. My dad and mom are both humans with psychic abilities. Our family lived happily in the Guardian Zone. One day, my parents came home stumbling and took me to escape. They said their psychic energy had been drained, and the Star Master's people Wunti let them go. So they took me away from the Guardian Zone. But the outside world is very dangerous. The further you get from the Guardian Zone, the higher the level of beasts, and there are many criminals. We could only move near the border of the Guardian Zone and encountered many others who had the same experience as my parents, taking care of each other to survive. Even so, Jean Li still came out from time to time, hunting us for fun. Last time, my parents died protecting me, and my arm was cut off then." Miao Ku exclaimed, "The Star Law prohibits the extraction of human psychic energy under any circumstances. What does Luoyi West Star want? Don't they fear being surrounded?" Wei Er raised an eyebrow. "There are many things that are not allowed. Feudal superstition is prohibited, but the church is still powerful. Don't say that believing in the seven virtues is not superstition. It's just because the church is strong that the concept has been transformed. Ultimately, whether this Star Law can be violated depends on whether one is strong enough. Don't be overly surprised. You need to be steady if you want to be the face of the followers of fate in the future." Miaoka's expression was strange. "You really have no shame. I didn't say I wanted to believe in your so-called fate. I am a follower of the seven virtues." Okay, you haven't figured it out yet. You will regret it later. First, handle the matter with Louis West Star. Jean Xiong is definitely not holding us for the matter of Jean Xian being discarded. It might still be related to the ability to turn back time, so we can test it. Miaoko asked suspiciously, "How do we test it?" "Don't tell me you really can turn back time?" Wei Er proudly lifted her chin and smiled. "What do you know? If you're a follower of fate, you will see a different world. First, hide this girl." Miaoko was not strong herself, but she came from a Miao family in the Eastern continent and was still a legitimate young lady, so she had some self-defense equipment. She gave Xiao Ai a piece of defensive gear and told her to go back and hide well. They would contact her later. Excited, Jean Li soon realized something was wrong. Returning with guards and seeing the two quietly leaning against the hover car. With a flicker in his eyes, he said, "Sister, I'm sorry. I got carried away playing and forgot about you. Did you encounter anyone?" Meowka seemed a bit puzzled. Anyone? Nothing. It's just that most of the people outside the Guardian Zone are guilty. I'm afraid you two might be deceived and get hurt. If I go back and my father punishes me, it would be worse. If not, let us go. I'll take you to play. Following Jinli, Meowka watched as this mischievous child chased after those down-and-out humans for fun. Several times, she couldn't help but want to intervene, but was stopped by Wei Er. She knew Wei Er's restraint was correct. They were on someone else's turf, but she felt a bit uncomfortable inside, even though she hadn't acted to make things difficult. The hateful gazes from those humans still pierced her heart like arrows. If she weren't so weak, would she feel so powerless at this moment? The belief in wanting to become stronger was imprinted clearly in her heart. Jinli was having a great time, almost dancing, but he didn't notice Wei Er's subtle smirk. Grabbing Meowka's hand, they discreetly slipped away from the group, gradually putting distance between them and Jinli. Meowka's eyes brightened. This move was something Wei Er often did during trials, which meant Jinli was going to be in trouble, right? The cute little dimple appeared on Meowka's face again, her eyes gleaming with glee as she looked ahead. Sure enough, in about 5 minutes, gray-black, spiky things shot over densely. Jinli was completely unaware, but the two guards below level realized it, their bodies moving just a moment too late. One was pierced through the arm, barely managing to hug Jinli and avoid the attack, while the other fared worse, nearly becoming a hedgehog. Multiple parts of his body were pierced, although not fatal. If he didn't receive timely treatment, he would certainly end up dead soon. Roar, roar. A sound similar to a pig's squeal attracted everyone's attention. Wei Er's eyes twitched. It was really an eyesore. Why couldn't this beast look a little better? The sight of human limbs on a porcupine was quite the visual experience today. The gray-black spikes covered the creature, and it had the shape of a porcupine, yet it charged at them with human limbs. If it didn't dodge, they would be skewered. The guard shouted angrily. Quickly request backup. This is a beast at the level of a level. We are no match for it. Protect the young master. The odds of humans and beasts at the same level winning were slim, let alone this half-human, half-pig creature that was a small level taller than the two. Jinli was being protected, his face a bit panicked, completely losing the arrogance he had just shown. Meowka found it quite satisfying. At the same time, she slowed her breathing, huddling with Wei Er on a branch, afraid of attracting attention. This was a level beast. If it faced the two of them, it would be disastrous. Luckily, she had Wei Er with her, a useful foresight device. In just a few moments, the heavily injured guard had his throat bitten out by the beast and was being devoured. Seemingly dissatisfied after a few bites, the beast's gaze fixed on Jinli. Jinli desperately clutched the clothing of the guard in front of him, and after noticing that gaze, his face turned pale, but he looked at the two on the branch with malice in his eyes. Chapter 18. Believe in Fate. And you will be elevated. Meowka's expression darkened as she whispered, "What does he want to do?" Jinli took out a silver-white gun from his space, aiming it at them. This was a warning gun commonly used in the interstellar realm. When the bullets collided, they would make a sharp sound, but had no lethal power. At this moment, Jinli was locked onto by the beast and aimed the gun at them, making his malicious intentions clear. Meowka's expression darkened. This bastard. Wei Er chuckled lightly. It's fine, just watch. Without hesitation, Jinli pressed the trigger. The white bullet shot out, and the distance between both sides was just a blink of an eye. But the bullet slowly retreated back into Jinli's hand under his tightened gaze. Staring blankly at the silver warning gun in his hand, he wanted to press the trigger for a second time, but it was already too late as the beast lunged at him. The injured guard struggled with the beast, but soon became no match for it, meeting a tragic end at its jaws. Jinli faced the beast alone, his expression completely panicked, loudly calling for help. "Sisters, save me. I have no mental power. I'm going to die." Meowka was surprised. No mental power? She couldn't see that at all, even though Jinli was genuinely pleading for help at that moment. His malicious intent was still obvious. The beast was not livestock. It had its own thoughts and intelligence. Following Jinli's pleading gaze, it had already spotted the branches where the two were hiding. Fortunately, the beast shook its pig-like head and moved closer to Jinli. Clearly wanted to deal with the nearer target first. Jinli continuously took out equipment from his space to activate. But these items could only provide temporary protection and gradually fell apart under the beast's relentless attacks. Miao swallowed hard, wanting to pull Veer away to escape. If they didn't run now, when would they? But she never expected that Veer would heroically jump out. Jinli, don't be afraid, I will protect you. The clerics won't stand by and watch others die. Jinli was stunned, while Miao turned pale. Was this girl out of her mind? Standing in front of a beast of this level with her mere mental power, what was she trying to achieve? There was no need to trouble others for a death wish. She could just find a crooked tree to hang herself and still leave a complete corpse. The beast didn't care about that. Seeing someone foolishly standing in its way, it charged forward with its spikes. Miao's pupils constricted. She couldn't just watch Veer get hurt. She had to act, no matter the cost. With a sword infused with mental power, she thrust forward, causing the beast to howl in pain and retreat over 3 meters. Miao was astonished. She was this powerful? Kill it. The man in military uniform retracted his attacking hand, and a row of soldiers rushed to attack. In just a few minutes, the beast was reduced to a small crystal core, which ended up in the hands of the middle-aged man in a deep blue military uniform. General Su Wei, who they had met before, had just landed behind them with his soldiers. Jinli and Miao were so focused on the beast that they didn't even notice the reinforcements had arrived. Jinli happily climbed up Uncle Su. A burst of mental power heavily slapped Jinli's face from afar. Su Wei's expression was stern. You are simply outrageous. No mental power at all. And yet you dared to come out of the protective zone, bringing 2 guards with you, causing them to risk their lives for you. And you can still smile? How could the Star Master have a son like you? Compared to your sister Jean Xin, you fall far too short. It seemed he was stimulated by this. Jinli covered his face and shouted, It's always about my sister. Can't you see she is already ruined? I still have a chance to become a mental power user. But she will forever be a cripple. Su Wei looked disappointed. I have watched you grow up. I never expected you to twist like this. You encountered danger, and your sister sacrificed herself, self-destructing her mental power to save you, ruining her own future. Yet you can say such heartless words. If the future of Liu Xing is entrusted to you, I, Su Wei, will be the first to disagree. Not wanting to look at that young yet twisted face any longer. Su Wei had someone take Jinli away in a vehicle before turning his attention to Veer. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile behind his sunglasses. Long time no see, General Su Wei. Did you get hurt last time you faced that beast at the level? Su Wei did not answer, but retorted, knowing that the Star Master has ulterior motives. Why did you dare to take on the Liu Xing mission? For what purpose? What kind of talk is that? Even if I can glimpse a thread of fate, I can't predict the malice of the human heart. General, do you know what the Star Master is planning? Su Wei remained silent for a long time before saying, The 7 Virtues Church is powerful. This general doesn't want to provoke trouble for Liu Xing. You can leave now. The rest does not require your church's intervention. Veer laughed. General, have you ever heard that it's easy to invite a god but hard to send one away? You won't let us leave, and now you say we can go. Why should we obey? Su Wei frowned. Do as you please. If you can chat amiably with the beast, you are not a good thing either. Even if you have the Archbishop of Tan Lan behind you. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. If you want to meddle, then you'll bear the consequences. The 2 followed Su Wei back to the protective area. Miao looked at Veer. Are we really not leaving? Don't do this for the sake of merit and endanger our lives. Veer scoffed, the timid die of hunger, the bold die of overeating. My goal is to become an archbishop and establish the Temple of Destiny. If I don't take risks, when will I? Miao took a breath. You really are ambitious. An archbishop can indeed establish a temple, but that must be a special archbishop. The 7 archbishops of the Battle Hall gained their status because of their unmatched combat power. They're 7 archbishops, after all. You alone think to establish the Temple of Destiny? How exceptional must you be? I think it's faster for you to just dream. How can it be just me? Aren't you a person? I'm not fooling around. I'm cultivating believers. You have great potential. Believe in fate, and you will transcend. Miao retorted. I heard the word fooling very clearly. If you have designs on me, you're thinking too much. I will not convert my faith. The 2 couldn't reach an agreement again, and Veer could only temporarily give up. In the middle of the night, Veer suddenly opened her eyes. They had come. The daytime probing had been effective. Without any ability to fight back, they were captured, and the one who acted was the Star Master Jin Xiong at the level. It was only natural for them to be in this situation. The two were bound in a cage with electric currents, surrounded by similarly captured humans. But each one looked spiritually exhausted, and some were shocked to see the cleric attire on them. The church, in the hearts of the majority, was an untouchable territory. Now they were trapped just like them, which was a huge blow. A slightly plump, balding man opened the metal door of confinement and entered. His once-kind face turned sinister. "You are indeed a time-type mental anomaly. Heaven bless me, Jin Xiong. Honestly, reverse this Star Master's time, or some methods are not something a little girl like you can withstand." Chapter 19. Will that girl still be all right? Meow, Ko coldly said. "You dare to lay hands on us? Aren't you afraid the church will hold you accountable?" "Huh, of course I'm afraid. That's why this afternoon you already took your mission reward and left Liuxing. As for what unexpected events occurred on the return trip, who knows?" Meow Ko widened her eyes. "You found someone to impersonate us?" "Yes, blame yourself for having bad luck. My original goal was Veer. If she hadn't joined the church back then, I would have sent someone to capture her long ago. A time-type mental anomaly is rare. Moreover, reversing time is crucial for me." Veer was not worried at all, raising her eyebrows. "If I'm not mistaken, your mental power is regressing. In less than 3 days, you will regress to the level." Jin Xiong frowned, seemingly confused. "How did you know?" "I told you I calculated it. I was the great Veer on your Liuxing before. Haven't you heard?" Jin Xiong's frown deepened. "Fortune-telling is nonsense. If you can know, you must have known something back on Liuxing. Knowing is fine with your time-type ability. Ensuring my strength does not regress further is what you need to do." Veer nodded. "Sure, but it requires time to brew. My ability can only reverse for a while. To affect a person, I need at least 3 days to prepare." Seeing Jin Xiong's face turn cold, Veer continued. "You can choose not to believe me, but besides me, can you find another time-type mental anomaly?" Jin Xiong stared intently at Veer. "I'll give you 3 days. If you can't do it, your companion will pay the price. These people whose mental powers have been drained will be her fate." After Jin Xiong left, Meow Ko frowned. "Can you really reverse time?" Veer shrugged. "Of course not. Do you think I'm a god of time? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Believe in fate, and you will understand. What should we do then? Wait for me to be crippled? Don't rush. Someone will eventually get involved. Fate is something everyone cannot escape. The floating vehicles of the church are all registered. When Vale's mission vehicle was destroyed, the church received a signal and reported it to the war hall responsible for Vale immediately. They know best whether Vale is safe, as she bears the marks of Tan Lan and Aomen. However, the destruction of the floating vehicle indicates that she has encountered difficulties. Se Yu immediately spoke up. "I'll go. That girl is very important to us, and we must bring her back safely. You go? Will that girl still be okay?" The dark-eyed Ji Du asked playfully. Se Yu's face darkened. "Ji Du, are you also meddling? Have you also developed an interest?" Ji Du toyed with his fingers. "Not to the point of developing an interest. But don't you find it very coincidental that she appeared during the time we transformed into human forms? Is it another betrayal of the universe? Or perhaps our redemption? Who can say for sure? We are closely related. If you forcibly get involved, we will have to bear the consequences together. It's better for you not to act rashly before that." Se Yu sat down again in silence. "Fine, I won't go. I can't help but give in to my desires when I see her. Anyone who wants to go can go. I'd rather not see it." Tan Lan pondered for a moment and said, "On the day of the fall of the church, the floating vehicle Vale was riding and was from the fallen moon star, and it still has a high-level mental imprint on it." The guardian with deep purple eyes sneered. "Do these people in the church really think we are just decorations? Knowing that the girl has entered our territory, they still dare to set traps. It seems some people are too idle and need to be given something to do." Aomen stood up and said, "The half-month rotation hasn't passed yet. I'll go bring her back. You all mustn't act recklessly. The divine mold is still in the church's hands, and we cannot expose our identities." Upon hearing divine mold, the expressions of several people darkened, and the hidden killing intent grew thicker. Having been locked up for over 24 hours, Jin Xiong didn't even bring them a drop of water. The cage was equipped with an anti-gravity device, and they couldn't use their light brain or open the space. Meowka's lips were somewhat dry as she slumped in place. She glanced sideways at Vale and said, "Where are the participants you mentioned? Where's the fate that cannot be escaped? I can't see it. You're just a charlatan, sometimes useful, Sometimes not. You're just relying on luck, aren't you? Vale snorted coldly. What do you know? The greatness of fate cannot be comprehended by mere mortals like you. Hearing some noise at the door, Vale smiled. They're here. Jean Xen, with a broken arm and covered in wounds, was thrown inside, and a metal instrument was coldly penetrated through her head by the staff, fixing it in place. Jean Xen's hoarse screams echoed as the sensation of having her brain pierced yet not dying was unbearable for anyone to endure. The place they were in resembled an underground experimental base, not small in size, capable of accommodating at least 30 people, and still spacious. This instrument seemed to have been invented by these people, specifically designed to extract mental power. Jin Xiong intended to intimidate them by deliberately locking them up here. On that day, they had already witnessed 3 humans having their mental power extracted, each one in excruciating pain. At first, Miaoka didn't understand why they needed to extract mental power, but when she saw someone compressing mental seeds, she realized. These mental seeds, when taken by humans without mental power for an extended period, could very likely turn them into mental power users. Jean Li had no mental power, so this plundering of others' mental power to create seeds was probably meant for him to consume. However, what puzzled Miaoka was why Jean Xin was treated this way, clearly having already sacrificed herself to save her brother. Jean Xin had been tortured for much longer than others. Yet the amount of mental power extracted was merely a tenth of what others provided. She was truly wasted, basically unable to produce anything anymore. The staff casually tossed people into the cage and left with various instruments, showing no emotional reaction to the plight of their fellow humans. After about 5 minutes of respite, Jean Xin, covered in wounds and drenched in sweat, crawled up and barely sat up, as if unwilling to lose her last shred of dignity as a human. Miaoka couldn't help but ask, "Why? Isn't Jin Xiong your father?" A hoarse voice came from the lips of a young girl. "He is not, but I've always respected him as my father. I was happy to be adopted as a talented youth, thinking I had a family and a brother, and I trained my mental power even harder. At 22, when my mental power reached a lower level, I thought I was the pride of the Jin family. But in reality, the more excellent I became, the more it pricked the filthy hearts of that father-son duo. Jin Xiong and his son are ordinary humans with genetic defects, and under normal circumstances, they could never become mental power users in their lifetime. The reason Jin Xiong is where he is today is that he has always relied on devouring the mental power of others to strengthen himself. From the beginning, adopting me was under the premise of treating me as a long-term meal ticket for Jin Li, continuously consuming one person's mental power seeds, which has a high chance of granting him equal talent. Miao Ku exclaimed, "So you're not a wasted person trying to save someone. You're someone whose mental power has been excessively drained?" Chapter 20. Look at the people you've deceived, they are dead. Jean Xin mocked. What do you think? If Jean Xin is telling the truth, this matter becomes very clear. Jin Xiong has relied on devouring others' mental seeds to achieve his current success. His son Jin Li, born with the same genetic defect, will never awaken to become a mental power user in his lifetime. Jin Xiong adopted the exceptionally talented Jean Xin, treating her as a mental power culture dish for his son. No wonder Jin Li has such an attitude toward Jean Xin. The two of them are indeed despicable together. Knowing the truth is useless and makes one feel more helpless. The extraction of mental power is not permitted by the Star Law, but it must be spread. They are currently just fish on the chopping board. How can they struggle? Miaoka stared at Vale with a deadly gaze. You'd better have a way. Otherwise, I won't let you off even as a ghost. We could have left earlier. Vale chuckled. A ghost? Aren't you just superstitious? Be careful the Star Guards deal with you. Miaoka's chest heaved with anger, unsure how to retort. Vale, unable to resist poking at Miaoka's dimpled face, reassured her. If the floating vehicle has an accident, the church will send someone to rescue us. As long as we survive until then, we will have proof of a Star Master violating the Star Law. Miaoka scoffed. You don't know how busy the church's people are. Even those of us who just entered the church have to go out on missions. Who do you think will come to rescue us, little chickens? Whether anyone comes to rescue you, I really don't know. But the 7 archbishops of the War Hall will definitely come to rescue me. You can ride on my coattails. Ignoring Miaoka's skeptical expression, Vale thought this girl had been slapped in the face so many times and still hadn't learned her lesson. Perhaps she was mistaken. This girl might not be very smart. Fine, she wouldn't give her the position of leader after all. Vale turned her attention to the girl in the other cage. The girl in white clothing was already stained with blood, and one arm hung twisted. Her stunning features were dulled by her pale complexion, leaving only the unyielding determination in her eyes. Jean Xin, do you remember what I told you last time? Fixing her gaze on the petite girl wearing sunglasses. Jean Xin weakly replied, I don't know what faith is, but if you can help me recover, I can give you my body, mind, and life. Is this faith? Vale nodded. That's a preliminary establishment of a trust-based transaction model. This kind of faith isn't pure, but I can't ask for too much at the beginning. Fate gives you a choice to maximize the activation of your mental power. You may no longer have a future, or perhaps you will shine again. Whether to believe in fate or believe in me depends entirely on you. Miao Ku exclaimed, what's the difference from suicide? You're already half-wasted. Activating your mental power to the maximum now could explode your brain. If you want to die, it's better to find a less painful way to do it. Vale kicked Miao Ku. If you don't speak, no one will treat you like a mute. She understands the consequences better than you do. There's no need for you to remind her. Can't you have a bit of public spirit when you're deceiving people? Jean Xin has it tough enough. Doing as you say in this situation is just looking for death. We're proudly said, what do you understand? Perhaps under the protection of fate. One can rise again after falling. You, a non-believer, cannot comprehend the greatness of fate. You said perhaps, can life be gambled with? Jean Xin has held on for so long. If she dies listening to you, it would certainly be a death without peace. You, a charlatan, will be haunted by ghosts, Miao Ku said, trying to persuade Jean Xin not to go through with it, as the risk was too great. However, upon glancing back, she was shocked to see Jean Xin had already closed her eyes, activating all her mental power without restraint. The pain was evident on her pale cheeks, and the veins on her neck and forehead were bulging, making her look as if she were about to twist in agony. Miao Ku swallowed hard, holding Weir's hand and looking on in fear, whispering, is this really okay? You're not just fooling us, are you? Weir snorted coldly. Can you stop asking? Fate has given her a choice. Who knows the result? I can only say there is a chance of survival. At a critical moment, where's your foresight? Not working? Get lost. I've said it countless times. That's not foresight, just a glimpse of a small part of fate. Right now, because I want Jean Xin. Fate has interfered with her future, but I can't see how it will turn out. Miao Ku looked Weir up and down. Who do you think you are? You act like fate interfered with Jean Xin because of you. Are you trying to create an air of mystery so that I'll believe in you and fate? Weir's mouth twitched. This girl had a mind that swung between genius and foolishness. Fine, she decided to stop talking. Let them think whatever they want. She was tired and just wanted a cigarette to calm down. Jean Xin was in unbearable pain, but dared not scream to attract attention, gritting her teeth to endure it. Her gums and lips were bleeding from biting down so hard, and Miao Ku's expression twisted in sympathy. This empathetic sight was truly painful to watch. Weir closed her eyes behind her sunglasses, imagining the appearances of the 7 archbishops to clear her thoughts. After more than half an hour, Jean Xion's head had not exploded. Her body stopped struggling and lay limp in the cage, silent. Miao Ku gritted her teeth. Look at what you've done. She's dead. Weir opened her eyes and glanced. She still has half a breath left. Why curse her? Be careful, or you'll be haunted by ghosts. Half a breath? That clearly means she's barely holding on. Death is just a matter of time. It proves you're just a sometimes accurate charlatan. Weir stiffened her neck and retorted, what nonsense are you talking? If she has half a breath left, then she can't be considered dead. What if she swallows it back? Miao Ku rolled up her sleeves, ready to argue with Weir, who refused to admit she was a charlatan. When she looked up, her dimples vanished in shock. Oh my God, she really swallowed it back. Dean Xin, who had been lying still, abruptly sat up, eyes downcast, and began to force her arm bones back into place. Accompanied by cracking sounds, her determined gaze lifted, and with a slight focus, she seemed to cut through the cage like it was made of paper. The slender girl stepped out of the cage, her blood-stained hands acting like knives, easily slicing through the cage that had confined them. The sharpness of her hands was comparable to a laser blade. Weir said joyfully, congratulations. She had absorbed Jin Xian's faith, though it was still not pure enough. It was far better than the filth she encountered at the church, at least not needing purification. Miao Ku trembled. You not only restored your mental power to a lower level, but it even mutated. Could it be that fate really changed you? Jin Xian cautiously scanned her surroundings. I don't know, but now is not the time to talk. We need to escape first. Chapter 21. You don't understand the world of the talented. The cage was destroyed, and alarms rang out in the laboratory. Someone came to check, and they were all cut in half by Jin Xian without hesitation. The three quickly rushed towards the exit, needing to escape before Jin Xiong arrived. Once outside the protective zone, even the planet's lord wouldn't be able to catch them immediately. Jin Xiong was at a higher level, and the gap between levels was enormous. If they were caught, they would be doomed. Fortunately, Jin Xian was very familiar with the area, leading the two while killing and running. And they really managed to escape the laboratory. This place was indeed the underground of the planet lord's manor. Jin Xian led them to lift a hidden door near a dilapidated small house, emerging to the surface. It seemed that over the years of torment, Jin Xian had made a lot of preparations. As she hurriedly covered the hidden door, she said, "We can't escape the protective zone on our own. Jin Xiong is afraid we'll expose his violations of the planetary laws and will definitely chase us down with all his might." Miaoka said solemnly, "What we do then? I've already sent a distress signal to the church, but as two low-level clergy, we're insignificant. We don't know when they'll come to our aid." "Insignificant is you," were said, lifting her chin slightly. Miaoku pulled down the white hood to cover Weir's annoying face, maintaining her focus on Jin Xian, seriously discussing their battle plan. Jin Xian glanced at Weir's hooded face and felt a twitch on her cold, serious cheeks. "Let's go find General Su Wei. Compared to Jin Xiong, he is a very upright person. Though a bit rigid and old-fashioned, he's not a bad person, and we can seek his help." Miaoka said seriously, "Are you sure Su Wei and Jin Xiong are not in cahoots? We don't want to escape from the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's mouth." From under the hood where her face was hidden, Weir's voice came again. "For someone at your level, everywhere is a tiger's mouth." Miaoku expressionlessly took out tape and wrapped it around her mouth several times, biting through the tape. She looked at her handiwork and smirked, feeling much better. "However, you're so stupid, you wrapped your mouth, but your mouth is down below," were said disdainfully. "Hold her head high." Even so, in a moment of crisis, Jin Xian's mind went blank. Was she really going to entrust her life to the person in front of her, who was wrapped in tape? These two didn't seem quite normal. They were escaping. Couldn't they respect the word escape? With no way out, they had no choice but to flee towards the military district where Su Wei was located. At the door, they were caught up by Jin Xiong's underlings. Weir and Miao Ku, one at each level, were merely a hindrance. They could only watch as Jin Xian fought fiercely. Miao Ku's stubbornness flared up more and more. Weir smirked, releasing her meager mental power and attaching it to Miao Ku. As Miao Ku's mental power continued to brew, it finally surged and naturally broke into the next level. Miao Ku was blissfully unaware, just excitedly watching herself, thinking, "I've advanced to the next level so quickly. I never even dared to imagine it. Where did you see? I leveled up. Why did you level up too? What did you do to level up?" Miaoku was somewhat incredulous. Leveling up mental power, aside from personal training, involved constant stimulation and repression, leading to a breakthrough. This was supposed to be a very ordinary task, but it unexpectedly involved the falling moon lord of the next level. For Miaoku, who was only at a lower level, it was a huge pressure, even if she didn't show it. Now stimulated by Jin Xian, who was only a few years younger than her fighting spirit surged, and she successfully leveled up. But Weir, who had been acting mysteriously and nonchalantly, showed no signs of tension. How did she level up? Miaoka couldn't figure out. Her joy of leveling up was diluted. Weir chuckled. "You don't understand the world of the talented." Miaoka shouted loudly, drawing her sword and rushing toward the enemy, cursing, "Damn it, my hands are itching." As more enemies appeared, even Jin Xian began to struggle against them. Fortunately, hearing the commotion, Su Wei had already been alerted and arrived. Seeing Jin Xian take action, he was both surprised and delighted. Mutated mental power? Jin Xian, you recovered? Upon seeing the enemies, he unleashed his power as a mid-level. swiftly ending the battle and angrily scolding, "What are you doing attacking the young lady?" As the enemies were subdued, Jean Exin ruthlessly slashed the throats of everyone. Wall looked at them with appreciation, while Miao could touch her own neck. Jean Xin said under Su Wei's puzzled gaze, "Uncle Su, do you know that Jin Xiong has violated the star law?" Su Wei was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Wall chuckled. "You really don't know? Then why did you let us leave the Guardian Realm? I thought you knew something." Su Wei's expression turned cold. "I noticed the Star Master's mental power was regressing and guessed he wanted to use your time reversal ability to repair himself, but I didn't know about other matters. You need to clarify." Jean Xin quickly recounted the events, and Su Wei was furious. How outrageous! How dare Jin Xiong, relying on his position as Star Master, commit such heinous acts? This will have a tremendous negative impact on Luoyi West Star. We need to go see those people you mentioned outside the Guardian Realm. If what you said is true, I, Su Wei, will definitely take down the Jin Xiong father and son. But if you are lying, even if you are from the church, I will show no mercy. Miao Ke frowned. You still need to meet the witnesses first? It's obvious that Jin Xiong intends to wipe us out. He has sent people to hunt you down, and you still don't believe it? The most important thing now is to gather your subordinates and take down Jin Xiong. We can meet those people later. We won't escape. Su Wei shook his head. Seeing is believing. I will see for myself what you said. I won't trust one-sided words. Miao Ke really wanted to curse, but Jean Xin stopped her. The general is indeed very strict. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to bring you to find him. We have to do as he says. Both Su Wei and Jin Xiong are at the peak level, the top combat power in Luoyi West Star. With high skills and boldness, they boarded the military district hover vehicle, speeding toward the Guardian Realm. Along the way, there were naturally Jin Xiong's subordinates trying to intercept them, but with his high-level mental power leading the way, no one could stop them below that level. Once they exited the Guardian Realm, Miao Ke contacted Xiao AI. When the ragged one-armed girl appeared, Su Wei closed his eyes for a moment. He and Jin Xiong had known each other since they were young. Although they weren't confidants, they were definitely comrades. One became the Star Master, and the other became a general, guarding Luoyi West Star for many years. Who would have thought Jin Xiong's mental power came from this? He insisted on Xiao AI taking him to the living area still inhabited by humans. Unexpectedly, Xiao AI had only been out for a short while, but had avoided Jean Li's massacre, perhaps to retaliate for the last time they hunted them. Jean Li brought enough manpower this time, and a bloody and brutal slaughter feast unfolded. Accompanied by the excited laughter of boys, Xiao AI broke down and cried. Jean Li turned back at the sound, and Su Wei's eyes, filled with flaws, seemed to crack. Chapter 22. Is your brain normal? Without giving Jean Li any chance for explanation or begging for mercy, Su Wei saw everything as absolutely unforgivable. His mental power crushed Jean Li's fear-filled head, crushing and killing all the scum involved in the slaughter one by one. But what could be salvaged? In the interstellar world, the weak are prey to the strong. These civilians were not at fault. Being weak was their original sin. The dirty soil was soaked in blood, the smell of rust mixed with stench, and the thin one-armed girl knelt in the blood and mud. The scattered corpses around shattered the girl's already fragile strength. Tears burst forth, and she fell into despair, murmuring the names of individuals. Just moments ago, some had kindly called her Xiao AI, others had warned her to be careful, and some had concernedly treated her wounds. They were all gone. After losing her parents, she had lost her last home again, with no support left. While remained indifferent, every being had their own battles to face, and she had been the same once. The chosen goddess of fate was not a savior. Xiao AI was not her follower, so she would not intervene. Miao Ke felt a pang in her heart, but was helpless. Most people were already dead, and no one could be saved. Jean Xin, likewise, seemed to be unaffected. Compared to Xiao AI, she had suffered equally. Su Wei stepped forward, picked up Xiao AI, and said in a deep voice, "Don't cry. Crying solves nothing. You need to become stronger so you can protect what you want to guard. Join the army as a soldier and find ways to hone yourself. Don't be weak. Become strong." As soon as Su Wei finished speaking, a surge of mental power erupted from Xiao AI, causing her to faint from the impact. It turned out to be an awakening. Although it was only at the lower level, Xiao AI was still very young. Su Wei seemed to have plans for her. and the future looked promising. With things developing to this point, Su Wei had no reason to doubt that Jin Xin was lying. Jin Li's vicious nature had a lot to do with Jin Xiong's own misconduct. After finally escaping the Guardian Realm, while and the others had no intention of going back to die, Su Wei knew the three children did not trust him much, so he had to compromise, advising them to hide well and wait for him to deal with Jin Xiong before bringing them back. Watching Su Wei holding Xiao Ai as they boarded the hover vehicle to leave, the three exchanged glances and rushed toward the boundary of the outer domain. Anyone who stayed behind would be a fool. Su Wei was only at the same level as Jin Xiong, and the latter was still the Star Master. So Su Wei's chances of winning were slim. The reason they sought Su Wei was simply to find a heavyweight person to attract fire. The right solution was to return to the church and call for reinforcements. At the outermost barrier of the planet, there were specialized hover vehicles for business, flying to various planets. Just pay with star coins, and you can go anywhere, as long as the few of them did not run into high-level beasts on the way. With Jin Xion's lower-level strength as protection, boarding the hover vehicle would mean escaping into the heavens. However, as they ran, Wall slowed her pace, twitching her mouth as she looked at Jin Xion. It seems fate is particularly favoring you. Jin Xion was puzzled, while Miao Ku's face darkened. What did you foresee this time? It's better not to say anything ominous. Good omens don't work, but bad ones do. Weil heiset an Ayabol. If you insult the great fate again, I might just add you to the blacklist of fate. What happens if you add to the blacklist? Miaoko asked tentatively. Well, probably you'll choke on water, trip on flat ground. Something like that, nothing serious. Miaoko's eyelids twitched, even if she didn't admit it. Wall had a bit of mystery about her, and she was not one to suffer losses. She smiled flatteringly. I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? This mission is so dangerous, and I followed you without hesitation. Our bond is stronger than gold. Your foresight has always been accurate. What did you see this time? Together we can get through this. Wall gave Miao Ku a disdainful look and shook her head. You are mistaken. We can't get through this. With wolves in front and tigers behind, we are being ambushed. Jin Xin is indeed in a bit of trouble. She might be holding a rough script of the female lead. Jin Xin listened in confusion. What do you mean you can foresee? What does that mean? It's not foresight. It's seeing a small part of your fate. It's complicated to explain. The wolves in front have actually come, and they really are wolves. This is a high-level beast. Since Jin Xin is at the lower level, she might still be able to fight it, but if it's a higher level, they're done for. The upper body was entirely that of a human male, with only a silver-gray wolf tail on its backside and a fierce wolf face, indicating it was a beast. Oh, today is quite lucky. I've encountered 3 tender morsels. Just wait to die. It will spare you some pain. The wolf-faced creature spoke human words, which did not surprise them. High-level beasts could speak human language, and the higher the level, the more similar beasts were to humans. Jin Xin had no intention of fighting back and yelled to run in the opposite direction. However, when she looked back, she found that Weil and Miao Ku had not followed her. As confusion spread, a familiar mental power struck from the opposite side. Same level, but at a higher level. Jin Xin was hit squarely and fell back again. Li Mu, it's you. This was one of Jin Xiong's subordinates, and Jin Xin naturally recognized him, suddenly realizing that what Wall meant by wolves in front and tigers behind was this. Can it be foreseen in advance? That's a terrifying ability, but it seems useless in the current situation. The 3 girls were caught in the middle, and the situation was indeed very awkward. They backed against each other, cautiously watching the opposite side. Miao Ku swallowed hard and said, is there a possibility of the tiger and wolf fighting, allowing the food to benefit? Jin Xin gritted her teeth. Is your brain normal? Do you think they don't understand your words and are just showing off their intelligence? She really can't comprehend why you have this thought and insist on saying it out loud. Li Mu, Jin Xiong will not have a good end for violating the star law. Do you really want to walk this path to the end without considering the consequences? Li Mu's expression remained unchanged. The Star Master has his own intentions in doing things, and I don't need to think too much. That esteemed one. These few are the criminals specifically pointed out by the Star Master. If you assist me in capturing them, I can send you 20 humans in return. How about that? Miao Ku angrily rebuked. You, who flow with evil beasts, are simply unworthy of being a psychic. The wolf-faced evil beast with green eyes flashed with a gleam. The falling Moonstar Master does not harbor hatred towards them, but having heard about it, he naturally prefers the latter option of 3 versus 20. Deal. The fingers of the human male extended sharp claws, and Meow Ku's cold expression darkened. Today, it seems difficult to escape this calamity, even if they are outmatched. Neither of them thought of sitting back and waiting to die. They both drew their weapons, fearless and undaunted. Veer crossed her arms, quite satisfied with their performance. At least in terms of courage, they were qualified in her eyes. Courage alone cannot be equated to strength. In the first exchange, both were hit hard, and Jean Xian's face turned pale as he staggered back. Miaoka fared even worse, having just advanced a level. She hadn't even enjoyed the pleasure of her power increase before being struck down and spitting blood. Chapter 23 Jealousy that I can approach a omen in such a desperate moment. Meow Ku, who had turned into a shrimp, heard Veer's silver bell-like laughter and could no longer maintain her ladylike demeanor. She shouted, "Veer, you jerk! It's one thing not to help, but what do you mean by laughing at me? You're not even as good as me. In this mere level, you could have been done for, you know?" Veer casually toyed with her fingers and said, "Why should I step in? Do they deserve my intervention?" This decoration is really getting ridiculous. Jean Xian and Meow had expressions that showed they did not want to be acquainted with Veer. The evil beast seemed equally disgusted. Its disdainful gaze turned toward Veer, clawing at her temple crazily. Meow Ku, who was lying on the ground, exclaimed, "Get away!" Although she shouted this, both she and Jean Xian knew that in this mere level, there was no way to dodge it. Veer chuckled. "Hey, Omen, are you not coming out?" The figure in the white robe with golden threads appeared beside Veer, and no one could see how he got there. They only saw that the presence was incredibly strong. Raising a hand to swipe, and the evil beast that was unreachable for them turned into a crystal core in the blink of an eye. "How did you know I was here?" Aomen ignored everyone, his gaze only on the petite figure that exuded an overwhelming presence. Veer naturally grabbed Aomen's hand, not missing any opportunity to bask in his faith. She said naturally, "When you appear, I can naturally feel it." That rich faith is something she couldn't block out even if she wanted to. Clearly, she came quite early, yet she only showed up when I was in danger. Is she trying to make me remember her saving grace? This person is really malicious. One of the war halls, Aomen, the Grand Bishop, Limui exclaimed. Without even a thought of escaping, he immediately explained, "It was our negligence at the falling Moonstar. The 2 holy practitioners are." The ice-blue eyes glanced over, swallowing all words back, like the gaze of a divine being, filled with ruthless indifference. A thin, thread-like psychic force passed through. Limu's body had no wounds, and his expression did not change, but everyone present knew that he was already dead. Jean Xian's pupils constricted. This was the Grand Bishop of the War Hall, a renowned figure throughout the starry sky. Was this power level 9 or level 10? No, neither. It was definitely stronger beyond her comprehension. The War Hall was terrifying indeed. However, the most terrifying thing wasn't the man standing atop the glacier, but the girl in sunglasses casually toying with a man's finger bones beside him. Who exactly is Veer? Is she really so unconcerned with such an existence? Furthermore, while the Church does not forcibly sever marital relationships, most who believe in the 7 virtues dedicate their lives to the Church. There are basically no relationships developed at the level of Grand Bishop. Are these 2 in that kind of relationship? Meow Ku's mouth fell open as she looked at the hands of the 2 intertwined. What on earth is this? Veer is truly impressive. I must say, the charm of a divine practitioner is indeed unparalleled. She is not the first to be attracted, nor will she be the last. With Aomen's arrival, things in the falling Moonstar can be said to have settled. After learning about Jin Xiong's actions, this one had no intention of meddling further. Not even entering the Guardian Zone, directly summoning the Star Guards to handle it. Dazzling red starry battle attire wrapped around a graceful body. The waves at her chest were about to burst forth, and there was an obvious embroidered law character on her left shoulder. Her appearance wasn't overly glamorous. She insisted on heavy makeup to emphasize her own beauty, which was truly uncomplimentary. Yuyan stepped down from the red battle vehicle and, upon seeing Aomen, Her eyes seemed to want to stick to him. With a smile plastered on her face, she quickly approached. Grand Bishop Aoman, long time no see. Aoman, with cold ice-blue eyes, replied indifferently. Captain Yu, the falling moonstar master has violated the star law. This is the evidence collected by the church's holy practitioners. You may handle it yourself. We will take our leave first. Throwing a storage chip to Yu Yan, Aoman pulled Veer to leave, but was blocked by a crossarm. A sharp gaze fixed on Veer. Yu Yan's eyes flashed with a fierce light as she scanned the hands of the two intertwined. In a seemingly serious tone, she said, This holy practitioner is merely at level 7. She must be newly entered into the church. To be so close to the Grand Bishop must mean she comes from an extraordinary background. May I ask which family from the Eternal Star's 5 continents? None of them. I'm not even from the Eternal Star, but Aoman took a liking to me and insisted I enter the war hall. I couldn't help it. Uffed. Meow. Couldn't help but burst out laughing at this sarcastic remark. Yu Yin coldly retorted, Stop joking. How could someone not from the Eternal Star enter the church? Those who believe in the 7 virtues would never disrespect the Grand Bishop. I suspect you are an unlawful infiltrator in the church. As the captain of the Star Guard's 362nd Squad, I will detain you for investigation. If you resist, you will be shot on the spot. Veer found humans to be quite interesting. Clearly, it was jealousy, yet they insisted on wrapping it in grandiose reasons. But it was amusing. Are you jealous that I can approach Aoman? Do you only like Aoman, or do you want anyone stronger and better looking than you? If it's the former, you have no chance. It's obvious Aoman doesn't like you. If it's the latter, then you need to have the capital. Take a look in the mirror. With that face of yours, TSK, save up some star coins to get it fixed, all right? Meowka couldn't hold back any longer. She fell softly into Jean Xian's arms, not laughing out loud, but twitching, reaching her limit of restraint. If it weren't for the fact that the Star Guards were not to be offended, she would have laughed to death. Jean Xian looked at the fool in his arms with disgust. Is this what a holy practitioner is like? Yu Yan's face twisted in rage. You're seeking death. With a surge of scorching psychic power gathering, the strength far beyond level 9 made Meow could stop twitching. Indeed, the rumors about the Star Guards being at least level 9 were true. The organization was at least level 10. There was only one in the galaxy. However, she was not worried about Veer's safety. The fact that someone could personally chase after Veer to Falling Moonstar already proved Veer's value. No matter how forcefully the psychic power was used, it just couldn't touch a single hair on Veer. Yu Yan looked at Aoman with grievance and said, Grand Bishop Aoman, what are you doing? You saw it was her who offended first. In the galaxy, the weak provoking the strong deserves to die. Aoman, devoid of emotion, replied, If you hadn't T-blocked us, we would have already left Falling Moonstar by now. How could there have been any offense? The weak provoking the strong deserves death, but to me, you're not even close to the strong. Inform the Star Guards. It is for the sake of maintaining universal peace. If Captain Yu is not focused on the matter at hand, please send someone else. I will file a complaint against you. The selection standards for the Star Guards are too low. A complaint from the Grand Bishop of the War Hall would undoubtedly be a severe loss for Yu Yan. If she wasn't careful, she might even lose her position as captain. Seeing that she couldn't get a good result, Yu Yan quickly said, I will handle this matter immediately. It was just a joke. The Grand Bishop may be a bit too anxious. I will carefully review this evidence. If there are any follow-up questions, I will contact you. I haven't even asked these 2 holy practitioners for their names, although it's just a lower-level planet. If this matter is true, you will have also made a contribution. Chapter 24. Swallowing the soul of Oman. The pretense of asking for a name is false. The true intention is to cause trouble afterward. How could we be afraid? She was eager to tease a bit more, but Oman was already impatient. If you have something to discuss, just find me. She is a member of the battle hall. Pulling Weir onto the hovering vehicle, she then realized that someone who did not belong to the church was also following them. Sensing the oppressive gaze from the ice-blue eyes, Jean Xian looked at Weir and said, I am her follower. The air was awkward and strange, and Meowka whispered, Weir is just a cleric and currently belongs to the battle hall. You, a physically capable level 1 mental mutant, what reason do you have to enter the church? You aren't even a follower of the 7 virtues. Jean Xian showed no expression. I don't know. That is something we should worry about. Since the Star Guards have arrived at the Falling Moonstar, The fate of Jin Xiong can already be foreseen. My revenge is taken. The fate that grants me rebirth is my faith thereafter. I can't see fate, but Weir is right in front of me. I am very grateful to become a mental mutant. From now on, everything will revolve around you. A purer faith surged into Weir's body, and Omon's expression changed. Leaving behind a phrase, you go back first. She took her off the hovering vehicle. Miao Ku and Jin Xian's expressions changed drastically. Danger. But Omon moved extremely quickly, and the two had no time to intervene. Omon didn't give Weir a chance at all. While the hovering vehicle was in motion, she half-dragged Weir off the vehicle. Above was the starless sky, and below was the endless star river. In this place, without sufficient mental strength, one wouldn't just stand. They would quickly be shredded into ashes by star power, leaving no bones behind. If Weir had divine power, this would naturally mean nothing, but at this moment, Weir was in a semi-disabled state. The divine power within her was weak to the point of being nearly non-existent. In this condition, how could she dare to stand in the starry sky without protection? She tightly clutched Omon's waist, her voice unusually cold with anger. What do you want? Omon did not respond and had no intention of protecting Weir. Her ice-blue eyes were deep, staring at the mysterious foreign girl in front of her. Weir absorbing their faith was definitely not something that humans could do, but some life forms in the boundless universe were inherently different from humans. They did not take it to heart. Pure faith is beneficial to any life form, and Weir's collection of it was not inappropriate. However, apart from deities who could develop followers and condense faith into the source of divine power, others could not absorb it without change. Just now, Jin Xian's faith was absorbed into Weir's body. He witnessed with his own eyes a trace of divine power that did not belong to this universe reviving. This girl did not possess divine status and was definitely not a deity from another realm, yet she had divine power. Omon was genuinely curious about what she was. Omon did not actively protect her. The star power would not be lenient towards Weir, rushing into her body without hesitation, wanting to tear her apart. Weir's meager divine power could not resist it at all. She was certain that this was intentional. Clinging to Omon, she fiercely kissed those cold lips, maximizing the absorption of faith to transform it into a source of divine power to resist the star power that wanted to strangle her. But after all, it was someone else's faith. This absorption could not match the consumption, and Weir hated it to the core. Removing the sunglasses that she had never taken off, she thought, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me. At worst, I'll return to the church, and we'll find another place to settle. Once the sunglasses were taken off, the surrounding star river dimmed instantly, and her apricot eyes did not shine brightly, but instead absorbed the world's filth. It was a chaos that could not be described, a color that no words could depict. Just by locking eyes, Omon's already unstable soul had a tendency to leave its body, wanting to reconstitute itself as a part of the world's nutrients. The movement of the soul triggered a response from the other 6 people at the same time. Omon furrowed his brows, not suppressing his soul, but instead tightening his grip on Weir's arm and lowering his head to kiss her lips that held a hint of a cold smile. The soul power was not so easily pulled out, but his soul power was pulled into threads, flowing into Weir's body through their mouths. Weir's eyes widened. She wanted to stop it, but it was too late. She watched helplessly as that soul power merged into her body, becoming a part of her. Omon was also stunned. Even if the 7 of them were to fall from grace over endless time, he would not be surprised. But at this moment, he was very confused. Soul power is the manifestation of the soul. He wanted to invade Weir's body to explore her soul and see what species she was. He never expected that the soul power would not return, merging into Weir's body and becoming a part of her. Normally, this should be impossible. Souls are independent, and there is no possibility of turning another's soul into one's own. Moreover, Weir was swallowing his soul. For Weir to do this, Omon could only think of one possibility. This foreign girl did not have a soul. This was a fallacy. Having intelligence means possessing a soul, which is a rule of conservation in the universe. Even they could not violate it. This girl was definitely not a mere shell. She had her own thoughts. Why was it like this? Weir also wanted to shout, why is it like this? She had swallowed Omon's soul, and she felt that just a trace was unbearable. Was this perhaps the soul of a deity? No. If this person were a deity, she would not be unable to sense the divine status. What came first was irrelevant. What she cared about was that she had only swallowed a trace. If she had swallowed it all, it would not matter at all. Oman would die, and there would be no causal connection between them. But right now, it was like this. They would become the closest. Sharing a soul was far more intimate than any relatives or spouses. As long as Oman did not die, the bond they formed could never be severed. Looking into those ice-blue eyes in front of her, one could not help but feel close. This feeling truly made her collapse. For the first time in so long, she felt a sense of intimacy toward another person. Even the followers in the universe who once believed in her the most had never made her feel even a hint of closeness. The two embraced and gazed at each other in the starry sky, both sharing the same sense of helplessness in their eyes, were felt it even more intensely. With a piece of her soul missing, merging into the body of the girl in front of him, he saw Weir's eager impulse to blend into her body, which was the instinct of the soul striving for completeness. The battle hall and other buildings of the church were completely the same, with only a battle character sign at the entrance, which was not conspicuous. If one was not a member of the church, it was almost impossible to distinguish what each building was used for. Miaoku and Jin Xin had been waiting outside the battle hall. Those who were not members of the battle hall could not enter at all, as the mental power of the outer archbishop would smash intruders to bits. Seeing Oman leading her back, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Miaoku greeted them and returned to her own cleric hall. Oman glanced at Jin Xin but did not speak, instead walking into the battle hall by herself. Weir's eyes flickered slightly. She did not ask anything, grabbing Jin Xin's hand and stepping inside confidently. The mental power did not attack, and Jin Xin's heart relaxed as she followed Weir step by step into the main hall. 7 figures stood in various positions in the sacred hall, and the pressure from 7 pairs of different colored eyes once again made her feel breathless. She instinctively bent her legs. Chapter 25. Little girl, do you understand that trouble comes from your mouth? Weir's expression turned cold as she pulled Jin Xin upright. You are my follower. How can you kneel before them? Jin Xin straightened up, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. I didn't want to kneel at all. My legs just wouldn't listen to me. Don't you feel it? Weir's mouth twitched. You're just too weak. Stand behind me and don't embarrass me. Jin Xin moved quickly, not only standing behind her, but also shrinking into a corner, her back pressed tightly against the white gold flower window in the hall. She had a premonition that standing in the middle would probably be very unfortunate for her. Watching her follower who had thrown her aside and ran away faster than anyone else, Weir felt a great deal of disdain in her heart. She was truly timid. What do you all mean? Do you think I'm a monkey? If there's something to say, just say it. I still have tasks to complete. Unbeknownst to who made the move, Jin Xin had no reaction and had already fainted. A gust of wind rushed past her ears, and Weir's sunglasses were gone. She reacted quickly, instinctively closing her eyes, and did not expose the abnormality of her eyes. Standing still with her eyes closed, she frowned and said, Who did that? Return my glasses. Without the sunglasses, Weir's appearance was completely exposed. The half-face from before was already enough to captivate hearts, and now it seems even more so. The fair and lustrous skin, the 2 delicate eyebrows naturally adorned in emerald, and the closed eyes did not diminish the beauty of the entire face in the slightest. The small, exquisite nose, lips like vermilion, and 2 strands of hair by the cheeks added a touch of alluring charm. Standing there with a slight frown, she enhanced the already divine atmosphere of the hall. Jidu toyed with his sunglasses, his dark red eyes fixed on that face. And he meaningfully said, If it can be seen by Aomen, why can't we see it? Vale, relying on her hearing, accurately pinpointed the speaker. Jidu, it was you, wasn't it? Are you being reckless? Who I show myself to is none of your business. Give me the glasses. Vale did not stumble despite her eyes being closed. She walked straight toward Jidu, reaching out to grab him. Jidu did not evade, allowing Vale to grasp his high priest robe and pulled her into an embrace. Holding her delicate and fragile neck, he leaned in close to Vale's face and whispered, You swallowed Aomen's soul? Is it true? Let me see. Unlike Aomen's soul power that was stirring, Vale's expression changed. Aomen, She was not afraid of others prying into her soul power. Whoever looked would be the one to suffer. But she had already reached her limit and could not swallow anymore, or else it would be her who would feel uncomfortable. As soon as the name Aomen left her lips, a familiar soul aura enveloped her, and the sunglasses were gently placed on her. Don't move her anymore from now on. Vale can choose where to stay in the war hall. Ji sneered. So you are protecting her now? Going out to determine a soul mate? Yet it's still unclear? Don't you want to clarify? Vale did not want to hear this. Her attitude was colder than Jidu's. Who are you calling unclear? The notion of soul mates is nonsense. Aomen has nothing to do with me. It was he who dragged me into the starry sky when he was sick, and it was he who excessively pried into my soul power. I was the passive one throughout. Losing his soul is his own fault. Don't act like I'm plotting something. In fact, since coming to the Holy See, starting from Tan Lan, I have done nothing but gain a little of your faith. You all are the ones who are unclear. Your souls are as heavy as the gods, yet you have no divinity. What exactly are you? The expressions of the few people subtly changed, and Jidu teased. You know about divinity. Have you ever seen a god? Vale broke free from Aomen's embrace, crossed her arms, and said, I've seen many gods, just not here. The interstellar world says that gods are feudal superstitions, those who say that are the real bumpkins. No matter where, God should be the absolute authority. Perhaps the interstellar world is so technologically advanced that it has harmed the universe, and all the gods have perished. Without gods to maintain the cosmic balance, I don't think this interstellar world can last long. I must leave here. You may take my words as nonsense, but I just want to tell you one thing. I'm not on the same level as you in seeing things. No matter how you think of me, you are wrong. Don't waste your effort thinking I would do harm to the Holy See. I don't care at all, okay? Jidu suddenly laughed, and the others also showed smiles. Vale was a bit confused. Did these 7 people have a problem? Were they laughing at her for being a madwoman who doesn't believe in gods? She sighed, knowing that in the interstellar world, her reputation as a fortune teller would never be washed away. Weakly, she said, I'm going to clergy hall to submit my task. I'll stay on the 7th floor when I come back. Can Jinshin stay in the war hall? Don't worry, it's just temporary. Once I become a high priest with my own fate sanctuary, we will move out. When you have your fate sanctuary, will it take 10 years or 50? This temporary stay is quite long, said the purple-eyed attendant with a smile. Don't underestimate me. I'm quick, just watch. Aomen reached out to rub Vale's cheek. Stay here. There's no one on the 7th floor anyway. Just let her put on a show of faith in the 7 virtues. Unable to help herself, she rubbed her cheek against Aomen's hand, and both froze, Vale looking quite annoyed. I say, can someone else look after me? I can't help it when I see Aomen. Se Yu's pink eyes lit up with a smile. Now you understand what I mean by being unable to control myself. I feel that way about you. No, you're not. You just can't control your lower half. I suggest you get a surgery, and it can be perfectly solved. With interstellar technology, it should be painless. Accompanied by the laughter of others, Se Yu's face turned dark. Little girl, do you understand that trouble comes from your mouth? I understand, but I can choose not to understand in the future, since Aomen will protect me, right? The laughter abruptly ceased, and this time it was Vale who laughed, walking out of the war hall door with her hands behind her back, striding with a proud smile. Upon careful consideration for her weakened state, having Aomen's soul with her was more beneficial than harmful. After arriving at the clergy hall, Vale contacted Miauka, and the two went together to the 1st floor hall to submit their tasks. The receptionist, initially indifferent, was stunned when scanning the two with the light brain. These two were the clergy who went to Louis Westar concerning the Holy See. The news had already been relayed back in advance. The master of Louis Westar was harming others, forcibly extracting mental power to strengthen himself, violating the star law. Captain Yu Yin of Team 362 had already executed the death penalty, and the current master of Louis Westar was the former General Su Wei. Although it was just a lower-level planet, it was not insignificant to the Holy See, but this task was clearly hell-level difficulty for 2 novice clergy. The two successfully discovered the dark deeds of Jin Xiong and survived until Archbishop Aomen arrived. This was already a great stroke of luck, and it was also a significant achievement. Protecting the interstellar world was something everyone should do, especially advocated by the Holy See. The receptionist coughed and said, You have completed your task very well. Archbishop Se Yu will give you corresponding merit. Go see the Archbishop, he is waiting for you. Chapter 26, How Can I Make You Shut Up? The white robe with silver threads was the attire of the Archbishop. The youth's appearance was not as striking as Aomen's group, but among humans, he was definitely outstanding. His clear eyes, distinct features, and refined looks exuded a scholarly air. Sitting casually on a simple chair, he smiled at Vale and Miauka. You've arrived. You performed very well this time. I plan to promote you to the intermediate level. Do you have any questions? Miauka smiled broadly. Of course not. Thank you, Archbishop Se Yu. Seeing the youth's gentle gaze on her, Vale bluntly asked, Did you take benefits from Jin Xiong, deliberately setting me up? Miauka's mouth twitched. My God, does this Vale not know what it means to be tactful? Se Yu's expression remained unchanged, and even the smile at the corner of his mouth did not wane. He candidly admitted, Yes. The Holy See needs star coins to maintain its operations. I will often accept bribes, but not a single cent is used for my personal gain. This task is very dangerous, but I believe Vale needs it. After all, you can participate in the clergy trial, not because you are a pilgrim to the Holy See, right? Vale narrowed her eyes. You think you know me well. On what basis do you say that? She replied gently. That is not entirely accurate. I don't really understand Vale, but I see your needs. Your belief in fate is quite interesting. You want fate to be worshipped by the masses like the seven virtues, and at the very least, you need to qualify as a high priest. To quickly become a high priest, merit is essential. I am just making it convenient for you. Look, you've done quite well, haven't you? Miauka looked at Se Yu in shock, realizing that it seemed she was the only normal one around. Or was she the only one who was not normal? Archbishop Se Yu, knowing their levels, faced them as if they were no different from sending them to death. How could this person feel that their arrangements were so splendid? She initially thought Vale would be angry, but instead, this person smiled. She thanked him happily, saying that would be great, and they should assign more such tasks. Under Se Yu's somewhat stiff expression, she pulled Miauka away, pretending to be profound. This girl is still a bit too naive. The two changed out of their priest robes into outfits with a round totem on their chests, which were not conspicuous in the clergy hall. However, they attracted many gazes, simply because they were newcomers who had completed a task for the first time. How could this not incite jealousy from the elites who pride themselves on being exceptional? You think you deserve to advance. Last time in the trial, you cheated using the mental strength of Archbishop Tan Lan, and this time you rely on Archbishop Aomen's protection. How do you have the face to become a cleric? In the cleric hall, many gazes converged, and the two speakers were not strangers. At the end of the last trial, they were besieged by this girl with a spoiled expression. If I remember correctly, she was a lower level, one of the elite among this batch of trial participants, so being proud is quite normal. Wire couldn't be bothered to argue with them and straightforwardly asked, How can I make you shut up and disappear quickly? Bai Ling was taken aback, and when she reacted, she became even angrier. You are so brazen. How could a lower level like you have advanced? Even if you upgraded, you are still mid-level. How can you make me shut up? Do you dare accept my challenge? Isn't this just blatant bullying? Knowing I'm at a lower level and still challenging me. If you win, you'll have something to brag about. My advancement is my own ability, and you can rely on it too, but clearly, the few in the battle hall won't pay attention to you. The girl's jealousy was truly frightening. If you want to fight, go ahead. Miauka, you go up. If you lose, don't say you know me. Bai Ling shouted. Okay, then let her go up. But she's just a mid-level. Do you really think you've also advanced? What's going on? Why did you all advance together? Did you cheat again? No matter. I'll let you see how big the difference is between thick accumulation and cheating. Miauka was speechless at being used as a pawn, but the word cheat made her very annoyed. How big is the difference? She also wanted to see how big the difference was. The church did not shy away from fighting. Where there are people, there is struggle, and this is unavoidable. But within the church, arena fights are allowed. But lethal force cannot be used. If it becomes a fight to the death, it can be settled privately outside the church. The duel between the two on the arena attracted a large audience, not only from this batch of new clerics, but also many from the previous batch, most of whom had already reached high-level clerics, with the excellent ones being bishops. Kilo was a cleric from the previous batch, still at mid-level after 5 years, which was indeed somewhat lowly, though her mental strength was not weak. She stood beside Wire, a bit worried. Miaoku just advanced. Her mental strength is still fluctuating. She might be at a disadvantage against Bai Ling, Wire chuckled. Just watch. This girl has a strong personality. She won T lose. Keela found it strange. This girl? Your way of addressing her is really special. It practically elevates you above your generation. After a moment of silence, Keela said, Wire, I have something to tell you. Let us talk after the arena ends. Wire glanced at Keela and suddenly smirked. No need to talk, I agree. Keela was stunned. I haven't even said anything. Wire chuckled. I 1T refuse an opportunity to gain merit. You can ask Miaoku about what you want. Anyway, you need someone. Keela murmured in confusion. Having seen Wire's performance in the trial, could it be she can already foresee what she was about to say? That truly is a scary ability. Miaoku stood on the high platform, feeling somewhat nervous about the people watching around her. But after Bai Ling took the stage, this nervousness diminished significantly. Her fighting spirit was locked onto Bai Ling, her eyes serious. Bai Ling, on the other hand, felt insulted. In her view, these two were just opportunists. The mental strength of a lower level filled her longsword. With no flashy moves, she stabbed forward. In her expectation, even if Miaoku was blocked, she would be pushed back. But in fact, the heavy mental strength barrier violently rebounded her, making her stumble back several steps, barely steadying herself. An expert's first move reveals everything. Miaoku's foundation was unexpectedly solid. Bai Ling retracted her contempt, unleashing her full strength, and attacked again. This time, Miaoku was no longer so relaxed. However, it was not to the point where she couldn't handle it. The two exchanged blows, both at lower levels. And it wasn't easy to determine the winner. But this also surprised everyone. It was not as one-sided as they had imagined. It was evident that Miaoku's mental strength and swordsmanship were not as they thought. Wire, let me introduce myself. I am your predecessor from the previous batch of clerics, Luo Yin. At some point, a team approached behind Wire, and the leading woman, dressed in a white robe with silver threads, had a proud expression, clearly of bishop level. In Wire's view, her appearance was just as so if her attitude had been gentler. She might have been more pleasant to look at. Chapter 27. I cannot bear to look at your eyes, but Aomen can? As long as it didn't involve her own safety, Wire spoke without any reservations. She bluntly said, I don't want to get to know you. The atmosphere became awkward, but Keela felt pleased. Luo Yin had been making things difficult for her for a long time, and now she was being slapped in the face by someone younger, which was quite amusing. Luo Yin's expression turned cold, and a high-level cleric next to her angrily said, You have some nerve. This is Bishop Luo Yin. What kind of attitude is that when she speaks to you? With a slap, a mental force struck the woman's face from afar. What attitude do you understand now? It's the mental strength of Archbishop Aomen. In the trial, you used Archbishop Tan Lan's mental strength. How did you do it? Luo Yin asked sternly. Wire was speechless. How big is your face? How I did it is none of your business. I belong to the battle hall. It concerns me. Who are you in the battle hall? This remark was truly a slap in the face, but Luo Yin did not act rashly. She looked deeply at Wire and said, What a pity. I originally wanted to invite you to participate in the Eternal Star Hunt, but now it seems we are not suitable to team up. The surrounding clerics were in an uproar. It turned out to be the annual Eternal Star Hunt, which not just anyone could participate in. Every year, a bishop would lead a team to eliminate the fierce beasts causing trouble in the Eternal Star, with others mostly being bishops forming various small teams. The top 10 small teams with the most crystal cores would receive substantial merit and star coin rewards. To become a bishop, everyone has their own circle, and these newly minted clerics naturally were not in the invitation range. It seemed that Luo Yin was interested in Wire's peculiar precognitive ability. No one could accurately gauge what Wire's ability was, and the church certainly would not disclose other secrets. But everyone speculated that Wire was a precognitive mental mutant, and as for using a bishop's mental strength, it should be the protection given by the battle hall as archbishop. Precognitive abilities are rare, so it was not surprising that the church had designated Wire as a cleric, which was also the reason for their jealousy. At this moment, Wire had arrogantly offended Bishop Luo Yin, missing the opportunity to participate in the hunt, and everyone felt somewhat gleeful about it. She wouldn't join your team anyway. Wire has already agreed to team up with me, Keela said calmly. Huh. Isn't that Keela, the cleric who was demoted? I remember that last time you led a team on a mission, your poor command led to the destruction of the entire team. And you were the only one who escaped back to the church. How dare you lead a team? Just because your brother sacrificed for the church. You think you have various privileges? Keela took a deep breath. I earned the right to participate in the hunt by completing a level task on my own. It is a fact that my brother sacrificed for the church, and I deserve the privileges, but I have not used this privilege for anything. You have always viewed me with colored glasses. I will face the church's punishment for my mistakes. It's not your place to say anything. Just shut up. You're really annoying. Ha ha ha. Wire was tickled and laughed so hard that she doubled over. It was so amusing. She had thought Keela was a very serious person, but unexpectedly, she could also curse. Having been insulted repeatedly, Luo Yin lost a lot of face. She had her own supporters behind her, so she naturally couldn't let this slide. The mental strength of a mid-level surged down, intending to teach even Wire, a lower level, a lesson. Keela angrily scolded, "You really are sick. Do you feel proud bullying the weak?" With both sides at mid-level mental strength, they clashed, and the two rookies on the arena were directly shaken down. Miaoka fell to the ground like an inverted green onion, looking bewildered as she got up. Just moments ago, she was fully focused on the arena, completely unaware of what had happened, still thinking about winning against Bai Ling, driven by her stubbornness. Who would have thought that a wave of spiritual energy would send her flying? Looking back at the arena, the battle between her and Bai Ling was different. The higher-level combat was far more intense and filled with killing intent. Miaoka quickly became captivated, while Wei shook her head and left, bored. All the buildings of the church were identical, and the hall of battle was no different from the one she had previously lived in. The entire 7-story building was large, and Wei casually chose a room. Lying on the pure white bed, she closed her eyes to rest. What was there to see in the high-level battles? In her eyes, there were just a bunch of weaklings pecking at each other. Beside her, there was a slight indentation. And Wei didn't even open her eyes. Tan Lan, it's quite rude to come uninvited. Don't you know how to knock? The sunglasses were removed, and Tan Lan reached out to gently stroke Wei almond-shaped eyes. How did you recognize me? Wei with her eyes still closed, frowned. The aura on you is dark and viscous, completely opposite to the gentle demeanor you present. Give me back my glasses. With her body weighed down, Wei was completely pinned down by Tan Lan. Before she could speak, Tan Lan bit her ear bone and said unhappily, "You know I'm not a good person, so why do you keep provoking me? I can't stand your eyes, but A.O. man can. I'm really not happy. Your illness is quite serious. What does your happiness have to do with me?" Via replied. Her lips were sealed, and a warm hand lingered at her waist. Wei had initially wanted to resist, but Tan Lan was very skilled and knew what she wanted. The faith that was much more than what she had actively sought out flowed into her body, speeding up the repair of her divine power, which she would not refuse. As for what Tan Lan was doing to her, she didn't care much. On the contrary, she was somewhat curious about human matters between men and women. Since her birth, she had tried countless new experiences, and this was the first time for her. The freshly minted mid-tier cleric's robe was stripped away, revealing a black strapless top underneath, which could hardly cover her beautiful figure. Her cold, white skin looked fragile. Tan Lan gently sucked, leaving marks that attracted attention like plum blossoms in the snow. Realizing that she had output her faith power, Wei did not resist, and Tan Lan's eyes flashed with dark light. Sure enough, Wei didn't seem to care much about matters between men and women, or it would be more accurate to describe her as completely clueless. And he would hold back, burying his head in her bony collarbone and biting, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. Wei felt a strange sensation from the teasing, something she had never experienced before, instinctively reaching out her hands to hold Tan Lan tightly. The two grew more and more passionate, but the door was suddenly broken open. Icy blue eyes filled with rare anger, sweeping over Wei and Tan Lan. Tan Lan's eyes were also filled with rage. In that moment, he experienced the feeling of being interrupted like Se Yu last time, which was truly infuriating. The Archbishop's robe wrapped around Wei petite body, and without a word, Tan Lan and Ao Man began to fight inside the hall of battle. The commotion was loud, shaking out the other archbishops and Jean Xian. Looking at the destroyed door, with Tan Lan's clothes wrapped around her and her lips swollen, everyone understood what had happened. Jean Xian was particularly shocked. She never expected Wei Er to be in this situation. Did Wei Er, despite being in dire straits, still manage to save her? Chapter 28. Mr. Me cooked rice. Ao Man rushing and didn't tea surprise Wei Er. Their souls were synchronized, and she could feel what Ao Man was sensing. She could now be considered half of Ao Man's soul. It was entirely normal for her to be angry due to her possessiveness. Without any embarrassment, Wei Er wrapped herself in Tan Lan's clothes and walked to another room. Ao Man, don't break my door next time. Ao Man paused and looked at Wei Er. His icy blue eyes still filled with anger. You let him touch you? Humph. The way you say that makes it sound like I had the ability to resist. Why would I do something thankless? Tan Lan smiled gently. You're right. The uncontrollable anger surged. This was something he had never felt before. Thinking of the scene of the two of them embracing, Ao Man's eyes grew even colder. His icy blue eyes were lit with anger, and his aura changed. Tan Lan and the others' expressions shifted slightly. Ao Man was serious. A terrifying, oppressive aura enveloped Wei Er's senses, merging with her body as her soul trembled. Ao Man's soul had some power that impacted her already weak body. Cold sweat broke out instantly. This feeling wasn't pain, but rather the sensation of her body being stretched, the fear before annihilation. Wei Er half knelt on the ground, cursing, Damn it, stop. Almang. Can you hear me? The starry, icy blue halo danced on her exposed skin. The seven of them all shrank their pupils sharply. This was the divine essence of Ao Man being reborn. Their divine essences shattered, their souls sealed, countless years passed, and they could barely escape their souls to take on human forms. Without the restoration of their divine essences, they would never have a chance to turn things around. But what do they see now? Ao Man's divine essence, which had already been extinguished, was being reborn through Wei Er's body. This was indeed rebirth. But now it was only a tiny bit. If they weren't so familiar with it, they might have overlooked this fluctuation. But this was a solid divine essence rebirth. Most likely because Ao Man's half-soul was claimed by Wei Er. What exactly was this girl? Possessing intelligence, but lacking a soul, her aura was pure. When her eyes were closed, Ao Man said that was the world's most turbid. Seeing Wei Er in distress, Ao Man stopped channeling divine power, and the weak divine essence re-entered Wei Er's body as if it had never appeared. Wei Er, drenched in cold sweat, let out a breath, collapsing on the ground with a pale face. What is it? What's in your soul? That thing is growing in my body. Did you deliberately make me swallow your soul power? What are you plotting? Ao Man approached Wei Er, lifting her up by the waist. His icy gaze deep. I didn't plot anything. You are a gift brought to me by fate. Wei Er weakly replied. Nonsense. Fate wouldn't send me to someone else. Ao Man said nothing more, carrying her into a clean room and gently squeezing the back of her neck until she fell asleep. He tore off Tan Lan's robe. Looking at the blossoming peach blossom body, his eyes darkened slightly as he picked up a thin blanket to cover her. Disappearing from sight, he reappeared on another floor, where Jean Xian, who had been intentionally knocked unconscious since the appearance of the divine essence, was still lying on the cold floor, ignored. In a spacious hall on a certain floor, the seven gathered. Ji Du, with dark red brows and eyes, smiled. Clearly, whether we can break free from our shackles depends on Wei Er. Through the half-soul and divine imprint, it was possible to allow divine essence rebirth. Ao Man could do it, and so could they. This girl must not be allowed to return to the foreign realm. The silver-gray-eyed Bao sure smiled, revealing his sharp little tiger teeth. Isn't this bad? Last time Wei Er said she absolutely wanted to leave this universe. If we force her to stay, won't it make her hate us? The deep purple-eyed Bao Yu sneered. Stop pretending to be a pure-hearted boy. You and Tan Lan have the strongest greed here. You probably wouldn't let go of this universe. The usually lazy Lan Duo squinted his dark green eyes and meaningfully said, Aren't you forgetting something? To have divine essence reborn means we all have to give her a part of our divine soul. According to Ao Man's situation, this divine soul cannot be reclaimed. In other words, that girl would become our closest ally, but there are 7 of us, and she only has 1. Just look at Ao Man's expression. He clearly disagrees with us taking his half-soul, doesn't he? Feeling the gazes of the others, Ao Man, with a blank expression, said, "Whose is good? You all figured out. I want to let Wei Er go." The light pink divine power bound Ao Man's right arm. And Se Yu mocked. "I said he wouldn't agree. This method wasn't prepared in vain. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take action." Lan Duo waved his hand. "Sorry." The dark green divine power bound his right foot. Then, various divine powers bound Ao Man's entire body. He was forcibly suppressed in the hall, with his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at everyone. Baosher shivered and said, "It's over. This guy is really fired up. We need to cook the rice first. Who goes first?" Se Yu immediately replied, "This time you have no reason to stop me. I'm willing to give my soul. What is wrong with me touching it? Let be me." "No way," the others said in unison. Se Yu's expression darkened. "Why not?" Tan Lan calmly said, "It's because you're not the only one who wants it. You can't control it and remember it. So it can't start with you. Let it be me. I'm not that invested, and you can rest assured if I go. Besides, it's my turn to lead the eternal star hunt." Lan Duo lazily leaned against the window. With Lan Duo saying it, the others really had nothing to argue about. After all, this person had no other hobbies besides lying down. Jean Xian woke up in a daze, looking at the completely undamaged hall. Everything before fainting seemed like a dream, but she knew it wasn't. She got up and searched room by room on the 7th floor, finally finding Wei Er's figure. As soon as she entered, Wei Er, who was almost asleep, opened her eyes and met Jean Xian's complex gaze. Wei Er sat up, the blanket slipping down, revealing her body marked with signs, making Jean Xian clench her fists. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Don't worry, as your follower and a believer in fate, I will strive to become stronger. Just like how you gave me a way out in a desperate situation. I will do my utmost to pull you out of the mire. They are too much, and the church is equally corrupt." Feeling the pure faith rushing into her body, Wei Er was silent for a moment and said, "I don't know what you were imagining, but for now, this is a good thing. So let us do it your way. It's boring in the battle hall. You might as well join us in hunting the eternal stars. Your identity can be a nun. That way, you want need to be assessed and can team up with us." Jean Xian said strangely, "A nun?" Nuns are formal female clergy of the church, different from freely believing followers. Nuns cannot marry, have no freedom, and are completely dependent on the church. Being a nun is not much different from being a nun in a temple. All the church's trivial matters are handled by nuns. Chapter 29. Tomorrow I'll lead the team. You manage it. Such a position is not something anyone can take. It requires a very complex ceremony. Wei Er raised an eyebrow. "Don't think too much. It's just a title. As for the ceremony and trivial matters, you don't need to worry about them. Just say you're a nun from the battle hall. Who would dare to order you around?" Jean Xian thought about Wei Er's situation and immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. Qin La received a call from Wei Er on her holographic phone, looking pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Wei Er to find a lower-level psychic mutant to team up with. This really helped her a lot. The team must consist of 6 people. Wei Er found Miao, Ku, and Feng Ji, and she also found the lower-level Jean Xian. With her included, they were just one short. But finding that last one was difficult. Those from her generation who knew her were unwilling to have any interaction with her. Only the new batch of clergy didn't know her past. The day before departure, Qin La awkwardly called Wei Er, and the 4 gathered. After hearing that one person was missing, Miao hesitated and said, "Instead of randomly pulling in someone unknown, we might as well look for Miao Wei." Feng Ji was puzzled. "Looking for your sister? Are you out of your mind? You can remember her for this kind of good fortune? I heard you haven't been doing well in the Miao family, and you're not from the same mother. Miao Wei has an older brother, and their family wants to push you out of the Miao family. Aren't you angry?" Miao sighed. "Of course I'm angry, but Miao Wei is different from them. We were very close when we were kids. Anyway, we need one more person. Why not just call her?" She looked at Qin La and Wei Er for their opinions. As the team leader, Qin La's approval was enough. After pondering for a moment, Qin La said, Okay. Her performance in the trial was actually quite impressive, but it was overshadowed by you few. Practicing together 1T hold everyone back. We're definitely the weakest team right now and need a member who can stand on her own. Miaoku, call her and see if she can come. In less than half an hour, Miao Wei, who received Miaoku's call, hurried over, fearing she would miss this opportunity to participate in the hunt. She knew Miaoku well enough to know that this person wouldn't joke about such matters. When she saw the others, a clear smile appeared on her face. No wonder she was excited. Under normal circumstances, she absolutely wouldn't be able to participate in such a hunt, and even if she had connections, others would still look down on her for being too weak. With only 6 spots in a team, no one would give one to a lower level. Being able to secure a spot under such circumstances was simply a surprise from the heavens. However, seeing Miaoku's face, Miao Wei reined in her smile. Even if you have good intentions for me, I want to be grateful. It's still the same line. The Miao family only needs one cleric. Qin La frowned slightly. This was indeed a bit ungrateful. Who would want a spot among this batch of clerics? Miaoku recommended Miao Wei, and she couldn't even get a word of thanks? As a member of a prominent family, Feng Ji, also the eldest son, understood Miaoku well. He directly retorted, "How ridiculous! If you're not grateful, then don't come. At least say thank you if a stranger is given a spot. Your shamelessness is really off-putting." Miao Wei's expression changed slightly. "You invite me here and then want to go back on your word? Isn't that just playing with me? Miao Kiskiviko. Is this your intention?" Miaoku sighed softly. "I don't know why you become like this. I've tried to mend our relationship. Can't you see it? If you insist on being like this, I want to hold on to it forever. After this hunting trip, our sisterly bond will end here." Miao Wei clenched her hands behind her back until they turned white, but her face showed disdain. "Who cares about your bond?" Miaoku's gaze turned cold. "Let be then. Our conflicts won't affect our actions. She still has some team spirit. If we make everyone uncomfortable because of us, I'm truly sorry." Feng Ji waved his hand. "Forget it. I don't hate you. It's just that your temper is too good, which is why you let others ride on your head. My family has its share of troubles, but no one dares to be reckless in front of me. Sometimes if you don't stand up, you'll be stepped on by others. Be more aware." Miaoku nodded. "I'll take that to heart." The few of them chatted, while Wei did not interject, but her gaze behind her sunglasses was fixed on Miao Wei. Humans are indeed a very interesting species. They love to speak in contradictions and keep things bottled up inside. This Miao Wei, clearly very close to Miaoku and heavily dependent on her, pretended to act as if she disliked her. What was she trying to achieve? Wei couldn't understand. Humans are complex, but also the most perfect beings. In the vast universe filled with countless beings, evolution is modeled after humans, and even the gods are no exception. After agreeing on a time, the few of them dispersed. With Jean Xin unfamiliar with the church, go to scout the area. Wei walked alone towards the battle hall, deep in thought about what was growing inside her. For a moment, Wei felt that this thing might be a divine essence, but divine essences are much more terrifying than this. With her current body, she couldn't contain it at all. If it were a divine essence, that would be even weirder, implying that Amen was a shattered divine essence. However, as far as she knew, if a divine essence shattered, the deity itself would definitely not survive. So this idea was not valid. It was not a divine essence. Yet it had such terrifying power that made her feel panic, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Just as she entered the battle hall, she felt a weight on her back, almost being crushed to the ground. Turning to look at the green-eyed archbishop slumped on her back, Wei's mouth twitched. Archbishop Lan Duo were not familiar. "Could you get up?" His hair was a light brown, and his slightly raised eyebrows matched the color of his hair, giving him a clean and sunny appearance. Yet his deep green eyes were unfathomable, with a lazy demeanor, looking like a transparent youth who seemed to lack energy and vitality. Lan Duo didn't even open his eyes, sniffing the scent on Wei and said contentedly, "Tomorrow I'll lead the team. You handle it." Wei retracted her hand that was about to push him off and relaxed her body to make it more comfortable for Lan Duo. "Archbishop Lan Duo, how about I carry you out to bask in the sun for a bit? You'll sleep even more comfortably." Lan Duo drowsily hummed in response. Wei's expression stiffened. "Well, that's quite rude, but fine, Let's just bask in the sun. Everything is for the Destiny Temple. These are trivial matters. While mentally preparing herself, Wire carried Lan Duo outside to the courtyard of the battle hall, the hottest spot under the sun. Lan Duo tightly wrapped his arms around Wire's shoulders, making it impossible for her to shake him off even as he fell asleep. She could only use him as a sunshade and bask in the blazing sun together. After an hour, Lan Duo felt a bit uncomfortable and shifted his body, but Wire remained motionless. After 2 hours, Lan Duo felt somewhat dehydrated and opened his eyes, only to see the girl beneath him enjoying a mango slush and playing a game. The most ridiculous part was that there was a large sunshade overhead, shaped like his body, while the rest was covered completely. Chapter 30. Sister Man is awesome. Lan Duo blinked, looking at the glaring sun in the sky, wondering if Wire understood that he meant to lead the team tomorrow. Wire was enjoying her mango slush, blissfully squinting her eyes. She looked down to take another sip, but found her cup empty. A slurping sound came from behind her. Mango flavor, not bad. Did you make it yourself? Wire glanced at the empty cup that had been returned to the table and replied flatly, Yes, I personally peeled the mango. All natural, no additives. After a moment of silence from behind, Lan Duo casually said, No worries, this is your straw, I didn't mind. Bring me a cup next time. He had seen shamelessness before, but never something so unique. Feeling lighter behind her, Lan Duo stood up beside Wire and said, You've worked hard. It's very comfortable. It would be better if you gained a bit more weight. I suggest you adjust your diet and eat a little more. After saying that, he smiled at himself, patted Wire's head, and left. Wire was speechless. She was truly impressed by these 7 characters. They seemed normal, but there was something extraordinary hidden within their normalcy. After a dreamless night, the next day, Wire and a few others gathered at the clergy hall, waiting for the higher-ups to organize their departure. The main hall on the first floor was mostly filled. Wire glanced around and estimated there were about 20 small teams. Her direct superior, Bishop Se Yu, was also present. At the front, friendly enough to nod at them. They huddled at the back, still being scrutinized since they were the weakest in the entire gathering. The team leaders here were all bishops, with the weakest being at level, while their team only had 1 at mid-level, 1 at low level, 2 at lower level. And Wire herself was merely at mid-level. It felt like little chicks entering a wolf's den. They stood out starkly. The only noteworthy team leader, Keela, seemed to have a story, and a few were whispering about it, getting the gist of it. Keela's brother was once an outstanding archbishop, second only to a few in the battle hall. During a mission, he sacrificed himself for the church. As his sister and a clergy member, Keela received her brother's legacy, and the church valued her highly, not overly favoring her, but still giving her significant attention. Under the church's training, Keela did not tarnish her brother's name and quickly earned achievements, being promoted to bishop with her spiritual power reaching the extreme. However, during a mission, her entire team was wiped out. Keela miraculously escaped and returned to the church, only to be demoted to a beginner clergy member, now barely reaching mid-level. Since then, some people's long-standing dissatisfaction found an outlet, and Keela became a stain on her brother's illustrious name, with all sorts of harsh words spoken about her. Keela had grown accustomed to those words and looked at the 5 of them, saying, What happened is true, but I have no regrets. As the team leader and a bishop, I fought until the last moment. I thought I would die there, but I escaped. I'm very happy to be alive. I don't think I need to die together to be honorable. I did my best. If you think my character is bad, you can keep your distance after the hunt. Miaoka quickly said, Sister Keela, don't say such things. I don't believe what outsiders say. I can see with my own eyes. Feng Ji also said, the more outstanding a person is, the more they face envy. Team leader, don't overthink it. We are the weakest, so it's better to unite. Otherwise, teaming up would be meaningless. Miao Wei, a substitute with no qualifications to express an opinion, closed her eyes to rest, while Jean Xn stood guard beside her, completely indifferent to others. Keela sighed. Being ostracized in the church for too long had made her acceptance feel like a distant memory. Suddenly having someone not mind her felt refreshing. While they were talking, someone from above had already begun organizing which small teams would go to which regions for the hunt. The Eternal Star had no guardian area divisions. With the church's strength here, the entire planet was within human activity range, thus divided into 5 continents. The church organized hunts every year. But the activity range was limited to one continent, and this year it was the North Continent's turn. The division of regions was always a highlight of the year. Some areas had rampant beasts, and the reported levels were mostly high. This was the goal everyone was vying for, as hunting was inherently about merit. Who wouldn't want to hunt high-level beasts? Moreover, even if there were a few that exceeded their capabilities, the archbishops from the battle hall would step in, and who wouldn't want to reap the rewards for free? The North Continent was divided into 5 major regions, 2 of which were marked with a red line, indicating heavy disaster areas infested with beasts. Keela's side, with their team's strength, they shouldn't even think about the red line area, which was actually a good thing for them. Apart from her, the others were too weak. Encountering high-level beasts would be dangerous. However, Wire clearly thought differently. Quickly becoming an archbishop was something she had always been concerned about, so how could she afford to wait leisurely? When the green-eyed man entered, Wire moved to follow him. Lan Duo chuckled lightly, allowing Wire to trail behind him. Many bishops and clergy members had slightly changed expressions. Wire had been assigned to the battle hall by the Pope. But no formal orders had been issued. It was just a verbal comment, and everyone was discussing it privately, mostly with a questioning attitude. After all, outsiders had never entered the battle hall, especially someone so weak. But Lan Duo's tacit approval clearly indicated that he considered this girl to be one of the battle hall's people. The area divisions were basically allocated based on the overall strength of the team. For example, Bishop Se Yu's team had the weakest members at level, so there was no need to compete, and they would inevitably end up in the red line area. No one questioned receiving the red card. Just as Lan Duo was about to hand out the red card, Wire quickly reached out and snatched one. The entire hall fell silent, and both Keela and Feng Ji couldn't help but curse. Miaoka blurted out, "Sister Wei is awesome." In a quiet atmosphere, these 4 words were extremely clear. Miaoka didn't expect the sudden silence and felt embarrassed, digging her toes into the ground. Seeing Miaoka's face turn red to her neck, Miao Wei subtly took a step forward to block the many gazes, but Miaoka, preoccupied with her embarrassment, didn't notice. Luo Ying, who had been evenly matched with Keela, was the first to step forward and say, "What are you doing? Is there no etiquette or hierarchy? Are you stealing from the archbishop?" Wire toyed with the card and scoffed. "It's you again, popping up everywhere. Are you some kind of resilient insect?" A teammate beside Luo Ying angrily shouted, "You have some nerve. Whether it's the church's position or spiritual power, Bishop Luo Ying is leagues stronger than you. How dare you speak like that? Can't you see that I have backup here? What do you do to me?" The person was choked, their face turning ugly, and said, "Ridiculous. You were in the wrong. So what if you were from the battle hall? Archbishop Lan Duo won't help you." Chapter 31. Lan Duo's kiss, whether he helps or not. You could try and see. Can your words make me unable to eat or drink? Even a lowly chicken is better than you. It gets angry and pecks people. The woman's face alternated between green and red as she felt the surrounding gazes, unable to withstand the provocation, her spiritual power ready to explode. It looked like another dramatic scene was about to unfold, but Luo Ying stopped her teammate. "Liu, you're a low-level spiritual power user and also a senior. How can you argue with a junior? We can be reckless when young, but you cannot. You have the demeanor of a high-level cleric. And I think this matter of the red zone, Lan Duo the archbishop, will not allow for caprice." What a veiled insult, being young and reckless. We're looked to be around 20 years old. These 4 words sound sarcastic. With a gentle attitude, yet elevating oneself as understanding, whereas labeled as unreasonable. Finally, it's her turn to speak. Lan Duo looks at Weir and directly puts the red card into her space, a smile flashing in his green eyes. "The quota for the red line zone, the battle hall counts as 1. Is there a problem?" The crowd below stirred for a moment. What is this? Openly protecting someone? Luo Yin's expression darkened as she said, "Archbishop Lan Duo, I do not doubt your intentions. But the beast level in the red line zone is not something we can handle. This is going to send us to our deaths, and it also wastes a quota." Lan Duo's expression remained calm, yet there was an indescribable lazy beauty in his movements. "I said it's a quota from the battle hall. Do you not understand?" Luo Yin was slightly taken aback. "What does the archbishop mean?" Lan Duo impatiently said, "Is your brain not working? How did you become a bishop with such low standards in the selection process?" "Weir is from the battle hall. Of course, I will follow her. with this combined strength. It is enough for the red line zone. What's wrong with giving her the card? How can that be? Someone else couldn't help but speak up. Archbishop Lan Duo, how can you only follow Weir? What if we encounter danger and you are not there? What obligation do I have to protect you? Do you think the battle hall is so idle that it starts protecting the weak? Your lives are your own. It has nothing to do with me. Whether or not to hunt is up to you. Knowing your limits is the first thing you should learn as a mental power user. Then why are you following Weir? That person asked stubbornly. Lan Duo's green eyes gradually grew cold. He had no interest in talking anymore. Humans are just a despicable and filthy collective. If you can move, then stop talking. Tan Lan's mental power transformed into a giant palm, sending the person flying high into the air before crashing down heavily. Weir irritably said, blah blah blah. Where do you get so many questions from? Isn't this world about the strong being right? Being knocked flying from one level to another challenges everyone's worldview. The crowd looked at Weir in astonishment. It was Tan Lan, the Archbishop's mental power again. What kind of protective gear is this? Or is it some special mental mutation ability? But as far as they knew, Weir's mental power mutation ability was precognition, right? It seemed easy, but in reality, it was not simple. At least the power of Tan Lan within her body was completely exhausted. She was not a mental mutator. She was completely different from the power system of this starry sky. She was merely simulating divine power. After all power still comes from divine power. She must upgrade quickly and establish a temple for the fate system. Luo Yin stepped forward to say something, but was suppressed by a terrifying mental power. Unable to raise her head, Lan Duo finally lost his patience and released his mental pressure on everyone. Shut up. What makes you think you have the right to question the battle hall? If you're not satisfied, get lost. There are plenty of people fighting for hunting quotas. No one dared to speak, and Lan Duo no longer divided areas by strength, throwing down all the cards in his hand. Whoever picks them up can go. The crowd rushed to grab them, and Lan Duo glanced at them disdainfully, pulling Weir away. Resigned, carrying a somewhat sulky person, they found a shaded place to cool off. Weir frowned and said, I say, can you change the person you're lying on? No. Weir fell silent. This guy really was irritating. Lan Duo lay back on the petite girl's back, almost covering his entire figure beneath her. The two were silent for a while, and then Lan Duo suddenly asked, you once said you've seen many gods. How do they treat humans? Weir thought for a moment and said, not much. They don't harm. They don't care, just like flowers, grass, trees, everything is equal. Then how do they gather belief? Very simple. As long as they show divine signs, naturally, there will be people to spread it. Humans are always filled with fear and admiration for mysterious and powerful beings, and believers will spontaneously emerge. Lan Duo murmured. So it is, the closer you get, the more opportunities you give others to harm. That is not nonsense. God should be high above. Getting close to humans is seeking their own demise. The gods I've seen don't even speak to humans. Either they deliver divine decrees with divine power, or will give a condescending look, leaving the specific meaning to humans to interpret. A cool hand reached out from behind, pinching Weir's chin to tilt it. Meeting those dark green pupils, Weir said, what are you doing? My neck is going to be twisted. Lan Duo smiled and said, I'm curious. Why have you seen so many gods and seem so familiar with them? If the gods you speak of are so cold, then why do they have interactions with you, to the point that you know so much? Weir choked. It was because she was the fate-designated goddess, and the gods gave her some face. But in the interstellar world, the idea of gods is seen as feudal superstition. Who would believe in a fate goddess? It's nothing. Maybe it's because I have a beautiful appearance, and the gods like it. Hee. Well said. The gods do like it. Do you want belief? I can give it to you. Weir looked at Lan Duo for a moment and nodded. Yes. Lan Duo smiled and leaned over Weir, gripping her wrist. His lips touching Weir's. At first, it was just a tentative rub, but then it seemed to lose interest and pried open Weir's lips and teeth to deepen the kiss. Weir looked at Lan Duo through her sunglasses, somewhat irritated, thinking, does it really have to be this way to give her belief? Can it be done in another way? Forget it. She is the one benefiting, so it's better not to make trouble. Lan Duo suddenly understood the thoughts of others wanting to monopolize. The overly sweet yet dark aura constantly enticed him to want more. This girl seems to be inherently compatible with both sides of them. Her soul was screaming, urging him to possess her even more. Tightening his grip on her delicate wrist, the force of the kiss became uncontrollable, and was already feeling a bit suffocated. Trying to push him away, Lan Duo reluctantly released her lips and kissed down her smooth neck. Weir's face darkened. This was outside, and she didn't care, but she didn't have a penchant for entertaining others in broad daylight. Forcefully pushing the person on her, Lan Duo felt her struggle and said displeasedly, "Don't move." Chapto ba mui hai, Fingdi Lan Duo. Weir's pupils constricted. What is going on? Just saying don't move made her body really unable to move. What kind of law is this? Is this person too terrifying? Unable to move, allowing him to get close, Lan Duo felt pleased, half pressing Weir's body, enjoying kissing her sweet neck. The cleric's robe was a bit in the way. Just as Lan Duo bit down, a gasp interrupted him. Shura covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, looking at everything in disbelief. She could hardly believe that the person kissing her was Archbishop Lan Duo. Was she really not hallucinating? Caught in the act. Lan Duo felt a bit disappointed, sighed, stood up, and helped her tidy her clothes. "Let us go. It should be over now. We should set off." Lan Duo walked ahead, and Shura, seeing him move away, walked over to Weir in a daze, stammering, You too." Weir pushed up her sunglasses. "Don't make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, if you see others in the future, you will be scared to death." Leaving behind a petrified Shura, Weir stepped up to follow Lan Duo's path. Inside the hall, the commotion was chaotic, but Weir didn't pay attention. However, on the large spaceship, seeing many people with scars on their faces, she could still imagine the intensity of the situation. With so many people, the hovercar could not fit them all, so they had to use a spaceship. After reaching the northern continent, they all headed towards the areas they had obtained. Right now, they needed to travel together for a while, and various gazes were focused on Shura's small squad. Mainly because it was really too eye-catching, almost being pressed down by the lazily green-eyed man. Weir gritted her teeth. What a big rice cake. Carrying her for a while was fine. But carrying her for 2 hours, this person still had no intention of getting down. Unable to endure any longer, Weir took a deep breath, straightened her back, and stood up. I thought I could shake off the clingy one on my back, but unexpectedly, this fellow didn't change position at all and remained firmly attached, even without opening their eyes. Vale was really a bit helpless. Who were these people? Didn't they have any shame? Planning to sleep on her back until the end of time? If it was sleep they wanted, then let's see who could outlast whom. With a sudden backward lean, there was a loud thud as they crashed onto the spaceship floor, and Vale rolled over to take control, happily lying on the human cushion. However, with a bang, she was pinned underneath, her sunglasses nearly shattered. Unwilling to accept defeat, she flipped over again. Bang, bang, bang. The two seemed to find the spaceship a bit too hot, constantly flipping back and forth, trying to cook both sides evenly. Vale was at her wit's end and shouted, Lan Duo, if you don't roll off now, you'll regret it. The figure weighing down on her remained completely still, even breathing smoothly and long, seemingly in deep sleep. Vale secretly cursed. Her divine power was depleted, and she couldn't do anything about it. Last time, when she revealed the Eye of Chaos, A.O. Man was completely unfazed. After thinking it through, it seemed she really had no way out. After 5 minutes of silence, Vale revealed a cold smile. Did they really think she was powerless? She reached her hand back and unceremoniously pulled apart the white robe with golden threads. My God, puffed. The viewers made all sorts of sounds, and many female clergy members had a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Unfortunately, this expectation did not materialize. A long hand grasped Vale's hand, and the person finally got off her. Lan Duo held Vale with one hand while adjusting his robe with the other. Amused, he ruffled Vale's hair and said, Sorry, I overslept a bit. I tend to get drowsy easily. Let us go back to our seats. Vale cast him a sidelong glance, snorted coldly, and returned to her position. After all that fuss, she was also tired and leaned against Jean Xian's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest. Lan Duo tidied up his clothes as if nothing had happened and officially said, I won't say much about the other areas, but the 2 areas that have transformed into the Red Line need to be taken seriously. They have high-level evil beasts. The crowd's strange expressions turned to shock. And someone couldn't help but exclaim, "High level? Why is there still chaos at this level?" It was no wonder everyone was surprised. The higher the level of the evil beasts, the more they tended to resemble humans. The high level was a watershed. Those above this level were completely identical to humans. They no longer wandered around randomly devouring people. Instead, they would selectively choose their food, making it extremely difficult to detect among humans. In past hunts, the mid-level had already been the ceiling of combat power, and there had never been high-level ones. Yet this time, there were actually two areas with them. Lan Duo seemed unfazed by everyone's shock and didn't intend to explain, simply stating high-level evil beasts require our human mid-level mental power to deal with. Currently, there are two individuals with mid-level mental power present, Bishop Se Yu and Bishop Lan. You just happen to be divided into two areas. The high-level evil beasts will be your opponents. Although the mid-level is sufficient to cope, these evil beast levels were surveyed 6 months ago, so I suggest you attack in groups. And don't be greedy for merits. A burly man stood up and said gruffly, 6 months ago? How could that be? As long as there are enough humans to devour, evil beasts level up very quickly. Who knows what level they are now? If they break through, wouldn't we be doomed? What does the family responsible for monitoring think? Are our bishops just their pawns? Lan Duo replied leisurely. You'll have to ask the Luo family about that. Both red line areas are within the Luo family's jurisdiction, and both high levels were reported by the Luo family. The church is unaware of the details. Lan and many others turned their gaze to Bishop Luo, filled with various doubts. The Luo family is one of the top families in the northern continent, and Luo is the legitimate daughter. How could she not know about such a big matter? Luo Yin's expression changed slightly as she stood up and said, I haven't returned home in a long time, so I truly do not know about family matters. Once I arrive in the northern continent, I will contact my father to clarify the reasons, but I have not received the red line area token. The crowd's expression shifted. There were only 8 red line area tokens in total, and aside from veils, all were taken by the powerful bishops. These bishops had high-level mental powers, slightly stronger than Luo, and given their status as members of major families in various states, Luo indeed could not obtain one. Excluding the teams of bishops Se Yu and Lan, the other bishops' team leaders looked somewhat displeased. A female bishop said bluntly, Are you implying that we must give you the red line area token? Otherwise, you won't help us inquire about the specifics? Luo quickly denied. How could that be? It's just that if I cannot go to the red line area, I'm afraid my father will not provide detailed information. If you don't mind, I can ask. Isn't that the same? Then tell us, which team do you want a red token from? Receiving Luo Yin's gaze, the talkative Lexi started again. Why make things difficult for the bishops? Isn't there a team that can't contribute, but still occupies a position? Qianla stood up and sneered. You're a mid-level. Who are you to say others can't contribute? When the duck was already in hand, Qianla, as the team leader, would not let it fly away. Chapter 33. What a capable kid, Lexi sneered. Oh, isn't this the former Bishop Qianla? Now, just a mid-level among the clergy, yet you seem unaffected at all. With his face, I'm sure Bishop Qian would be embarrassed if he were still alive. This was indeed too much. Bishop Qian had already sacrificed himself, and bringing him up was somewhat excessive. Qianla's expression turned cold, and a voice came from behind. Slap your right cheek. It will feel good. Everyone looked over. Vale was still leaning against Jean Exon, motionless, her eyes seemingly still closed beneath her sunglasses. But upon hearing this, Qianla's lips curled up, and she raised her hand to slap. Regardless of whether it was Lexi herself or the team leader Luo, they both wanted to dodge and stop it. But unfortunately, they didn't move, allowing Qianla to slap again and again. The crowd was astonished. What was going on? They didn't think Lexi would be foolish enough to just stand there and take the hits. This was clearly problematic. What was wrong with this girl Vale? Was her strange ability really just a simple mental mutation? Qianla showed no mercy, leaving Lexi unable to look at herself before finally stopping. You can target me if you want, but if you dare to say anything about my brother again, I'll kill you. Luo did not pay attention to the crumpled Lexi on the ground but frowned and asked Vale, Who are you? Why can you control us? You are clearly not from the Eternal Star. You only have mid-level capabilities, yet possess strange foresight and the ability to release others' mental powers, and now you have control abilities. Crossing so many levels. Are you really human? It is well known that human mental mutants awaken only one special ability. Only evil beasts can possess multiple abilities without limitation. The crowd was taken aback. Could it be that she was a high-level evil beast hiding as a human, infiltrating the church? Vale was too lazy to explain. But Meow couldn't sit still any longer and shouted, "Are you all out of your minds? If Vale were an evil beast, how could she hide from the 7 great bishops of the battle hall? How could she hide from the Pope?" The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, right? This girl was personally assigned to the battle hall by the Pope, so her human identity must be unquestionable. Luo Yin's expression flickered as she asked, "Then what about your abilities?" It was not her intention to probe into Vale's secrets, but since they were all hunting together, and Vale was too special, how could they feel at ease? Jean Exin sneered. "I only see that you are the one who is not at ease, harboring enmity, yet fearing the other's abilities. You find being a bishop quite amusing. And who are you?" Luo Yin asked coldly. "I was the eldest daughter of the Moonfall Star, Jean Exin. Now I'm a nun of the battle hall and a believer in destiny. The ability you are curious about is merely a gift from destiny. Those who believe in destiny and are pure will receive its favor. I was once stripped of my mental power, and it was destiny that allowed me to recover and gain the ability to mutate." Jean Exin's mental power was sharp as a knife, and everyone could see it clearly. Their expressions filled with even greater astonishment. The 8 virtues of destiny had always been something Vale frequently mentioned, and those who believed in the church did not believe it at all. However, what Jean Exin said forced them to reconsider this matter. Could it really restore mental power and even mutate? How is that possible? The falling sound quickly caught the flaw in this sentence. You are a believer in fate. How can you become a nun and stay in the Vatican? Jean Exin mocked. Can't you understand? The fate of the 8 virtues. What I believe in is the 8th virtue derived from the Vatican. While as the agent of fate, we are all under the glory of the 7 virtues Vatican, receiving the light of faith. If you have any objections, speak up together. Don't always pop up in front of Weil and be annoying. Weil winked at Jean Exin. This kid is pretty good. Lies come out of her mouth easily. She has the potential to deceive. After a strange misunderstanding with her in the battle hall, she became particularly attentive, asking her how to get rid of the battle hall. At that time, she replied that it required a lot of believers. And then Jean Exin was constantly promoting fate. What a capable kid. Taking her in is definitely not a loss. Are you deaf? I said this quota is occupied by the battle hall. Who wants to compete? Leaning lazily on the side, Lan Duo looked at everyone with her lazy yet absolutely intimidating green eyes. No one dared to speak again. While straightened her body and said unhappily, "It's just a matter of one sentence. You had to drag it out until the end to speak. You're so lazy." Lan Duo chuckled. "This isn't my fault. If you need help with a simple matter, you insist on not speaking. I thought you could solve it yourself. This isn't an opportunity for you to showcase yourself. I didn't expect so many people to speak up for you. Your popularity is quite good." While snorted coldly, waiting for her to ask for help is truly a wicked pleasure. Looking at her decent character, peeling away this eye-catching exterior, inside is all darkness. Just as Weil said, Lan Duo merely spoke a sentence, and Luo Yin didn't dare to say a word. In the end, among those teams, the overall weakest was eliminated, and the tags were switched with Luo Yin. The entire team looked at Luo Yin with unfriendly eyes. Luo Yin also tightened her red tag. This was originally a matter of making friends and selling favors, but it was ruined because of one Weil. She even offended that team of bishops, leaving a bad impression on everyone. This was a huge loss. The hidden gloomy gaze fixed on the girl in sunglasses. Ever since she met Weil, nothing good has happened. If there really is a fate, this girl must be her disaster star. Perhaps she should learn to avoid disasters. With Lan Duo's strong presence, the quota for Weil's team was unshakable. After the spaceship landed in the North Continent, those with ordinary tags quickly switched to hover cars to leave. As soon as Luo Yin got off the spaceship, she was surrounded by a group of people, calling out, Mississippi, letting everyone know. These are all members of the Luo family. After chatting with her family for a while, Luo Yin separated from the crowd and solemnly approached the Vatican people. Archbishop Lan Duo, things are really a bit troublesome. According to the Luo family's investigation, both of those ferocious beasts are at the stage of advancement, and hunting them at this time would undoubtedly provoke their wrath. If pushed to the limit, the power abandoned for advancement would turn into attacking power. These two ferocious beasts are definitely not something the lower ranks can handle. Lei Wen frowned. Why are there such high-level ones in the Luo family's territory? And two at that. Luo Yin hesitated. These are all colleagues from the Vatican. I won't hide it. The Luo family discovered a silent spirit pool. Silent spirit pool? My goodness. It has excellent supportive abilities for mental power below the level. Someone exclaimed. Luo Yin smiled and nodded. Yes, the fundamental reason why we humans can contend with ferocious beasts is mental power. However, prolonged overexploitation has also led to varying degrees of damage to the meridians. As long as you enter and soak in the silent spirit pool on the day it opens, the damaged meridians will recover. They are all from the Vatican. My father has already promised that if we resolve the two ferocious beasts, the star coins from the Luo family will be normal, and we invite our companions who help to enjoy the silent spirit pool together. Chapter 34. That might be because your kissing skills are too poor. Companions who helped. This task is quite scholarly. Many people cast obscure glances at the Chinla team. This team clearly offended Luo Yin. If it were them, they probably wouldn't let it go easily. The silent spirit pool is a one-time use. Made from the dripping liquid of stalactites, extremely rare. Once soaked, it becomes useless and must be used at a fixed time. Luo Yin said this, and they didn't want to miss out. Previously, because of Wile's mystery and Lan Duo's favoritism, they were eager to befriend Wile, but now it seems unnecessary. Future favors can be sought later. The benefits are right in front of them, and everyone knows how to choose. They were originally going to split into two teams to target the two ferocious beasts, and now everyone gathered on Luo Yin's side. The Chinla team of 6 was completely excluded. This scene was quite awkward. Obviously, Chinla alone could not deal with the ferocious beasts. Luo Yin seemed a bit embarrassed and said, "What should we do? We can't let Chinla's team target the other one either. How about you wait here while we deal with one, then come back and take you to deal with the other? No need. I'll lead the team for the other one. You all can pray for blessings. I probably won't have time to rescue you." Lan Duo said leisurely. Everyone's expression changed. How can this work? Many people looked displeased. Someone said, "Archbishop Lan Duo, this isn't appropriate. If that ferocious beast goes mad, we don't have a bishop at the level. There will definitely be casualties. If you're not at ease with Chinla's team, we can deal with it one by one." While scoffed, deal with it one by one. And then all the merits are yours. Wouldn't our team come for nothing? Having made a choice, wanted to have both fish and bear's paw. How could there be such a good thing? You may not have a bishop at the level, but you have two at a lower level and all the elites. The team is chosen by you, and Archbishop Lan Duo supports the weaker side. No one can point out a mistake. I wish you all a pleasant time, all right? I hope when we meet again, none of you are absent. Grabbing Lan Duo's hand, Wile took the lead and left. Behind her, many people with green faces couldn't help but laugh. It was called losing the chicken and the rice. This is it. Those fools dazzled by the silent spirit pool. Archbishop Lan Duo already said she would follow the people of the battle hall, yet this group still engages in exclusion tactics. They deserve to not have the Archbishop's protection. Hunting is certainly not a direct approach. First deal with Luo, and only then the rest. Fighting monsters is all about strategy. Along the way, based on a rough map, except for Wile, who has turned into a moving mattress, everyone else started to take action. Feng Ji, Jin Xin, Miao Ku, Miao Wei, and Chinla coordinated perfectly, shouting and killing ahead, effortlessly collecting crystal cores, while struggled far behind, carrying the heavy Lan Duo like a mountain, cursing all the way. There was some movement ahead. Miao Wei was fighting, her mental power fluctuated, and Wile's eyes flashed slightly as she wrapped her simulated mental power around it. The others advanced to the lower level, and Wile took the opportunity to ride into the upper level. At the moment she retracted her mental power, Lan Duo, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, caught a strand of it. "Oh, so that's how it is. This isn't mental power, it's the strength you've simulated, so you need to borrow from others to level up. I want to see what this strength itself is." while quickly disperse that strand of mental power, although this person might not necessarily see through her divine power. These few people were acting strangely, so it was better for her to be cautious. Lan Duo was a bit displeased with Wile's reaction, flipped down and confined her in her embrace. Removing Wile's sunglasses, she said, "Open your eyes." This voice did not carry the ability to make her comply. Wile shook her head. "I won't open them." Grasping Wile's chin, examining this face that could be said to have no flaws, she couldn't help but lean in closer. Some things are just addictive. Once there's contact, one inevitably wants more. Wile has this kind of magic for them. As soon as her thin lips touched, Wile turned her head to avoid it. If you don't give faith, then don't kiss. Lan Duo instantly understood the annoyance of Aomen. No wonder Tan Lan could get close. This girl is very realistic. If it were him, he couldn't stand it either. Clearly, it was his closest half-soul. With a light laugh, he kissed her heavily, the power of faith slowly flowing into her mouth. Whereas not very resistant when she gets what she wants. Although she doesn't respond, she doesn't shy away either. After Miao Wei finished leveling up and a few people congratulated her, they realized that the two who were building a tower behind them were gone. Miao Ku was a bit anxious and suggested searching for them, but was stopped by Qianla, who had an inexplicable expression. "It's much safer for Weir to be by the Archbishop's side. Let's head down a hunt first. They'll catch up." Miao Ku thought about it and agreed, so she stopped insisting. Jean Exine looked at Qianla thoughtfully. Could it be that she also knew about Weir and those Battle Hall archbishops? In that case, would it be possible for her to align with Weir? At the very least, Qianla must have faith in fate and Weir. After kissing for 10 minutes, with her lips numb, Weir couldn't take it anymore and pulled her hand out from under her clothes. "Are you done? I don't want faith anymore. It's too torturous." "Torturous? Are you uncomfortable? Or did you only have feelings for Tan Lan? I see that even if Aomen gave you a piece of his soul, you wouldn't feel much." Weir thought for a moment and said, "That might be because your kissing skills are too poor. I don't feel any emotional connection. That is not my fault." Ignoring the dark expression on Lan Duo's face, Weir turned around and chased after the team, feeling that it was so easy not to carry anyone. Lan Duo chuckled. "If your kissing skills are poor, then you need to practice more, right?" As they caught up with the team, little Luo had already killed at least 10, according to the markers. The next target was a beast at the next level, which posed a significant challenge to the team members, except for Qianla. Qianla said seriously, "Although we are on a mission, this is a rare opportunity for training. You all will attack together, and I will hold the line. Unless absolutely necessary, I'll 1T rescue you. Be prepared for severe injuries." The thrill of life and death stimulates mental power, which is an excellent opportunity for leveling up. Feng Ji was the first to agree. "I have been stuck at this level for too long. It's time to take a chance. I will be the vanguard." Qianla nodded. "Very good. You're the only boy here, so you should be sharper. But your attack power alone isn't enough. Jean Xin is a mental mutant at this level, and her mutation ability is very strong. You will take the lead, and the rest will support from behind." Miao Wei suddenly asked if Weir believes in fate. Will she really be favored and become a mental mutant? Weir smiled. "Yes, but the premise is that I feel your pure faith. If you're just saying it or trying to deceive to gain mutation abilities, then fate cannot favor you." Chapter 35, The Extremes of Evil. The pinnacle of beauty, Miao Wei sighed. Indeed, everything requires a price. Is there really such a thing as pure faith? If the Seven Virtues Church weren't the strongest among the eternal stars, would we compete to become clergy? Exchanging faith in fate for power. Does the price mean freedom? What does Miss Jean Xin think? Weir raised an eyebrow. Miao Wei was quite perceptive. Jean Xin said seriously, "Everyone can bear different burdens. I can't make you feel what I feel. I can only say that meeting Weir is a stroke of luck for me. I cannot bear the pain of a genius becoming useless. At this point, Weir has given me other choices. Don't say the price is faith or freedom. No matter what it is, as long as I can afford it, I will not hesitate." Weir chuckled. "Remember what you said now. Fate is not a philanthropist. If you break your faith, everything it favors will be taken back." Miao Ku exclaimed, "Taken back? How?" "Very simple. Fate will return the twisted destiny to its original state. In her destiny, Jean Xin is a genius turned useless. Therefore, in the future, she will still lose everything. The reason she can remain intact, or even advance further, is simply because she changed her fate. For you suddenly realized, Veer. You let Captain Chinla play the role of Liu, and they can't stop it because this is predetermined by fate, and no one can change it? We're smiled. What a smart child, quite perceptive. Oh my God, this is amazing. What you say is fate. No one can change it. It's simply unbelievable. Feng Ji's eyes widened. It's not that exaggerated. The strong are respected everywhere. She's just very weak. If it were Lan Duo, my words wouldn't work. With an extra pair of arms around her waist, Lan Duo pulled her into his embrace, his green eyes filled with amusement. What are you saying about me? Except for Qianla and Jean Xian, who knew a bit of the inside story, the other three were shocked. This action was too over the line. We're sneered. I'm saying that if you were a bit weaker, I would determine your fate and make you eat shit on the spot. The arms around her waist stiffened for a moment before tightening further. Lan Duo smiled and said, you can try. The expressions of the other few changed repeatedly. Miao took a deep breath, wanted to speak up for Weir, but she was punched in the stomach by Miao Wei, curling her body and swallowing the question that almost slipped out. Miao Wei coldly glared at this big, silly sister, who dared to meddle in everything, really thinking she was invincible. Had she lived enough? Except for Miao Ku, who had a bit of kindness, the others chose to ignore it, no matter what they thought. Without strength, but trying to meddle with the strong is not called courage. It's called courting death. Perhaps because there were fewer people, Lan Duo no longer avoided his intimacy with Weir. On the way to find the level beast, he was half embracing Weir, and the close contact made the others unable to say a word. No one knew what to say, creating an awkward and strange atmosphere. Weir struggled a few times, but saw that he had no intention of letting go, so she stopped moving. It was useless anyway, so why waste energy? She simply closed her eyes and curled up in Lan Duo's arms, letting him carry her without using any strength. Lan Duo was in a good mood. One hand completely wrapped around Weir's slim waist, holding her tightly in his arms, and Weir's breath was addictive to him. This time, they quickly reached their destination under the silent and focused journey of the group. Area 18 of the North Continent is where level beasts are active, and many people suffer from them. This beast appears every few days. Because it has already reached a high level and developed a feeding habit, it particularly enjoys devouring young women, and it won't leave without killing a few people each time. Area 18 belongs to the territory of the Luo family in the North Continent, and the Luo family had also sent people to deal with it. However, this beast has speed abilities and cannot be caught, which is why it was reported to the church. Most of the beasts that can be reported have some troublesome abilities. Rather than having their own family lose manpower to pursue it, it is better to pay star coins for the church to handle it. According to the locals' accounts, a few young women who usually dared not go out hid in the dark, anxiously coming out to shop together. After understanding the beast's abilities under Qianla's arrangement, the group ambushed in a four-sided encirclement. In this team, only Jean Xian and Qianla could inflict damage on the beast. The rest were too far behind in levels. But with Qianla actively holding the line, the others still had the courage to fight. Facing strong opponents is a rare training opportunity. Lan Duo held Weir in the dark, almost excluding the two from the team. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. One was too strong to be needed, and the other was mysterious and inscrutable. The girls had only been out shopping for a little over 20 minutes when a swift sound of wind rang out. Qianla shouted, "It's coming! Everyone else, get out of the way!" The crowd had already left an escape route, scattering in a rush. Jean Xian was the first to take action. Her sharp mental power forced that invisible figure to stop. A beast that was the same as a human in shape, but had the face of an unknown bird appeared. Looking at the messy feathered bird head on a human male body, Wu was once again visually assaulted and turned her head to look at Lan Duo, seeking solace. Lan Duo raised his green eyes. Do you think it's ugly? Of course, don't you think it's an eyesore? I like good-looking things. Both body and mind should be comfortable. Heh, so you're a woman who cares about appearances. Among the 7 of us, who do you think is the best looking? You. We replied expressionlessly. Lan Duo was taken aback. Although I'm very happy to hear you say that, it sounds too fake when said so quickly. If someone else asks, you'd say whoever asks is the best looking, right? Sure enough, this girl seemed to be quite annoyed with him. even too lazy to joke around. How could that be? Since it was destined to be the closest, and he was fond of her, how could he fall behind others? Lowering her head to bite her cherry-colored lips, she whispered, "If my kissing skills are lacking, I need practice. You point it out, and then you take responsibility for teaching." Vale felt a bit annoyed. Did this bastard really think she was that foolish, not realizing he was clearly taking advantage of her? But the faith that flowed in her body made her choose to keep quiet. A kiss is a kiss. He's handsome and offers benefits, so she wouldn't lose out. Meanwhile, the fight was intense, and the two of them were kissing in the shadows. Vale remained largely unchanged, but Lan Duo couldn't hold back any longer. He pinned Vale against the wall, his hands already wreaking havoc under her robe. And the kiss took on a different flavor as he moved away from her red lips to kiss down her neck. Vale wasn't dead. Such teasing made her unable to help but open her eyes a crack, while Lan Duo's somewhat out-of-control body stiffened. The pull of the soul shook incessantly, about to burst forth. It was the color of chaotic, murky eyes, the extreme of evil and the pinnacle of beauty. Vale noticed she had opened her eyes and immediately wanted to close them, but Lan Duo kissed her eyes. "Don't close them. It's so beautiful." Vale was startled. Beautiful? It's the first time someone has said that. You don't think it's filthy and evil? Chapter 36. You still don't know what evil is. Lan Duo found it amusing. Filthy and evil? Trust me, you still don't know what evil is. The world is just a big mishmash. Those with murky auras aren't necessarily evil, and evil people don't always have murky auras. Vale, your aura is comfortable for us. Much better than those hypocritical humans. I don't know what you are, but your eyes don't have that much deterrent effect on us. There's no need to hide. Show your true self. You are extremely beautiful. Vale fully opened her eyes to gaze at the green-eyed man before her. And indeed, just like Aomen, could these few withstand her gaze? The two locked eyes for a moment, and as Lan Duo leaned in to speak, a loud bang rang out. Feng Qi was blasted away by the beast, seemingly injured badly, and took a long time to get up. The scruffy-headed beast, surrounded, created an opening and realized it was a trap, deciding to retreat with its high intelligence. Even though the opponent before was not unbeatable, the beast chose to withdraw. Seeing this, Qianlan naturally wouldn't let it have its way and pressed down with her powerful mental force, forcing the beast back into the encirclement. Xin Xin, Miao Ge, Miao Wei, and the recovering Feng Qi joined forces again. This time, they all used all their strength, although they weren't originally a match for the beast. With Qianlan holding the line, the beast was constrained. For a moment, it truly was at a stalemate with them. They bore some injuries, but for now, they could continue. The surrounded beast glanced at Qianlan for a while, its bird-like eyes flashing with malice, pulling out a black stone-like object from its bosom and throwing it over. Vale frowned and emerged from the shadows, shouting, "Quick, retreat! Don't use mental force to stop it." Qianlan, knowing Vale's uniqueness, immediately withdrew her mental force, but still got grazed a little. An indescribable feeling of nausea surged in her heart. She felt like the sky was spinning and bent over to vomit uncontrollably, unable to stand even with the support of nearby structures. The beast sneered at this, choosing to use Miao Ku as a breakthrough point. Its figure moved so quickly it was almost invisible, charging straight at her. Miao Wei couldn't see the figure, but she guessed the beast's target, her expression changing as she lunged onto Miao Ku, taking the impact, and the sisters fell to the ground in a heap. Vale put on her sunglasses, and the mental force belonging to Lan Duo surged out again, obstructing the beast and binding its limbs. Although it was only for a brief moment, Jean Xin seized the opportunity, and with a mental force as sharp as a knife, sliced through the beast's neck. The scruffy-headed beast fell, quickly disappearing along with its body, leaving only a crystal core behind. Miao Ku, astonished, helped the blood-spitting Miao Wei up, surprised that this person would save her by using her own body to shield her from injury. Miao Wei lowered her eyes. "I just did it for team cooperation. You don't need to think too much. If something happened to you, it would be more awkward for me and the team." Miao Ku remained silent for a moment and replied, "I didn't think too much. You don't need to explain unnecessarily." Miao Wei's words instead revealed some things. Perhaps she had overlooked some matters. The injuries of the few were not severe, and they all gathered around Vale and Qianla, looking at Qianla, who was slumped on the ground with concern. Feng Qi, looking grim, asked, "What happened? What was that black thing?" Vale raised an eyebrow. "Can't you tell? That's a product of interstellar technology, specifically designed to confuse mental forces." Feng Qi exclaimed, "It's a magnetic halo stone. Are you kidding me? Where did beasts get these things? This beast hasn't fully evolved into a human. Where did it get this?" Miao Wei squinted. "Don't forget whose territory this is. Discovering the quiet spirit pool itself is a bit strange. I looked around. The terrain here isn't suitable for stalactites to form, let alone sharing it generously with the church. Even if the quiet spirit pool is real, its size is limited. It can't hold many people. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for oneself? Why share it? Would the head of the Luo family agree? And wouldn't the other family members have opinions? The sudden appearance of the beast and the chaos it caused is quite strange. Plus, this beast has magnetic halo stones. Do you think it's possible this is a trap?" Miaoku's expression changed slightly. "Are you saying that because they don't obey the church, the Luo family and the beast are teaming up to hunt us? It's very possible. I assent it. Those coming to hunt us may not be the top of the church, but they are definitely the elite forces in the middle ranks. If a lot of them die, the church's strength will show a gap in a few years, and that will be the opportunity for the 5 continents of the Eternal Star," Miao Wei analyzed. Feng Qi felt a chill. "The more you talk about it, the bigger it gets. What do we do now?" "The magnetic halo stone requires special equipment to extract. Should we seek help from the Luo family?" Jean Xian replied. "What nonsense are you talking? Luo Yin would be disgusted to see us. Will we go to humiliate ourselves?" Miao Ku worriedly said, "But we can't ignore Qianla. Otherwise, we can ask Archbishop Lan Duo for help. He must have a way." Vale scoffed. "Look back and see if there's anyone left. He won't bother with us. Who knows where he has gone off to sleep? We'll solve it ourselves. Going to the Luo family is useless. We will only be made difficult. There must be a place with the equipment to extract the magnetic halo stone. Let's go directly." The few exchanged glances, all thinking of one place, surprised by Vale's boldness. The interstellar development base in Zone 20 of the Northern Continent. Feng Qi Keringi Qianla looked at the soldiers patrolling the gate and grinned. "Are we really going to sneak in? The development base has checkpoints every few zones and is a crucial territory. If we get caught, the Luo family will execute us, and the church won't say a word." Jean Xian remained cold-faced. "I'm not letting you in. Just me and Vale will go. You wait here." Feng Qi immediately protested. "I want to go too. Think about it. It's quite thrilling. Count me in." Vale shook her head. "The more people, the easier it is to cause trouble. Just me and Jean Xian will go in. You guys guard Qianla. Don't let her guard down. That woman Luo Yin seems quite petty." Before the others could ask for clarification, Vale and Jean Xian swiftly took down 2 soldiers they had been watching for a long time, without a sound. In just 2 minutes, 2 figures dressed in military uniforms, their caps pulled low, returned to the ranks, without any hint of incongruity. The hidden onlookers admired this clean and swift action. It was clearly not their first time doing such a thing, and the 2 cooperated seamlessly, just right in the blind spot of the surveillance. In fact, Vale and Jean Xian didn't exchange words. Just a glance and a few gestures made everything clear. Jean Xian had been cautious in the Jean family for years and was no stranger to this kind of thing, having killed many. Vale, on the other hand, didn't need to learn. She was naturally full of mischief. Just as the 2 successfully blended into the gate, the others breathed a sigh of relief. But Miao Wei suddenly shouted, "Get down." Chapter 37. The professional illness of a charlatan. At some point, 3 masked men appeared behind them, silently aiming laser guns at them. Already pulling the triggers. The wind rushed, and the pupils contracted slightly. I rolled over with Qianla on my back, barely dodging. Damn it, this is what Wei Er meant. This girl has the occupational disease of a fortune teller, always talking halfway and never being clear. Miao Wei calmly said, "Stop complaining. It's inconvenient for you to take Qianla and leave first. Miao Ku and I will hold them off. Just hide and wait for Wei Er to contact us." Feng Ji did not refuse. This was the best option at the moment. He said, "Be careful," and quickly left with Qianla on his back. Miao Ku drew his longsword and said, "Their mental strength is higher than ours. and they have lethal weapons. We can't fight them head-on. We need to retreat while fighting. If we have a chance to run, we should take it." After saying that, he charged forward with his sword, and Miao Wei coldly snorted, "You don't need to summarize. I don't need you to take care of me anymore." On this side, as they encountered danger, Jean Xin was not in a better situation. Upon entering, they found that this pair of soldiers seemed to be more than ordinary patrol guards, as they directly entered a round building entirely gray. They took the elevator down to the underground level 7 and had to go through a manually checked checkpoint. Strangely, it wasn't a QR code or a fingerprint or iris scan. They used the oldest method for passwords. Jean Xin was dumbfounded. This high-tech still had loopholes? How could they guess something so unique for each person? At this moment, they were the only team, and they couldn't run. Stepping out of the team would be quite conspicuous, like the brightest star in the night sky. Jean Xin cautiously poked Wei Er in the lower back and whispered, "What should we do? It's about to be our turn. Hurry up and predict." Wei Er was speechless. "How many times do I have to say it? My ability isn't prophecy, it's peering into fate. Isn't that the same? Hurry up and pry the password out." At this moment, there were only 5 people ahead. Do you have a misunderstanding? The main character is still feeding mosquitoes in the grass. How could I see their fate and know their password? There were still 3 people in front, and 2 of them had not figured out a way. Jean Xion's mental strength was stirring. If it went wrong, they would have to charge through, but the chances of survival for the 2 of them were 0. Not to mention the difference in mental strength. The thermal weapons of the Interstellar Development Base could easily leave them in ruins. Finally, it was Wei Er's turn, and the guard said sternly, "Password?" Seeing the guard's expression, Wei Er blurted out, 69853258. "Pass." Next, Jean Xion's eyes widened. What was going on? Wasn't it said that she couldn't foresee? This wasn't the most important part. The crucial thing was that she knew the answer and hadn't told her. After passing the checkpoint, Wei Er couldn't linger and couldn't hint to Jean Xion. She could only turn her back and made a circular motion with her finger on her head. Jean Xion pondered, what did that mean? Think hard. This was the first time she heard that a password could be figured out just by thinking. If that were true, how would those selling safe survive? Password? The guard asked monotonously. Wait, a monotonous line? Jean Xion's eyes brightened. Was it not what she thought? She casually said the 8-digit number 69325-847. The guard said, pass. Next. Wow, it really worked. Who thought of this trick? The password was fake, but the mental tactic was real. If she hadn't seen Wei Er safely enter, she would have acted earlier, and the outcome would have been predictable. Once they entered this door, they started to glimpse something. Large metallic gray solution tubes were lined up throughout the hall, densely packed, each containing a monstrous creature with bizarre appearances. This was not surprising. There were many interstellar research bases studying monsters since they preyed on humans and pose a threat. How the monsters appeared in the interstellar realm was unclear. They only knew that they were a life form formed from a concentration of filthy energy. Some formed special bodies on their own, while others attached themselves to peculiar plants and animals, causing those species to mutate. Humans have been trying to find ways to eradicate them, but lacking the intellect and strength. They were not surprised to see monster materials here. However, the presence of clearly human bodies made them feel disgusted. Rows of solution tubes containing human organs or even whole humans were increasing. The further they walked in, the more exaggerated it became. Some of the humans inside the tubes were still alive, struggling in pain, their faces contorted and mouths screaming something. Unfortunately, the tubes were soundproof, so they couldn't hear what the person was shouting. The squad leader stopped and looked at everyone, saying, I'm going to hand over the materials this time. You check if any have lost their experimental capabilities. Note the serial numbers and report them all together. Disperse. The team, about 20 people, said nothing and each dispersed to observe the liquid test tubes one by one. Wei Er and Jean Xin retreated to the edge, looking for another exit. It was clear that the instruments they needed were not here. As they walked and looked, Jean Xin wondered where they were searching. Wei Er casually replied, Can't you see? They're trying to graft monsters onto human bodies to gain their abilities. Ugh, that's absurd. Is this really a combination of humans and monsters? How can this still be considered human? How did you figure that out? Wei Er calmly said, What's so surprising? Greed is something very hard to satisfy in this world. I'm not surprised that humans have this idea. As for how I figured it out, after experiencing so much, some things are clear at a glance. If you observe closely, you'll find that those humans have some organs and limbs that are not harmonious. They are grafted from other things. Jean Xin retorted, "That's disgusting. Is this also what the Luo family does? Is Luo Yueshing like this? Is the church like this? Is Beizhou like this? Is there really no pure place in this world? Of course there is. Black and white have always been opposites. There is no more or less. The more filth there is, the more purity there is. The reason you encounter more filth is that you're not inclined to be pure. You could be like the sun, but don't delude yourself into thinking you can turn white." After hearing this, Jean Xin fell silent. Indeed, with her hands stained with blood, what qualification did she have to talk about purity? The two walked along the edge for a while before finally reaching an exit. There was no way. The area underground was too vast. No one thought of meddling. Their goal was only the instruments, and they wouldn't overestimate their capabilities. The instrument for removing magnetic halo stones should be stored in a fixed equipment room, but the problem was that now the two of them didn't know the location. They could only explore carefully, little by little. Hard work pays off. In a situation where their hearts were so tense they could jump out at any moment, they really found an equipment room. The good news was that the equipment room had the instruments they needed. The bad news was that there were people inside. It was the squad leader who had just said he was going to hand over the materials, and in front of him were several lab technicians in white coats, carefully examining several unconscious clergy members in divine robes on the ground. Chapter 38. Then I can't be wronged. They actually captured the clergy. Clearly, Miao Wei's earlier analysis was closer to the truth. If the Luo family was really hunting the church clergy in reverse, what role was Luo Yin playing? And did she know it herself? Jean Xin was somewhat relieved that it was her and Wei Er who came. Neither of them had the altruism to sacrifice themselves. If those others had come, it might have caused trouble. The two passed by without changing their expressions, planning to find an opportunity to come back and get the things they needed. Having locked onto their target, the rest would be easy. "Stop. Didn't I tell you to investigate the materials? How did you end up here?" The squad leader pushed open the door to the equipment room and called out to the two. Jean Xion's heart tightened. They weren't the real ones. They were all part of the same team. Did this man recognize his own soldiers? Having been called out, running away would undoubtedly confirm their guilt, making it difficult to enter again. They could only brace themselves and turn around. Jean Xin noticed that no matter when, Wei Er seemed unfazed. This was also the benefit of being able to peer into fate, or perhaps she simply lacked the human emotions of the 7 feelings and 6 desires. Wei Er turned around boldly, not caring that her striking face was exposed, reporting, "Officer, we were looking for the restroom and took a wrong turn." Her obvious female voice and striking appearance clearly indicated that they were fake. As expected, the man fell silent, his gaze scanning the two. Jean Xin thought that today was inevitable for a desperate struggle when the commander of the small team spoke up, "Turn right, go down the 3rd entrance after 500 meters, and regroup." "Yes, Commander." Wei Er responded firmly, as if she truly was a soldier. Under the watchful eyes of the researchers, they strode away, and Jean Xin immediately straightened her back to follow. The two walked in sync, making it look quite convincing. Only Jean Xin knew that her back was once again drenched in sweat. Ever since she had joined Wei Er, her heart felt like it was on a roller coaster. However, there was a benefit to this. Years later, if the world were to end, would she still be able to remain calm? Not long after the two returned to the group, the small team commander followed them down and called the two aside for a briefing. In the independent office, the three exchanged glances. The man was around 40 years old, dressed in gray-green military attire, with an ordinary yet resolute face that bore the aura of a soldier. But his actions were clearly unsavory. This is what they call not judging a person by their appearance. Beneath a proper facade, there may lie a rotten heart. The little friends from a holy see have infiltrated my team. Is it for these few clergy? Wei Er scoffed. Wrong. Our goal is the same as yours. A spy from the Chen family. The man's expression changed slightly. Who are you, and how do you know my identity? Jean Xin secretly gave a thumbs up in her heart. Wei Er's ability was truly impressive. She could guarantee that this guy didn't even recognize him. Who I am is not important. What matters is that our goals align. I can help you cover your tracks, and we can split the credit later. The man furrowed his brow. I don't even know your identity. How can I trust you? Wei Er looked at him as if he were a fool. What you're about to do is of great importance. Does the Chun family only send you alone? When the time comes and the items are in your hands, it won't just be your word that counts. Helping you cover for you is dangerous. Why would we take the risk if we weren't in this together? The man pondered for a moment. It did make sense. Still wary, he only revealed a little of the plan and concluded, at 9:20 tomorrow, you create a disturbance to attract attention while I go retrieve the items. Wei Er nodded. All right, just don't forget our contributions. The man said meaningfully, don't worry if we can get it. The Chun family will prioritize over the Luo family. It's just a reward. The Chun family won't hold back. After reaching an agreement, the man let Wei Er and Jean Xian return to the group, even kindly providing them with a map to prevent them from exposing themselves. Jean Xian, somewhat confused, asked, the Chun family is also a family from the North Continent. What do they want to take? Wei Er replied, how would I know? Jean Xian's face turned blank, and after a long while, she said, then how did you manage to talk to him and set a time for the operation? Oh, that. I saw a little of his past and realized he was a spy from the Qin family, knowing what he wanted to take. The rest, I don't know. Wow, I'm really impressed with you. Your abilities are sometimes quite useless, yet other times they're quite timely. So what about us tomorrow? Wei Er flashed a mischievous smile. And then Jean Xian would know. On Feng Ji's side, it was quite smooth to escape with Miao Ku and Miao Wei blocking the way. The pursuers were likely Luo Yin, seeking revenge, and this area was the Luo family's territory. Feng Ji didn't dare to stay in a hotel and found a large bridge pier to hide with Qian La. Qian La was so dizzy that she couldn't stand. Weakly being placed on the stone pier, Feng Ji, don't worry about me. Go check on them. Feng Ji quickly stopped her. Don't talk. I know what you mean. But turning back now would be foolish. I might not be able to save them and would leave you behind. Qianla was silent for a long time before saying, I'm sorry for being a burden. What nonsense. No one blames you. You were just trying to help us and got caught in this. We are a team, so we must unite. Right now, my task is to protect you and wait for everyone to contact us. Seeing Qian La's lips cracked, Feng Ji pulled out a water bottle from his space and fed water to Qianla. The young master had never served anyone, and he spilled more than half of the water on Qian La's chest rather than getting it into her mouth. Feng Ji felt somewhat embarrassed and instinctively reached out to wipe it, but the softness beneath his palm made him freeze. Had he lost his mind? Even more awkwardly, Qianla was not unconscious. Her weary face had a pair of calm eyes quietly looking at him. Feng Ji withdrew his hand. I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? I do. You won't be able to return to the Holy See after this hunt. Do you believe that? Feng Ji's face twisted. I really didn't mean it. I rarely interact with girls and forgot for a moment. Given that I'm protecting you, you shouldn't hold it against me. Right? Qian La's expression remained flat, clearly indicating her answer to Feng Ji. Anger surged from his heart, and malice grew from his gut. Feng Ji's face darkened. Anyway, you're a level above me. I can't escape this. If you insist on this, then I won't suffer in silence. He held Qian La's head and kissed her red lips, closing his eyes to ignore the anger rising in her gaze, kissing her fiercely. Since he was going to be dealt with anyway, he might as well take advantage of it. Upon reflection, this was still his first kiss. It was Qian La who took advantage. While the two were lost in their kiss, the Miao sisters were in dire straits, being chased to the brink of despair. The sisters had lost track of how long it had been since they had been this close, holding each other tightly in the cramped tool room. This was an unfinished high-rise building, and the three men seemed to possess lower-level psychic abilities, yet their equipment was quite advanced. In simple terms, the weapons they carried could easily kill those at a lower level, and since all three were a level above them, holding on for this long was already a desperate struggle on their part. Chapter 39. In the end, Wei Er prevails. Wiping the blood from Miao Ku's mouth, Miao Wei was furious, but her voice was kept very low. Who told you to save me? I always wanted to step on you, didn't you know? There's no reason. I always treated you like a sister. I don't know when you began to resist this affection. I tried to mend it, but it didn't work. Just when I was about to give up, I found that you still had feelings for me as your sister. Wei Wei, what are you really thinking? The name Wei Wei, Miao Wei hadn't used in a long time, and her eyes burned with emotion, something stirring within. Miao Wei held back, pretending to be indifferent. You're being overly sentimental. I never liked you from the start. We weren't born from the same mother. Can't you remember that? Miao Ku sighed. That has nothing to do with it. Even if there's no blood relation, if I met the little Wei Wei from childhood, I would still like her. If you want to be the only young lady of the Miao family, I can help you. Once I enter the Holy See, I have no plans to return to the Miao family. Wei Wei, can you? Miao Wei's heart twisted in pain, unable to listen any longer. She coldly replied, I don't need your help. I am good enough on my own. My father favors us, and the Miao family has long lost its place for you. Your absence shows your self-awareness. We will never be like we were as children. Don't waste your efforts. The flimsy wooden door was kicked open. Oh, hiding here are we? 3 tall and burly men blocked the only exit, their ugly faces twisted with a nauseating sneer. Just one glance, and Miao Wei and Miao Ku's expressions darkened simultaneously. We are the direct line of the Miao family. Miao Wei is our father. Whether you are hired help or members of the Luo family, have you thought about the consequences of touching us? The 3 men's expressions momentarily turned awkward, and the most ferocious-looking man said, Big brother, don't be scared by them. Once we're done, we can just kill them. So what if she's a young lady of the Miao family? As long as we destroy the evidence afterward, we'll find out. We've done this too many times. When have we ever been caught? The higher their status, the more excited the brothers became. They were eager for the screams or pleas for mercy. They treated it as entertainment. Finally driving the girls to this corner, Big brother, don't ruin the fun. With that, they reached out to grab Miao Wei. The sisters naturally wouldn't sit idle, attacking wildly, but they were no match. The 2 were beaten until they had no strength left, their lips stained with blood. Miao Wei's clothes were half torn, and Miao Ku, using her last bit of strength, pressed down on Miao Wei to block the disgusting touches of the 3 men. Hee, truly a deep sisterly bond. Then let us fulfill your wishes, starting with you. Miao Ku's divine robe was torn open. Her beautiful figure made several men envious, and it also burned Miao Wei's heart. At this moment, they both felt the helplessness brought by their weakness, and the 2 sisters held each other tightly, simultaneously thinking of their last resort. Although they usually did not believe. In the end, they could only burn their boats and hope that Wire could truly sense their faith, hoping that fate would truly favor them. Both closed their eyes and continuously prayed for fate, for Wire, and for a chance to change their destiny. Boom! The fusion of the sisters' mental powers erupted with a strength far beyond simple addition. The intertwining of hatred and fury filled their combined mental power with explosive force, and the 3 men below them, with excited smiles on their faces, were blown apart by the sudden impact. Blood and shattered organs rained down on Miao Ku's exposed back. Yet she felt no disgust, smiling down at Miao Wei. Before losing consciousness, Miao Ku said, In the end, Wire got what she wanted and I lost my sister. What huge loss. At that moment, Wire, who had already obtained the equipment, smirked, seemingly hearing Miao Ku's words. Jean Xin ran over, gasping for breath. What are you laughing about? Is this your plan? Wire indeed made a scene as promised, but the reason was that she reported that unfortunate officer. This person had provided materials to the development base for a long time, and many did not believe he would be a spy. But when the time came, seeing him actually take action, everyone turned cold. Wire and Jean Xin, taking advantage of the chaos, secretly obtained the equipment, but that man was no pushover either, and he exposed their identities. The 2 were chased together, and during the Great Escape, Wire was still laughing, which Jean Xin completely could not understand. Don't worry, just stick close to me. The consequence of sticking close was that they were surrounded, and Jean Xin lost her words, wondering why Wire always oscillated between being reliable and unreliable. Without a word of hesitation, the moment they were surrounded, Wire shouted, Randu, save me. Jean Xin was taken aback. Randu the Archbishop had returned. Wasn't he supposed to be looking for a place to sleep? He must have woken up. No wonder Wire was so fearless. The people at the development base had not reacted yet, but under the overwhelming mental pressure, Those being attacked immediately responded. The mentally weaker ones suffered cardiac arrest and died, while those a bit stronger were struck by severe illness, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale as if painted white. Jean Xian exclaimed, "This is the Archbishop Randu's mental mutation ability. So powerful." Wire frowned. Mental mutation ability? Not necessarily. How should I put it? It feels strangely familiar. Randu appeared, looking at Wire with confusion. "What are you doing at the development base? Looking for death?" "No, I discovered that this development base had captured clergy members. As someone from the Holy See, how could I just stand by?" Unfazed by life and death, she infiltrated with Jean Xian, intending to rescue other clergy members. But their identities were discovered. Fortunately, the Archbishop came to their rescue, although they did not succeed in saving anyone. Discovering such harm to the Holy See must be a significant contribution. The Archbishop must report this back to the Holy See. Jean Xian had already learned to control her expression well, confirming Wire's words without showing her thoughts. Randu's green eyes sparkled with amusement. "You saved someone? That doesn't seem like your character. You don't understand me. I've always been a kind person. Otherwise, how could I be so beautiful? Don't you like it?" This shameless remark left Randu speechless. As Wire spoke the truth, he did indeed like it. Well, since he was already here, despite not wanting to get involved, he couldn't pretend not to see it. Otherwise, reporting back to the Holy See would complicate matters. Randu led the way, and they were no longer the embarrassed figures fleeing for their lives. They walked with pride, which was the benefit of having strength. With his subordinates taken down, the head of the development base appeared, urgently calling out, "Archbishop Randu, please spare us." Chapter 40. Swallowing Randu's soul, an expensive yet ridiculous suit, worn by a greasy man with a big belly, was quite an eyesore. The man extended his chubby fingers, indistinguishable between knuckles, waving frantically as he hurried over. Panting heavily, he said, "Archbishop Randu, what is the meaning of this? This is the Interstellar Development Base. We are compliant and legal. Why are you making such a fuss?" Jean Xian frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting? You've captured clergy members of the Holy See. Do you think we're blind? You were so ruthless in capturing us. Yet now that the Archbishop has arrived, you've lost your nerve?" The man's face turned suspicious. "What are you talking about? We just invited some clergy members for a tour. There is no talk of capture. But you infiltrated the base. Don't you know that that's a crime?" Jean Xian's expression changed, and just as she was about to say more, Randu raised his hand to stop her, narrowing his green eyes. "Are you from the Luo family?" The man looked proud and nodded. "Indeed, I am Luo Chuan. If the Archbishop does not believe my words, once the people from the Holy See come out, you will know who is lying." Wire was also not very happy, fiddling with her sunglasses. "Who is lying is not important. I represent the Holy See and have helped your Luo family expose the Chun family as conspiracy. Not only did you not thank us, but you also sent people from the base to chase us. This is truly an eye-opener." The man was speechless, wanting an explanation, but finding his thoughts dissipated. Both sides were prepared for this matter, and it was best to stop here, as digging deeper would benefit neither. Thinking of this, Luo Chuan's small eyes shifted slightly. "Then we must have misunderstood. The Holy See has always been the holy land of the Eternal Star. Our Luo family's young lady is also a clergy member. We are all one family. It's better to resolve misunderstandings than to create enmity. I invite the Archbishop and the two of you to have a good meal, and let us turn the page on this matter. Shall we?" Randu replied expressionlessly, "No need. If it's a misunderstanding, let those clergy members leave after the tour. I will keep an eye on it. We will take our leave first. Not want to play word games with humans." Randu led Wire and Jean Xian away. On the way, Jean Xian complained, "What is going on? No one else was captured. Can't we confront them?" Wire made a bitter face. "I forgot this is an interstellar age. Technology is so advanced that it's not surprising to have means to disrupt memories for a while. My credit, just like that, flew away. Jean Xian, take the equipment and meet up with them. I will follow soon." Jean Xian glanced at Randu, her face cold as she left. Some things lacked strength, and saying them would only be self-deprecating. Her waist was grabbed, and Randu chuckled lightly. "Are you trying to do something with me by driving people away?" Wire took off her sunglasses, revealing her uniquely chaotic eyes. That is a question I should be asking you. You've been following me all along. Do you have other intentions? Oh, why do you say that? No reason. Although I can't see my own fate, I still have some intuition. The moment you got close, I felt a sense of unease. This indicates you're plotting something. And since you haven't found an opportunity, I don't like waiting like this. Just say what you want to do. Randu's green eyes were boundless, unfathomable. After holding her for a moment, he said, I'm very curious about you swallowing the soul of Oman. Let's give it a try. Damn, it turned out to be this matter. Wire pushed Randu away and ran. At least she had to struggle a bit. A piece of Oman's soul was hard for her to digest, and she didn't want to experience it again. But the legs were moving, while the person remained in place. The body was embraced by Lan Duo, their distance extremely close, breaths intertwining. The deep green eyes, like a clear pool, overflowed with the same colored soul power, entering Vale's body through her 7 orifices. Lan Duo also tried to use his soul power to explore her body, wanting to determine what kind of being she was. Little did he know that the soul entering her body could never be taken back. Vale thought resentfully, just keep supplying until she devours all of Lan Duo's soul, making him regret his choices. But none of these people were fools. Upon sensing the soul power uncontrollably rushing towards Vale, the green eyes filled with astonishment, cleanly severed a piece of the soul. Lan Duo looked at Vale in astonishment. The girl before him truly lacked his soul. A fragment of his spirit had already transformed into Vale's under his perception, making her a part of his own body. The urgent desire for his own soul to be complete darkened Lan Duo's green eyes. Was this how Ao Man felt? He understood it well. The feeling of being stretched to the point of bursting returned, akin to someone being forced to eat 10 bowls of rice when they could only manage one. It wasn't exactly pain, just an overwhelming discomfort. Vale shouted and bit down hard on Lan Duo's shoulder. Realizing something was off with Vale, Lan Duo did not resist, allowing her to bite his shoulder until it bled through the ceremonial robe. Unsatisfied with just one bite, Vale followed her bite marks, wanting to gnaw him to death. She wasn't foolish. After swallowing Ao Man soul last time, it was obvious something was using her body to grow. Now Lan Duo was the same, indicating that whatever it was clearly beneficial to them. Although she didn't know what it was, she could still feel the terrifying power brewing within her. Sometimes, a sense of panic arose. Would this terrifying power that didn't belong to her grow strong enough to burst her apart? Lost in thought, she suddenly felt very sleepy, wanted to lie down and sleep. This feeling came abruptly, yet was completely irresistible. Vale was speechless. She wouldn't be infected by Lan Duo, would she? The guy was always sleeping and relying on her back. Too tired, Vale shot a fierce glare at the green-eyed man, found a comfortable position in his embrace, and closed her eyes. Lan Duo chuckled softly. Swallowing his soul had affected her. He found this feeling wonderful, both intimate and wanting to merge into her body. For the first time in endless time, he felt this way towards another being. Following his impulse, he lowered his head and kissed Vale's red lips. The sleeping girl was unaware that her lips were being kissed open until it affected her breathing, causing her to furrow her brows and show signs of waking. Seeing this, Lan Duo withdrew his lips and tongue, lingering near her ear. Only then did Vale regain her breath and fall back into a deep sleep. Chapter 41. Then let's create together. Unbeknownst to Vale, Lan Duo's lips traveled down her shoulder and neck. The girl in his arms captivated him, and even though she was awake, he couldn't help himself. With a more intense thought in mind, just as he was about to act, his communication device rang. Looking at the caller ID, a look of displeasure flashed in Lan Duo's eyes. Once answered, Tan Lan's cold voice came through. Lan Duo, don't forget why we sent you. If you don't want the same fate as Ao Man, handle it yourself. Without a word, the call was disconnected. Lan Duo sighed. Without Ao Man, there are still 5 others, and they really aren't opponents. It seems I need to find a way to rescue Ao Man and share the firepower. When Vale woke up, Lan Duo was nowhere to be seen, and she returned to the team. Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing Vale awake. Killa said apologetically, I'm sorry, Vale. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to take such risks. If anything happened, no need to say more, Vale interrupted. A team doesn't have that many formalities. This time wasn't in vain. I believe you all gained something. Vale's gaze swept over each person's face. Fengji had a face full of bruises, awkwardly avoiding eye contact, but the look in his eyes when he glanced at Keela was far from innocent. Miao Ku and Miao Wei exchanged glances with Vale, both carrying a sense of helplessness. Miao Ku said, "So are we your followers now?" The accurate term would be followers of fate, but it's the same. I can accept the belief. Let me clarify. What you gain is due to your belief in fate. If one day you abandon or forget to continue believing, fate will return the experiences you've encountered today. Miao Wei frowned. This is different from the 7 virtues. It feels threatening. What kind of cult is this? Wei, don't speak carelessly. Whether to believe or not is our decision. No one is forcing you. Vale, not angered by the questioning, replied, Miao Ku is right. No one forced you to believe from the start. It was all your choice. Fate isn't a philanthropist, nor is the 7 virtues. Belief is never a one-sided demand. What you gain through belief always comes at a price. I don't know if you've heard of the conservation of the universe. The universe operates according to certain rules, and so do living beings. No one can step outside this circle. Jean Xin couldn't help but say, so the price for entering the battle hall is... The other's expressions changed slightly, recalling Lan Duo's intimate boundary crossing, leaving them momentarily speechless. Vale chuckled. If you want to think that way, fine. To gain something, you must give something. Those in the battle hall are not easy to deal with. Their friendliness is merely a facade. They possess what I need. Some things you see are best left unseen. Be careful not to get silenced by those people. Keela was shocked. What does that mean? Is it just Lan Duo, the high priest? Vale patted Keela's shoulder. How should I save your naive self? Enough small talk. My matters are not for you to worry about. Don't forget we came out to participate in the hunt. Moving forward, competing for achievements, and leveling up is the most important. Let's go. Seeing that Vale didn't want to mention it, the others assumed she was avoiding it, and no one said anything more. However, their impression of the 7 high priests in the battle hall plummeted. Vale's words, though harsh, were undoubtedly realistic. Some matters were simply beyond their current capability to intervene. Compared to those few, they were nothing. If they wanted to meddle, they should first consider if they were qualified. The most important thing was to focus on improving their strength. The group discussed continuing along their route. The matters of the Luo family were not theirs to manage, and they were currently treading on someone else's territory, so it would be foolish to interfere. Planning was good, but clearly, the Luo family had no intention of calming down. Whether it was Luo in causing them trouble or the Luo family facing various assassinations due to the development of the base, they were relentless. Keela dealt with another wave. Wiping the blood splattered on her face and retracting her weapon, she frowned. This won't do. That was already a high-ranking leader, and if a stronger one comes, you won't be able to handle it. Fengji complained. Do they really think the Luo family in the North Continent has the final say? This nonsense at this rate. When will we have time to hunt? Vale narrowed her eyes. If they don't want us to have it easy, then let's create together. We should go find the Chun family. Jean Xin was dumbfounded. You just turned their situation against them, and now you're going to find the Chun family? They won't just let you off. Vale smiled knowingly, taking out a chip the size of a fingernail. There are things the Chun family wants. What is there to fear? Learn from this. It's always good to have more options. A small team, openly dressed in priestly robes, boarded a large civilian hover vehicle and left the area of the Luo family in the North Continent. This way, the Luo family couldn't attack them freely, as the church's reputation couldn't be tarnished openly. The 7 Virtues Church always had a halo in the Eternal Star. This also led to them being surrounded by various old men and women as they rode a hover vehicle that cost 1 star coin for a day tour. Heavens, you are the church's priests, truly the best among people. I'm also a believer of the church. The church sent you to the North Continent to hunt evil beasts. Well done, keep it up. You all look so young. Are you afraid of encountering evil beasts? Will your legs go weak? Why are you wearing sunglasses indoors? Can you see? There was still one person not wearing a divine robe. You in that outfit are a nun. Can nuns participate in hunting? Various questions emerged one after another. A few people were overwhelmed by a group, their heads buzzing, and after getting off the vehicle, the sound lingered on. No one spoke. They each found a corner to stand quietly, trying to calm themselves down. What a bad idea this was from Wire. Those people weren't even mentalists. They were incredibly weak to them, yet no one got angry. Birds of a feather flocked together, and although they had different personalities, none of them were the type to bully the weak, enduring the endless bombardment of questions. Adjusting her crooked sunglasses, Wire lazily said, "The process was a bit tough. But thankfully this method is practical. The Luo family won't attack ordinary people, which will attract the Star Guardians." Keela nodded. "This is District 35 in the north, the territory of the Chun family. The rest will be easy. We can go directly to their door." Since they were already there, they naturally wouldn't refuse and followed their captain Keela to the Chun family. As for Wire, who proposed this method, she seemed to be possessed by Archbishop Lan Duo, clinging on to Miao Ku's back. Fortunately, Wire was petite and delicate. Otherwise, Miao Ku would have been flattened on this journey. Miao Wei was quite displeased with this behavior. "You have no legs of your own. Why do you need someone to carry you? We believe in fate, but you can't bully people like this." Wire nodded. "I understand. You're concerned about your sister, right? Then I'll share the burden." Miao Wei felt a weight on her back. Her expression somewhat blank. Was that what she meant? Chapter 42. Wire's lucky encounter. Having carried Wire all the way, Miao Ku felt much lighter, stretched lazily, and said cheerfully, "Thank you, Wei Wei. My back was also starting to hurt. Your timing in taking over was just right." She patted Miao Wei's head reassuringly and hummed a little tune, walking to the front without paying any attention to Miao Wei. Miao Wei thought, this sister is no longer needed. It was the right choice. The Chen family was easy to find, but meeting the important figures was not so simple, especially under the premise of misunderstandings. All the families in the north were interconnected. Any trouble in one family couldn't be hidden. The Luo family's interstellar development zone had spies from the Chun family lurking for years, and the clergy who had mixed and had exposed them. This matter had long been spread. Now, the real culprit was openly visiting, which was clearly trampling the Chun family's reputation into the mud. No wonder they had left them waiting for half an hour without any response. Not driving them out of the Chun family's territory was already showing respect to the church. At the entrance of the prestigious Chun family manor, a row of robots blocked their way, as if they were uninvited guests. Wire sighed and said to the robots' cameras, "What are you peeking at? If there's a misunderstanding, why don't you come out and clarify? I was even thinking of not making enemies for no reason and planned to give you that thing. Since the Chun family didn't need it anymore, it might as well go to other families who would surely be interested. Having come all this way, let's leave. Miss Wire, please wait. The Chun family has no intention of not seeing you." Just as they turned around, the robots emitted a human voice, blocking their departure once again. In less than 5 minutes, the manor's gates opened. A group of well-dressed Chun family members hurriedly came out. At the forefront was a refined middle-aged man, followed closely by a young man with an outstanding appearance and a charmingly roguish look. The two bore some resemblance, likely a father-son pair. The young man was about 25 years old, dressed in casual attire that perfectly fit his physique, his tousled hair managed just right, adding a hint of laziness to his striking face. To Wire, this appearance was already top-notch, indicating that the boy was indeed good-looking. But there was still a gap compared to the 7 top figures. Chen Rong, the head of the Chen family, smiled broadly and asked, "What did Miss Wire mean earlier? What thing needs to be returned to the Chen family? I always say the church doesn't meddle in the affairs of other families. It's all a misunderstanding. Miss Wire, you clearly are not the type to kill indiscriminately." Wire stopped speaking, signaling Keela to handle it. After all, she was the captain. Should the captain bear the burden? How come Wire, who was enjoying being carried by Miao Wei, felt like the real captain? Resigned, Keela stepped forward. "Hello, Head Chun. I am Keela, the captain of Hunting Team 19. Regarding the matters of the Interstellar Development Base, it is not as you have heard." Chun Rong's expression flickered slightly. "Keela, from the Keela family of Zhongzhou? That was a long time ago. It has nothing to do with my identity now, right? Of course. It was my mistake to mention it. Please continue. Captain Keela, I would like to hear the details." The events did not transpire as the Luo family described. "We entered the base for another purpose and happened to encounter the Luo family, discovering that person's identity and attempting to surround them. It wasn't our business, but unexpectedly, we were dragged into it by someone arranged by the Chun family. and that thing ended up in our hands, forcing us to be chased by the Luo family, severely affecting our hunting progress. Jean Exine silently thought that if she hadn't experienced it firsthand, she would have believed it. Chen Rong showed no hesitation and immediately acknowledged. I see. Then the Chun family owes you an apology. He noted that the few of them seemed a bit special, with only Captain Keela's strength at the same level as previous years. With such strength, it wouldn't be easy to achieve merit. Since the trouble was caused by the Chun family, returning the item should set a good example. The head's eldest son, Chun Yin, would escort them for a while and help them resist the Luo family's interference. How about that? That sounds great. We could use a double-level fighter, Jean Exine said, handing the item to Head Chun. It seems the Luo family has encountered this calamity. Wire smirked. Jean Exine tossed a black gold chip to Chen Rong, who nervously caught and inspected it, his lips twitching. Rest assured, we know this is a one-time chip. We didn't he look. Chen Rong visibly relaxed, relieved it wasn't damaged. The charmingly roguish Chun Yin seemed quite interested in Wire, stepping closer and asking, "Why do you need someone to carry you? Are your legs injured? Would you like me to carry you?" Wire raised an eyebrow. With a ride delivered right to her door, why not take advantage? She stretched out her arms. Seeing this, Chen Yan's face lit up with joy as he lifted her from Yao Wei's back, cradling her in his arms, and Wire said, "I'm not injured. I'm just lazy." "You're really interesting," Chen Yan said, easily holding Wire and laughing. Ahem. Chen Rong shot a glance at his overly familiar son and said with a good mood, "Since you've come, would you like to have a cup of tea at the Chen family?" Initially thinking they would miss out after years of preparation, he unexpectedly found a glimmer of hope. The Luo family probably had no idea that this item had ended up in this girl's hands. One should not judge by appearances. Someone who could enter the church's war hall must not be simple. Keela politely declined. "We still need to make the most of our hunting time." "Thank you, Head Chun. We'll be setting off now." "Mr. Chun Yin, do you need to prepare anything?" Chun Yin shook his head, his gaze fixed on Wire. "No, I don't." Keela was speechless. Could it be that another person had taken a liking to Wire? Was this guy having a lucky encounter? "Then let us set off. We are quite behind now." With Chun Yin joining, we should be able to catch up a bit. "Everyone, let us work hard. Even if we don't rank high, we should at least put in some effort." Everyone agreed, except for the already sleeping Wire. There was nothing to be done. As long as Lan Duo's spirit hadn't fully digested, she couldn't avoid being influenced. With Chun Yin joining, they wouldn't have to squeeze with ordinary people on the way back, but it also gave the Luo family an opportunity. As soon as they stepped into the Luo family's territory, before they could react, Chun Yin had already made his move, his mental power spreading out like a tsunami. Help! Water attribute mental mutation. Before the words were fully spoken, the body was struck by the wave. The soft yet absolutely terrifying impact causing the person to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall silent. In less than 2 minutes, everyone around was dead. Meow, Ku exclaimed, "Is this the power of a level mental mutant? What terrifying abilities?" Shala said seriously, "Not everyone could do this. Mental mutations vary in strength. Just like the Archbishop of the War Hall, who could easily fight above his level when he was young. Mr. Chen's abilities have already surpassed the vast majority of mental mutants, and with such terrifying lethality, why haven't we heard anything from the church?" Chapter 43. Surviving by Guarding Fate. Chun Yin calmly retorted, "Why should the church know? My Chun family has never participated in the selection of clergy, nor do we believe in the 7 virtues or have any dealings with the church. We respect it, but after all, we are an independent family and do not need to report everything to the church." Shila's gaze shifted slightly. "I spoke out of turn. Please don't take offense, Mr. Chun." "It's fine, just call me by my name." Captain Shila believes in the 7 virtues church, which is different from my stance, so your questioning is justified. I just don't often engage in physical confrontations, so it's normal that there are no rumors about me. The church knows nothing. Oh, although the Chen family is not as prominent as the Luo family, it is still one of the top families. The direct line is a key observation target of the church. Under such circumstances, you mean to say you've never fought with anyone? The figure of Archbishop Lan Duo abruptly appeared in the hover car, his green eyes scanning the girl who was sleeping soundly, anger flashing in his gaze. She could sleep in anyone's arms. She really wasn't picky. He reached out to grab Weir's waist, intending to carry her back, but was stopped by a force. This must be Archbishop Lando. Weir was still asleep, and moving her would wake her up. Lando's green eyes darkened slightly. Was he daring to compete with him for her? The two exceptionally handsome men exchanged glances, one sitting while holding Weir's upper body, the other standing and bending to grasp her waist, looking like two tigers competing for dominance. The others exchanged glances. Weir, this troublemaker, really was a little nuisance. What should they do next? Were they watching a show or participating in it? Lando didn't indulge Chunyan. In an instant, he released his mental power, directly knocking Chunyan back and seizing Weir. As a member of the church, there's no need for outsiders to worry. Weir was also stirred awake by this commotion, blinking sleepily at the man with green eyes, mumbling, "What's wrong again?" With a kiss on her slightly parted red lips, he replied, "Nothing, you can continue to sleep." The wide sleeves of his robe covered her small face, and his presence enveloped her entirely. Chunyan's pupils constricted slightly. The church's archbishop has never had relationships with women? What are you doing? Or actually let someone kiss her. Why does it concern you? Lando replied impatiently. Chunyan's expression remained largely unchanged, but his gaze at Lando was extremely cold. I naturally can't interfere with the church's matters. But isn't the church supposed to be a sacred place in everyone's hearts? Archbishop Lando, is it not too filthy to behave like this in public? It makes outsiders like me question the sanctity of the church. Lando sneered. First, the church has no regulations against relationships between men and women. Second, what makes you think I need to be restricted by the church in what I do? The strong are respected everywhere. If you find it displeasing, you can wait until you have the strength to defeat me before speaking. Lando ignored the foolish human, disappearing with Weir. Shura and the others were already used to Weir occasionally disappearing with someone, and no one showed any surprise. Observing the expressions of those around him, Chunyan frowned. You all know, Haven T thought about reporting to the church? Shura replied calmly that Archbishop Lando was right. The strong are respected everywhere. The war hall is too special in the church, special enough that no blemish is allowed to arise. If it must cause a stir, only Weir would be ruined. Is she willing? Jean Xian coldly laughed. What are you plotting? Whether Weir is willing or not, you have no chance. Just a mere side, if you have feelings. Isn't it just lusting after Lando? What difference does it make? Chunyan shook his head and stopped speaking. He was concerned and confused. As long as Weir leaves this universe, these people would naturally have no connection to her. Mere humans were not worth his effort. His expression once again became calm, closing his eyes and falling silent. But the arrogance he concealed could not be hidden. Jean Xian glanced at him, just the young master of the Chun family, really thinking of himself as someone significant. The vastness of the starry sky cannot be measured. Outside of a planet, there are also star systems. And the vast majority of people will never leave their home star systems in their lifetime. Not to mention that outside of star systems, there are many others. In this starry sky, the mental power beneath is merely the beginning. Weir woke up feeling suffocated as if pressed underwater in a dream. Damn the sea bottom. She was being kissed by the person on top of her, waking up from lack of oxygen. Struggling to push Lando away, she was instead held tighter, her top being pulled down, the beauty of the girl fully captured in Lando's dark green eyes. If she endures any longer, he would be no different from a scoundrel. With some loss of control, she leaned down to kiss him, making a slight sound of discomfort. Lando, can you get up quickly? Huh. Let me get up to meet your new lover. I can't allow that. You are my other half, so you should completely belong to me. Ignoring her protests, Lando continued his advances. Weir gritted her teeth, thinking this bastard. Who is this new lover he speaks of? She doesn't even have an old lover. How could she have a new one? Before things could spiral out of control, Tan Lan and Bao Yu appeared. Lando reacted quickly, grabbing his robe to cover Weir and looking grim as he fought the two. However, two fists cannot contend with four hands, especially against opponents of this level. Unsurprisingly, Lando was pinned to the ground. Tan Lan glanced at the petite figure curled up on the bed, her ebony pupils filled with anger, and disappeared with Lando, presumably to cause a great battle somewhere. Bao Yu, with purple eyes full of mockery, walked to the edge of the bed and pulled back a corner of the robe to reveal Weir's expressionless face. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Aren't you angry? Do you want me to help you get dressed?" "Getting angry is useless. I want to be angry. I can dress myself so you can leave." Bao Yu did not move, looking at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. Were coldly snorted, sitting up, causing the robe on her to slide down little by little. Her swan-like neck was covered in kiss marks, her pronounced collarbones, and her smooth shoulders bearing fingerprints as her clothing continued to slip. Bao Yu's purple eyes involuntarily deepened, turning away. Were scoffed, picking up her clothes to put on. Then asked, "Is Lando being taken back? Will you take care of the rest?" "Yes, if he stays, Tan Lan will go crazy." "You, girl, are quite alluring. Even if Tan Lan hasn't given you his soul, he is still infatuated." Whereas expression was unfriendly. "I'm not alluring. They are just driven by their own desires." Bao Yu affirmed, "That's right. Desire is an inevitable thing for living beings. All living creatures have it." "So what is your desire?" Were answered without any hesitation, "To survive by guarding fate." Bao Yu was surprised. Not just to survive, but to survive by guarding fate? Fate is ethereal and has no physical entity. How can you be sure that what you are guarding is fate? Talking about her favorite topic, Weir revealed a gentle smile. "You don't understand. Fate is very gentle. I was bullied by many things in the past, and once thought that living was very painful. When I hesitated about whether I should really die, fate gave me a completely different life and name. Where's the name fate gave me?" Chapter 44. The appearance of two major beasts. Bao Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Of being chosen by fate. What a joke. He didn't think Weir was lying. But this was indeed absurd. Whether fate truly has a sentient thought, even the gods cannot clarify, and they have never communicated with the consciousness of fate. But this girl always speaks of fate, claiming to be its envoy. At first, they all thought Weir was just spouting nonsense to gain faith. Without further probing, Bao Yu grasped Weir's wrist, the seven-pointed star already glowing in ebony, ice blue, and dark green. With a slight pressure, a hint of obscure power branded upon it. One corner of the seven-pointed star slowly tinged with deep purple. An inexplicable anger ignited. He slapped Bao Yu's hand away, staring at the highly aggressive, sharp purple brows and eyes. Weir angrily scolded, "What do you want? Are you trying to give me a piece of your soul too? Let me tell you, dream on. My body is already saturated. If I take even a fraction of a soul, I will die, and you won't achieve your goals." Bao Yu, unfazed by Weir's sudden anger, forced someone in front of her and said, "Really?" Weir nodded. Of course it's true. She wasn't lying. She still hadn't digested Lan Duo's soul, so she certainly couldn't take him more. As for what these people were planning after she digested it, they clearly had bad intentions, so why should she help them? They could just stew in their thoughts. Seeing that Weir didn't seem to be lying, Bao Yu rubbed Weir's head. "Got it. I won't force you. Go back to the team. When it's time to appear, I will appear." Weir was skeptical of this statement, and in fact, it was as she thought. For most crises at Bao Yu's level, they were just minor troubles. After a long time had passed, those who vanished left no trace, which led to skepticism about Weir's claims of having seen Bao Yu. If it weren't for the presence of the levels Chen Yan, their team would have already fragmented by this time. The dual threats of hunting and assassination along this journey truly tested their luck. Even with Chen Yan around, the team's injured members never ceased. After all, Chen Yan specifically protected Weir, while the others had to rely on their own luck. Despite the battles, they did have gains. Feng Ji successfully leveled up, and Jean Exine also advanced. Weir had taken 2 rides on the wind, proudly leveling up as well. This led everyone to look at Weir with strange eyes. What had she done? She hadn't lifted a finger in all the fighting, yet in such a short time. She had advanced 2 levels. All of them were top talents to become holy practitioners, but comparing people could be infuriating. Weir's words rang true. They couldn't understand the world of prodigies. Watching Chen Yan annihilate another group, Weir suddenly asked, "Did you gain your water attribute spirit mutation on your own?" Chen Yan's eyes held a subtle smile as he pretended to be puzzled. Isn't spirit mutation something that can only be attained through oneself? There are other ways. Weir rolled her eyes. You may have short hair, but your knowledge is limited. Abilities can be self-earned, but deities can also bestow them, or fate may favor you, etc. But you probably won't believe what I'm saying, as this is considered feudal superstition in the stars. Who said that? I believe everything Weir says, Chun Yin smiled. Weir frowned. You remind me of someone. If I hadn't been avoiding him back then, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Chun Yin retracted his smile. So, does Weir hate him? Weir shook her head. The path was chosen by me. Why should I hate others? I can only blame myself for not being his match. She continued, by the way, your water attribute ability is strong. If you encounter him, he might take you under his wing and train you. At that time, you could soar high, but unfortunately, you won't meet him in the stars. Chun Yin silently smiled. Weir really knows that person well. To you, who is he? An annoying, clingy ghost. Chun Yin's expression stiffened. Weir fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I can't say it like that. If he doesn't force my feelings, he's actually not bad. Chun Yin breathed a sigh of relief, wanting to probe further when his expression suddenly changed. Step back. It's a level beast. Qu'il a exclaimed, impossible. We haven't reached that area yet. Miao Wei pondered. Could it be that the Luo family, seeing us as helpless, made a deal with the level beasts? Chun Yin's expression changed. Run. There are two of them. I am definitely not their match. After saying this, he grabbed Weir's hand and sprinted toward the hovering vehicle in the distance. Damn. Everyone exerted themselves to run, with two beasts in two separate red line zones, far apart. If this weren't man-made, it would be a ghost. One was already tough, and two together weren't as simple as 1 + 1. At this level, the beast's intelligence was quite high. The group managed to board the hovering vehicle just before being caught, and when they looked back, a man and a woman caught their eye. Except for their hidden hands, the pair looked completely human, even more handsome. As the vehicle took off, the couple revealed their hands, and twisting vines slithered and coiled, quickly pursuing them and wrapping around the vehicle. Chun Yin's mental power erupted, resisting the vines' go. The hovering vehicle took off, but the couple was incredibly fast, catching up. Seeing this, Weir thought for a moment and said, let's go to the Luo family. Clearly, having both beasts together indicates the Luo family's negligence. It's not wrong for us to question them. As for how they accidentally caught up to us, not disturbing the Luo family would imply they conspired with the beasts. And stirring things up would be even better. They deserve the misfortune. Hearing this, Feng Ji immediately headed toward the Luo family. Meanwhile, other bishops, who were much faster than Keela's team and had been unable to find traces of the level beasts, were all invited by Luo Yin to the Luo family. Showing hospitality also helped build relationships with various families, and Luo Yin was very satisfied, showcasing the Luo family's young lady's charm at the banquet. Just as the feast was halfway through, a loud explosion echoed at the Luo family's entrance. The group had jumped out of the hovering vehicle before it crashed. Though they sustained minor injuries, the noise had been perfectly timed. Seeing it attracted a lot of attention, Feng Ji covered his bleeding arm and shouted loudly, Luo family head. Come out. What do you mean, Luo family? The church organizes hunts every year for the safety of the Eternal Star. Why did you report false information? 2 level beasts are in the same red line zone. Clearly, the Luo family is setting us up, wanting the church to suffer heavy losses. Luo family head. Come out and explain. With so many church members present, Luo Hen naturally could not pretend he didn't hear. He coldly stepped out of the door, and Luo Yin quickly followed, frowning. What's going on? Being in the same red line zone. If this is true, the Luo family will have a hard time explaining. When the Luo family's main force appeared, everyone from Keela's team silently hid behind the Luo family members, not uttering a word. Chapter 45. The fallen god is terrifying. Do not get involved. Keela's team's actions left everyone puzzled. Weren't they here? Question. Why were they hiding and acting like they couldn't be seen? Luo Hen, seeing this, thought not good, quickly hide. Ah, head of the family, save me. Someone was suddenly swept up by a flying vine, still shouting in the air, but the next second, they were torn into 3 pieces, with guts and innards spilling everywhere. Luo Hen was furious. Come, quickly defend. How dare you invite beasts to attack the Luo family? Our church holy practitioners such despicable people? The level members hiding in the corner scoffed. What does this have to do with us? We have no ability to attract level beasts. We just happened to run into them and quickly hid here to question. Why did the beasts come to the Luo family? Shouldn't you ask yourselves? The 2 beasts were far apart. How did they end up together? Was the Luo family blind and couldn't see? Why didn't they notify us? Luo Hen was also dumbfounded. He had intended to eliminate Weir and the others, but he wasn't foolish enough to do something so obvious. We're squinted at this scene. It wasn't Luo Hen who did it, was it? Who would be sick enough to gather the beasts together? Wasn't that ensuring their death? The church wasn't idle either. Now wasn't the time to get caught up in right or wrong, and the bishops began to take action, focusing on the two lower-level bishops, Se Yu and Lei Wan. Everyone aimed to surround the two beasts. Unfortunately, the two beasts were very cunning, continuously attacking with vines, trying to avoid close combat, and controlling from a distance. As both sides fought fiercely, were quietly said, "Chun Yin, when the time is right and things are wearing down, use your water-type mental power to send me over." Chun Yin nodded. "Okay, I'll do whatever you say, Weir. Do you like me? How many times have you confessed in these few days?" "Not many, just the 10th time." "A perfect omen. Do you want to fulfill me? I will treat you well. I can treat myself well. I don't need anyone. You should focus on liking someone else. With that persistence, you could win over anyone." Chun Yin said seriously, "I only like Weir. It's okay if you don't accept it. I can wait forever." "Forever? Do you think you are a deity? The human body lasts only about 100 years. Even with today's advanced technology that can prolong life a bit, it doesn't extend it much. What are you talking about when you mention eternity?" Chun Yin smiled and said, "What way air says goes. But my feelings won't change with time." The two were chatting casually while the battle nearby had intensified, with mental powers being unleashed and occasionally mixed with special attribute mental powers. Bishop Lei Wan was a mental aberrant, and the current attached to his mental power would likely numb anyone who touched it. During their fight, the opponent suddenly became paralyzed, making the battle's outcome predictable. This ability was impressive. As for Bishop Se Yu's power, Wei Er found it a bit confusing. The vines had clearly wrapped around the body, yet there was no reaction, and the opponent continued to attack normally with mental power, seemingly without any attributes. Chun Yin frowned slightly. "Who is that?" "That's my superior, Bishop Se Yu. What's wrong?" "Stay away from him. His ability is a halo bestowed by a deity. The attack didn't hit. It was distorted by divine power. He has at least one deity behind him." Wei Er's eyes widened. "How do you know? Aren't you supposed to know deities and distinguish divine power?" Chun Yin tightened his grip on Wei Er's hand and said, "I'm sorry I lied. In fact, my ability is also granted by a deity. In the starry sea. I can't talk about deities, but I'm a follower of the water god." Wei Er's eyes widened as she looked at Chun Yin, feeling a sense of kinship in finding a comrade who believes in deities in the starry sea. "You are actually a follower of the water god. What a coincidence. I also know a water god, though it's not from this world. I don't know how the water god from this world is, but the one I know is very powerful." Chun Yin couldn't help but smile. "Well, perhaps the water god you know is not as powerful as the one I know. After all, if you say it's strong, then that kind of deity is probably rare." Wei Er stroked her chin and said, "That's true. But since you're a follower of the water god, it means there are still deities in this world. I thought they were all extinct." Chun Yin became serious and said, "Don't think about meeting deities. This world is very strange. It has been greatly damaged, and deities have no good outcome either. Fallen deities are terrifying. Don't get involved." Wei Er shuddered. "Fallen deities aren't that terrifying, right? At most, deities disappear. Is there really a deity who would abandon their good side and become a fallen deity? I haven't encountered that yet. I hope not. Deities are good, while fallen deities are evil. Most deities don't have dual natures, but some are very special. Their evil side is usually suppressed. Once their good side is destroyed, their evil side will emerge, and a shattered divine nature will reunite, covering the world with the desires of evil gods." Wei Er was astonished. "You know so much. Does the deity you believe in value you highly? They tell you everything." "Well, I guess they think I'm excellent, so Wei Er shouldn't miss out on being with me." Wei Er interrupted. "Quick, now's the time. Send me over. They're concentrating fire on that female beast." The two sides were stalemated, but the damage to the Luo family was enormous, and the manor was almost leveled. Seeing this, the crowd simply abandoned one beast that was destroying the Luo family and focused their fire on that female beast, which was soon overwhelmed by their attacks. After all, there were dual-level attacks involved. Just as Bishop Se Yu was about to reap the final rewards, Wei Er surged forward like a wave. using Chen Yan's mental power to quickly dive into the fray. Drawing upon the mental power she had absorbed during this time, she transformed it into a massive dark green scissor. With a snap, she severed the head, and a crystal core the size of half a fist fell into Wei Er's hands. With her achievement in hand, Wei Er let out a joyful laugh and ran away. She had used her big move and was now in a vulnerable state. If she didn't run, would she wait to die? The holy practitioners who had been fighting hard and sweating realized what had happened and shouted in anger, "Stop! Give us the crystal core." Just as they were about to intercept Wei Er, another beast let out a shriek. Its body, which was covered in vines, rapidly morphed into a human-like hand, its aura rising to a terrifying level. Someone couldn't believe it. It's completely evolved into a human form. Bishop Se Yu shouted, "Don't be fooled. It sacrificed its chance to evolve, and only during this time will its attack power surge. Everyone be careful. If we can withstand this period, it will become very weak." It sounded easy, but who among them could withstand a beast of that level? In the blink of an eye, many were knocked down with a single punch, collapsing to the ground. On the side of the Keela team, apart from the captain, no one dared to show their face and die. They knew their limits. Luo Yin watched her home being destroyed like this, then looked at Wei Er, feeling a surge of malice. Chapter 46. The Might of the Church. Touch, and you die. Since you have the mental power of Bishop Lan Duo, you should be able to handle this. We'll all rely on you. Luo Yin's mental power suddenly wrapped around Wei Er and hurled her towards the rampaging beast. Miao Ke shouted, "No." Jean Xian roared, "You're seeking death." Unafraid of the overwhelming beast, she rushed over desperately. Although Wei Er was mysterious, her combat power was truly lacking. They were all aware of this. Now that she was thrown over, it was a dire situation. But Luo Yin's unexpected move caught them off guard. Even if the 7 of them reacted quickly, they couldn't keep up. As Wei Er was about to fall, the beast raised its hand with a fierce expression. Everyone's faces changed. Wei Er was from the battle hall. If anything happened, at that moment, Luo Yin also felt a tinge of regret. She didn't regret killing Wei Er. She regretted being impulsive and being seen by so many people, making it impossible to completely extricate herself later. Wei Er didn't have the strength to counter, but that didn't mean she had no means. How she disappeared was unseen by anyone, but in the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Bishop Se Yu, and everyone witnessed it. Chen Yin chuckled. Even if she fell, Wei Er was not someone these ants could handle. She always surprised others. Bishop Se Yu felt pressure on his back and hadn't reacted when Wei Er said, "Bishop Luo Yin, run. Fate says this beast will focus on you." Everyone was speechless. Was this really not a curse? But to their surprise, as soon as Wei Er's words fell, the beast truly charged at Luo Yin, roaring in anger as if it found her extremely displeasing. Bishop Se Yu's eyes shifted slightly as he reached behind him to hold Wei Er's leg. "Is this one of your abilities?" Wei Er, confused, leaned against Se Yu's back. "What are you talking about? Is listening to fate also considered an ability? As long as the faith is sincere enough, anything can happen. When it comes to faith, the bishop must understand better than anyone. Otherwise, how did your ability come about?" The hand holding his thigh tightened. "Were you implying?" The bishop spoke strangely. "I'm saying you believe in the 7 virtues, thus receiving blessings and gaining outstanding abilities. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous that you're gripping my leg?" Bishop Se Yu relaxed his grip. "Sorry, I haven't been this close to other girls before. It's a bit rude. Help me. Bishop Se Yu, help me." Even though the Luo family was protecting her, Luo Yin already had multiple wounds on her body. The Luo family wasn't without stronger individuals. But at a certain level, those people would all enter the central continent. The powerful beings of the Eternal Star were concentrated in the church and the central continent, while the other 4 continents were relatively weak. Bishop Se Yu was named and didn't hesitate. Carrying Wei Er, he stepped forward, his mental power rising, easily breaking through to the middle. Wei Er thought to herself, hiding quite well. She also followed suit, rapidly ascending in level, a speed that was terrifying. Fortunately, the distance was relatively close. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to catch the ride. Currently, she was only at a low level, and her divine power was just barely sufficient. As her level slowly increased, she would need more divine power as a foundation. With only Jin Xin, Miao, Ke, and Miao Wei as followers, it was still a bit lacking. When Wei Er was leveling up, Bishop Se Yu noticed, but this wasn't the time to discuss that. He placed Wei Er down and charged forward again, advancing a small level, making it obvious that it was no longer as strenuous to deal with. Luo Yin was rescued. Clutching her trembling arms, casting a cold glance at Wei Er. What have you done to me? Are you colluding with the beast? Otherwise, how could it listen to you? Tearing each other apart doesn't require Wei Er to speak. Jin Xin stood coldly in front of Wei Er and said, "You dare to turn the tables? Why don't you mention your own crimes of harming others? If Wei Er is colluding with the evil beasts, why didn't she just let the evil beast tear you apart just now? The reason for today is that your family has ill intentions towards the church. There are many strong members from the Luo family in Zhongzhou. Did they order you to eliminate the new generation of elites from the church, to leave the church in a state of disarray, and to have a chance to overthrow it in the future? This accusation is too serious. Even if it were truly the Luo family, they would never admit it." Luo Yin and Luo Hen shouted in unison, "Absurd! Nonsense!" "Nonsense? Then what is this?" The archbishop in a golden-threaded white robe appeared with Chun Rong, the head of the Chun family, as well as many high-ranking evil beasts locked in specially made cages brought to the scene. Chen Rong shined, Luo Hen. "I truly didn't expect that you harbored malicious intentions towards the church, secretly developing a base to research humans with mental powers to assist evil beasts in leveling up, thereby controlling them to work for you. What's so-called quiet spirit pool is merely a trap you set with ulterior motives. Once these children immerse themselves in it, they can forget about leveling up for the rest of their lives, and they still can't see any issues. To frame the church, you would even sacrifice your own daughter. You are truly insane." The design video of the quiet spirit pool was played on Chun Rong's light brain, causing an uproar among all the clergy. Even when Shura Yu defeated the evil beast, it didn't cause much of a stir. Only Wei Er attempted to snatch a kill, but was blocked by the prepared Shura Yu. Besides the two who were out of state, the others were all furious, glaring at the Luo family members. Luo Yin, in disbelief, said, "Father, you want to sacrifice me so I can't level up? What's the use of living? How can you do this to me?" By the end, her voice had broken, showing how much she was affected. At this moment, Luo Hen was no longer impatient. He pointed at Wei Er and said viciously, "Chun Rong, did she give you the chip?" Chun Rong calmly replied, "This has nothing to do with you. You should think about how to explain this to the church." Ha ha! Who would have thought that after laying plans for so long? Even the mole arranged by the Chun family was ineffective, and yet a low-level weakling destroyed it. Wei Er, dissatisfied, said, "Who do you look down on? I've already leveled up. How am I still weak?" Everyone was shocked. She really had leveled up. What kind of ridiculous leveling speed was this? Luo Hen was stunned. "Your leveling speed is even faster than my son. Which faction's believer are you?" Wei Er raised an eyebrow. "Oh, there are indeed other believers outside the church. Has the interstellar deity split? Which deity are you under? Please introduce me. I'd love to meet them." Boom! Luo Hen's body was shattered into pieces. The archbishop commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Leave no one from the Luo family behind. The church's might means death if provoked." Still not coming to terms with Wei Er's words, under the archbishop's pressure, everyone moved to eliminate the Luo family members. The Kila team surrounded Luo Yin. Now was the time for revenge. Miao Miao thought of that day's encounter, her expression cold. They almost exacted vengeance for that grudge. The archbishop did not intervene, ignoring the large-scale battle, and walked up to Wei Er. Grabbing her slender, smooth neck, he said, "You really want to meet the interstellar deity?" "Of course. Who wouldn't want to meet a deity? If you won't let Luo Hen speak, are you feeling guilty about something? Are you enemies of the deity or traitors?" Chapter 47. We treated you well. Why are you so cruel? Deep purple eyes flashed with anger, but it was not directed at Wei Er. However, the grip on her was clearly a bit out of control. Wei Er reached out to pry his hand away. Was he trying to crush her cervical vertebrae? Water waves gathered, and mental power surged in. "Let go. You're hurting her," Chun Yin ordered coldly. "An order?" The archbishop laughed in anger. "How dare a mere level 1 be so bold? Shifting his gaze to the girl in his hand, he understood. He wanted to snatch her away from him. What a dream. Holding Wei Er tightly in his embrace, he gathered thick purple lightning in his hand, and Wei Er was surprised. Lightning type, what a violent power. Chun Yin was in trouble. Originally not strong enough. Lightning was a nemesis to water. So who could blame water for conducting electricity? Wei Er was not worried at all. As long as it wasn't her misfortune, she felt no sympathy. Chun Rong hurried over to separate Chun Yin, quickly apologizing. Archbishop, it was Chun Yan's offense. Please, great Archbishop. Considering the Chun family's contributions this time, do not be angry. I will discipline him well when we return. Your Chin family eliminating the Luo family can be considered as gaining supremacy in the North Continent. In the future, your status will be different. You should still discipline your juniors well. Otherwise, if they develop thoughts they shouldn't have, the Luo family is a cautionary tale. Ignoring the expressions of the two, seeing the battle tilted in one direction, he instructed Shura Yu to wrap things up and took Wei Er away. Shura Yu helplessly looked at the mess and sighed. All the hard work would fall on him, but fortunately, this was the last time. This time, the merit was enough for him to level up to Archbishop. Next time, he shouldn't have to deal with this mess. Wei Er watched the hovercar start and said, "You're not going to take care of it and just bring me back to the church?" This was too irresponsible. Just a dismissive manager? Was there anything else I needed to do? Were those archbishops useless? The archbishop retorted, "Whatever you say, I was just asking casually. I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive." Just as she closed her eyes, her sunglasses were taken off. Wei Er didn't avoid it and opened her eyes, which seemed to want to devour everything, frowning, feeling hands. Why? The archbishop smiled. "No wonder everyone loves this aura. It has nothing to do with you. Put the glasses back on. You like it murky? You're not good either." A large hand grasped Wei Er's chin, and the archbishop leaned closer. "You're right. We're not good." He kissed her cherry-colored lips, and his purple eyes deepened. This taste was truly intoxicating. For them, who had destroyed their good sides. Wei Er's aura was extremely addictive, and once contaminated, it was hard to remove. What exactly is this girl? His fingers pressed against her cheeks, forcing Wei Er to keep her lips apart, his tongue delving deeper and deeper, and Wei Er struggled fiercely. Seeing this, the archbishop's purple eyes flashed with brilliance, and his faith flowed into her mouth, causing her struggles to gradually cease. Wei Er, having gained benefits, lay back and allowed the archbishop to kiss her. And in no time, her breathing became even. Anger flashed in the depths of the archbishop's eyes. Was he really so unattractive that even in such intimacy, she could be bored enough to fall asleep? When she opened her eyes, she was already in her room in the battle hall, feeling a bit hungry. She opened the door to the third floor to find food. Usually they ate here, and today, as soon as she came down, she saw 5 people dining as well. Wei Er was too lazy to pay attention to them, ordered a steak pasta from the housekeeper robot, and sat down, sipping juice while waiting, having no intention of speaking to the others. Sleeping like a little pig. You wouldn't even know if I sold you off. And you don't even say thank you when I bring you back? The archbishop teased. Sell me? You wouldn't dare. You think A.O. Man and Lan Duo would give up what they want. By the way, where are those two? Tan Lan's face was a bit pale. After coughing a few times, he said they had matters to attend to and have left Eternal Star. They won't be back for a long time. Via Uskich Tongali. Are you injured? You didn't kill anyone, did you? No, the soul is still there, so they aren't dead. Tan Lan Ziplit Gen Li, Wei Ego, Don Zok. We have a good relationship. We wouldn't harm each other. Huh, you all have a good relationship. How come I didn't notice? Wei Er suddenly took off her sunglasses, opened her eyes to look at the 5, and her aura became extremely chaotic, causing changes in their expressions. This aura was too attractive to them. Wei Er smiled wickedly. Has the Archbishop told you? I can only bear the souls of 2 people. More than that would mean death. In other words, the thing you all want. I can only give to 2. So the question is, in your good relationship, will you yield to A.O. Man and Lan Duo? The other 4's gazes shot towards the Archbishop, clearly indicating that he had not revealed this information and had concealed it. Bao Shi's silver-gray eyes filled with amusement. What does Wei Er mean by saying this? Wei Er smiled brightly. No hints. It's a clear indication. What is brewing inside my body is terrifyingly powerful. If you obtain it, you will likely undergo a qualitative change. I guess you all need it. So the simplest way is to reduce the 7 of you to 2, which would make everyone happy, wouldn't it? Jidu's dark red eyes sank. You want us to kill each other? We have treated you well. How can you be so cruel? Wei was speechless. Who is being cruel? I'm providing you with a solution to your problem. So stop pretending to be so virtuous. Although I don't know what you are in my eyes, your dark side cannot be hidden. There isn't a good one among you. Right now, your strength is balanced. And you're a loving family. Are you sure that when 2 of you possess overwhelming strength, you will still sit together like this? Se Yu, with her pink eyes, said inexplicably, what you said is true, but why should we follow your line of thought? Is it really true that you can only accommodate 2? How can we be sure you aren't lying? Wei thought secretly that it was indeed hard to fool them. With an unchanged expression, she said, believe it or not, but you can't afford to gamble. I only have one. If it really dies, you will suffer a great loss. Naturally, I cannot resist forcefully. You could try and see if you want to gamble my life. She didn't want to experience the feeling of being overstuffed. She just wanted to use them as a power bank, to draw some faith whenever needed. That growing thing is too dangerous. She doesn't want to fill her body with 7 of them. Don't blame her for using underhanded tactics. She is not a White Lotus saint, nor does she have a self-sacrificing warm heart. No one spoke anymore, watching Wei happily finish her steak and hum a tune as she went back upstairs. Jidu chuckled. She clearly treats us like fools. Do you believe it? Tan Lan joyfully said. So cute. Her idea is smart. But she doesn't know that it's actually very simple to verify whether this is a lie. Se Yu smiled. Soul and flesh dual cultivation can maximize the perception of each other. This time you can't stop me, right? In your dreams. Bao Yi and Tan Lan said in unison. Chapter 48. The God of Greed. Obtaining Wei Se Yu said in surprise. Bao Yi, what's wrong with you? Tan Lan has been in contact with that girl from the start. I understand that. What about you? Did you fall for it after going out for a while? Bao Yi's purple eyes flashed with a hint of unnaturalness. So what? Lan Duo didn't seem interested at first either. What happened? If Tan Lan and I were a moment late, that girl would have been completely consumed. The others were speechless. Indeed, Lan Duo deserved the same fate as Ao Man. A few people discussed some dangerous operations, completely unaware that Wei was sleeping soundly in the battle hall. Jean Xan returned to the church shortly after, worried, and went to check on Wei. Upon discovering that she was just sleeping in, she went out early and returned late every day, sometimes not coming back at all, busy with who knows what. After sleeping day and night for several days, Lan Duo's soul was finally fully digested, and Wei regained her vitality. Good news followed. Wei performed outstandingly this time, and the Shura team also participated in uncovering the conspiracy of the Luo family. Wei and Shura successfully upgraded to high-ranking holy practitioners, gaining new divine robes, while Miao remained at the mid-level but had accumulated quite a bit of merit. Miao Wei and Feng Ji upgraded to mid-level holy practitioners, which can be said to be a happy outcome for everyone. Although Jean Xin was still a nun and couldn't be promoted, her mental strength also broke through, and her gains were significant. In short, the trip was fruitful, and Wei was quite happy. However, for some reason, recently her eyelids kept twitching. This was a hint from fate. Wei obediently stayed in the battle hall and didn't go anywhere, fearing misfortune. After hiding for 2 days without incident, Tan Lan was severely injured and brought back to the battle hall. The Archbishop of the battle hall was seriously injured, and the Pope personally came to see him. But he was very secretive about the cause of the injury. No one knew who had beaten Tan Lan to such a state. Wei, however, was somewhat suspicious. On the day Tan Lan was brought back, the residual aura on him was divine power, right? But it was strange that the divine power lacked the purity of a deity. Could it be the fallen god that Shunyan mentioned? With curiosity, Wei got up in the middle of the night and quietly slipped to the 5th floor to Tan Lan's room. She wanted to confirm it secretly, not wanting to disturb others. A door lock was naturally no problem for her. She entered in the dark. The church buildings were probably mass-produced, and every hall and room looked the same. Wei easily found her way to the bedside. Just as she touched Tan Lan's arm, she was forcefully dragged onto the bed. Oh, Wei has delivered herself to my door. I won't be polite. The divine robe fell to the ground. and Wei Er was placed on the bed. The originally dark room was illuminated by the starlight from the ceiling. The starlight was beautiful, but it couldn't attract Tan Lan's gaze away from the girl's porcelain white body beneath him. His ebony eyes became hot, and greedy desire could no longer be suppressed. Without giving Wei Er a chance to say a word, he sealed her lips with a kiss, stifling her broken cry of pain. Everything became uncontrollable. When Tan Lan sensed that Wei Er's accommodating soul was not saturated, he chuckled softly. Little liar. The ebony soul power invaded Wei Er's body, quickly being devoured. And the sense of fullness, in a certain sense, was another kind of fullness that made Wei Er unable to bear it. Angrily, she cursed, "Damn Tan Lan." Tan Lan chuckled, biting Wei Er's shoulder recklessly. And this storm caused Wei Er to passively endure continuously. At the same time, in Bao Yi's room, his purple eyes were filled with rage. How dare this girl deceive him? Tan Lan, that bastard, clearly said that no one was allowed to touch Wei Er and to observe first. He was the one who would design everything. He knew very well that the girl was particularly enthusiastic about deities and deliberately pretended to be severely injured by divine power, even fooling them. That cunning guy was truly deserving of being the god of greed, full of bad intentions. Wei Er fainted and woke up, waking up and fainting again. The only constant being the man with ebony eyes beside her. Dazed, she heard Tan Lan say, "Open your mouth." Wei Er slightly parted her red lips. Sweet juice and fruit were fed in her mouth. Looking at Wei Er, who was drowsily curled up in Tan Lan's arms eating, the other four had unsightly expressions. "Bao," he said with a dark face. "This girl lies without blinking. She said she could only accommodate two. Isn't she swallowing Tan Lan's soul now? Since that's the case, ours can too." Purple soul power overflowed, wanting to enter Wei Er's body. And Tan Lan's expression changed slightly as he raised his hand to stop it. Wei Er wasn't lying. During this period, her body was in a saturated state and indeed couldn't accommodate anymore. Before Tan Lan's hand could fully extend, both Bao Yi and Tan Lan were suddenly shaken by a terrifying wave. Wei Er lost consciousness, and her body floated in midair. Seeing this, the others quickly cast 5 barriers to firmly trap the terrifying aura surrounding Wei Er. Ice blue, dark green, and ebony star points flickered on Wei Er's body, entwining around her, not allowing anyone to touch her. The 3 types of auras were at odds with each other, but the ebony clearly dominated, firmly squatting at the position of her heart, pushing the other 2 colors away. The 5 people's eyes narrowed slightly. The divine core was growing so fast, already showing initial awareness. Wei Er's face showed pain as she let out a broken moan. The 3 light points seemed a bit at a loss and quickly retracted their might, dimming down. The girl's beautiful body fell into Tan Lan's gentle embrace, and instinctively, Wei Er found a comfortable position and fell asleep again. Bao Yi frowned, with a puzzled look in his purple eyes. The divine core protects her. Does that mean she really can't bear it anymore? Tan Lan coldly replied. She didn't lie. After absorbing our divine souls, her body indeed shows a saturated state. It probably needs some time to adapt before she can continue. Those few days she kept sleeping, partly influenced by the lazy divine souls, and partly it should be for digestion. Digesting divine souls is truly incredible. Bao Shi's silver-gray eyes were filled with eagerness. Tan Lan instinctively shielded Wei Er's gaze, not wanting others to pry. Se Yu sneered, "Even if you discover it first, wanting to monopolize it is undoubtedly a dream. Would we agree?" Tan Lan's expression darkened, and without speaking, his rejection was very obvious. Bao Yi chuckled mockingly, with purple divine power wrapping around Tan Lan's neck. "You should calm down for a while." Just like A.O. Man and Lan Duo. 3 others acted simultaneously, not giving him a chance to fool them, and sealed them in a room on a certain level. Vale was also picked up by Ji Du, holding the sought-after girl in his arms. Ji Du lightly huffed, "Troublesome." Se Yu unhappily said, "You find it troublesome, but I don't." Ji Du sneered, "Do you think your face is that big? Get lost. I'll put her in a room. And during this time for her to digest, stay away, especially you. If you can't control it, just seal yourself." Vale regained consciousness again. Her expression was extraordinary. She actually slept with Tan Lan. No way. Now, they all know she lied. How could she get through the days ahead? She had to leave the church. Chapter 49. I've seen cooperation, but not like this. She hurried to the cleric's temple and found her superior, Se Yu, who had already been promoted to archbishop. You say you want to take on many tasks. So ambitious? Se Yu questioned. Vale maintained her composure. Didn't you know? I want to become an archbishop. To have the faith sanctuary. And for that, I need a lot of merits. Se Yu thought for a moment and said, I've already been promoted to archbishop, and the tasks I have aren't low level, not suitable for someone at your level. Vale interrupted. Just give me tasks at your level. Don't judge my strength with normal standards. After all, I'm a believer, you know. Se Yu narrowed his eyes. What are you implying? I'm making it clear. From a certain standpoint, we are on the same rope. You have your faith, and I have my fate. ISNT mutual assistance good? Huh. You really know that saying, trouble comes from a mouth. Don't you fear death? Of course I do, but you can't keep quiet, and you'll bring yourself trouble. The war hall behind me is not a decoration. Se Yu's face darkened, throwing out 7 or 8 plaques. All for you. Don't blame me if you die. The lowest here is a level task. Vale happily put them away. You should have taken them out earlier. What a waste of words. Looking at the petite girl's back, Se Yu was furious, took off his priest robe, and prepared to leave the church for a drink. He was really mad. Without taking anyone, he just greeted Jean Xin. And Vale left the church alone, looking very cool. Among the 7 archbishops of the war hall, 3 had been sealed, and the remaining 4 were very busy. They returned to the war hall only when the sky darkened, only to find the place empty. Se Yu said playfully, she runs really fast. Tan Lan scared her. If it were me, I think she wouldn't be unhappy. Shut up, that girl doesn't care who it is. She's afraid we'll force her divine soul and divine personality to grow in her body, which must be uncomfortable. Value analyzed. Ji Du coldly snorted. It won't be easy to run away. You all have your own affairs. This time I'll go. The others had no choice. Since Shan Su was in the church, they couldn't lose their church identities, so they had to let Ji Du take advantage. Ji Du left without hesitation. Vale had 3 divine personalities on her, making it easy for him to find her. Looking at his priest outfit, his red eyes flickered, his figure shifted, and the dark red color completely receded. Tianyin Star, outside the Guardian Zone. Vale walked cautiously, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. There were no laws outside the Guardian Zone. It was a completely chaotic area, where only the strong had the right to speak. As a level 1, she naturally had to walk with her tail between her legs, tracking a vicious beast in level 2, aiming to take down its crystal core. Yes, she was at level 1 and wanted to take down a vicious beast's crystal core from level 2. This sounded absurd, but she didn't think she couldn't do it. Lacking strength, she made up for it with equipment. Before leaving the war hall, Vale visited the ruins of a few missing archbishops and snagged a lot of impressive gear. The Earthburst Star was one of them, carelessly placed on the ground. Anyone stepping on it would immediately explode with fireworks. Even level 2 couldn't stop it. Looking for me, little girl? A hoarse voice sounded behind her. Vale turned around to see a creature that was half human and half snake, with its half-snake tail hooked on a tree above her head, dangling its half-body and looking at her with a gluttonous gaze. Vale took a step back. I was looking for you. You have quite a reputation around here. I plan to follow you. Will you take me in? The vicious beast had a strange expression. You're human, right? Want to follow me? Aren't you afraid of being eaten? I am human, but I'm only at level 1 and am ostracized by my companions. I don't want to be with humans. Don't eat me. I can help you lure humans to fill your belly. Ha ha ha, interesting. If you can really do it, I'll take you in. The vicious beast's eyes flashed with cunning, clearly not having good intentions. Vale pretended not to see and honestly nodded. Then wait for me. I'll help you lure one first to show you my sincerity. How about we meet nearby later? A mere level 1 didn't scare the vicious beast. It thought it could just eat her once she brought someone over. After agreeing on a meeting point with the vicious beast, Vale curled her lips slightly and walked toward the Guardian Zone, preparing to lure out a hapless victim. Without bait, the vicious beast probably wouldn't fall for it. Before reaching the Guardian Zone, she heard someone calling for help. A nap was coming with a pillow. Following the sound, She saw an 18 or 19-year-old boy trapped under a collapsed building, likely caught in the crossfire of a nearby fight. The boy was delicate-looking, with red lips and white teeth, very pleasing to the eye. Despite never having seen him before, Vale felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Help me. I'll repay you." The boy stretched out his bony arm, trying to reach Vale. Normally, Vale wouldn't bother, but today, being a good person wouldn't hurt. She spoke gently. "Don't be afraid. I'll help you." The boy's eyes flashed with doubt. Was this girl such a soft-hearted person? Carefully comforting the boy, the two worked together to move the giant stone pressing on his leg. Looking at the leg stained with blood, Vale frowned. "You're hurt pretty badly. Can you stand?" The boy tried to stand but leaned forward unsteadily, just falling into Vale's arms. Sensing the girl's fragrance, the boy's dark red eyes nearly overflowed. He wrapped his arms around Vale's waist and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Vale shook her head. "It's fine. Your leg is inconvenient. Let us leave first and treat your wound." Actively supporting the boy's shoulder, they slowly left the spot. Ji Duo's expression was unclear. This girl was so kind-hearted. Daring to save someone without knowing their identity, was she a fool? At this moment, Vale felt a little headache, with her leg not working well. Could she still lure that vicious beast to step on the Earthburst star? The two harbored their own thoughts, and found a relatively clean, hidden building to stop. After observing that there was no danger around, Vale took out a water bottle from her space to wash the wound on the boy's leg. After bandaging it, she asked, "Where's your home? Can you go back by yourself?" The boy looked confused. "I don't know where home is. The starship I was on was destroyed, and I barely escaped landing on this planet." Vale raised her eyebrows. "You survived a destroyed starship. Is that good luck or bad luck? I have things to do. No time to waste with you." The boy hurriedly tried to stand. "I won't be a burden to you. Just let me follow you for a while. I'm only at level 1. I can't survive here." Vale twitched her mouth. She had seen cooperation, but not like this. The other party was actively pursuing her. And what could she do? She readily agreed. "All right, I'll be staying on Tion Star for a few days. You can follow me for now. I need to do something. Your leg is fine. I can walk by myself." Chapter 50. This kid is a bit too dramatic. You really know how to play along, Vale thought to herself. The two arrived at the agreed location with the vicious beast. Ji Duo took a glance. And the vicious beast and Earthburst Star were both in sight, a malicious smile flashing across his lips. "Vale, I'm going over there to help you get something." "But why do you want me to go?" "Cough. Why are you asking so many questions?" "I suddenly have a bit of stomachache. Can you help me out?" Ji Duo immediately said, "Stomachache? Then you wait. I'll go help you get it right now." He wanted to see just how vicious this girl could be. Without hesitation, limping into the range of the Earthburst Star, it seemed that Wei Air was looking for something. The evil beast appeared and laughed heartily, saying, "You really brought a tender and delicate one. I'll reward you with a quicker death." Upon seeing the evil beast, Ji Duo shouted, "Wei Air, run. It's an evil beast. Is it too late to think about running now?" The snake tail slithered into the range of the Earthburst Star, and Wei Air shouted, "Run to the right quickly." Ji Duo's eyes flickered, following Wei Air's instructions, appearing quite obedient, but there was a force hidden in his palm that burrowed into the ground. As soon as Ji Duo ran out of the Earthburst Star's range, Wei Air darkened the detonator. However, nothing happened after pressing several times. The snake tail had completely slithered out of range, and there was still no response. Wei Air let out a grunt, forcefully taking a hit from the snake tail for Ji Duo, pulling him to run with all her strength. Ji Duo was surprised that she chose to come back to save him. This girl took off her sunglasses, her whole body emanating a murky aura. Looking nothing like a kind-hearted person, glancing at the shoulder that had been hit, Ji Duo's expression changed slightly. It was almost time to play. And if she really got hurt, it would be bad. Just as he was about to reveal his true form to deal with this ant-like evil beast, a wave of mental power easily crushed the evil beast. The dashing Chun Yin appeared, nervously pulling Wei Air in and asking, "How are you hurt?" "Let me see." Wei Air did not stop Chun Yin and allowed him to gently lift her collar, revealing her bruised shoulder, exclaiming, "How did you end up here?" Chun Yin's face was full of concern as he took out ointment and applied it bit by bit, saying, "I went to the church to find you and only found out after some inquiries that you were here. Your mental power is still very weak. Why are you running around? Doesn't the church have anyone else to do high-level missions? I came on my own. Did you come looking for me? Chun Yan's gaze turned to the boy beside him who was staring at Wei Er's shoulder, his expression darkening as he asked, "Who is he?" Wei Er suddenly remembered to ask, "What is your name?" "My name is Ji. Why did you save me just now?" "Ji? Strange name. The first time I saved you was for my own purposes. I'm a holy servant of the church, and my goal is to eliminate this evil beast. The second time I saved you was because I never intended for you to die. I just wanted to use you as bait. I'm not a good person, but I wouldn't kill for no reason. Generally, if you don't provoke me, I won't take your life. I saved you once and put you in danger once. We're even now, so you can leave." Wei Er didn't care how others viewed her, pulled up her clothes, and stepped away, while Chun Yan followed with a smirk. Wei Er's clean-cut personality was always his favorite. Watching the two of them walk side by side, Jidu's eyes flashed dark red, jealousy surging in his heart. Wei Er should belong to them, right? Wait, Wei Er's sister, I'm not angry. Can you take me with you? I can believe in the church or believe in you. Wei Er stopped in her tracks. The word faith was a sensitive topic for her. She turned back with a smile, saying, "If you can make me feel your faith in me, then I will take you with me." Ji-du secretly laughed. Faith really was useful, and it felt quite simple for him. He quickly stepped forward, his eyes full of sincerity, and embraced Wei Er. Chun Yan's expression turned stern. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Er interrupted him. "There really is faith, but it's a bit strange. It doesn't seem like faith in me." Ji-du's eyes flashed with a dark light. "Maybe it's more gratitude than faith that it feels this way. Wei Er's sister saved me. That's a different kind of feeling, right? Sister, you're amazing. Can you really sense others' faith?" Calling her sister more and more smoothly, Ji-du's gaze towards the girl in his arms began to change. He realized his jealousy was being stirred up by the sudden appearance of the man. Roughly pulling Ji-du away, Chun Yan said coldly, "You a mere level. Don't understand too much. Do I have to explain everything to you? Wei Er, you don't have to compromise yourself for a bit of faith if you want it. I can find a way to give it to you." Wei Er immediately asked, "How will you give it? What method do you have?" Chun Yan coughed lightly. "I can give you intimate contact. Do you want to give it a try?" "Of course. Can your faith be transferred like this? Is this kind of intimacy okay?" The petite body leaned closer, her small hand tightly gripping his. Chun Yan's heart raced. This was the first time Wei Er had actively approached him. For so many years, he had longed for this, and now, in a different body, he had easily obtained it. Unable to control himself, he pressed her into his embrace and leaned down to kiss her luscious red lips. Ji-du's eyes flashed dark red as he forcefully pushed Chun Yan away, saying, "Sister, I feel really dizzy." His body crashed down, and his lips just happened to touch Wei Er's. Intentionally kissing her, he heavily fell on Wei Er. Wei Er, Chun Yan, no matter how unwilling he was, Wei Er still took Ji-du along for the sake of faith. Gathering sand into a tower, even a mosquito is still meat. If there is faith, then it cannot be overlooked, but this kid is a bit too much. Whenever Chun Yan got close to her, this kid would come up with all sorts of excuses, like feeling dizzy or having cramps, to disrupt their close contact. This also led to Wei Er not obtaining any of the faith that Chun Yan mentioned. It made her a bit suspicious that Chun Yan was playing with her. After all, he was just a believer of the water god, not the god himself. He himself was believing in others. Where would the faith come from to give to her? Thinking it through, she also gave up on that thought. Meeting 7 humans filled with faith was already a blessing from fate. How could she encounter them at any time? Without faith, Chun Yan was still not pleasing to her. Thus, the change in Wei Er's attitude left Chun Yan dumbfounded. Sticking close to Wei Er, Ji-du held her hand and asked, "Sister, is your injury better?" "Let me see." Lifting her shoulders' clothing, looking at her delicate shoulder still marked with bruises, Ji-du's eyes flashed with regret. Leaning closer, he gently exhaled. "It's all my fault. I won't let you get hurt next time." Wei Er shot him a sideways glance. "You call me sister so smoothly. It seems we haven't known each other for long." Quickly kissing her red lips, Ji-du smiled and said, "I like you, sister." Chun Yan couldn't hold back any longer. "You brat, it's obvious you have ill intentions. Let me deal with you to prevent him from getting more out of hand." Chapter 51. I am not an evil beast, mosquito meat, and inconsequential people. Which one to protect? The answer is, of course, that mosquito meat is important. Chunyin looked at the figure standing in front of Ji-do, his face darkening. Are you going to help him? You can't hurt people casually. I am a holy servant of the Seven Virtues Church. We believe in the seven virtues and cannot allow you to hurt others for no reason. Chen Yan's face darkened. How could he not know what Wei Er believed in? This girl was really treating him like a fool. Ji-do hugged Wei Er from behind, his chin resting on her delicate shoulder, his breath tickling her ear. Sister, I'm so scared. Will he kill me when you're not paying attention? Wei Er pondered for a moment and looked at Chun Yin, saying, I need to continue with the church's mission. Are you leaving, or will you follow me? No matter how angry he was, Chun Yin couldn't possibly leave Wei Er, whom he had finally found, so he suppressed his displeasure and said, I'm worried about you. Wei Er showed no signs of surprise or being touched, saying matter-of-factly, if you want to follow me, then be useful. There is still a level above, on Tianyin Star. We haven't completed the task, so let's work together, but don't touch this little brat. Little brat? You think I'm a child? Ji-do said unhappily. He tightened his arms, almost squeezing the dinner Wei Er had the night before out of her. This kid was a bit unlikable. If it weren't for the faith like mosquito meat, would she really endure this? She would have slapped him into oblivion. Kid is just a term. If you don't want to hear little brat, then I'll call you big brat. Big brat, let go. We need to do serious business. I am a high-level holy servant, highly valued by the church, and this task must be completed. Ji-do laughed out loud. If he didn't know this girl was doing it for the sake of the Temple of Fate, he would have truly believed her solemn tone. However, a dark red flashed in his eyes, and Chunyin sensitively sensed something as he looked at Ji-do. Was this feeling just a misunderstanding? Indeed, although this person is merely at the district level, their aura is quite strange. It should not be controlled by the original owner of this body. What could it be? Looking at the gaze that sticks to Veil all day, Ji-do squints. It's really unpleasant. Since Veil can endure their souls, it should be them executing tasks at their level. Who would believe that? But Veil did just that, even forming alliances. This task not only involves a high-level evil beast, but also includes 2 cubs at the level below. The task token only indicates a mountain's location, and the exact hiding place is unknown. Only after eliminating all 3 can the task be considered perfectly completed, earning the highest merit. To accurately find the evil beast's lair, Veil plans to use bait to attract it. Since there are cubs, they would surely share food. Once inside the lair, there is no need to search. And regarding the choice of bait, Veil and Ji-do both look at Chun Yin. Ji-do nervously says, I really want to help my sister, but my strength is weak. Since you're so powerful, you surely won't refuse to help her, right? What could Chun Yin say? Fixing his gaze on Ji-do's annoying face, he suppressed his own spiritual power and said to Veil, wait for my news, before getting up to leave. After he left, Ji-do confidently embraced Veil, claiming to be scared looking around, especially since they had already entered an abandoned mountain area outside the Guardian Realm. The scenery isn't great, the mountains aren't green, and the water isn't beautiful, but it's not frightening to look at. Veil looked at the boy clinging to her and suddenly spoke. You are Ji-do. This is a statement, not a question. Ji-do, the drama queen, withdrew his timid expression and raised an eyebrow at the girl in his arms. How did you figure out? Very simple. In the absence of faith in me, aside from you 7, I don't believe I can encounter someone who could give me faith. You don't have faith in me, but can provide faith power. This is as unlikely as winning a lottery. Recently, I've hit the jackpot 7 times. What are the odds of encountering the 8th? Moreover, it's quite peculiar. I just feel you are very similar to Ji-do, and your aura has always been familiar. Ji-do transformed back into his red-eyed appearance in front of Veil. With cold white skin, exquisite features, dark red eyes, and an air of nobility, he resembled a blood-red rose in full bloom, stunningly beautiful. It's truly eye-catching. But this person always spoke to her with hidden meanings, leading to her not having a very good impression of him among the 7. Seemingly noticing the disdain in Veil's eyes, Ji-do picked her up again, his body now significantly taller, wrapping her in his arms. The perfectly fitting sensation made Ji-do delighted. Do you hate me? You're quite self-aware. Aren't you the same? Always speaking with barbs, making it seem like I have ulterior motives, Vale replied, tilting her head. Ji-do retorted, I'm reasonably suspicious. After all, your false identity can't hide from us. Your identity in this star system is unclear. You come from outside, and you have strange abilities along with the faith of fate. I suspect something is off about you. Vale's eyes flickered. She had forgotten about this. This universe is technologically advanced. Newborns have identities, and no one is an exception. To live here, you can't be without your own light brain. When she first arrived, Vale had nothing, and to blend into this star realm, she had to use a little trick to obtain a false identity. Upon arriving at the church, she had forgotten about this matter. When Ji-do mentioned it, she genuinely couldn't explain her identity clearly. After all, most humanoid beings without an identity are high-level evil beasts. I'm not an evil beast. Ji-do pinched Vale's chin, smirking. Of course you're not. You are a species far more terrifying than evil beasts. Otherwise, how could you be so alluring? His slightly cool lips descended, kissing Vale's cherry-like mouth. Vale turned her head away. What are you doing? Didn't you say you don't like me? How could that be? Doubts are one thing, and liking is another. Your aura is intoxicating. Vale twitched her mouth. You're really quite casual. It's better to maintain a dislike. I don't want to get close to you. You look good, but that's about it. You're not as comfortable to look at as Tan Lan. Ji-do's eyes glowed red. You say Tan Lan is better than me. It seems you have thoughts about him too. I have thoughts about all of you. Thoughts of borrowing faith. Please don't think too much. No matter how good-looking or how strong your spiritual power is, you all mean nothing to me. Ji-do laughed angrily. The little girl's tone is really not small. Covering Vale's eyes, the two disappeared in an instant. When Vale could see again, they were already in a room she didn't recognize, with a pure white bed. High transparent, floor-to-ceiling windows, and the floor scattered with fiery red rose petals. Vale's expression slightly changed, sensing something bad. She pushed away someone with ulterior motives and got up to run. Ji-do teased, Do you think you can escape? Chapter 52. She has the power to fight back, but not much. Her delicate hand reached for the doorknob, but couldn't turn it. Taking off her sunglasses and using her chaotic eyes to look, she discovered a very thin yet extremely tough barrier enveloping the entire room. Vale sneered. Did they really think she had no power to fight back? Fate, scatter. The thin membrane before her seemed to retreat due to some kind of energy or rule. Ji-do was surprised, lightly waving his hand to thicken the membrane. Vale, who had almost broken through, was speechless. The divine power within her wasn't enough to sustain it. The fuel ran out, and her power was insufficient, making her naturally no match for Ji-do. She had the power to fight back, but not much, just a peck like a chick pecking at rice. Embarrassed, she looked back at Ji-do. I feel this room is too small. It's better to talk outside. I'm currently completing a task for the church. As the church's archbishop, shouldn't you have priorities and not affect me? These words were completely powerless to Ji-do. To outsiders, the 7 archbishops of the War Hall are all nurtured by the church, loyal to the church. Even the Pope thinks so, unaware that the ones who most want to destroy the church are them. A mere task, would he care? Vale was very clever and naturally understood what he wanted to do. There was no need to spell it out. She gently yet firmly pressed him onto the bed, and kisses followed. With such a large disparity in strength, Vale wouldn't be foolish enough to resist to the death. She only found it annoying. You're always picking on my faults. What are you trying to do now? Picking faults doesn't mean I dislike you. I only have a suspicious attitude toward you being around us. This suspicion still hasn't vanished, but that doesn't prevent me from wanting you. Seeing Vale frown, Ji-do raised an eyebrow, as his faith slowly flowed into Vale's body, causing her brow to slightly relax. Ji-do chuckled. How realistic. Your attitude changes so quickly once you gain benefits. What kind of girl are you? When I thought you were pure black, I found out you're not black enough. When I thought you were white inside, I discovered you're even more bottomless than pure black. Vale raised her eyebrow. Then just consider me gray, neither black nor white. I only act according to my own will. The universe is vast and boundless, but the only things I care about are you two, fate and living. If you're like me, you can also become like this. Ji-do's dark red eyes dimmed as he slowly removed Vale's clothing. Before possessing Veil, he said, I care even less than you do. Now, there's only living left. His large hand held Veil's boneless little hand, deeply kissing her red lips, suppressing certain sounds that moved him. It had nothing to do with emotions. It felt more like two souls without a foothold, drifting everywhere, seeking solace through their bodies colliding. The physical pleasure was optional for Veil. She neither pursued it nor despised it. She didn't think she was wrong. She did have affection, but liking is just liking. Similar to how humans like beautiful cups or cute animals. There's nothing special about it. Having lived for so long, the only two things that could make her change color were probably the universe's disdain for her will and the gentleness that fate had chosen for her. Other than that, as long as she lived well, she didn't really care. Heartless was the most fitting term to describe her. Ji looked at the girl beneath him. Her eyes tinged with a rosy hue because of him, like the red clouds at sunset, breathtakingly beautiful, yet the chaotic depths of her eyes revealed no trace of emotion. The red in his eyes grew darker, and his possessiveness deepened. This overwhelming desire to root himself in the depths of her gaze had never existed since his birth. Unable to control the dark red soul power that overflowed and entered those boundless eyes, Ji did not explore further at this moment. He only wanted to leave a mark in the girl's eyes, but it was like a black hole in the universe. Nothing could stir up ripples, and the soul power that entered would never return, even demanding more. With a sigh, he severed his connection to his soul power, leaving a fragment of his consciousness within Veil. Holding the obviously uncomfortable Veil, he asked with confusion, What exactly are you? Why can you even devour our souls? Having met several times, and especially since this was not the first time, he endured the feeling of being suffocated and asked irritably, And what are you? I have devoured countless souls. The first time I encountered a mere fragment of a soul nearly caused my kind to burst. Knowing it would be useless to continue asking, Ji teased, feeling overwhelmed. But this is just the beginning. What are you going to do? Veil's expression shifted slightly, but that did not stop Ji's actions. After an unknown amount of time, Veil's light brain rang, and the caller ID clearly showed Chunyan. Veil wanted to answer, but Ji sneered and directly shut down Veil's light brain. Sorry, the light brain you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry, the light brain you dialed has been shut down. Chunyan was in the nest, surrounded, and fell silent. Veil was probably busy, better not to trouble her. The level of mental power erupted to its peak, allowing a single person to massacre 3 ferocious beasts, along with a group of small creatures. Crystallant's blood and severed limbs were everywhere. Half an hour later, after the battle ended, he held the 3 crystallants that Veil needed, smiling. She would be happy, right? When he saw Veil again, the boy named Ji looked radiant, but Veil seemed dispirited, sitting by a tree and not speaking. Chunyan frowned and walked over. What's wrong? What do you feel uncomfortable? Now using someone else's body, separated by an entire universe. He was not much stronger than Veil and lacked the ability to see some things. Veil shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Chunyan took out 3 crystallants, and Veil's eyes indeed brightened for a moment as she said, Thank you. Chunyan laughed. Why are you being polite with me? Come on, let us get you something to eat. Are you feeling too weak? He reached out to pull Veil up. At this touch, Chunyan was startled. What nonsense? What did you swallow? Veil was surprised. How did you know I ate something? Ji beside them looked at Chunyan with an ambiguous expression. Chunyan glanced at Ji, his eyes darkening slightly. We need to talk privately. Veil nodded, leaving the sulking Ji behind as she followed Chunyan to a distance, ensuring it was far enough and safe to talk. Chunyan frowned. You know I'm a follower of the water god. I know a lot. I can sense the unusual soul presence within you. Such a powerful soul must have a formidable master. No wonder you didn't answer my call earlier. Did you encounter danger? Veil's expression was strange. How could she explain? There's no danger, don't worry. That person voluntarily fed me. This is actually a good thing. I'm different from you. I feed on souls, and digesting them will provide me with strong nourishment. Chapter 53. What is this, Holy Father and Holy Mother? Chunyan's expression became even more unsettling. He had known Veil for too long and was very clear about her constitution. Souls are the essence of living beings. who would take something that concerns their survival and offer it to Veil. This is either insanity or ulterior motives, and without a doubt, it's the latter. He wanted to say something, but Veil clearly did not know his identity and did not intend to explain her intentions in depth to a follower of a deity. Not giving him a chance to continue asking, she turned and left. After coming out to Se Yu, she received 5 tasks, completed 2 herself. And the 2 from Tianyin Star were also done. The remaining 1 was not on this planet. Just as she was about to continue, the church's light brain popped up with a mandatory recall message. Church festival, what is this? Veil wondered. Ji Du glanced at it, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes as he concealed it, and said, it's a large festival held by the church every year. You can understand it as a sacrifice to the 7 virtues. Veil was speechless. I've seen sacrifices to gods and ancestors, but this is the first time I've heard of sacrificing virtues. What is going on? Chunyan's expression was serious. I've heard of the church's sacrifices. It's so grand, gathering believers with the 7 virtues. This level of faith is too vast. Even without deities, it will manifest. The church is a bit strange. Veil frowned as well. Yeah, clearly there's so many believers, but without physical deities, just promoting virtues. This is too absurd. Ji Du narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know a lot about deities? Chunyan sneered. Whether I know or not has nothing to do with your level. You can't even protect yourself. Yet you plan to meddle in others' affairs? Veil had a strange expression. Level? Ji Du really knew how to play, intentionally making himself so weak. She didn't know whether he was seeking punishment for himself or planning to punish others. In any case, it had nothing to do with her. Looking at Chunyan, she said, the church recalled me. I have to go back. You take care. Without hesitation, she left, not even giving a glance back. Showing no intention of waiting for Ji Do this was Veil. Seemingly nothing could move her. Yet even this indifference, Chunyan quite liked. A mental power far beyond what Ji Do could resist struck. But Ji Do, transformed into a young man, easily blocked it. Chunyan was not surprised, saying, as expected, it's a disguise. Who are you, and why are you getting close to Veil? Ji Du said playfully, this is exactly what I wanted to say, Veil. You cannot be touched. Cannot be touched. Who do you think you are? Chunyan felt deeply offended by this mere human and suppressed him with his mental power. Ji Du did not transform, but looked at Chunyan as if he were dead. Red light flashed in his eyes, and Chunyan was heavily struck, flying out. He landed, spitting blood mixed with internal organs, and angrily exclaimed, divine power. Ji Du was surprised. Whose subordinate are you? Being able to recognize divine power means you're a follower of someone. No wonder you understand deities. At this point, Chunyan was already taking in more than he was exhaling, not answering but asking back. What do you want? Are you targeting Veil? Seeing that the person was not cooperating, Ji Du lost patience, shaking his head, really annoying. The red light flashed again, and Chunyan fell silent. Confirming that he was dead, Ji Du vanished into thin air. About half an hour later, a thin layer of water ripples appeared on Chunyan's body. The person who had already lost breath began to rise and fall gradually. A cold, angry voice carried a stormy oppression, a mere damaged deity. Don't let me find your true form. Looking at the empty floating vehicle, Veil said silently, don't you think the 7 of you are too abnormal? Who can ignore distance and space to travel back and forth? Is it like this in the church? Has no one come to talk to you? Ji Du shook lightly. Once you reach a certain level of mental power, you can ignore space for short distances, but it won't be as exaggerated as us in the church. We would each keep a low profile. So, what makes you act so recklessly in front of me? Having a relationship doesn't mean anything to me. If it's beneficial, I can sell you without pressure. His laughter was bright. This girl was becoming more and more interesting the closer he got. Pulling her into his embrace with their foreheads touching. It's okay. Veil can do whatever she wants. If we die, it's because we weren't strong enough. And we deserve it, as long as Veil is happy. Because their souls were one, Veil thoroughly enjoyed Ji Du's closeness. Upon hearing this, she rolled her eyes. With their souls within her, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was one person. She certainly wouldn't act that way. This person knew full well, but still talked nonsense, which showed they were just as heartless as her. Without delay, she returned to the Holy See. not following Ji back to the battle hall, and hurried to find Shura Yu to exchange her achievements. Although this amount of merit was not enough to promote her to bishop, it would accumulate over time. Shura Yu was a bit surprised. "Have you completed everything?" We replied with dissatisfaction. "Not yet. The Holy See called me back. There's one I haven't had time to do." Shura Yu gasped. "You completed 4? And one of them is a higher level?" "Yes, hurry up and record for me." Shura Yu verified the crystal core, his eyes flickering slightly as he said, "It seems everyone underestimated you. You're even better than we thought." With the festival approaching and the priest hall in need of support, he asked, "Would you like to assist?" "Of course, it will count toward your merit." "Or push your sunglasses up. What do I need to do?" "If you can handle the higher level tasks, this will be easy for you. Every year, the Holy See is besieged by evil beasts. You just need to help defend it." "Why would they attack the Holy See? Are they crazy, looking for death?" Shura Yu shook his head. "It seems you don't know the origin of the evil beasts." We found a stool to sit on, looking ready to hear a story. Seeing this, Shura Yu began to explain. "You only know that the interstellar world doesn't allow the spread of feudal superstition, but you don't know why everyone resists. It all started with the gods. In the beginning, there were gods in the interstellar world and many different followers. At that time, the interstellar world was desolate and could be said to be in decline. People prayed devoutly, hoping the gods could improve their lives, constantly asking for various necessities. And the gods responded kindly. The world changed little by little, and human life improved, but human hearts are difficult to gauge and even harder to fill. Humans slowly stopped developing on their own, only knowing to pray. When the gods did not respond, various grievances and hatred arose, leading to a surge of discontent against the gods. We were speechless. Are these gods fools? They grant every wish. What kind of saintly parents are they? Did they later start a war between gods and humans? Shura Yu nodded. Yes, they used the power they obtained from the gods to hunt them down. Although they didn't fare well themselves, they did cause irreversible damage to the gods. The divine power of the gods comes from faith, and betrayal from their followers is equally fatal for them. So the gods would rather return to the void than let this universe remain cursed. Since then, this universe has been plagued by evil beasts that specifically feed on humans. Chapter 54. Jidu's kiss was fierce. She couldn't speak or coldly commented. Every cause has an effect. If I were those gods, I would kill all my followers before returning to the void and make them spit out what they took from me. Shura Yu revealed a mysterious smile. You probably guessed my identity, which is why I told you. What you hear outside will be another version. The story circulating in the interstellar world is that the gods were dissatisfied with the split in faith, which led to a war among the gods. The resentment of some fallen gods who were unwilling to die gave rise to the evil beasts. The evil beasts have caused too much harm to humanity, and those who know this story resent the gods, which has also led to the interstellar world prohibiting any mention of gods and no one believing in them. It is well known that the power of the gods comes from faith. Erasing their existence cuts off that faith, and thus there will be no gods. This is probably humanity's way of revenge. The events of that year are too distant, and only those who participated know the truth. We're understood that the truth would only be written by the victors. It seems that the victors were humans, so there would naturally be a human-biased narrative. What does this have to do with the evil beasts attacking the Holy See? Shura Yu said meaningfully, the waters of the Holy See run deep. I can't discuss it with you in detail. You just need to know that the sacrifices are not just sacrifices. In a way, they're also a form of suppression. After saying this, Shura Yu dismissed her, unwilling to elaborate further, leaving Weir in a state of confusion. Well, this is worse than not hearing the story at all. It's left me completely puzzled. Nonetheless, she accepted the support task from the priest hall. We're planned to report to the priest hall first. Unlike the white robes of the clergy, the priests wore colored robes. The gray priestly robe was adorned with many ancient totems, looking quite mysterious. It was still the same 7-layer white building. Not many people were present, but all eyes were fixed on Weir, as the clergy had little interaction with them. One high-ranking clergy member, who was secretly quite famous, naturally attracted attention. Just as she was about to ask someone for directions, she found it difficult to distinguish the identical buildings, as each room served different purposes. Weir, what are you doing here? Jean Xin emerged from one of the rooms, surprised. What are you doing here? I was sent by Archbishop Se Yu for temporary duty. What about you? A man wearing a priestly robe, who looked somewhat familiar, also walked out behind Jean Xin. Oh, so you're here to help. Thank you, Clergy Hall, welcome. Don't you remember me? We met the day the Pope summoned you. But there were too many people that day, so you might not have noticed me. I am Priest Ling Bai, and I'm glad to see you again. I'll arrange your work for you. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and compared to the 7 others, he looked ordinary. But his exceptionally long eyelashes were quite eye-catching, and his eyes resembled those of a Barbie doll. Afterward expressed basic friendliness. She turned to Jean Xin and asked, You show up and disappear every day. Is it just to hang out with him in the priest hall? Jean Xin's face stiffened. Priest Ling Bai's mental mutation ability is quite similar to mine. I'm here seeking a path to become stronger. Don't think too much about it. I'm not thinking too much. What are you thinking? We're asked, speechless. This was really like a case of there's no silver here. Looking guilty, no matter how you see it. Seemingly realizing Jean Xin's awkwardness, Ling Bai changed the subject, gave her a set of priestly attire, arranged her position. And then the two parted ways. On the way back to the battle hall, Jean Xin suddenly asked, Where I believe in you and fate, so I can survive and get out of my predicament. Following you and caring about you is to repay this kindness for a lifetime. What do you believe in fate for? We're stopped and said, I had a very miserable past. Have you ever choked on water? Or felt the ground beneath you sink while sleeping? Even breathing could turn the surrounding area into a vacuum? Jean Xin was stunned. What? Is this your experience? Why? We're smiled. Maybe I was very hated. Even the universe wished I would die quickly. As long as I was alive, there were dangers everywhere. I was once confused, thinking I might as well just die. Why endure suffering when I had nothing worth holding on to? When I was about to give up on myself, fate appeared. It was the most gentle and fair. I devoted everything to it, and it gave me a stable life. That's me. I believe in fate without a reason. Simply because I am it. I have already devoted myself and completely merged into fate. Jean Xin was shocked, murmuring, If you completely merge into fate, are you still you? We laughed heartily. There's no answer to that. Everyone has different perspectives and thoughts. To me, I am fate. To you, I might be a puppet consumed by fate. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm happy, why think so much? Jean Xin looked at Weir's carefree, yet indifferent smile, and suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with this side of Weir. When they reached the battle hall, both fell silent. For them, this was not a comfortable place. Those archbishops were very strange, and not only did we find them bizarre, but even Jean Xin felt a chill, fearing that just looking at them a moment longer could cost them their lives. Returning to the Holy See without first going back to the battle hall? Do you still remember that you belong to the battle hall? Archbishop Se Yu asked without anger or laughter. She glanced around and indeed did not see Aoman, Lan Duo, or Tan Lan. Weir's eyes flickered as she said, I have official business to attend to. Isn't the church the most important thing at any time? Ji Du's dark red eyes scanned the golden heart following Weir, and with an unhappy tone, he said, I was wondering why you didn't come back with me. Someone must be enticing you. The battle hall is not a place anyone can enter. It's better to shake off some little pests early on, rather than waste energy dealing with them. Via found it. Jean Xin hasn't bothered you in the battle hall. Why are you targeting her? In a flash, Weir was pulled into Ji Du's embrace, his hand gripping her porcelain-white chin as he kissed her. If I don't like her, I'll kill her. Are you okay with that? Weir wanted to retort. Of course not. It was hard to find a follower who was capable and motivated. Anyone who touched her would be in trouble. Unfortunately, Ji Du's kiss was fierce, leaving her speechless. Jean Xin's face darkened. She could no longer hold back. What did these people think Weir was? One after another, they acted this way. Knowing they couldn't win, her sharp mental power still cut through. Ji Du's displeasure deepened as he regarded Jean Xin as nothing more than a human pest. The fluctuation of mental power from Ji Du was on a completely different level than Jean Xin's. Weir struggled free, removed her sunglasses, and stood in front of Jean Xin, looking coldly at him. Are you going to make a move against me? Ji Du asked with a grim expression. Just for a moment, okay? Via replied. You force my hand. You know very well where my bottom line lies. What are your excessive intentions? You can't kill Jean Xin. Jean Xin stood behind Wei Er, her expression complex, unable to see Wei Er's opened eyes, which were brewing something within them. Ji Du and the other three felt Wei Er's emotions clearly, that murky surge wanting to engulf all living souls in sight. Bao, with silver-gray eyes, was excited. Are you going to devour all souls? That suits me perfectly. Wei Er wasn't completely without the ability to resist. She just had to be careful not to overuse her power, which could cause irreversible harm to her damaged self. But among these followers, Jean Xion's contributions to her faith were crucial, and she had to protect them. She still wanted to return to the original universe to take a look. In that place, she had her own believers. Though fate was omnipresent, she always felt that the universe where they first met was the foundation of her existence with fate. She didn't care about anything else. Interfering with her absorption of faith was unacceptable. Ji Du's dark red eyes deepened. Anger etched on his face as he said, "Isn't it just the power of faith? How much do you want? I can give it to you. Why keep this useless person?" Seeing that Ji Du didn't directly turn hostile, Wei Er felt a bit relieved. She didn't want to fall out with him, as it would be too disadvantageous for her. Looking coldly at Ji Du, she said, "It's not you giving it to me. It's what you get for touching me. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Everything comes at a cost, and I accept that. Let's not mention the past between us. How much faith can you give me? Faith must come from genuine belief. Your faith is not mine. I'm special enough to slightly accept it, but ultimately, it's temporary. Jean Xin is my true believer. Am I supposed to give up the watermelon for sesame seeds? Ji Du, don't underestimate me. The years I've lived and the experiences I've had are definitely beyond what you can imagine. I have no goodwill towards you. The only reason for our entanglement is mutual assistance. I don't want to tear our relationship apart, and I hope you can also maintain some boundaries." Ji Du's expression remained grim, jealousy burning within him. He wanted to eliminate everyone close to Wei Er, just like Chun Yin. Killing them would be a relief. Wei Er frowned. His irrationality was somewhat unexpected. What was wrong with Ji Du? The veins on his forehead were popping out. She pulled Jean Xin back a bit, sensing that he was about to lose control. Se Yu smiled as he stepped forward to hold Ji Du. "Last time you said I couldn't control myself. But look at you now. You need to hold back. Scaring someone too much isn't good." Ji Du took a deep breath, gave Wei Er a long look, and turned to go upstairs. Wei Er sighed in relief. It was finally over. However, being locked in by those dark red eyes made her inexplicably irritable. These people were too strange. They could provoke all her emotions, like Lan Duo's soul, making her feel lazy. Laziness. An idea struck Wei Er. Something was about to emerge. But Se Yu's actions interrupted her. Held in Se Yu's embrace, her pink eyes filled with a certain desire as they scanned her body. "Don't be angry. Ji Du is just like that. We'll keep an eye on him." With her train of thought interrupted, Wei Er didn't dwell on it. She retorted disdainfully, "Just keep an eye on yourself. Do you all have anything else? Jean Xin and I are going back upstairs." Bao, with silver-gray eyes, smiled and said, "We have nothing much. We just wanted to ask if you still plan to go out to complete tasks recently." Wei Er shook her head. "I've taken a task to help at the priest hall, so I won't be going out for now." Bao Yi's purple eyes darkened. "Are you going to protect the festival?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Bao's smile faded a bit. "Nothing, just go upstairs." "Sweet dreams." Wei Er politely replied, "Sweet dreams," and went upstairs with Jean Xin. Bao Yi leaned against a platinum chair and said, "Bao Yi, you're venting your anger. This matter has nothing to do with the girl." Bao Yi pinched his brow. "Every year the festival succeeds. Our divine seal becomes heavier, and the accumulation has no end. When will we ever be free? We've waited so many years. Now that the girl is by our side, the day of divine reconstitution is in sight. Are you still worried about not being freed?" Bao Yi's face was filled with coldness. "Just wait and see. On the day of divine reconstitution, I will not let go of the grudge of human betrayal." Bao and Se Yu remained silent, but their eyes also carried coldness, indicating that their will on this matter was aligned. Jean Xin didn't need Wei Er to comfort her. She naturally said goodnight, returning to her own room. There were some things she wasn't strong enough for yet, and didn't have a right to speak out. Wei Er sighed. "It's so worry-free. Jean Xin is a good choice to be the leader." Sitting on the bed with her arms crossed, she pondered. By now, if she couldn't see their intentions, she would be a fool. They clearly wanted to use that fragment of the soul to bruise something within her body, meaning that she had to swallow the souls of these 7 people, whether she liked it or not. Currently, she had not fully digested Ji Du's soul, and the others likely wouldn't act, which gave her some peace of mind. However, always being at the mercy of others was also somewhat displeasing. It seemed that these people were on the same front, but the fact that 3 of them had disappeared for a while indicated that things were not that simple. A meaningful smile appeared on Wei Er's lips as she closed her eyes, touching the part of her body that had turned ice blue. In a certain room of the battle hall, Aomen, suppressed by 6 types of divine power and unable to move, opened his ice blue eyes. Via Smedet, the person was indeed still in the battle hall, contrary to what they said about leaving the church. This is extremely interesting. The person is clearly in the battle hall, yet these few insist he is not here and is active outside. They are obviously suspicious. If Aomen, Lan Duo, and Tan Lan's disappearance is related to these people, then if Aomen were to come out, this matter is becoming more and more interesting. In a good mood, she hummed a tune, took a shower, and went to bed obediently to sleep. The next day, Wei Er changed into the priest's robe and went downstairs. Already petite, the gray robe was somewhat large, completely wrapping her up, revealing only half of her fair little face and enticing cherry-colored lips. Such a half-covered appearance made someone who had been suppressing themselves unable to hold back any longer. There was no one else on the first floor. Se Yu, who had been struggling through these difficult days, moved and trapped her against the staircase railing. Wei Er's eyelids twitched. Before she could say anything, Se Yu sealed her lips. The nearly uncontrolled biting made Wei Er frown as she pushed him away, turning her head to breathe. "I want to go out. Let me go." The kiss slid down to her ear, the power of faith rushing into Wei Er's body. Se Yu held her tiny waist and said hoarsely, "Just for a moment, okay?" If Wei Er took this as a request, then she was sick. This guy was clearly notifying her. By the time he spoke, his hand had already slipped into the priest's robe. Chapter 56, The Holy See Suppresses the Deities. It's really absurd. Brute force can't push someone away. Vale's eyes flickered as she embraced Se Yu and responded passionately. After a moment of surprise, Se Yu became even more intimate, completely absorbed and wanting more, with reason gradually crumbling under desire. Just then, Vale spun away, casually offering a big slap, and left gracefully in the face of Se Yu's bewilderment. Se Yu gently touched her stinging cheek, her low laughter gradually transforming into hearty laughter. It was really amusing. Silly, getting slapped and still so happy. Maybe you should come out less to embarrass yourself. Ji Du stood at the second floor railing, looking down. Se Yu recalled the intimate touch from just now, narrowing her pink eyes. Are you jealous? Well, you'll have to endure it. Wanting to have it all to yourself is wishful thinking. Ji Du's dark red eyes sank, not responding. Some things were understood between them, and there was no need to expose them. Vale belonged to them, but she was definitely not anyone's sole possession. Upon exiting the battle hall, the sound of songs, isolated by mental power, flooded her ears. Ethereal singing, murmured prayers, under the clear sky, calming the mind. Yet Vale felt discomfort beneath the holiness. Without much thought, she quickly arrived at the priest hall, thinking she was not late, but upon seeing rows of gray-robed priests lined up neatly, she realized she was actually somewhat late. Seeing Vale arrive, Priest Ling Bai quickly approached and gestured for her to stand beside him. In just about 5 minutes, the entire procession began to move. It seemed they were headed to the temple where the Pope resided. It was normal to hold events in the temple, as it was clearly the most solemn place in the entire Holy See. Each building was a uniform 7-story white tower. It was unclear how these believers distinguished them. She didn't want to come here. Every time she did, she felt an unpleasant aura. Logically, if the temple was the center of the Holy See, it should be the brightest place, but the reality was quite the opposite. From a distance, she saw the outline of the temple, as uncomfortable as ever, adding a shadow to her heart. Along the way, priests were dropped off at intervals. It seemed this was the guarding work. Such dense defense showed the Holy See's importance placed on the ceremony. But as they got closer to the temple, she hadn't received a command to stop. Could it be that they were going to assign her to guard the temple? That would be a bit odd, The priests closer to the temple were stronger. Yet she was only at the level. Seemingly sensing Veil's confusion, Ling Bai whispered, "I moved you inside to guard. The ceremony is far more dangerous than you think. And Jean Xin doesn't want you getting into trouble." Veil realized so it was because of her status as a believer that she was given special treatment. As long as the outer perimeter wasn't breached, she wouldn't have to fight at all. It was a good thing to get merits while being idle. Having a good believer made a difference. Smiling, she circled to the edge of the temple. "You just guard here. There are level priests not far from you. If anything happens, just make some noise. Whether outside the temple or higher-level priests inside, they will come to help you." Veil smiled. "This place has a good view. I can see the ceremony well. Thank you for taking care of me, Priest Ling Bai." Ling Bai chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. You're young and have just arrived at the Holy See. You must have some interest in the ceremony, so enjoy the observation, but don't forget that the beasts are cunning. Be cautious. I'm much younger than you. I could be your great-grandchild," Veil thought to herself while smiling agreeably. Ling Bai bid farewell to Veil and entered the temple, representing a leap in strength. No wonder he could arrange for her to stay around the temple. Veil chuckled. Jean Xin was truly lucky. If Ling Bai was genuinely willing to teach, Jean Xin's growth would definitely be remarkable. She didn't want to teach Jean Xin, but the power system of the stars was different from hers. She couldn't teach and could only rely on the believers to fend for themselves. Fortunately, whether it was Jean Xin or Miao Kamiawe, these three were all ambitious individuals who didn't need her to explain the benefits of having strength. Leaning against a pure white pillar dusted with golden powder, she watched the temple square open up. Layers upon layers of devoted believers stepping onto the hall of faith with sincerity on their faces. Like a pilgrimage, she gazed at the red-robed archbishop who had appeared on the high platform. Veil was to the side and couldn't see the archbishop's face, but must have been similar to that of an old man. The limit for Holy See clergy was the archbishop, and for priests, it was the high priest. These could only be described as the backbone of the Holy See's operation. However, the red-robed archbishop absolutely surpassed these individuals. He was the core of the Holy See, and even the Pope had to consider their opinions carefully. Veil had only seen the red-robed archbishop the day the Pope summoned her, and this was the first time in so long she was seeing him again. The archbishop in the center raised his brown staff, and the ethereal chanting reached a peak. With the believers looking on excitedly, an elderly voice resonated. "The earth is boundless, the ocean is endless, the north wind flows through the maze, and the flames burn on the holy peak. Oh, 7 virtues, please listen to the prayers of the eternal believers. Isolate the evil thoughts for the Holy See. Separate the darkness. Create, appear, change. Ignite the faith of humanity's 7 virtues." The clear sky seemed to freeze in time. The wind ceased, birds halted, and in the blink of an eye, red fire clouds filled the horizon, with red flames drifting down, resembling the eternal lights of the world. The flames fell upon the believers, and anyone touched by them showed an expression of utmost comfort. Veil dazedly caught one, the resentment and hatred of divine power merging into her body, repairing the exhausted fate body. This was pure divine power, without autonomy, the deity's unwillingness, which these ordinary humans could not perceive. Looking back at the holy temple behind her, Veil scoffed. So that was it. The 7 virtues Holy See had such audacity to suppress the deities and exploit their divine power for benefits. The darkness here and the believers' tainted beliefs were related, but more so derived from the deity's malice. No wonder she always felt uneasy here. It was a place of divine resentment. How could the atmosphere be comfortable? She didn't know how the deities were, but the 7 virtues Holy See had existed for so many years, and their divine power was repeatedly exploited. That being must be suffering immensely. How proud deities were, being suppressed by believers through faith. They must have lost all benevolence. Could it be that they had already become the fallen gods that Chenyan spoke of? Veil felt a heaviness in her heart. Whether it was the Holy See or the suppressed deities, she didn't want to meddle. But the problem was she needed divine power to recover. Looking at the sky full of flames, Veil sighed. This scattered divine power was more direct than faith for her, and since she encountered it, how could she let it go? Closing her eyes behind her sunglasses, she folded her hands in front of her chest in prayer. and Veil began to chant as well. Chapter 57. Veil becomes the holy maiden of the Holy See. Oh, great deities who are in decline, betrayers do not deserve to inherit your power. Great existence wandering through all realms, please listen to my words. I will offer you the infinite possibilities of the future as a gift. Please grant me endless power. Oh, wandering divine power, listen to my call and allow me to bear your magnificent glory. Veil chanted over and over again, her voice flowing along some kind of rule, drifting into the ears of the 7 archbishops in the battle hall. Originally forced to extract divine power, each archbishop's face turned pale, and they were all so doubtful they wished they could dig out their ears. The ability to communicate directly with deities through the chanting of believers. And this voice that was so familiar, the faces of the 7 changed. Veil was actually in existence of the same life level as them, only with the same level. At specific times, would pious chanting ignore boundaries and be transmitted to the ears of the deities. This was a bit strange. Those who could be on the same level as deities should also be deities, but Veil was clearly not. Even though A.O. Man was sealed, her voice still clearly conveyed to the ears of the several. Give it to her. The purple-eyed Baoyu mocked. Stop using commanding tone. Since your seal, be honest. I'd rather give this divine power to this girl than to those despicable humans. The others fell silent. Indeed, there were no choices before. But now that Veil wanted to gather through summoning, why not give it all to her? As Veil chanted, she felt the flames falling in her body like flowers, a slight smile tugging at her lips. The commotion might be a bit loud, but this was divine power, the foundation of her existence. How could she miss such an opportunity? Soon, the followers couldn't catch even a single flame, and they looked in astonishment towards the side of the temple, where the flames had formed a small mountain. A girl in a priestess robe and sunglasses stood motionless among the flames. This commotion quickly caught the attention of the higher-ups in the church, and it was this girl again. The 3 red-robed cardinals, who had presided over the ceremonies for many years, had never seen such a spectacle. Among the crowd, the people familiar with Veil stood together to watch the ceremony, never expecting to encounter such a strange sight. Curious, they stretched their necks to look, and Feng Ji froze for a moment. Don't you think that figure in sunglasses looks a bit familiar? But wait, why is she wearing a priestess robe? Miao gritted her teeth and said, what priestess robe? Even if she turned to ash, I would recognize her. That Veil. When did she still have the status of a priestess? She can't sit still anywhere. Miao exclaimed in surprise. Look, she is flying. The flames grew more numerous, enveloping Veil as she rose into the air. The people of the church and the followers watched as the flames around Veil were continuously absorbed, her mental power soaring higher and higher. It was rare for her divine power to be replenished significantly, and Veil planned to strengthen herself a bit because, after all, strength spoke for itself everywhere. She casually wrapped her mental power around a church member, continuously converting and simulating the absorbed divine power, causing her mental power to break through in explosive waves. Soon, she entered the lower intermediate level, then the upper intermediate level, and finally the advanced level. Her strength still on the rise. Miao exclaimed, wow, she has really made it big. Feng Ji was shocked. This is the first time I've seen someone break through like this. Veil is indeed not an ordinary person. She reached the upper advanced level, and her rapidly increasing mental power began to stabilize. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If she broke through again, they would collectively commit suicide. It was unprecedented to witness such a demoralizing occurrence. Having completely absorbed all the flames, Veil looked down at her upper advanced level and couldn't help but twitch her lips. This level of divine power was all she could manage. Seeing Veil descend to the high platform, the golden-eyed nun among the followers flashed her eyes. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, she must be the saint chosen by the 7 virtues. The 7 virtues blessed the saint, granting her the heavy responsibility of proclaiming the destiny of the 8 virtues. Long live the saint. Upon hearing this, the followers quickly echoed, long live the saint. Long live the saint. Veil raised her eyebrows. This divine teammate's assist was perfect. Under the inexplicable gazes of the 3 red-robed cardinals, Veil raised her hand to silence the crowd. which fell completely silent. Vale spoke gently. I am Vale, rescued by the Grand Cardinal of the Battle Hall in my time of need. After passing the Church's trials, I am fortunate to become a member of the Church. I am immensely grateful and respectful to the Church, and I also believe in the destiny of the 8 virtues, with the 7 virtues blessing me and destiny favoring me. I do not dare to claim the title of saint, but I genuinely feel the return of the 7 virtues and destiny, and I want to convey this to every follower. This is our shared glory. She gently raised her palm, a point of light blossoming in her hand, growing brighter and enveloping the entire temple square. The followers, bathed in the brilliance, felt a more comfortable sensation wash over them than before, further convincing everyone that Vale was indeed the saint chosen by the 7 virtues. The cheers for the saint reverberated endlessly, with a massive amount of faith converging on Vale. Meanwhile, Archbishop Se Yu in the crowd felt the light and twitched his lips. This girl was truly something else. The divine power that entered her body earlier adjusted various discomforts deeply, which was why everyone felt comfortable. But the current light was purely for comfort, serving no real purpose. On the high platform, Vale's expression changed as she realized she had overstepped. The faith was tainted, and she couldn't purify it. Forcing herself to retract her hand and wanting to leave the platform, she was blocked by the 3 cardinals and the suddenly appearing Pope. Watching the countless followers rejoice, the Pope placed a hand on Vale, his massive mental power almost forcing her to kneel. Fortunately, she held her ground. Otherwise, it would have been a huge embarrassment. How could the divine maiden of destiny kneel before others? The Pope quickly scanned Vale's entire body, confirming there were no issues and that she was not non-human, then revealed a smile. The other 3 red-robed cardinals also stepped forward to examine her one by one, and after confirming there were indeed no issues, they retreated behind her. The Pope raised his scepter and spoke with authority. Vale is the light granted to the Church by the 7 virtues, and she naturally deserves the title of saint. From this day forth, Vale shall be the saint of the Church, belonging to the 7 virtues battle hall, and I believe that in several years, the saint will be the pride of the Church. Vale felt a bit anxious. I still need to be a cardinal and establish the Hall of Destiny. The Pope smiled. The merits accumulated as a cleric will not change. Once you reach a certain level, you can have your own hall. You must work hard. You need to show all the followers just how outstanding the saint chosen by the 7 virtues is, and the Church will take pride in the person you will become. Upon hearing this, Vale felt relieved and cooperatively said, I will not disappoint the 7 virtues in the Church. I will give my all. The Pope and the red-robed cardinals all nodded with smiles, very satisfied with Vale's attitude. The followers below cheered louder and louder, and the faith kept increasing, making Vale feel overwhelmed. Finally managing to endure until she left the platform. She no longer cared about the priest guarding her and hurried back to the battle hall at full speed. Chapter 58. Finding the sealed Aomen Miao Ku and others close to Vale were dumbfounded, and even the clerics who participated in the trial were bewildered. Who exactly is Vale? It was already outrageous enough to become a high-level cleric just a few months after arriving at the Church, and now she had suddenly become a saint. The title of saint had always existed in the Church, but in the past few hundred years, no one had been able to fulfill it. After all, the title of saint represented the Church's face in some aspects. As everyone said, without the blessing of the 7 virtues, how could you become the saint of the Church? However, the blessing was not something words could describe. Without a miraculous event special enough to convince everyone who would believe that you were blessed by the 7 virtues. Thus, the position of saint had completely faded from the Church's authority. Today's ceremony, where the flames transformed by the 7 virtues surged into Vale's body like a pilgrimage, was witnessed by many followers. Some people deliberately incited the crowd, and with Vale using divine power to create momentum for herself, she ended up achieving the title of saint. The Pope and the red-robed cardinals personally acknowledged it. As long as she didn't cross the Church's red lines, Vale could firmly hold onto her position as saint. Those in the crowd, including Miao Ku, were still in shock, never expecting that their once mixed-up companion would suddenly become so unattainable. Jean Xen walked over coldly and said, Put away your surprised expressions. You are also Vale's followers. But what have you been doing during this time? Have you prayed to destiny, developed followers, or done anything for Vale? Don't forget, if you don't show your faith, destiny might take back what you've received at any time. Miao's expression changed slightly. We didn't do anything, but that doesn't mean we'll just take what others have and walk away. We still have the most basic faith. Humph. You had a burst of faith out of gratitude for destiny's protection. But what about now? Your feelings of gratitude fade with time, and your faith has become mere words. You all know in your hearts how pure it really is. Miao Ko was surprised. You can sense our faith in destiny? Jean Xian's icy gaze was piercing, and her tone was cold as she replied, "Of course. Ever since Vale helped me break free from the Jean family and regain my strength, I have only lived for Vale. This faith has become my all-consuming motivation. I can see how much faith you all have in Vale or destiny. It's completely visible to me. My faith alone is more than 10 times that of both of you combined, and it is even purer than yours." She did not lie. At some point, she could see that faith. Its color was pure white, much like clouds, a faint milky white that was very thin. Miaokame, with a hint of guilt on her face, indeed hadn't seen Wire since that spiritual mutation outbreak. Gradually forgetting about that incident, to put it bluntly, she had gotten used to treating Wire as a partner to be fooled, and did not equate her with her own faith. Miao Wei stared at Jean Xian. After saying so much, what is your purpose? Wire hasn't said anything about us. You don't have ulterior motives, do you? Wire's goal is to establish the Temple of Destiny, for which she needs a lot of merit and followers. The merit points can only be earned by herself, but we can help develop followers. You are all direct descendants of various families. In the future, whether you leave the Vatican or become a cardinal and bind yourselves to the Vatican, you will need power to support you. If we assist Wire in establishing the Temple of Destiny, the benefits in the future are needless to say. I'm here to tell you not to think of enjoying the fruits of someone else's labor. If you want to share in the future benefits, then at least start moving now to realize your own value. Otherwise, when the day of the Temple of Destiny truly arrives, you will definitely be the ones I exclude. After Jean Xian finished speaking, she left without caring about others' thoughts. Feng Ji touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Is it really okay for an outsider like me to hear so much?" Miao Wei sneered, "Can't you see? In Jean Xian's eyes, you're already the designated fat meat. Believing in destiny is your way out. Otherwise, that woman will definitely kill you." After thinking about Jean Xian's cold face, Feng Ji shivered and said, "Does this still have to be forced? Why doesn't he seem like that kind of person?" Miao Kamei's dimples disappeared, and she sighed. "Why are isn't, but Jean Xian is. She is much stronger than us. How long has it been? She has already leveled up and is extremely loyal to Wire. It's better for us to be honest." Miao Wei remained silent for a long time, then suddenly murmured, "Our value is the Miao family. Inviting Wire to the Miao family to promote destiny, she would surely be willing." Wire staggered back to the battle hall, her face already changed due to pain. Last time she absorbed too little, only feeling soft and abnormal. This time, with more faith, those filthy things felt like she had swallowed a mouthful of sulfuric acid, corroding her body in various places. If it were her original body, this level of filth would be nothing, but this body had been transformed by merging with destiny. And aside from her eyes, the rest was very pure and could not handle such filth. Since Se Yu was able to help her purify last time, others should be able to as well. After finally rushing back to the battle hall, she found that the usually lively few were nowhere to be seen. Wire was dumbfounded. Had they gone out or returned to their rooms? But there were many rooms on each floor of the entire battle hall, and she didn't know which floor or room they were in. In a moment of panic, she didn't care about anything else, closed her eyes, and summoned the soul of Aomen within her body, following the sensation to the 4th floor, walking all the way to the innermost black door. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response to her knocking. Wire endured the pain and pushed the door. Surprisingly, it was not locked. She walked in directly. "Aomen, are you there?" The room's furnishings were the same as every other one, just with a few personal items, but it was empty, with no sign of anyone. Wire frowned and sensed again. Something was off. He was indeed in the room. Taking off her sunglasses to see with her chaotic eye, Aomen's figure was clearly lying on the bed, staring at her without moving. His ice-blue eyes showed no emotion. Wire assessed Aomen and came to a conclusion. He had been sealed. No matter what happened to him, her matters were the most important. Approaching him with a pale face, she said, "I need you to help me purify this faith. I can't withstand this filth." Aomen still did not respond, and she was unsure whether he couldn't speak or just didn't want to pay attention to her. Wire gritted her teeth, and under Aomen's icy gaze, slowly lowered her head and pressed her lips against his. The ice-blue eyes rippled slightly, and a wisp of gray was absorbed out by Aomen. Joy flashed in Wire's eyes. She had done it right. Last time Se Yu had helped her purify this way. Did it have to be done like this to purify? It didn't matter. As long as it could purify, that was enough. After 5 minutes, Wire's neck was sore, so she simply lay on Aomen. She had Aomen's soul and was naturally close to him, not shying away from intimate contact. As the filth was absorbed away, her body's pain began to ease. Until finally, she was fine. Wire wanted to lift her head, but the terrifying thing hidden in Aomen's soul stirred, and she involuntarily deepened the kiss. Shedding her divine robe. Chapter 59. Don't cry. This is the one thing I won't feel sorry for. Under Aomen's intensified icy gaze, Wire climbed onto him. Her mind clear as she did some involuntary things. When the two possessed each other, Aomen's aura changed. Like a volcano with terrifying explosive power that had finally found its spark, sending shocking waves that spread out in circles. Aomen had the intention to hide. But Wire could not see the 6 different colored seals placed on Aomen's body, which were rapidly disintegrating as they became inseparable. The fluctuation of the aura shook the battle hall, but when it spilled out, it was firmly blocked. However, this was enough to alarm the archbishops who could still move. Each with pale faces, as if they were seriously ill, staggering towards Aomen's door. No one mocked each other. They all felt weak when they reached the festival. None were in much better shape than the others. What trouble was Aomen causing again? 6 seals. Could he still stir things up? Se Yu muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling very uncomfortable and wishing he could rest peacefully for a while. A gem with silver gray eyes asked in confusion, "Why do I feel something is off about this aura?" Jidu sneered, "Just messing around. We have 6 seals. I don't believe he can come out. If he does, I'll consider myself unlucky." Bao's heart skipped a beat and said, "Wait, has that girl come back?" The others were startled. Oh no, could it be that the dead girl went in to save someone? They hurriedly tried to open the door, but were blocked by a force and couldn't get it open. This was bad. No one could think of breaking their seals, but only Wire was different. She had their divine souls and divine status, and this seal might really be able to break. The grudge of the seal, Aomen was still not going crazy. Bang! The door was shattered by a force, and the few were also knocked away. Aomen, wearing a dark blue nightgown, stood by the bed, holding a petite girl wrapped in only the remnants of her divine robe. Wire's eyes were closed, so she couldn't see his expression, but her lips were red and swollen, glistening with tempting moisture. Looking at the scattered clothes on the floor, it was easy to imagine the scenery beneath the divine robe, a half-exposed little leg and a fair little foot, which stimulated the senses of the few. Before they could say anything, Aomen waved his hand, releasing what seemed to be a mental force, which crossed over them, heading straight for other places in the battle hall. Soon, the cold-faced Lan Duo and Tan Lan arrived, and seeing Wire like this, their expressions turned even colder. "Very good, everyone is here," Aomen said calmly. Se Yu, with her pink eyes, sneered, "What can you do now that you're all gathered? Do you think you could defeat us 6? Aomen smirked, holding Wire in his arms and covering her eyes with his hand. Just a little discomfort, but it won't hurt. Bear with it. Wire couldn't see anything, only hearing the gasps of the few. "You're playing dirty. Damn, let us go." Wire thought she understood what was happening. She felt that the thing growing inside her was being absorbed by Aomen. Wire, who had her eyes covered, couldn't see, but in front of the 6. They witnessed with their own eyes that the damaged ice-blue light spot was absorbed into Aomen's body, and then Aomen became powerful. His ice-blue eyes were as cold as the polar regions, and his aura was profound. Just a glance made them feel a prickling pain in their skin at that moment. Who would dare to provoke Aomen? If they didn't run, they must be out of their minds. They were still human incarnations. But this guy had regained his divine status, albeit not completely, but it was a dimensional strike against them. They couldn't escape. In the blink of an eye, the few were brutally smashed against the walls and ceilings, becoming blood-stained embellishments. The scene was a bit bloody, and A.O. Man didn't intend to let Vale watch. He directly carried the person back to Vale's room on the 7th floor before letting go. Vale curiously asked, "What did you do to them? And what exactly is this?" She pointed directly at the icy blue light that had once again entered her body. "They're fine. They all ran away. I was sealed by them because I wanted to protect you." Vale showed no reaction to his words. She didn't care whether A.O. Man wanted to protect her or not. In her perception, she could survive without anyone's protection. "What do you think this is?" Almain hitorted. Vale pondered for a moment and replied, "I think this thing looks a lot like a divine essence, but it clearly hasn't reached the level of divine essence and is still growing. Divine essences don't have this characteristic. That's why I asked you." A.O. Man narrowed his eyes. "Have you seen divine essences?" Divine essence is the most important thing for a deity. No deity would show this to outsiders. Vale shrugged. "There are deities who would do that. There was once a powerful deity who liked me and said that if I stayed with him, he would give me his divine essence. I didn't want it, but out of curiosity, I held it for a bit, and that feeling was far more terrifying than what essence inside my body." A.O. Man remained silent for a long time and said, "I won't lie to you. This is divine essence. You can understand it as a fragment of the divine essence from a fallen deity." Vale froze. "Are you joking? If this is a fragment of divine essence, then why can you use it?" A.O. Man didn't speak. He didn't want to deceive Vale. Since he couldn't explain, he decided to remain silent. But that didn't stop Vale from speculating. Seeing that A.O. Man wasn't speaking, Vale's imagination ran wild. Aside from the deities themselves, direct bloodlines might be able to use it. "You are clearly human. You can't possibly be a deity, which means you are the offspring of deities." 7 offspring of deities? Are you brothers? Or is there more than one deity suppressed by the church? The more I think about it, the more shocked I become. What kind of power is the church hiding if they are indeed suppressing multiple deities? In a short period, Vale had made many connections that could fill a novel. The church suppresses deities, yet the offspring of deities are working for the church. Who would believe there's nothing wrong with that? But Vale was completely off track. A.O. Man found it amusing as he gently patted Vale's head. She was really cute. The icy blue gaze slipped down from the collar of his divine robe, deepening in color. He had no intention of explaining the unpleasant past he didn't want to mention. So he simply pressed Vale down on the bed and sealed her lips with a kiss. "Just now, you took the initiative. It's my turn now. Don't cry. This is the one thing I won't feel sorry for." With a gentle kiss, he slowly pulled open the divine robe, revealing the girl's beauty. Vale was speechless. "I'm talking about serious matters with you." A.O. Man's expression remained indifferent. Even in this situation, he still held an arrogant demeanor. "Vale, you and I are one. No matter what happens, just know that I won't harm you." If she wanted to say more, A.O. Man's actions left her with no time to think. She didn't cry, but she unexpectedly fainted. Before losing consciousness, A.O. Man's face was still above her, and they had been together for a long time. She slightly regretted finding A.O. Man. If it were someone else, well, it might still end in the same way. Chapter 60. A heart-to-heart talk due to Vale's sudden departure. Priest Zero White chased after her to the battle hall. In the first floor of the battle hall, Zero White faced the 7 archbishops, each with different postures. He elegantly and politely said, "I don't know if the Holy Maiden is present. The festival requires her appearance." The position of the Holy Maiden originally belonged to the priest hall, but due to this incident, it has fallen to your battle hall. I hope the archbishops will allow the Holy Maiden to go to the priest hall to listen to the 7 Virtues Oracle. Jidu sarcastically retorted, "The person belongs to the battle hall. Your priest hall should think twice before making plans. Your strength is at the top tier of the church, yet you are merely a priest. The Pope knows the mess of the priest hall all too well, which is why he doesn't give you opportunities to mess with the little girl. You have the nerve to bring it up." Zero White said helplessly. The former priest hall was the most sacred place in the church, where one listened to the oracles of the deities. Later, as the deities vanished, the people in the priest hall had their own ideas. Some pursued fame and profit, while others were immersed in myths. Everyone has their own pursuits. But in the eyes of the vast majority of believers, the priest hall has always been very special. Frequenting the priest hall is beneficial for her. I am thinking of the Holy Maiden. Listening to the oracle, directly communicating with the deities, you should have never experienced that. I am curious how a non-human like you managed to become a priest in the church. Vale slowly walked down the stairs. Her white priestly robe changed to a black robe with golden edges. She didn't wear sunglasses, otherwise it would look strange with the black robe. Her palm-sized, exquisite face was fully exposed, and black suited veil very well, dark and mysterious. Her features were impeccable, like a black lotus blooming in a moonlit night. Serene and beautiful. Her closed eyes didn't diminish the allure of the black lotus. Instead, they added to the desire to see what kind of stunning beauty lay beneath. Even with her eyes closed, Vale seemed to see clearly, walking without any discomfort. She reached the table, casually pulled out a chair, sat down, and poured herself a cup of tea, drinking it with great enjoyment. Zero White's expression remained unchanged. The Holy Maiden is joking. Vale said, I knew you wouldn't admit it. Originally, you had nothing to do with me, but you approached Jean Xian under the guise of teaching, which is not right. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that Jean Xian came to the church with me. Most of what I'm doing is being handled by her. What if you have ill intentions and cause her to disappear? Don't tell me you're just cherishing talent. Your strength is far superior to Jean Xian's. Would an elephant be interested in an ant? Zero White's expression fluctuated. You need evidence when you speak. How can the Holy Maiden prove that what you said is true? Do you intend to force me to admit a baseless claim in front of the archbishops of the battle hall? Vale chuckled. You really think you're strong? But you don't realize what it means to sit in a well and view the sky. Her delicate fingers extended, forming a divine seal with one hand. Subdue. The icy blue light appeared at her fingertips, and a terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Zero White's expression changed dramatically. Divine power. He was pressed to kneel on the ground, and his body felt sharp pressure. Just looking at it made his skin ache. Vale retracted her hand, surprised. 5 elements, golden spirit. She quickly put on a smile, approached him, helped him up, and said amicably, Look at you. This is just a misunderstanding, right? So, you actually like Jean Xian's mutated mental power. If you had said so earlier, it would have been settled. I'm a suspicious person with paranoia. Don't take it to heart. I apologize. You and Jean Xian develop well together. I support you. Looking at the girl in front of her, making a heart gesture, and recalling the horror just moments ago, Zero White twitched his lips. What are you? Oh, I'm also human, just a bit more outstanding than the average person. You can go back to your business. Once I'm done tidying up, I'll come find you. Don't worry. No one in the battle hall will speak ill of your identity. Under Zero White's bewildered expression, Vale forcibly pushed him out of the battle hall. An icy blue flash in her abdomen caused Vale to clutch her stomach and bend over in pain. Ouch! Showing off really attracts lightning. Be more sensible. If it weren't for needing to subdue Zero White, she wouldn't have used her divine power to summon the fragment of divine essence from A.O. Man's soul to suppress him and reveal his true form. No matter what her reasons were for getting close to Jean Xian, as long as she had the ability to make others wary, then perhaps bad things could turn into good things. The icy blue light not only didn't calm down, but became more active, bouncing around in Vale's abdomen. Visually, it looked as if she had swallowed a blue neon light that was flashing inside her belly. Vale's face darkened as she turned and rushed into A.O. Man's arms, sitting on his lap and placing his big hand on her abdomen to soothe it, all in one fluid motion. Feeling the divine essence finally settling down, she let out a sigh of relief, but she still couldn't use it frequently. If it ever got out of hand, it could make her feel excruciating pain. That bastard, using her body to grow, and she didn't even ask for rent, yet dared to be so overbearing? As the divine essence calmed down, Vale was fully revived. Unfazed, she lifted the curtain of the OMN and returned to her original position, happily sipping tea. Jean Xian truly gained a lot, a 5-element golden spirit, and it was a humanoid one. With its unwavering companionship, Jean Xian's future looked bright. Feeling good? Why not tell us how you can use the divine essence without divine power? You can't pull the divine essence without it. Se Yu looked at Vale with a seemingly smile in her pink eyes. Vale was not flustered at all and reasonably explained, "It resides in my body. What's wrong with me using it? What divine power is needed to pull it? It listens to me just fine." Bao Yi with her purple eyes mocked. "You think we're fools? The divine essence listens to you. Do you think it has no temper? And your sealing technique? Who taught you that?" Vale sighed. "All right, let's talk frankly. I come from another universe where deities are revered. To escape from a deity's entanglement, I accidentally fell through time and space to here, severing all faith, and I'm basically in a half-disabled state. I want to establish a fate belief system, restore my power, and return to my original universe." You want to leave without considering who would agree to it. They might think that, but no one expressed it. Bao Shura with her silver-gray eyes was full of curiosity and asked, "Severing faith leads to losing power. So are you a deity? But you don't look like one. You don't have a divine essence condensed on you." Vale shook her head. "I'm not a deity, but I'm one with fate. Believing in fate is believing in me. Overall, except for not having a divine essence, I'm quite similar. In that universe, aside from particularly strong deities that I couldn't provoke, I could walk sideways. Who would have thought I would end up like this?" Without outsiders, Vale opened her eyes, looking quite dejected, which made those watching unable to help but laugh. Tan Lan amusingly ruffled Vale's head. "It seems you are trying to avoid one of the unprovocable deities. Indeed, if I could defeat that annoying deity, I'd surely beat them into a pig's head and find a sewer to seal them for tens of thousands of years. Enough about me, let's talk about you. You want to save the deity sealed by the church. Are you their descendants?" Chapter 61. Are you going to deliver yourself? Cough, cough. Looking at the reaction, Vale blinked in confusion. "Did I guess wrong? But you can use fragments of divine essence. Apart from the deities themselves, the only others who could possibly touch divine essence are those with divine blood, right? Don't tell me you are deities. The divine essence is shattered, and the chances of a deity surviving are slim. The four core elements of a deity are divine essence, divine soul, divine body, and divine power. You don't have a single one. You are definitely not deities." Tan Lan's dark wooden pupils deepened. Vale is right. We are indeed the descendants of deities. No one expected you would guess so accurately. Our relatives have been suppressed by the church and are constantly exploited for divine power. Their bodies have been sealed into divine molds. Can Vale help us? Divine mold. Vale exclaimed in surprise. The divine soul leaves the body, and the divine body gets sealed into a divine mold, continuing to accept faith offerings and protect a region. This is too tragic. The divine essence is shattered. The divine soul dissipated, and they still have to protect their enemies. What grudges and grievances? As long as the divine soul is still there, there's a chance for rescue. If the divine soul is gone, there is no saving it. It's completely dead. Are you still willing to take the risk? Tan Lan said sadly. As descendants of deities, how can we watch our father suffer? We just want to reclaim the divine mold and free them. Vale thought for a moment. While it's deserving of sympathy, I'm currently in a half-disabled state and can't help you. You should work hard and not give up. I will pray for you to fate. I have to go and get busy now. Just kidding. She would be looking for death if she helped. The church is so powerful that even deities can be suppressed. She hasn't lived enough yet. She stood up, wanting to sneak away, but was pulled back by a large hand. Jidu circled her in front of him, playing with Vale's soft, boneless little hand, and said with interest, knowing so much, "Do you think you can escape? Even if you don't want to help, you have to help. We are in the same boat, understand?" He shouted with a dark face. "So what do you want? I can use divine power to activate the fragments of divine essence. But as you can see, my little divine power is only enough for one strike. What can I do?" Bao Shura, the Archbishop, rested her chin on her hand and looked at Vale. "You could do a lot. You can nurture the fragments of divine essence. Your current identity as a saintess is also very useful. The divine mold is sealed in the sanctuary, and every year's festival is a layer of sealing. If you can gain enough trust from the church, you'll have the chance to approach the divine mold. As long as you inject the divine power of the fragments of divine essence into the divine mold, those seals will be shattered bit by bit." Vale sneered. "Don't take me for a fool. You have grievances against the church. Releasing the divine mold is not just about your family feelings. You will most likely receive gifts from the deities. If the divine soul contains the divine essence of a deity, let's boldly guess. Will you possess the power of deities? What will happen to the church then? This contradicts my position. I want to establish a fate system, which cannot be separated from the church and believers. If you release it and destroy everything, how will I leave here? No one spoke. They were all remarkably shrewd. Some obscure things cannot be hidden even with falsehoods. A.O. Man said solemnly, "We are not forcing you. You do your own thing. Just help us nurture the fragments of divine essence, and we will handle the rest ourselves. As for the future, we will talk about it later." Vale smiled. A.O. Man is the best. Then you continue discussing. I will go get busy now, bye. She forcefully pried open Ji Du's hand and left the battle hall. You seem to be very fond of her. It seems you like her a lot. Unfortunately, this girl will never belong to just you, Bao, he teased. A.O. Man calmly said, "She is not a little girl. Like us, she has lived for a long time. Forcing her is useless. It will only backfire. Take it slow. Once feelings develop, she will naturally stand on our side." Ha ha, truly the god of pride. Selling goodwill while arrogantly scheming. It's really irritating. A flash of annoyance crossed her purple eyes. Lan Duo lazily said, "All right, let's put aside our conflicts for now. Once we recover, we can settle scores without anyone stopping us. It's better to be friendly with each other for now." Bao, he coldly snorted, stood up, and left. Although they had mutual feelings and good past relations, everything had changed as their good side shattered. The festival lasted for 7 days, during which the church would open to believers. Except for certain special temples that could not be entered, other areas could be freely roamed. This was a means to deepen the connection with the believers, and the believers coming each day were different, which is why Vale was needed to make an appearance. The saintess is the church's brand. Since she has been appointed, she must be recognized by the believers. It's also a great opportunity for Vale to collect faith. With her perfect bluffing skills, maintaining the mysterious and noble persona of the saintess was simply too easy for Vale. For 3 consecutive days, the internal area of the church was relatively quiet, with only 2 significant disturbances, likely due to beast attacks, but they were resolved on the outskirts, suggesting that the beasts were not strong enough to break through to the interior. With more faith comes the need for purification. Vale thought about it. To avoid experiencing the filth and pain again, it was better for her to purify herself first. As for the candidate, it should be A.O. Man, as she doesn't like to talk, and often doesn't require Vale to deal with things. Opening the door, her pink eyes met. Se Yu. Se Yu leaned against the door. Her skin was so fair and translucent that it was dazzling, especially with her peach blossom eyes, paired with cherry blossom pink. Looking so enchanting, it seemed like she would drip water. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to find A.O. Man. If you have something to say, hurry up." Se Yu glanced at the time, her pink eyes deepening. "It's already evening. Are you going to deliver yourself?" Vale frowned. "It has nothing to do with what you think. I have something to do. He hasn't gone to sleep yet. If I delay any longer, it won't be good." "Move aside." "Huh. I really don't know if you can't think of it or if you know too little about man. Going at this time, no matter what you have to say, you won't be able to get out. Pride always holds itself up, making itself look dignified. In reality, it's not anything good." Vale crossed her arms. "Are you talking about yourself?" Se Yu laughed and said, "You are really interesting. Since you say I'm not a good person, then you can bear the consequences yourself." He pushed her into the room and locked the door. Just as Wei Er was about to speak, Se Yu lifted her chin and kissed her. It wasn't a rough and hasty kiss. Surprisingly, it was filled with tender affection. Their pink eyes met closely, and a pink glow flowed from Se Yu's eyes, invading Wei Er's body. The feeling of wanting to explode surged again, and she began to digest it with all her strength. Just merging a bit of the soul unleashed a torrent of desire, leaving her with nothing but instinct. When she suppressed this feeling, Wei Er realized that they were already lying naked on the bed. Se Yu chuckled lightly and pressed down on her. Chapter 62. The true names of the 7 archbishops. Wei Er was sure that these people's souls had problems. Every time she devoured, she would be influenced to some extent. Was this desire special because they were divine offspring? She felt that some matters had yet to be revealed. she would openly discuss with them, mainly because she discovered that they did not stand on the same side as the church. Once certain things were clarified, it would facilitate her actions. Otherwise, staying long in the battle hall while being cautious and avoiding certain topics would be exhausting. They all had different goals regarding the church, and as long as they didn't hinder each other, it was as if they stood on the same side, since both sides held each other as secrets. She had anticipated swallowing each person's soul. Simply consuming a soul did not necessarily require intimacy, but it seemed that everyone passively endured Se Yu's kiss. Wei Er felt somewhat at a disadvantage. Although these people had granted her power of faith, wasn't this intimacy a bit excessive? Noticing that Wei Er was still lost in thought, Se Yu's pink eyes darkened. He wondered who she was thinking about at that moment. Since he was displeased, his gentleness turned into a roughness, forcing Wei Er to retract her wandering thoughts and frown at him. The look in her eyes made Se Yu suppress some of his anger and bite Wei Er's shoulder, saying, "You better not think of anyone else, or I can't guarantee you will leave the battle hall tomorrow." Wei Er laughed in anger, thinking how shameless he was, taking advantage yet being so righteous about it. She raised a hand and waved it in front of Se Yu, then formed a seal. Se Yu's expression changed as he tried to stop her, but it was too late. Her slightly swollen red lips uttered a single word: collapse. Dark red light flashed from her fingertips, and Se Yu was sent flying, crashing through the door of Wei Er's room and down to the floor below. Noises came from downstairs, followed by loud laughter, making Wei Er aware that some people had made fools of themselves. But she didn't care about that. She watched the dark red light in her hand disappear, pondering in a daze. In a moment of clarity, she remembered something. On the day she first met the Pope, he asked her what the name of Aomen was. She and Aomen exchanged glances, and she blurted out Aomen. Now that she thought about it, perhaps that was pride. Because of pride, the divine power would act up after she used it. Just now, she hadn't actively activated any divine power. But the divine power of desire seemed eager to teach Se Yu a lesson. Was it out of jealousy? Reflecting carefully on her interactions with the 7 individuals, Wei Er thought that the true names of the archbishops of the battle hall should be pride, jealousy, lust, gluttony, sloth, wrath, and greed. Named after the 7 negative emotions of humanity, they coincidentally corresponded to the 7 virtues of loyalty, hope, generosity, justice, resilience, temperance, and frugality. Was this a coincidence? Moreover, the nature of these 7 individuals seemed to be dominated by these emotions. Were they really just divine offspring wanting to save their father? At this thought, Wei Er's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad premonition. She realized she might have been a bit naive. Some matters were likely not that simple. But for now, she didn't know the real situation, and it was better not to get involved with them too much. Wrapped in a bedsheet, she found Jean Xian's room, climbed into bed, so that even if Se Yu was shameless, he wouldn't come to attack her at night again. In the dark, Jean Xian turned over and draped his blanket over Wei Er, covering her bare shoulders. After a long silence, he asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" "No, vai arreplit. I know what you're thinking. I'm different from humans. I view some things lightly. In my heart, having the power to do anything is right. If it were someone else, maintaining such a relationship with them would probably feel humiliating, but not for her. She would only seek self-benefit from this matter." Jean Xian held Wei Er's hand and said, "You still feel uncomfortable in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have acted against him." "Wei Er, I don't have that strength yet. I can't help you. But I swear, I will strive forward until I truly have the strength to play a sufficient role when you're unhappy." Thick white mist burst forth from Jean Xian, enveloping Wei Er beside him. The comfortable humming sounds made Jean Xian dazed. Just now, that was to absorb all the white mist. Via stretched comfortably. Her voice filled with a smile. "See, that's faith, the purest kind." Jean Xian's lips curved into a smile. "Is that so? As long as it's useful to you." Wei Er replied, "Let's sleep. You are the first truly pure believer of fate in this universe. Fate has decided to give you a gift. Tomorrow we will go to the Holy Temple, just in time to promote a wave." With anticipation, Jean Xian closed his eyes, holding onto Wei Er's hand tightly without letting go. The next day, when Wei Er and Jean Xian went downstairs, they saw Se Yu with fiery eyes, along with other individuals looking at them with strange and mocking expressions. The two exchanged glances, showing no intention of going to breakfast, and walked straight to the door. Se Yu angrily said, "Wei Er," but the dark red light flickered on one of his hands, causing him to stutter. Wei Er didn't look back, and said, "You all used me, and you also gave me the ability to fight back. Don't act recklessly." The two left the battle hall, gracefully, while Se Yu's face darkened. "Damn it, the divine power of jealousy is targeting us on purpose." Ji Du glanced at Se Yu with disdain. "Isn't that obvious? My divine power certainly doesn't want anyone getting close to Wei Er. Knowing she can activate divine powers, yet still provoking her, serves him right." Bao Shi's silver-gray eyes showed interest. "So, she already has 5 of our divine powers. We're left with me and Bao and I." Judging by her reaction, it seems difficult for us to make further progress. You all have taken the upper hand, but it's quite challenging and interesting. Se Yu snorted coldly. She knows that she has to swallow the souls of all 7 of us. She won T refuse. But as for the rest, I doubt you'll fare any better. I think Aomen acted quite successfully. When I went to find her last night, she was just about to look for Aomen. Aomen's calm blue eyes stirred slightly as 6 unfriendly gazes fixed on her. She should be looking for me to purify the tainted faith. You can all do it, but she avoids you. Reflect on that. Aomen stood up and left. The other individual's eyes flickered slightly. This was the benefit of holding a position. Clearly, none of them were good, yet they gave the impression that they wouldn't do anything bad. The Holy Temple, as always, gathered many believers, each curious to see what was so special about Wei Er that made her the saintess. The rumors had been rampant these past few days, but since they had not witnessed any divine miracles, they were naturally not shocked by what they had not seen. Wei Er stood on the high platform with her eyes closed, exuding an air of nobility as she declared, "I am the saintess of the 7 Virtues Church, and also the embodiment of the 8 Virtues of Fate. Today, we will listen to the divine decrees of the 7 Virtues and Fate, and select a believer to take under our care. Believers, let us witness the miracles of the 7 Virtues and Fate together." Chapter 63. Is your name Gluttony? Wei Er did not want to carry the name of the 7 Virtues in everything she did, but unfortunately, she was standing on the church's territory. Below, Miaoka wondered what Wei Er was up to again. This girl couldn't stay quiet for a moment. It seemed like every few days she stirred up some commotion. Making a scene was also a skill. At least she was now a saintess, something they could not achieve. Mio vai stared intently. Jean Xian's heart and lips curved. "It seems you have started to understand your own position. That's good. Let me show you the rewards that come from pure faith." As her body uncontrollably floated into the air, Jean Xian remained calm, gazing at her faith on the high platform, revealing a pious smile. Seeing Jean Xian suspended above everyone's heads, the followers murmured among themselves, "This is the 7 Virtues and Fate, chosen through the saintess." This follower's faith was exceptionally pure, and the 7 Virtues and Fate decided to grant her a blessing. It is well known that spiritual mutation is the pursuit of humans who possess spiritual power. So, do you not know that those who undergo spiritual mutation can awaken a second time, making their abilities even stronger? The followers were in an uproar. They had never heard of a second awakening. With her hand raised high, Wire silenced the crowd. "Shoo, if you don't know, then come and see what kind of blessings your faith will bring." Jean Xian felt a change, and under Wire's gaze, she let her spiritual power surge freely. As it reached a certain peak, her spiritual power began to rise steadily, easily breaking through the lower level and middle level when entering the upper level. Her spiritual power manifested above Jean Xian's head. With an increasingly sharp aura, a golden spear, completely condensed from spiritual power, appeared. Just a glance was enough to make those with lower levels feel a sharp pain in their eyes. Jean Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly reached out to grasp the spear that felt incredibly close to her, pointing it towards a distant open space. Boom! The stone steps shattered, and a large pit appeared in the specially made spiritual stone of the Holy See. Those with keen eyesight gasped. Such great power from casual strike. This second awakening can completely allow her to fight above her level. This meant that Jean Xian, who was at the upper level, had the strength to battle those at the lower level. This was simply against the heavens. The followers went wild, while the people from the Holy See stood in shock. Each person doubting whether their past lives had been wasted, their worldviews being reconstructed. Long live the Saintus! 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 Countless shouts gathered in the Holy See. Thick faith flowing into Wire's body, with even more faith disappearing into the Holy See, vanishing without a trace. Wire squinted and thought, this really benefits some people. Whose hands will this faith end up in? Ji was dumbfounded. This is amazing. Is it too late for me to believe in Wire? I don't ask for a second awakening. Just let me become a spiritual mutant, and that would be enough. Keela sneered from the side. You wish. Didn't you hear Wire say that only pure faith can receive blessings? With your mindset of seeking benefits, it will be a miracle for the 7 virtues and fate to bless you. You're still at the lower level. Instead of looking for shortcuts, it's better to practice yourself. Ji snorted coldly. Since I kissed you, you've taken pleasure in mocking me all this time. Just wait. I will surpass you sooner or later, and then. Keela's eyes glinted with killing intent. Then what will you do? Ji choked, wanted to say he would pin her down and kiss her hard. But if he said it now, he probably wouldn't live to see that day. He aggrievedly said, at that time, I will sincerely apologize to you. That would be more sincere. Miauka widened her eyes. So they kissed? What is going on? And Ji is being so cowardly. After a busy day, feeling tired yet fulfilled, Wire just wanted to sleep upon returning to the battle hall. As for the purification of faith, those few were all bad news. She would wait a bit longer. Knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Thinking it was those annoying people, Wire impatiently opened the door. Just as she was about to speak, she took back her words in surprise. Bao, what are you doing here? I haven't finished digesting Se Yu's soul. I can't take in yours. Among these people, she was relatively unfamiliar with Bao and Bao and I, and only these 2 souls she hadn't devoured yet. A delicate little cake was held up in front of Wire, and Bao smiled. I didn't come for that. I saw you've been very tired these past few days, so I made you some sweets to relax. The young man in front looked very refined, overly so. Despite having the mature physique of a young man, his face made him look like a boy. His aura was clean, and the color of his silver eyes was very clear, showing no hint of gloom, resembling a sunny neighbor's younger brother, instinctively making people relax their guard. But Wire knew very well that these few should not be judged by appearances. Shaking her head, she said, No need, I don't want to eat. Gurgle. Wire's face flushed with embarrassment as she covered her stomach. This was indeed embarrassing. Bao chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I won't treat you like Se Yu. You absorbed quite a bit of faith today. I can help you purify it with just a handshake. Wire hesitated for a moment. She indeed needed to purify the faith. And it was great that Bao was willing to help. She thought that since Se Yu had suffered, the others wouldn't force her either. Stepping aside, she said, Thank you, come in. Bao happily stepped into Wire's room, sitting on the sofa, watching Wire eat the cake she made, a smile never leaving his face. Wire, however, did not pay attention to Bao, enjoying the cake immensely. It was really delicious, and she couldn't stop. Slow down, if you like it. I can make it for you in the future. I'm very good at making food. Wire's eyes flickered. Was being good at making food related to his name Gluttony? She was really curious why their names were so strange. What are you thinking? Do you want to talk to me? Among the 7, even Bao and I have spent time alone with you. I'm the only one who is experiencing this for the first time. I'm very curious about Wire. How about we get to know each other? Wire nodded. Sure, we can talk, but no lies. How about we ask each other questions? Bao clapped. That sounds fun. Since Wire is a girl, you can ask first. Is your name Gluttony, the negative one for humans? Bao smiled broadly. Wire is really smart. It's only been a short time, and you already know so much. Yes, I'm Gluttony. Now it's my turn to ask. Is Wire a descendant of a deity? No. Your names contradict the 7 virtues. Why is that? How should I explain this? Wire also absorbs faith, so you should know that where there is light, there is darkness. Behind the positive faith of humans, there are also many dark substances. These things hide in the dark and accumulate, eventually erupting one day. We 7 are just unfortunately cleaning up these negative substances, and that's how our names came to be. Chapter 64. Wire is an empty shell now. It's my turn to ask. Wire is not a deity, nor a descendant of a deity, yet you can use divine power. What exactly is wire? This answer was unexpected for wire, cleaning up dark substances. In other words, they were using their bodies to absorb these negative things. No wonder everyone's aura was so murky. This was similar to when she had T encounter destiny. After a moment of silence, Wire slowly said, I don't want to talk about my past. The current me is the goddess of destiny, and that's what everyone calls me there. Goddess of destiny? That title suits Wire very well. In our eyes, you have come like a goddess, giving us new hope. Wire realized, you mean the matter of the divine fragment repairing in my body? It seems this is really important to you. If all 7 of you have divine fragments in your souls, does that mean the Holy See has suppressed 7 deities? That's terrifying. A flash of mockery crossed Bao Shi's eyes. Yes, it's terrifying, but that's just the foolishness of the deities. If they didn't harbor good intentions, the deities wouldn't give others the chance to be harmed. What you said is incorrect. The very birth of deities is with good intentions. They're not wrong. Nor are they foolish. It's that most beings have insatiable desires. Do you want to hear a story? I once had a connection with a very powerful deity. You might like to hear his story. Bao Shi held Wire's hand to purify the faith, smiling. I'm all ears. Wire felt quite good about Bao Shi at the moment. Having eaten the cake, she was in the mood to chat a bit more. After thinking for a moment, she said, in my universe, the rules of heaven and earth are sound, and there are many deities, one of which is a very powerful deity named Water God Shios. The domain he governs covers nearly 1/5 of the universe, and his divine power can be considered top-notch. But the water domain is simply too vast, leading to many beings complaining. Most beings prefer to live on land, so they pray for the reduction of water areas, making more land available for everyone to share resources. When Veer began to tell stories of other cosmic deities, Bosch opened his spiritual sense, and the other 6 could hear as well. Bosch raised an eyebrow. He conceded, right? Veer nodded. Deities tend to be mostly kind. Shios fulfilled the wishes of the beings and gave up a lot of land, even though it would cause some of his divine power to dissipate. At first, the beings were happy, and the faith in the water deity increased. Shios naturally thought he was doing the right thing, unaware that everything was just beginning. Many years later, the number of land beings increased, and their wishes became even more excessive, asking the water deity to give up more land. With so many land beings, their wishes were conveyed to the deity daily, making it impossible to ignore. Thus, Shios made another concession. This time, his divine power evaporated quickly, losing nearly half of it. And only then did Shios realize that many of his water-based believers were dissatisfied with him. Bosch scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, this deity is in trouble. There are indeed conflicts among deities. Yes, he fell from grace, betrayed not only by his own water believers, but also attacked by other deities, losing his divine rank. The ocean fell into chaos, and sea beasts surged, submerging more land. At this moment, some people regretted what they had done, praying day and night, hoping to gather faith to bring Shios back. Did he come back? Bosch asked curiously. As long as the divine essence wasn't shattered, the divine rank could still be regained. Veer shook her head. At that time, Shios was disheartened, spending his days in a small mud pit like a beggar. That's when I met him. Back then, I wasn't the fated goddess. I was just a lowly being that everyone could bully. I couldn't see that Shios was a deity, but seeing him worse off than me, I saved him. Shios ignored me, said nothing, and spent his days in a daze. I was always alone, tired of loneliness. And when I finally saw someone who didn't dislike me, I wanted to keep him by my side no matter what. Seemingly recalling something amusing, Veer couldn't help but smile. We lived together for 3,300 years. He never spoke, completely ignoring me, and remained indifferent when he saw me being bullied. But I still tried my best to be good to him. Even if it meant going hungry myself, I wanted him to be full. Once, when I was in danger and about to die, Shios erupted, killing all the beings that had bullied me over the past 3,300 years. Haha! It turned out he had been watching everything. Even though they were just ants to him, he remembered them all. Shios confessed his divine identity and asked me to be his companion. Bosch's silver-gray eyes flickered. What happened next? Veer smiled. Later, We became enemies because I told him that whether he was a beggar or a deity, it was all the same to me. My companionship of over 3,000 years was just a test whether any being in this universe cared about me. Now that I have the answer, Shios is no longer useful. That day, he was very angry. It was just a look, but I felt like I was going to die. The power of a deity is indeed terrifying. He didn't kill me, but left decisively. I can't remember how many years it had been since I last saw him. But when we met again, he had regained everything, and his temperament had changed drastically. No longer the pure and kind deity in the eyes of believers. Treating all beings equally but remaining aloof, he ironically became even more powerful with even more believers. By then, I had already become the goddess of fate, gaining the strength to rival him. He kept finding trouble for me, affecting my development of believers, and said that whenever I truly liked him, he would stop. I was very annoyed and planned to hide elsewhere for a few years to cool off, but for some unknown reason, I ended up in your universe. Bosch looked at Veer strangely. You spent over 3,000 years just to test if anyone cared about you, knowing he was a deity, and still dare to provoke him. Aren't you afraid of death? Veer stroked her chin. Before meeting fate, I wasn't afraid of death. Living was just aimless. If I hadn't met Shios, which piqued my interest, I might have ended it long ago. Bosch observed Veer carefully and concluded that this girl likely lacked the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings. Like an empty shell. Indeed, she was an empty shell living without a soul. It appeared she had emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, but they were merely superficial. Deep down, her chest was silent. No wonder she was overly affectionate towards them, easily pleased and quickly dismissive when unhappy. This was a different kind of expression of following her heart, or one could say she was heartless. Bosch stood up and kissed Veer on the lips. The story is very interesting. I enjoyed it. I'll make you something delicious next time, and you should rest early. Chapter 65. Do I look easily bullyable? Bosch picked up a small cake plate and left Veer's room. Veer yawned, not feeling anything wrong with the kiss, washed up, and crawled into bed. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by the weight on her body. The only one who could have that habit of sleeping on her was Lan Duo. Get up. No, Veer is fragrant and soft. I can't bear to. Veer helplessly said, if you don't want to be embarrassed like Se Yu, then don't weigh on me. I can't sleep. You can sleep over there. Lan Duo, seeing the opportunity, turned and lay beside Veer, wrapping her in his arms. How about I coax you to sleep? Didn't you say you were afraid of being lonely? Veer rolled her eyes. Are you 7 a set of septuplets? Why does everyone know what the others are doing? Well, perhaps our fathers were all deities born at the same time, so there is some connection. At the same time, Veer was a bit surprised. Deities are born with the universe, requiring a long time. She had never heard of deities being born simultaneously. Surprised by this matter, Veer sighed. I can't sleep now. You're disturbing my dreams in the middle of the night. Her sleepwear was opened, and her lips were kissed. Lan Duo whispered, Shu, if you're not sleepy, let's do something else. I missed you every day while I was sealed. Veer wanted to speak, but Lan Duo wouldn't give her a chance to refuse. Seeing that Veer didn't resist much, his green eyes held a smile as he kissed her. Closing her eyes and feeling Lan Duo's presence, she slowly reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. In a quiet, long night, it was indeed nice to have someone accompany her when she couldn't sleep. Lan Duo looked at Veer with some tenderness. This little girl, the more indifferent she was, the more she drew people's affection. At least after hearing that story. He wasn't surprised, but felt a bit sour. Over 3,000 years, trying hard to please others, seemed to play with others' feelings, but in reality, it was just to confirm her own existence value. How much pain did this humility come from, leaving behind such shadows? The memories from that universe weren't beautiful. Why did the little girl insist on going back? Veer seemed to be unable to bear it any longer and pushed him away. Lan Duo chuckled, holding Veer's fingers, intertwining them and biting her delicate neck, leaving red marks. Just hold on a little longer. I will be quick. Veer, believing his words, felt foolish, as every time it was this phrase. She endured and endured until dawn. Lan Duo still hadn't finished, but seeing the dark red divine power gathering in Veer's hands, he sensibly got up, carried the marked person into the bathroom, and personally helped her bathe. Veer was quite satisfied with this considerate attitude, so she retracted her divine power. In the morning, when they went downstairs, the two were holding hands as they descended together. A circle of people already seated downstairs glanced at the two holding hands, all looking grim. Lan Duo really knew how to seize the opportunity. It had only been one night, and their relationship was visibly much closer, mainly because Veer didn't reject Lan Duo. Why was that? After preparing a good breakfast for Veer, Lan Duo then sat down beside her to eat. The two sprinkled a wave of dog food, making several people unable to eat. Se Yu was unhappy. Am I that annoying? Why are you treating Lan Duo differently than me? We were speechless. To put it simply, I want to be alone, but you have to show up. I want to eat apples, but you insist on giving me pears. You rely on your strength to do whatever you want, which is fine, but I have the power to fight back. Why should I choose to endure? Do I look easy to bully? Se Yu was stumped. Well, if that's the case. He really had nothing to say. After all, with his status, aside from the church, he could only act according to others' moods. How could he consider others' thoughts? Damn it. If this goes on, won't he be outshone by others? He needed to think of a way. He was too lazy to waste words with a few people. There was still a lot to do for today's festival, and she needed to eat more. We quickly drank 2 bowls of porridge, put down her chopsticks, and was ready to go out and continue working. Tan Lan, however, said, there are only 2 days left in the festival. Fierce beasts will appear, so be careful. We're stopped in our tracks. I almost forgot you said that. You guys have looked pale like ghosts these days. If you weren't still moving, I would have thought you were corpses. What is going on? Just as were said, the faces of the few were as white as if painted with white paint. Aside from Lan Duo, who looked radiant. But even Lan Duo didn't seem spirited yesterday and appeared listless. Could it be related to her? And that could replenish her health? No way. Wasn't had said that indulging one's self harms the body? How could it be reversed in her case? The few remained silent, and were raised an eyebrow. It seems to be related to the festival. You said the festival imposes seals. Doesn't that mean squeezing your forebears? Why are you reacting to it? It was quite interesting to say the least. You inherited the shattered divine power. Could it be that you even empathize with the pain? Truly unfortunate. Let me help you a bit. No need to thank me. This time, it was a double-handed seal, and it was quite complex. The recent collection of faith was abundant, enough for Weir to restore some of her abilities. It wasn't anyone's divine power, but purely Weir's divine might, clear and colorless, yet carrying the world's greatest impurities. A thin membrane enveloped the battle hall, and the few immediately felt a release in their bodies. This barrier isolated the pressure the festival imposed on them. Seeing the few faces improve, Weir looked at her hands with satisfaction. I've recovered a bit. Although it's still far from enough, it's quite uplifting. In a good mood, humming a little tune, she strolled out of the battle hall. Gently touching the barrier with her fingers, Baoshi blinked and said, It's really strange. There is not a hint of any attribute, completely unprecedented. Ji-Du's dark red eyes deepened slightly. Not all deities possess divine power. An unclear attribute isn't that strange. Not knowing whether to compliment Tan Lan for her bad luck. Weir hadn't even reached the temple when she encountered a fierce beast that she couldn't defeat. Seeing Weir in a black robe with golden threads, a handsome man approached and said, You must be Her Highness the Saintess. Greetings, Your Highness. Weir had no intention of provoking him. With a straight face, she pretended to be noble. Yes, I have things to attend to. You may do as you wish. Pretending she saw nothing, she flicked her sleeve to leave, but her sleeve was grasped. The man, somewhat embarrassed, said, Your Highness the Saintess, I've never been to the church. I've gotten lost, and I want to go to the temple. May I accompany you? Of course not, but she didn't dare say that, fearing this guy would reveal his true form and swallow her. Cough, what's wrong with that? Let us go together. The man happily followed, chattering non-stop along the way. Weir felt she couldn't avoid responding, and after more than 10 minutes of awkward small talk, she saw a familiar face. Weir, you're late today. We've been waiting for you for half a day. There is something we need to tell you. Meow, Kus said while glancing at the man, somewhat puzzled about who he was. Heaven above, earth below. Could she meet someone capable? Now there were several more hostages. Chapter 66. You're screaming like a pig being slaughtered. I'll come and watch the show. Hello, I'm Pulu, a believer of the church. I happened to get lost and met Her Highness the Saintess, and I'm on my way to the temple. Miaoka said casually, "Oh, I see. Then let us go together." Miaoka completely failed to notice anything odd about this person. Feng Ji and Qianla only glanced at him before losing interest. After all, the church had an aura in their eyes and wasn't so easily infiltrated. Only Miao Wei, after looking at Weir's somewhat strange expression, slightly furrowed her brow. There was no taboo just because Weir became the saintess. Miaoka wrapped her arm around Weir's and said, "It's like this. The festival is about to end. I wanted to ask if you have time to come to my house and promote the collection of believers." Weir was surprised. "You mean to go to the East Continent?" She vaguely remembered that Miaoka's family was from the East Continent. "Yes, I've already contacted my father. He said he would be very welcoming to Her Highness the Saintess visiting the Miao family," Miao Wei added. Looking at the anticipation in Miao Wei's eyes and the darkness beneath Miao Ku's smile, Weir suddenly found it a bit interesting. "Sure, I'll promote fate a bit more. That way, there can be more believers." Miao Ku smiled, revealing her dimples. "You agreed. That's great. Are we going as our little team from last time?" Qianla shook her head. "I'm not going. I need to participate in the bishop's examination soon." "What? So soon to recover to a bishop? You just got back to being a high-ranking cleric not long ago." "Qianla, how many tasks have you completed alone?" Miaoku exclaimed in surprise. "Why lost? I must find a way to get back quickly. None of this is a big deal, but I can't go with you this time. However, Jean Xin has leveled up. She can protect you." "Forget it. Aside from Weir and Jean Xin, no one else is reliable. Relying on her for protection is worse than working hard to level up myself." Miaoka's somewhat dejected words affected Feng Ji. After all, he was the only guy in this little team. Logically, he should be the strongest. "Weir, I'm starting to believe in you. Can you feel it? When will I be able to become as strong as you and Jean Xin?" Weir helplessly replied, "I can feel your belief, but it's very thin. With this, you definitely can exchange for fate as favor. Since we're familiar, if you want to become stronger, I can give you a chance. But you might lose your life. Are you willing to gamble?" The others looked at Weir in surprise. Feng Ji had thought about being refused, but he certainly hadn't expected a gamble involving his life. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course. Although I might speak with a bit of exaggeration most of the time, I'll lie to acquaintances. The choice is yours." Feng Ji turned his head to stare at Qianla for a moment, then took a deep breath. "All right, I'm willing. What should I do?" Weir smirked. "Very well. All you have to do is hold him off and stay alive." A level-up mental power struck the unfamiliar believer, and Weir shouted, "Run, call someone over." Miao Wei reacted the fastest, grabbing the still-dazed Miao Ku and sprinting away. Qianla wasn't slow either. She glanced at Feng Ji and quickly left. Weir didn't let her take action to resolve it, which indicated that merely relying on a level-up mental power couldn't solve it. But Feng Ji only had a level up left. Since she couldn't help, she had to find someone who could help them as quickly as possible. Feng Ji stood there in a daze, watching the believer who was hit by the level-up mental power, completely unharmed but laughing out loud. Should she say that it's just as expected of the saintess? The level difference was so great, yet he still recognized her and attacked without a word. That was quite impolite, seeing that the believer ignored him and wanted to chase after Weir. Feng Ji remembered Weir's words and transformed his mental power into a palm that slapped toward the man's cheek. With a loud slap, the world went quiet. It seemed he hadn't expected a mere level up to dare to provoke him when he discovered that his level was far higher. Pula had no defenses at all and was struck squarely. The attack wasn't strong, but it was highly insulting. Touching his face, he turned back to see Feng Ji's somewhat stiff expression. Gloomily, he said, "You can't be so foolish as to not see that the saintess is just fooling you into being a scapegoat for her to escape, right?" Feng Ji shook his head. "Although Weir seems carefree, she's not that kind of person. If she says it's true, then it definitely is. I can find a way to become stronger through you." "Ha ha." Pula laughed loudly. "Do you know what level I am?" Feng Ji shook his head. "I can't tell at all, but at least you're at the level, otherwise I wouldn't be completely unaware of your mental power." Pulu raised a hand and lightly swept it, causing Feng Ji's pupils to constrict as his body flew backward, crashing hard into the church's building. The sound of bones cracking and spitting blood echoed simultaneously. Level? Do you take me for that kind of trash? A foot pressed down on the place where the ribs were shattered. Feng Ji screamed in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, blood covering his mouth and cheeks. In the distance, Wei Er, still running, felt a twitch in her eyelid. This kid won't die that quickly, right? Indeed, the gap was too great. If Feng Ji couldn't hold on, he was still her follower. Although his faith was weak, she had no other options at the moment. Should she try to save him? She stopped, reached out to form a seal, attempting to borrow some divine power. Unfortunately, no divine power responded to her, remaining stubbornly still, as if insulted by the way she dealt with the beast. Forget it. Others' things are just difficult to use. She would use her own divine power to save him. Divine power surged in her hands, more and more pouring out, a bad premonition spreading in her heart. Oh no, she couldn't use it. Wei Er's face turned ugly as she withdrew her divine power. The church was very strange. Using a small amount of divine power was fine, but using too much would put her in danger. This was a warning from fate. She looked helplessly in Feng Ji's direction, realizing it was a disaster. She didn't have the ability to save him. Would this kid be able to hold on? Standing still was useless. As Wei Er ran, she thought about who could solve this. The 7 people in the battle hall were probably uncomfortable because of the festival and couldn't make a move. This beast's strength was extraordinary. Finally, an idea struck her. Right? How could she forget? She could call Priest Ling by. That guy was a genuine 5 elements gold spirit and could fight well. She hurriedly stopped, fiddled with her light brain, and called Ling by. During this time, Feng Ji was destined to die, but at a critical moment, Level's mental power blocked an attack, and Qian La returned to save Feng Ji. Feng Ji gasped for air. Why did you come back? Go. Qian La, holding a sword, cautiously looked at Pu Lu and said, You screamed like a slaughtered pig. I came back to watch the show. Chapter 67. A great commotion if it weren't for the urgent situation. Feng Ji really wanted to have a loving hug. Undoubtedly. At this moment, Qian La, who could still come back to save him, still had feelings for him, even if Qian La wouldn't admit it. But at this moment, Feng Ji truly wished Qian La hadn't returned. They were still a couple, which was quite interesting. Pula looked completely human, without any sense of incongruity, and was even handsome, yet his actions retained the cruelty of a beast. With the same light flick of his fingers, Qian La's legs were broken, leaving her to kneel before Pulu, pale and disheveled. But Qian La didn't utter a sound, even when Pulu approached to grip her chin. She stabbed forward with her sword, only to have her right arm broken again. Feng Ji half lay to the side, struggling to get up but unable to, only managing to struggle out a pool of blood on the gravelly ground, howling. No, stay away from her. Pulu squeezed the broken bones of Qian La, who still remained silent, glaring at him. You're really foolish. Breaking into the church on the day of the festival. Do you think you're invincible? Pulu was somewhat surprised. I dare to break in. Naturally, I was prepared. You're quite the tough human girl. Doesn't it hurt? If you beg for mercy, I could give you a quick death. How about that? Qian La shook her head. Kill me. I'm a holy servant of the church and will never beg for mercy from a beast. I will fight for my life with all my strength, but I won't live in disgrace. Feng He, oarse. No. Qian La, don't. Just entering the church, Feng Ji, not yet 20, was so anxious he felt like his eyes would burst. He had no way out, his fingers digging into the muddy ground, burning with urgency. Seeing Feng Ji's expression, Pulu suddenly became interested. Can't handle it? Then if I let you die and her live, would you be willing? Willing, he answered without hesitation, causing Qian La's expression to shift slightly. It's useless. He won't spare any of us. Beasts have no mercy. The beast played with the idea. You're right. I've had enough fun. Since you two are so lovey-dovey, let's end it together. Consider it a fulfillment for you both. Wouldn't that make you a bit happier? And your flesh tastier? As the beast raised his hand, Feng Ji saw nothing, unaware he was about to die. He could only see Qian La's calm gaze as she faced death. Logically, Qian La was the older sister, several years his senior, with abilities far beyond his. After impulsively kissing her last time, he felt some regret, but looking at her figure now, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He often collected stories about Qian La. Whether true or false, he didn't care. He just wanted to understand her better. He really liked this girl, but felt powerless to protect her. This sense of inferiority always made him provoke Qianla, seeking a beating from her to feel comfortable, because at that moment, her gaze was on him. Not knowing where the strength came from, Feng Ji lunged forward, thinking that if he was to die, he would die in front of Qianla. He liked being watched by her, whether it was fearless or a strong desire to save Qianla. When he lunged, his mental power exploded, a whirlwind rising from ground. The mental power successfully broke through the level, and the long-awaited mental mutation finally arrived. Upon realizing what a tribute it was, Feng Ji smiled. This was truly perfect for him, and it also gave them a chance to escape. He picked up Qianla, stepping into the empty air, perfectly merging with the whirlwind, speeding away into the distance. Qianla tightly gripped Feng Ji's neck with her only intact arm, reducing the burden on the arm he was using to hold her. Looking at the surrounding whirlwind, she exclaimed, "Wind attribute mental mutation." Mental mutations were not common, but certainly not rare, as the human base was large. However, having an attribute-based mental mutation was elite among elites, as those with attributes were undoubtedly strong. Her archbishop brother had an attribute mutation, and his combat power was once compared to those in the battle hall. Nothing was faster than the speed of the wind attribute, suitable for both attack and escape. Right now, Feng Ji remained silent, fully focused on holding Qianla and fleeing toward the area with more people from the church, hoping for rescue. But Qianla didn't relax just because Feng Ji awakened. Unless something unexpected happened, they still wouldn't escape. No matter how powerful the mental mutation, the level difference was still a fatal flaw. In the distance, a figure stood, and Feng Ji halted his steps. He had done his best. Pu Li's face showed no signs of smiling anymore. There were just two ants, and he was somewhat bored. He raised a hand and pointed, "Die." Terrifying power locked onto them, and the two had no chance to resist. Boom! Two forces collided and exploded before them, sending their bodies flying out. Wei Er and the returning Miaoku sisters quickly caught them, also getting knocked back hard. Looking at the injuries on their bodies, their twisted arms and legs, they gasped. This was too brutal. Miaoku angrily yelled, daring to cause trouble in the church. Priest Ling Bai, hurry and kill him and break his limbs. Let's see if he feels pain. Break my limbs? With you, a war-level priest, and a bunch of little rooks? Ling Bai's long eyelashes fluttered. You're also at war level. This level is not helpless for the church. At the very least, you can't pass the guards without making some noise. Someone deliberately let you in. Why did you come to seek death? Pu Lu laughed flamboyantly. Your church is no longer the church of the past. Without gods, this universe will sooner or later be our world. Some people could clearly see the situation. Coming to the church on the day of the festival was certainly to cause a ruckus. As soon as he finished speaking, fierce fighting sounds came from the distance. Ling Bai's expression turned cold. No longer hesitating, he acted directly. You guys hurry to the Holy Medicine Hall and hide. Don't come out again. Although the beasts were stronger than other human women of the same level, Ling Bai was not human. Wei Er felt very assured, leading the injured urgently toward the Holy Medicine Hall. This journey has been filled with fear and trepidation, truly a chaotic scene with fights everywhere. And the fluctuations of mental energy have gone beyond any level. Just getting involved is no longer a matter of minor consequences. It's likely to lead to dire outcomes. After finally reaching the vicinity of the Sacred Healer's Hall, I found that the injured were already overflowing, with bodies sprawled on the steps at the entrance. Fortunately, due to the urgency of Feng Ji and Qianla's injuries, someone from the Sacred Healer's Hall came over to provide treatment. The healers wore white robes with red threads, adorned with a Red Cross emblem on their chests, most of whom possess high medical skills or pharmaceutical abilities. Those specializing in light or special healing are held in high regard within the Sacred Healer's Hall. After settling the injured and leaving the Miao sisters to guard them, Wei Er hurriedly left again, worried that something might happen at the battle hall, especially since those few seemed somewhat weak. She had already consumed the souls of 5 people. Despite her rational reluctance, she was closest to them, and moreover, they could provide her with faith as a power source. How could she ignore that? Halfway through her journey, she sensed that the barrier she had set up before leaving had shattered. Chapter 68. Encountering danger just run faster than others' Wei Er quickened her pace, rushing back to the battle hall. She couldn't bear to lose any of the 7 major blood bags. Fortunately, Jean Exine wasn't in the battle hall, or else she'd have another worry. Divine power couldn't be used recklessly. It would be better to convert it all into mental energy, which would allow her to grow stronger. Her mental energy, already at a high level, increased once more. If someone saw this, their worldview would shatter completely. This upgrade was just too outrageous. Advancing levels in the blink of an eye. Was there any fairness in that? Wei Er still retained a sliver of pure divine power. She couldn't afford to be left with nothing. The evil beasts would come to cause trouble during the festival, and the 7 of them were well aware. As this matter was inherently connected to the divine, the festival, sensing divine power and coming to fight over it, was quite normal. However, barging into the battle hall to seek death was somewhat unexpected. It hadn't happened in previous years. But seeing Wei Er's divine power seal break, the others understood. This was caused by Wei Er's divine energy. Once the barrier was broken, they were once again subjected to a suppressive force, and every one of them looked grim. Oh, aren't these the 7 major bishops of the battle hall? Renowned outside, what has happened today? The ecclesiastical buildings were all identical, and they had no idea where they were. Upon seeing the 7, their faces turned ghostly pale, thinking they had run into bad luck. Just as they were about to flee, one of their companions noticed something was off with the others, as if they were injured. 2 evil beasts had barged in, but their levels weren't high. The higher-ranked ones had gone to the sacred hall. Noticing that the 7 hadn't even attacked them, the 2 beasts were even less eager to leave. After all, these were the major bishops of the battle hall. Even if they could take one down, the mental energy they possessed would allow them to level up right there. The intentions of the 2 were quite obvious, and one of them, with violet eyes, flashed an angry look. If you're smart, get lost. It wouldn't be hard to kill you. Ha ha, then don't just talk. Come and try it. I heard tearing apart. The purple lightning struck, scorching the arm of the speaking evil beast. The beast was stunned for a moment, then broke into delighted laughter as its charred skin rapidly began to heal. Sure enough, you're probably heavily injured, unable to exert strong power. What a golden opportunity. We want to be polite. We'll devour you all. Don't say we're at war level. Even if we reach disaster level, we can't waste a single one. The 2 advanced with claws bared, only to hear a female voice say, "Get lost, you beasts. When did you become so lustful? Is there a female among you?" Wei Er arrived just in time, having only heard the beginning of the phrase and perfectly assigning it a different meaning. Faced with the unflinching 7, the 2 beasts looked at the girl who had walked in with unsightly expressions. Wei Er assessed the 2. Aren't they both males? Do you have special preferences? The disgusting gaze of the beast leered at Wei Er's entire body. Oh, so this is the holy maiden responsible for the upbringing in the battle hall? We are quite interested in you. Just imagining the holy maiden of the church being toyed with at their mercy, they thought the church festival would become the biggest joke in the galaxy. Wei Er nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it will be so. So come and play. Her slender, flesh-pink fingers beckoned, unexpectedly issuing an invitation. The 2 were taken aback. This reaction was unexpected. Not angry at all, and even inviting them. Did she really think they were fools? Worried there might be a trap, they hesitated to approach. Vaya, speechless, observed their cowardly expressions. Look at you. You don't even dare to seize the opportunity given to you. Your strength must be lacking. Just earlier, she had encountered a war-level individual named Pulu, who had nearly incapacitated the few kids she knew. Fortunately, she had run fast. L'Pulu. He asked at the peak of war level. How did you escape? Am I stupid? Of course, I let others take the fall. That is how I got the chance to escape. Is this something you need to ask? The 2 evil beasts were dumbfounded. You're not the holy maiden. How could you use others as a shield? Wei Er, speechless, condensed her mental energy into a long whip, swinging it to test its feel. Fools! I'm a holy maiden, not a saint. Why can't I do that? When faced with danger, just run faster than others. The idle chatter was over. It was time to get moving. The evil beast sneered. It seems the holy maiden of the church isn't anything good. But you're merely at this level. What makes you think you can match us 2 levels higher? Dream on. Fate slapped. The evil beasts were bewildered, touching the blood marks on their faces from the sudden strike. They had clearly dodged just now. Wei Er smiled sweetly. Surprised? Aren't you? The holy maiden of the church is naturally not someone anyone can become. Fate stands on my side. The two evil beasts exchanged glances, their eyes turning fierce, and they lunged forward together. Both were a significant level above Wei Er, and even if they teamed up, frankly speaking, if it weren't for her special circumstances, she would have been taken down in the first round. But every time this woman would mutter, fate, attacks that couldn't be avoided would oddly miss, while her own attacks could not be dodged by them. This led to a battle that turned from overwhelming to a back-and-forth exchange. Baosher squinted his silver-gray eyes and thought, now I understand why Wei Er can walk so confidently in her own territory. This technique is simply cheating against equally matched opponents. Who wouldn't be wary? Aomen, with his ice-blue eyes, shook his head in confusion. There must be limits. The universe maintains balance, and it won't allow for randomness. As Aomen had guessed, Wei Er couldn't hold on for long like this. Biting her lip, she suddenly broke away from the two, standing in a place out of their attack range. While the two evil beasts were somewhat dazed, her whip transformed into two broken swords. Using her last bit of divine energy, she closed her eyes and said, Fate, retreat. To the astonishment of the 7 major bishops, the two evil beasts uncontrollably retreated along a certain trajectory, their bodies moving backward frame by frame as if rewinding a video, returning to Wei Er's position. The two who had just stood there now faced the short swords that pierced through them, with 2 crystal cores dropping to the ground, which Wei Er didn't even bother to acknowledge. Her closed chaotic eyes were in excruciating pain, with liquids spilling out. This was bad. She had used too much power of fate, and fate was about to backfire. She accurately dashed into Baosher's embrace, lowered her head, and kissed his lips. Give me a bit of your soul. Don't resist. Seeing the blood on Wei Er's face, following that devouring force, Baosher willingly offered a fragment of his divine soul, gently kissing Wei Er's lips. The silver-gray soul power was consumed into the girl's body, and Wei Er's painfully aching eyes felt a sense of relief. She casually wiped away the blood on her face, feeling satisfied and lazy, not wanting to move, as she lay in Baosher's arms. So refreshing. Perhaps it was due to the excessive consumption earlier, or maybe because of the many experiences she had gained. But this time she didn't feel overstuffed at all. It was incredibly comfortable. This kind of soul was simply a delicacy, the kind that would make one addicted. Hugging Baosher's neck, Wei Er was very pleased with this food and actively rubbed her lips against him, instinctively expressing her affection. Chapter 69. Your eyes are so beautiful. Why close them? From time to time, she would suck in a bit of soul power through the gap in his lips, thinking, this is simply too delicious. A worldly delicacy. Holding onto Wile's slim waist and facing the cold gazes of others, Baosher's voice was a bit hoarse as he said, If you keep this up, I won't be able to hold back. Don't regret it then. Feeling the change beneath her, Wile pouted but stayed still, not leaving Baosher's embrace. Clearly quite fond of the food and willing to tolerate some trivial matters. Bao snorted coldly, shameless, with so many of us watching. How can you even kiss her? Wile shrugged nonchalantly. Why should I be ashamed? If anyone should be ashamed, it's you guys for watching. Just close your eyes if you don't want to see. Bao was infuriated, unable to retort after being hit back by Wile, his purple eyes simmering with anger. Why choose Baosher? Why not it? I was going to devour all your souls to nurture my divine personality, and now I'm just missing Baosher's. Bao was even angrier. You haven't devoured my soul. Wile replied speechlessly, You're blaming me? There's 7 of us in total. Why are you the last? Don't you ever reflect on yourself? Suddenly, someone laughed, provoking Bao, whose face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, a terrifying aura emanating from him, making Wile's hair stand on end. What is this? The power of rage? The expressions of the others changed, and they all called for help, but Bao seemed to have lost his rationality, staring intently at Wile, his purple eyes swirling with darkness, sending a chill down Wile's spine. Baosher thought it was bad and raised his hand to intervene, but it was too late. Wile was yanked over and slammed onto the table. Bao looked down, but Wile turned her head to dodge, triggering his rage once more. With a sharp face and wild brows, Bao Yu looked like a cheetah about to pounce, revealing a cold smile. He grabbed Wal by the neck, forcing her to turn her head to look at him. There was no intimacy, but his purple soul power surged into Wile's body. It wasn't just a little bit being swallowed, nor was it while actively drawing him in. It was a whole piece of divine soul that burst in right after swallowing Bao Shi, and even more came without preparation. The fear of having her body occupied by someone else's soul, as if it would burst, made Wal want to curse, bending her body and trying to break free from the large hand on her neck. The others hadn't expected Bao Yu to be this enraged, and things happened so fast that they reacted slowly in their weakened state. As they stood up to separate the two, a cold voice came from outside, seeking death. Water swirled into a conical shape, piercing through Bao Yu from behind and slamming him against the wall. A strikingly handsome young man stepped onto the waves of water into the battle hall, lifting Wile up. The water flowed over Wile's entire body, gently soothing her discomfort. Through the water, he sensed that Wile had overeaten and frowned, placing his hand on her body, relaxing her tightly furrowed brows. Bao Yu, having been hit, regained his senses, covering the wound in his chest, unable to look at Wile, but he glared fiercely at the others. Who are you? He had seen Chen Yan before and knew he was the legitimate heir of the Chun family from the North Continent, but now it seemed uncertain. Jidu's dark red eyes narrowed. I want to know what you are too. You clearly killed me. So how did you come back to life? Chen Yan glanced at the others, finally fixing his gaze on Jidu, his eyes carrying a condescending disdain. How can an ant know how vast the sky is? Some things are not for you to ask. Jidu laughed maniacally. It's the first time in my life being called an ant, and just for those 2 words, I want to see how many times you can come back to life. Even in a weakened state, Jidu was not someone to provoke easily. Countless hexagonal red crystals formed in his hand. The sharp hearts aimed at Chen Yan and shot over, avoiding Wile in his arms. Chen Yan, unafraid, countered. When the water flow blocked the red crystals, he was slightly surprised, so its sealing power. This level of power is beyond what humans can control. Can a non-human become the head bishop of the church? Oman and others exchanged glances. Their curiosity about this person's identity piqued. Moreover, the ability to block Jidu's power indicated that this water-type power also exceeded the peak of what humans could control. Just as the others were about to make their move, Wile's eyelashes fluttered, indicating she was about to wake up. Almost simultaneously, Jidu and Chen Yan withdrew their powers. The two locked eyes, neither speaking, until Wile opened her eyes. Looking at the person holding her in surprise, Chen Yan, oh my, don't look into my eyes yet. Afraid of accidentally harming Chen Yan, she almost closed her eyes again. But Chen Yan said, it's fine, your eyes are so beautiful, why close them? Wile was stunned, and after confirming that Chen Yan was indeed fine, she exclaimed, it really is a ghost. What's going on in this universe? Why are so many people not afraid of my eyes? Chen Yan's gaze deepened, a smile on his face as he said, I told you not to eat random things. Are you feeling uncomfortable? As soon as this was mentioned, Wile got angry. Isn't it that guy who forced me to eat? Bao Yu's injury was caused by you. Are you leveling up too fast? Compared to you, I seem like nothing now. Last time we met, you were still at level 1, and now you're at the peak of war level. This was too frightening. It was faster than riding a rocket. Chen Yan laughed, stroking Wile's head. If I don't level up quickly, how can I protect myself and you? From now on, I will be one of the guardians of the temple, appointed by the Pope, so I can see you often. Wile clicked her tongue. Guardian of the temple? Isn't that opposing the battle hall? The divine forms of these 7 people can suppress the temple. Sure enough, Jidu directly scoffed. In this day and age, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become a guardian. The Pope must be getting old, unable to distinguish between people and garbage. Chen Yan nodded. That's right. Isn't that right in front of us? Wile fell silent. In front of Chen Yan were all the people from the battle hall. Leaning against Chen Yan didn't count. The atmosphere in the battle hall was strange, and Wile thought of getting up to leave. After all, what did it have to do with her? Sensing Wile's movement, Chen Yan wanted to help her up. However, 7 colors appeared on Wile's body, swirling on her surface, instantly snapping Chen Yan's wrist bones and violently bouncing him away. Chen Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, scrambling up from the ground in shock. Divine personality fusion. No, Wile rejected. Once you have a divine soul, You will never be able to break free. Never break free. While absolutely did not want that. Desperately trying to separate the 7 divine souls that wanted to fuse within her. Her wrist was covered with a 7-pointed star mark of 7 colors, glowing and dimming. Dimming and glowing again, until under Wile's will, it finally turned into an ordinary mark, concealing all radiance. Seeing everything return to normal, Wile breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Chun Yin with an ambiguous expression, this guy really knew a bit too much. Chapter 70, Don't Cry, it will be over soon. Seeing the light dim, Chun Yin quickly got up and approached, grabbing Wile's wrist marked with a 7-pointed star. His face twisted as he asked, "What happened? Who branded you? This is a divine mark. Do you even know what it is?" Wile casually glanced around at the 7 people subtly surrounding them, then looked back at Chun Yin, recalling that strange familiarity in this guy's water powers. Taking a deep breath, she said, "What nonsense are you talking about? In the stars, there are no deities. This is just my own tattoo. It's pretty, right? Hurry back to your temple. It's noisy outside. How can you, a temple guardian, neglect your duties? Go on." Chun Yin wanted to say more, but when he met Wile's inexplicable gaze, his heart sank. Had Wile recognized him? For a moment, he felt a bit ashamed to face her. If he hadn't pushed her so hard, she wouldn't have ended up suffering like this. Silent and unsure of what to say, he leaned in and kissed Wile's left cheek. "Sorry, I'll leave first. Call me if you need anything." As Chun Yin passed by Tan Lan, that sticky aura rose up, and Wile knew Tan Lan was about to make a move, she rushed over and tightly grabbed Tan Lan's arm. The dark pupils met Wile's gaze, and finally, he retracted his killing intent in defeat. Fine, he would deal with it privately later. "Who is he?" Tan Lan asked. Wile's eyes flashed with a dark light. "He is a believer, not sure which deity in the stars, so he knows a lot." "What is your relationship?" This second question was asked by Oman. "He is still a direct descendant of the Chun family in Beizhou, and I met him during the last hunt. He likes me a lot, so he keeps pestering me. He poses no threat to you, so there's no need to kill him to keep him quiet, right?" Jidu sneered. "No threat, so we can't kill?" We're nodded. "Go ahead and kill him. The moment you do, I'll go find the Pope and tell him you're conspiring against him." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the blink of an eye, Jidu, with a grim expression, was in front of Weir, reaching out to grip her fragile neck, coldly saying, "How long have you known him? Are you willing to betray us for him?" "That's not exactly betrayal," Weir replied. "I said you can kill me, and only then will I go to him. If you don't kill me, then there's no problem. Besides, I'm not your captive. You crossed the line by trying to kill my friend, and now you expect me not to fight back? Don't think you can threaten me. As long as the divine power is with me, you can't kill me. We need to have some boundaries between us to coexist peacefully." A malicious glint flashed in Jidu's dark red eyes. "You think just because you can't die, I can't do anything to you?" The dark red in his eyes deepened, and Weir felt the divine power belonging to Jidu stirring within her. Red light radiated from her body, and ordinarily, Weir would feel very uncomfortable. But she remained silent, not even flinching as she locked eyes with Jidu. If it weren't for her slightly pale lips, it would be hard to tell something was wrong. Without a word of softening, Jidu found it difficult to back down. If he went too far, he really wouldn't want to. He was so angry his chest heaved. Staring intently at the troublesome girl, Tan Lan wrapped his arms around Weir from behind, suppressing the red light, and said, "All right, she's just a human. Just ignore her. There's no need to make things unpleasant." He picked her up and carried her upstairs. Jidu scoffed. He's just playing the good guy. Who knows how angry he really is inside? Lan Duo rolled his eyes. "That's because you're stupid. You actually made her feel pain. With that girl's grudge, your favorability has already dropped below 0. Do you believe it?" Regret flashed in Jidu's eyes. But what could he do? He was jealous and simply couldn't stand it. He carried Weir into his room, placed her on the bed, and thoughtfully handed her a glass of water. "Why bother being tough? You're also half of Jidu. He wouldn't dare to do anything to you." If I take a step back now, I'll have to take 100 steps back later. I'm not that stupid." She drank the water in one go, feeling much better. Tan Lan chuckled softly. "Smart girl, but it's not worth it for an outsider." Thinking of Chun Yin, Weir didn't respond, and a hint of displeasure flickered in Tan Lan's eyes, though he hid it well. He gently lifted Weir's chin, slowly leaned in, and kissed her, tracing her petal-like lips with his tongue. Turned her head away. You're getting aroused again. Well, you could say that. Every time I see you, I can't help but want to merge you into my body. Even before I gave you my soul, it was like this. Now this desire is just more intense. Is that okay? I say it's not okay. Can you let me out? No. Then why ask? Come on. And after we're done, I want to go back to sleep. Hurry up. Looking at her lying back like a lazy fish, adopting an indifferent attitude. Tan Lan said gently, then I won't hold back. Weir's mouth twitched. That answer was wrong. Shouldn't he not touch her at this time? This was different from what was portrayed in dramas. Her lips were invaded, and her robe fell away as Weir gradually succumbed to the seduction. Tan Lan was gentle, but he was also absolutely dominant and greedy. Weir, who wanted to go back to sleep, found it impossible to do so as Tan Lan was relentless. If it weren't for her pride, she would have cried. Exhausted, she grabbed Tan Lan's shoulders. Let me go back. Tan Lan held her hand down, their fingers intertwined. Do you want to go back to your own universe? I do. Just one word stirred Tan Lan, who transformed back into a wolf in human skin. Weir ultimately couldn't hold back and cried out, her tears being kissed away by Tan Lan one by one. Don't cry, it will be over soon. Who soon lasts for 12 hours. Weir cursed in her heart before passing out. Seeing this, Tan Lan finally got up and lovingly carried her into the bathroom. His incredibly beautiful eyes and her tear-streaked face made it hard for him to stop. While saying not to cry, he actually wished she would cry even more. The redness at the corners of her eyes was more beautiful than any sunset in the world. Without telling anyone, Weir got on the hover car, leaving the Vatican, truly not wanting to stay in the war hall. This time, Shilla had something to do, and Jean Xian wanted to learn from Ling Bai. So only the four of them came. Fortunately, Weir had already leveled up, and everyone was relatively at ease. By now, they had come to accept Weir's sudden increase in power, which could only be attributed to their growing ability to adapt through their interactions. The chaos of the festival was ultimately suppressed by the Vatican, but that beast called Puluo, along with several high-ranking ones, managed to escape. It was hard to understand the purpose of all this. The beasts lost troops, and the Vatican's reputation was tarnished, making it a mutual destruction. I haven't been to Dongzhou yet. I've heard that due to climate reasons, it's covered in snow all year round. Feng Ji sat in the car, somewhat intrigued. Miaoka nodded. That's right. Didn't I tell you to prepare warm clothing? Dongzhou only has winter as a season. We were somewhat surprised. Why is that? Miao Wei organized her words. It's said to be because a deity fell in Dongzhou, which caused this, but discussing deities is prohibited in the interstellar community. So we don't know the truth. Chapter 71. Such love, who wants it? As soon as deities were mentioned, Weir became very interested and asked Miao Wei to elaborate. Surprised by Weir's interest, Miao Wei thought for a moment and said, legend has it that there were deities in the interstellar era. The reason it has now become superstitious and no one acknowledges it is because the deities abandoned us, disregarding human life and death, which led to the deity wars. And the resentment of the fallen deities gave rise to the beasts. We're pouted. I've heard this story, but it's a different version. It says that humans betrayed the deities, even hunting them, and in the end, they were cursed by the deities, which led to the beasts. The three were surprised. Legends are often just one person's account, and it's impossible to trace back to the truth, but having two completely opposite stories was indeed peculiar. Miao Wei also didn't know the truth, so she continued. It said that after the Great War, a deity, dragging its severely injured body, came to Dongzhou to recuperate. At that time, the people of Dongzhou were trembling with fear, worried about being wiped out. So to survive, they chose some beautiful young girls to offer as sacrifices to the deity. The deity returned all the girls and didn't harm anyone. This calmed everyone down, and realizing the deity meant no harm, they only sent some fruits and didn't disturb it anymore. The place where the deity resided was Yunwu Mountain in Dongzhou, which was steep and hard to access, and over time, no one was willing to bring offerings anymore. Only one girl persisted daily. It said she was a follower of the deity. Feng Ji, who was listening intently, suddenly interrupted. What happened then? You need to tell me. Miaoka coughed and said, let me take over. Later, that girl seduced the deity and had an intimate relationship, secretly conceiving a divine child. What nonsense are you talking about? Feng Ji exclaimed in disbelief. That's the legend, Miao explained. Back then, matters between men and women were still very feudal, especially concerning a divine child. The locals believed that deities were lofty and could not accept being touched by humans. Moreover, the girl admitted that she took the initiative to seduce him, which incited public outrage, fearing the deity would get angry and destroy all of Dongzhou. So the locals held a fire sacrifice and burned the girl alive, resulting in one corpse with 2 lives. This matter was supposed to be settled, but who would have thought that a year later, the deity descended the mountain in search of the girl? We're asserted if the girl hadn't seduced him, and the deity didn't want it, she wouldn't have been able to conceive a child. Dongzhou is doomed. Miao sighed. I actually hope the legend is false. Otherwise, it's a bit tragic. When the deity learned of what the locals had done, he went berserk, and before taking action, he made sure to vindicate the girl, claiming they were mutually in love and that he had promised to take her away once he healed. But the girl, possibly feeling inferior, didn't take it seriously. Unable to accept her own lowly status, she ran down the mountain, fearing it would tarnish the deity's reputation, and only said she had seduced him. It is said that on that day, the gods mourned, and the entire eastern continent was covered in snow. The temperature plummeted, and almost all living beings went extinct. Afterward, the gods felt as if their hearts were dead ashes, and they took their own lives at the girl's grave. Years later, everything slowly recovered, except it was still winter all year round, but life gradually adapted to survive. As the story concluded, the carriage fell silent, seemingly infected by the god's sorrow. Only Weil, with no emotion, asked, "Do you know what this story tells us?" Miao love needs communication. Fengji, when looking for a wife, one needs to speak clearly about their inner thoughts at all times to avoid misunderstandings. Miao, people should not be foolish. Foolishness can easily lead to death. The 3 responses, each with its own style, matched their personalities well, but while shook her head, this shows that social status compatibility is very important. It is extremely difficult for commoners and nobles to be together. The gods are clearly looking for suffering. Even if the girl did not die, she would not fare well in the future. A divine fetus cannot be born by humans. She would pay the price of a life worse than death. And would the gods really use fragile humans as companions? Even if both parties were sincere at that time, the gods would soon realize that it was just a fleeting impulse. Humans cannot retain their youth, and their lives will not be long. Even gods cannot defy the rules to grant a human eternal life. At that time, one would be handsome and charming while the other would be wrinkled. Who wants such love? The 3 shivered at the thought, each with a face of rejection. Well, not bad. At least her followers do not have romantic delusions. While pondered, stroking her chin. However, if this matter is not just a legend, then perhaps the god's child did not die. A divine fetus cannot be burned by mortal fire. In your eastern continent, is there a family that is particularly special, for example? One where all family mutants have the same type of ability? Miao and Miao were startled and said in unison, "The Bai family." Feng Ji's eyes widened. Is there really such a family? Isn't that just a legend? Miao looked at Wal seriously. Her fingers curled into her palm. Just like in the northern continent, the eastern continent also has its leaders, which is the Bai family. They became the first family largely due to their own mutant abilities. Almost all of the Bai family's direct descendants are psychic mutants. Some say they are blessed by the eastern continent. Although their strengths vary, all their abilities are related to snow. The eastern continent is in winter all year round, but still needs food. Although there are evolved plants that can grow in the snow, they also need to clear away the accumulated snow. When there is too much snow, ordinary psychic beings find it very difficult to clear it, but for the Bai family, it is completely easy. Thus, the Bai family has also been supported by the eastern continent, and no one dares to defy their words. While smirked, "Oh, so this is why you reject Miao. You are clearly close, yet you pretend to exclude her. If you didn't plan to use my identity, you would hope Miao never returns to the eastern continent. Am I right?" Miao looked at Miao in confusion. "Is that true, Wei?" Miao lowered her head and remained silent. Miao frowned. "Before leaving the Miao family, I did overhear someone from the Bai family talking to my father, but I did not take it to heart. At that time, my mind was full of the church. If my negligence has caused you any harm, I apologize. If you have suffered any grievances, please tell me, and I will find a way to help you." Are you stupid? What situation is this, and you still want to help me? Haven't you thought that my mother has been making things difficult for you at every turn, and my brother wishes you were dead? Why would you go to the church? They just let you go without any trouble? Miao Wei never expected that in this situation, Miaoke would actually smile. Indeed, Wei Wei cares about me. Knowing there is a problem, she still chased after me, wanting to stop me from undergoing the church's trial, to protect her sister. Miao Wei suddenly knelt before a while. Devotee Miao Wei prays for fate's favor, only seeking protection for her sister's safety. Miao Wei vows that if she can pass the Bai family's trial, she is willing to dedicate everything in this life with no second thoughts. Chapter 72. What a unique title. Miao Wei doing this did not surprise her at all. She had noticed during her time in the church that this girl was planning to stir up trouble. Wal did not help Miao Wei up, but said somewhat speechlessly, I am in need of followers, but that doesn't mean I will be exploited by every follower. That would exhaust me. The reason I came to the Eastern continent is that I find you and Miao quite interesting and intended to have some fun, mainly to see if there are any pure followers I could develop. Nowadays, there are a lot of people in the church who worship fate, and their faith purity isn't much different from yours. You are not irreplaceable to me. Trying to use me to confront the Bai family is overthinking. I don't plan to help, and you must solve your own problems. Fate cannot be concerned with everything. Miao Wei was unwilling and wanted to speak again, but Miaoke helped her up. Wal is right. You must solve your own matters. Relying on others is not correct. Using this to measure the purity of faith indicates you are inherently utilitarian. How can such faith be pure? One sentence awakened the dreamer. Indeed, if one believes with the intention of trading, then it can never be pure, and Wile's refusal to help is only natural. While said apologetically, I was just too anxious. It's okay. As long as you understand, even if I can't help, I'm still very curious about your story, so tell me. Miao Wei lowered her eyes and said, the matter should start from before my sister left. The Bai family has always been the leader among the families in the Eastern continent, and their words carry weight. Moreover, their family believes in divination, which predicted that among the direct descendants of the Miao family, one would have ties to a taboo. While asked curiously, the taboo you mentioned, could it be referring to those things that should not be mentioned? Yes, the gods' words are indeed interstellar taboos. Divination is also a form of feudal superstition, but due to the large families, no one truly dares to act on it. Commoners really believe that the gods are taboo, but ancient families all know that there are gods in the stars. The church was originally a place to worship the gods. The Bai family learned of this matter and immediately came to the Miao family to understand the situation. Upon learning that my sister intended to participate in the trial for clerics, they became even more convinced that my sister was the person predicted in the divination. In this generation of the Miao family, there are only 2 daughters. My mother was a second wife, so the possibility of my sister being the one is quite high. They told my father to let you go to the church to follow the will of heaven. Before becoming a cardinal, one could leave the church and return to the family. At that time, you may have already had some connection to the taboo. The Bai family planned to steal your fate and seize the means to connect with the taboo. If you resist, they would cripple you, making your life worse than death. My father accepted a large amount of hush money and agreed to sell you to the Bai family. Feng Ji said angrily, this father is truly despicable, being so ruthless to his own flesh and blood. It would be a lie to say I'm not sad, but Miaoke did not cry. She only said calmly, my mother and father had no feelings for each other. It was merely a marriage of alliance. Later, when my mother's family declined, my father had no scruples and treated my mother very harshly, naturally not liking me either. After my mother passed away, I became the eyesore. I tried every means to improve my psychic power and was determined to go to the church, not because I believed in the 7 virtues, but because I saw the church as a place to secure my existence. I never expected that even going to the church would be calculated. No wonder when I left, Wei Wei's mother unusually did not make things difficult for me. Feng Ji didn't know how to comfort her. Large families always have their troubles, and his family isn't much better off. After hearing the story, Wal said, you are still lucky. Your mother is gone. Your father doesn't love you, but you still have your sister. Miao Wei clearly knew that going to the church might make her a target of the Bai family. Yet she still chased after you. Do you remember? On the day of the trial, Miao Wei really wanted to stop you from entering the church, even wanting to take action against you. She cares about you. Miao Wei's cheeks flushed. Who cares about her? We had a good relationship when we were young, but we became indifferent later. I just didn't want the Bai family to benefit from it. Miao hugged her, smiling joyfully. Yes, yes. I know you hate your sister the most. It's your sister who likes you, right? Watching the two sisters reconcile, Wal smiled too, but she was not genuinely infected. She was just going along with it. Family, love, and friendship. These are things she has never experienced. The world is blanketed in snow, with white snowflakes brushing against her face. The breath she exhales turns into white mist, and the air is so clean that it pleases Vale. It is cool, carrying a hint of dampness and the scent of ice and snow. The Miao family welcomes Her Holiness the Saintess. In front of the manor covered in thick snow, a large group of people stands, with the three at the forefront being Miao Wei's parents and brother. The older man, who looks ordinary but is dressed impeccably, is the one speaking. On the left is a young man with a rather arrogant expression, and on the right is a beautiful woman with a graceful demeanor. Her looks surpassing even Miao Wei's, enough to make the flowers bloom at a glance. No wonder the father is biased. He is completely enchanted by such beauty. With her radiant face, even with her eyes closed, Vale is enough to draw attention. She resembles a dark night lotus, stunning all who behold her as she steps through the moonlight. Rumors say that the saintess is unmatched in beauty, and while one might think such claims are exaggerated, they are indeed an understatement. The noticeable swallowing sounds around her make Miao Sheng, the family head, glare fiercely at his own son. Formalities must be observed, and Vale steps forward to speak. Thank you, Miao family head. I have come to Dongzhou to promote the 7 virtues and fate of the church, and I may need to stay for a few days. Ha ha! What a humble remark, Your Holiness. Once the ceremony is complete, we will be honored to assist the saintess in promoting the church in Dongzhou, Miao Sheng replies. Since the saintess knows our 2 unfilial daughters, it will be best if you stay together for convenience. The entire Miao family will cooperate with the saintess. Vale nods, thank you. After exchanging pleasantries, Miao Wei steps forward to introduce. Father, this is the direct descendant of the Feng family from Shizhou, who is now also a mid-level cleric of the church. Although Shizhou is far away, the Feng family is still known, and they receive a warm welcome. The beautiful woman beside her hugs Miao Wei and says, Sheng, you really are something else. Your sister has come back, yet you didn't even greet her. This child must be feeling quite uncomfortable. As a younger generation, should I really have to remind you as a father? Can't she just say hello? Miao Ku replies without changing her expression. Oh, I have seen the Miao family head. The Miao family head's wife, and the eldest young master of the Miao family. Feng Ji couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering his mouth as if nothing happened. The title of Miao family head's wife is indeed unique. Chapter 73. The old immortal hangs himself. Has he lived enough? Yao Yu's expression stiffened slightly. Miao Ku really has no tact, just like before, making things awkward. Knowing that Miao family matriarch cares deeply about her identity, she deliberately pokes at her wounds. It seems that leaving this time will not be easy. Miao Sheng angrily scolds, absurd. Now that you have become a cleric, do you intend to deny your own father? Are we no longer worthy of you? Miao Wei quickly explains, Father, please calm down. My sister didn't mean it that way. She just speaks quite directly. Don't explain. That's exactly what I mean. I am here as a cleric of the church, so you don't have to treat me as a member of the Miao family. This way, we can respect each other. Respect? Do you deserve it? The Miao family raised you, and now you say you don't want to call me father. Don't recognize the Miao family? Do you think everything you eat and drink is free? In front of the Miao family, do you even deserve respect? Miao Ku slightly raised her arm, and a shower of star coins fell on the eldest young master of the Miao family, nearly knocking him over. Here are 100,000 star coins. Don't even talk about how poor your food and accommodation are, even if every meal were meat. This money is enough to buy my nearly 20 years of life. Can I finally be quiet now? Vale looked at the scattered star coins in astonishment. Then at Feng Ji, who proudly raised his chin, realizing. No wonder, just before arriving at the Miao family, Miao Ku and Feng Ji had gone out alone. It seems this money was lent to Miao Ku by Feng Ji. She often hears Feng Ji say that his family is very wealthy. Even if you are returning the star coins, you could have transferred them. Why waste so many? The eldest young master of the Miao family angrily asked. Fool! That way you wouldn't be humiliated, Feng Ji replied. Upon hearing this, the eldest young master's face immediately twisted in anger, and he chose to directly attack. His talent is indeed impressive. At a younger age than Miao Ku, his mental strength has already reached level. Unfortunately, a single hand effortlessly crushed the incoming mental strength. Miao family head, this saintess has been standing here for half a day, and you haven't even welcomed me through your door. It seems the head of the family does not welcome this saintess. Level. Our Miao family absolutely means no disrespect to the saintess. It was just a child's play. Please don't take offense. I heard that the saintess' mental strength reached level on the day she was chosen. How is it that just a few days later, you still only reach level? Seeing the surprise on the faces of the Miao family, Vale calmly replied, When I was tested, my mental strength was only at level, but as the chosen saintess, it is naturally different. Leveling up does not require effort. As long as one believes in the 7 virtues and fate with pure faith, one can receive blessings. Miracles are not surprising for believers. The Miao family gasped, finding it not surprising but terrifying that she had gone from level to now in just half a year. No wonder the church chose her as the saintess. This girl is remarkable. Her casual words made the eldest young master of the Miao family turn green with jealousy. Yao Yu comforted her son. With the saintess as an example, the church's reputation will surely soar. The saintess has worked hard. Not wanting to engage further, Vale directly ignored them and walked into the Miao family's courtyard. This blatant disregard infuriated Yao Yu, but she showed no sign of it on her face and began thinking of ways to teach Vale a lesson. Miao Wei knew what they were thinking. Sometimes she even doubted whether she was truly the biological child of her mother, as their personalities were completely different. Vale and her companions smoothly settled into the Miao family. Once in her room, she sprawled out comfortably and sighed deeply. No matter how spacious the car was, it was not as comfortable as a bed. The 7 from the war hall must be furious to know she ran away again. Just as she was thinking, Vale suddenly had a strange expression. Someone dared to calculate her fate? Is this not the old immortal hanging himself, living long enough? Not far from here, at the Bai family's estate, all the direct descendants of the Bai family gathered together. Their eyelashes, eyebrows, and hair were all uniformly dull. It was as if the black pigment was half retreating, neither black nor gray, but an unappealing shade of gray. Everyone was staring at the altar in front of them. They had just performed divination, and the omens showed that the 2 daughters of the Miao family had already become entangled with taboo. They were overjoyed. It was even better. Unlike the interstellar commoners, they have a profound understanding that at the top of the interstellar food chain are the deities. If they could connect with the deities, the Bai family would benefit endlessly. The commotion at the Miao family's entrance had been reported back to them, and they were curious about the origins of this saintess. So they invited the most skilled diviner from the Bai family to perform a divination. An old man with a wrinkled face and a serious expression took out an ancient-looking tortoise shell, personally purified his hands, and placed the divination coins inside. Then, he looked at the girl's face in the video and began to shake the divination. Just once, the old man's eyes bulged, and he shouted, "Not good." He instinctively tried to throw away the tortoise shell, which usually held great importance. However, it was as if the tortoise shell had grown onto his hand, making it impossible to throw away. Under the horrified gazes of the Bai family, the tortoise shell expanded rapidly and exploded, with the divination coins all piercing into the old man's vital points, killing him on the spot. "Elder, quickly, someone call for a healing doctor. Hurry, it's useless. He's already gone." The Bai family fell into a long silence, each of them showing astonishment in their eyes. Just from a single divination. Was the saintess of the church truly this terrifying? In a dark space somewhere, a sigh echoed, the voice weary and hoarse. Finally, it has come. A night without dreams. She slept well, but it seems Miao Ku and her sister probably had a sleepless night. They were both staying in Miao Wei's villa, and the Miao family had brought them here yesterday without disturbing them, perhaps stunned by her level. Like in the North Continent, most of the skilled members of the family have gone to the Central Continent to establish their families. The Miao family here can only be considered a true branch of the Miao family. There are certainly high-ranking members, but they must be lurking in the shadows. Anyway, the only ones visible yesterday were at the level of Miao Sheng. After tidying up, I went downstairs and indeed saw the two sisters with dark circles under their eyes. Feng Ji was eating and drinking without any delay. Upon seeing her come down, they called out, "Wire is awake. Come over for breakfast." The food in the East Continent has a unique flavor, but most of it is cold. Wire took a seat, picked up her chopsticks, ate a few bites, and then paused. Could it be that her taste buds were malfunctioning? There was actually a divine aura in the food. Could it be real? The more she ate, the more certain she became. Although it was faint, it was indeed there. This aura contained vitality, meaning it was from a living deity, but there was something off. The aura was not pure. Seeing Wire stop eating, Miao Wei curiously asked, "Is it that you can't get used to it? I can have someone bring you something hot." "No need, it's just a bit novel for me. This is my first time eating it, and the taste is quite good. By the way, you mentioned that the reason the Bai family is the first family is that the snow in the East Continent is cleared by them, allowing food to grow?" Miao Wei shook her head and said, "It can't be completely said that way. Others can clear it, and it will still grow. But if it's done by the Bai family, at the very least, the yield can be doubled, and in some cases, even more than tenfold. So you see, most people prefer to spend more star coins to seek help from the Bai family, especially the direct descendants. Hiring one of them is quite expensive. Folie interdicted. That's amazing. Didn't you say in the car that their direct descendants all have a mental mutation ability? What's going on? Could it be true, as Wire said, that the child of the deity survived, and the Bai family is his descendants? 3 pairs of eyes turned to her, and Wire, after a moment of silence, replied, "It seems to be the case, but I need to see a member of the Bai family to know for sure." "That's easy. You'll see them soon. You coming to the East Continent can't be kept a secret. Many families will want to meet you because of the church's influence." Feng Ji said with a grin. "I was wondering why it was so noisy outside. They must have already set up the tables, waiting for Wire to go on stage and promote the 7 virtues and the church." Miao could continue to eat, saying it will definitely be like that. The church's influence is too great. Even families like the Chun family in the North Continent, who do not believe in the church, still give face. After all, the church relies not only on faith, but also on overwhelming strength. In the entire eternal star, apart from the Central Continent, where else is there a force that can confront the church head-on? Wire smiled. "The Central Continent? I would love to see it." Not long after finishing breakfast, Miao Sheng indeed came to call them, saying that people from various families had come to see Her Holiness the Saintess. When visiting someone else's territory, basic courtesy must be observed, so they naturally had to meet. The 4 of them followed him outside and discovered that the scale was extraordinary. The Miao family estate had overnight erected a delicate high platform surrounded by people. No wonder it was so noisy early in the morning. Most of these people were seated in clusters, clearly from different families. The first group, with unusually colored hair, caught Wire's attention. The color was neither black nor gray. Even their eyelashes and eyebrows were the same. It was truly painful to the eyes. Some of the kids looked quite good, but this color combination drastically lowered their attractiveness. Not intentionally spying on the fate of the Bai family, Wire calmly walked onto the high platform under everyone's gaze, saying, "I am honored to come to the East Continent. I am the church's saintess, Wire. Upholding the 7 virtues and the will of fate, I am looking for pure believers to connect with. You must have heard about the events of the festival. If you have questions, please feel free to ask. The church welcomes any like-minded believers to join." Immediately, someone couldn't help but stand up. "Your Holiness the Saintess, I heard that you elevated a nun's mutation ability to a 2nd awakening at the festival. Is that true?" "It is true, but only because her faith was pure enough to be favored by fate. You should all understand that the nun has been following the saintess for a long time. Even before I became the church's saintess, she had been with me all along. It's only natural that fate sees her faith and grant her favor." A proud girl from the Bai family, around 20 years old, stepped forward with a hint of disdain in her eyes, saying, "Isn't that just because she's close to your holiness? If it were an outsider, could your holiness also make her awaken her mutation ability, or even a 2nd awakening?" The crowd looked at her strangely, although her words were somewhat offensive. They were what everyone wanted to know, and no one stopped her. Feng Ji snorted coldly and quickly flew around the area, saying, "Did you see? My mental mutation also awakened because of the faith in the 7 virtues and fate. Wind attributability. This saintess is at the level of a priest and has awakened a wind attribute mutation ability. It's truly enviable." Seemingly displeased with Wire stealing the spotlight, Bai Xin continued, "We have never seen the greatness of the church here in the East Continent. Could your holiness choose someone among us to demonstrate?" Miao Ko frowned and said, "These people are not from the church, let alone believers. Only with pure faith can one receive favor. How can you?" Wire raised her hand to stop Miao Ko from continuing, smiling slightly. "I know you are all curious and even carry some distrust. I came to the East Continent to promote the church, and naturally, I can clarify your doubts. Favor requires pure faith, but punishment does not. Why not let this young lady who asked the question experience it? The 7 virtues and fate not only grant, but also take. I will take your mutation ability." Before anyone could react, Wire simply made a fist gesture towards Bai Xin, who suddenly screamed, "My snow attribute ability is gone." Panicking, she tried to mobilize her mental power, but found it was just ordinary. She had no trace of her snow attribute ability. "You stole my ability. Give it back," Bai Xin shouted, unable to accept losing her power as a star-level powerhouse. "How dare you speak to our saintess like that?" Feng Ji, both pleased and furious, shouted. Everyone was shocked. To take someone's ability so casually was terrifying. Is this really the church's saintess? An elder from the Bai family, also with unusual hair color, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your Holiness, please do not be angry. The young lady is impulsive and speaks out of turn. Please do not take it to heart. Although no one from our Bai family is in the church, we have always respected it. The young lady's mutation ability is crucial. We ask that the saintess return it." Wire smiled and said, "This saintess is not angry. The church is equal and inclusive of everyone. I am merely fulfilling her request to let her believe that fate's favor is real. Don't worry, taking someone's mutation ability is something this saintess would never do. She will naturally recover after 5 days. As for this snow attribute ability," her gaze swept and finally settled on Miao Sheng's eldest son, the one with a bit of a delusional complex. "Thank you, Miao family, for your hospitality in coming to the East Continent. This mutation ability will be demonstrated by the young master for 5 days as a small token of gratitude from this saintess." With her palm open, white light flowed into the body of the Miao family's eldest son. Miao Sheng's expression brightened. "Quick, Junior, try it. Do you really have the snow attribute ability?" Miao Jun's face was excited. He could already feel his ability. He waved his hand, and a large flurry of 6-sided snowflakes spun and shot out, sharply cutting through the nearby greenery. "Ha ha ha, father, did you see? I also have a mutation ability now, and it's the Bai family's snow attribute. My God, it really transferred," someone exclaimed. Now everyone looked at Wire with entirely different feelings, filled with fear and wariness, along with a hint of burning desire. Is it true that as long as one joins the saintess, even those without abilities can have their powers taken away? Many began to have other thoughts, their gazes shifting, even looking at the Miao family with envy and jealousy, thinking how lucky they were to have 2 good daughters who could connect with such a character. Bai Xin shouted, "Give it back to me. Why 5 days? Why give it to Miao Jun? He, a useless person, is not worthy of touching my abilities. Hurry up and bring it back to me." Wei Er remained calm, not angered by such orders, still wearing a smiling expression. The saintess said 5 days, and no one could change that. "I'm very happy to meet everyone from Dongzhou. If you want to believe in the 7 virtues and fate, the church welcomes you at any time." After saying this, she stepped down from the high platform. Bai Xin immediately wanted to go over to grab her, but was blocked by Miao Sheng and his men. "The saintess is noble. You should not approach her. It's just 5 days. Does an elder Bai care?" The old man who was apologizing spoke, gazing deeply at Wei Er's back, his dry, eagle claw-like hand gripping Bai Xion's shoulder. "Let's go. Causing a scene is of no use. Let's go back first." Miao Sheng laughed heartily. "That's right. Experiencing the mutated ability is definitely a great benefit for ordinary mental power users, especially considering the snow system ability of the Bai family. What others cannot achieve, Wei Er has done, and her gift to the Miao family makes him very happy. He joyfully patted Miao Wei's shoulder, truly worthy of being his good daughter. Miao Ku, who was following Wei Er, glanced at her but quickly averted her gaze. When her hand was held, Wei Er curiously asked, "Is it hard to bear?" Miao Ku shook her head but said nothing. Wei Er thought for a moment and said, "Share your feelings with me. If someone is with you when you're feeling bad, wouldn't it be a bit easier? I'm also curious about your feelings." She always acted on her thoughts, placing her finger on Miao Ku's forehead, starting to empathize with her. Sour, bitter, unable to help but want to cry, heart aching with a tugging pain. Is this what Miao Ku feels like when she dies? Why hasn't she shown it, but instead suppresses it so hard? Staring blankly at Wei Er, who was empathizing with her, Miao Ku didn't know why. But the thing she had been repressing seemed to have found an outlet, and tears surged out. It wasn't that she didn't want to cry. It was that she couldn't find someone who would watch her cry. Wei Wei had a good relationship with her, but her father Yao Miao Jun was also Wei Wei's close relative, and they both hated her. If she showed that she cared too much or harbored hatred, it would make things difficult for Wei Wei. So she chose to not care, so that she could fulfill her sister. She was already unfortunate, so at least let her sister be complete. She thought she was strong, but in front of Wei Er, everything was easily broken. Perhaps it was because, to some extent, Wei Er could mercilessly accommodate anything, allowing her to vent those negative emotions without worry. Wei Er looked at Miao Ku in surprise. This girl was really strange. Just a moment ago, she was feeling uncomfortable, but now she was crying out loud and seemed to feel much better. Aren't people supposed to cry when they're sad? Humans are truly strange beings. Long before Miao Ku started crying, Feng Ji had already retreated. As a man, he shouldn't observe such matters. Miao Wei was stopped by Miao Sheng from speaking, leaving only the two of them in the villa. When Miao Ku's emotions stabilized, she suddenly felt her mental power surge upwards with a snap, directly charging into a higher level. She looked at herself in astonishment. How could this happen? Wei Er shrugged. It's simple. Mental power also comes from the strength of the body and soul. If you suppress your emotions, it won't flow smoothly. Haven't you heard that anger harms the body? Emotions can also affect strength. Hearing this for the first time, Miao Ku was surprised. Emotions can affect strength? Yes. At certain times, emotions are also a form of strength, whether positive or negative. For example, positive courage and resilience, negative greed and gluttony. All are forms of emotions in living beings. Miao Ku's eyes lit up. So, emotions can be transformed into strength. How can I cultivate it? Can I do it? Everyone can, but how to cultivate it requires personal insight. I can only tell you 2 words. Willpower. Miao Ku looked at the girl beside her, who was always casual yet mysterious, and asked in confusion, Wei Er, why do you know so much? Is it because you say you're a vessel of fate? Wei Er shook her head and nodded. There's a certain relationship, but more so because I've lived a long time. My age is countless times that of your ancestors. So naturally, I know more. Miao Ku was not surprised and accepted it calmly. So you're not human. No wonder you're different from us. I actually wish I were an ordinary human. You haven't experienced the days when the entire universe rejects and repels you, when your basic existence isn't recognized. So you wouldn't understand. Back then, I desperately wished to be a human, a tree, a bird, a flower, anything as long as I was accepted. But that was all wishful thinking. Miao Ku frowned. How could this be? Why not be accepted? Wei Er gently touched her closed eyes. Perhaps because I shouldn't have been born. Naturally, everyone would reject something that is already tainted. But now it's much better. Fate has pulled me out of the mire, so from now on, I will live for fate. Fate is myself. Miao Ku didn't quite understand, but she knew that Wei Er had broken free now, and she was happy for her. After chatting for a while, Wei Er returned to her room. Come out. You really did something to my body. Hey, you found out quickly. I just felt a bit sorry after hearing about Wei Er's past. And my spirit moved a bit and was discovered. A faint silver-gray light radiated from Wei Er, and a shadow eerily separated from her, revealing the Archbishop Baosher. His face was sunny and clean, with clear silver-gray eyes that seemed bottomless, giving a comfortable feeling. But Wei Er could clearly sense the gloom hidden beneath the sunshine. What are you here for? Wei Er asked, crossing her arms and sitting on the sofa. Baosher sat down next to her, taking out a delicate mousse cake from space. Just made it. I wanted to give it to you to try. Wei Er had no self-control when it came to what Baosher made. He often fed her in the battle hall. She immediately took a bite, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Then she couldn't stop eating, clearly enjoying it. Baosher watched her happily, seeing cream on the corner of Wei Er's mouth. He leaned over, pinched her chin, and said, "Let me help you wipe it." His tongue curled around the cream, the slightly sweet taste igniting his gluttonous desire. Wei Er was speechless. Is this called wiping? What are you here for? The depth of his silver-gray eyes deepened as Baosher extended his tongue into Wei Er's mouth, continuing to savor the sweetness. He only withdrew once the taste faded, saying, "I came to devour you. Can you handle it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a devouring force surrounded Baosher, and Wei Er was startled, immediately opening her eyes to resist with her devouring power. Have you just realized it, Wei Er? Your eyes devour souls, while my desires cannot be contained and will devour all biological energy. If you cannot satisfy me, I will devour you completely until death. This is gluttony. Chapter 76. Baosher's possession Wei Er was pushed down on the sofa, gritting her teeth in anger. You did it on purpose. Well, compared to others, I've given you a long time to adapt. Wei Er, you're a smart girl. You know we all have some problems, and your aura is hard for us to resist. He lowered his head and took her bright red lips, continuously sucking deeply. Wei Er's eyes did not show any emotions, filled with darkness. She was no longer surprised to have this kind of relationship with him. In fact, after recognizing Chen Yan's identity that day, she had a shocking guess. If that were the case, she couldn't show it at all. If she truly turned against them, she would definitely not be able to leave this universe. Reaching out to wrap around Baosher's shoulders, Wei Er actively tore open her divine robe and offered it to him. Baosher chuckled. He was not surprised by this reaction. This girl, though indifferent to them, knew how to treat herself best, rational to a terrifying degree. To fully accept the girl, Baosher thought, it might take effort to keep Wei Er around. Baosher was right. Once it started, the desire of gluttony would continue to devour the energy around it if not satisfied. To ensure she could handle it, Baosher almost simultaneously delivered faith while devouring, which could be quite exhausting for Wei Er. This was likely the torment between ice and fire. I almost forgot where I was. The world was enveloped in silver-gray eyes. I bit my teeth and held on, my pupils scattering. Baosher couldn't bear to watch and urged me not to bite my lip anymore. She placed Wei Er's head on her shoulder, and in the next second, blood overflowed. Biting without mercy. Unable to withstand it any longer, Wei Er rasped, "Give me some soul power." Baosher raised her eyebrows. "You still want to swallow? Right now. You can still control a corner of it, but if you continue, you might not have autonomy anymore. I know in my heart whether you give it or not. If you want it, I will naturally satisfy you." Embracing the bare body, I lifted Wei Er's head, and strands of silver-gray soul power drilled into Wei Er's 7 orifices. Wei Er let out a comfortable sigh, as if she had taken a powerful tonic, fully revived. Baosher no longer cared about invading indiscriminately and curiously asked, "What exactly are you?" Wei Er shook her head. "I don't even know myself. Ever since I became conscious, I've known I'm something from the dark side, very filthy." "No, Wei Er is not filthy. What we like is your purest aura, but this is not filth. In some aspects, it is precisely because you're too pure that you're so attractive to us." Wei Er replied, speechlessly. "No wonder humans say you can't believe what men say in bed. If I'm pure, your eyes must be blind." Baosher shook her head and stopped explaining. This girl didn't understand that no matter what thing reaches an extreme, it is incredibly pure. This purity does not solely refer to beautiful things. When she woke up, she felt refreshed and clean, and Baosher was already gone. Using such a troublesome technique just to come and roll in bed. How boring. After yesterday's meeting, she received some faith. It seems that stripping by Xin of his mental mutation ability still had some effect. However, this faith is just a drizzle to her now. Only with more pure faith can she recover faster. She went out to see if she could encounter a pleasing target like Jean Xin. Miaoku's faith had far surpassed Miao Wei. This child was still worth cultivating. When she went out, she saw Miaoku guarding the door with dark circles under her eyes. "How come you're guarding here?" Miaoku suddenly stepped forward, lifted Wei Er's divine robe. and the various ambiguous marks made her freeze. Trembling, she helped Wei Er tidy her divine robe and said in a choked voice, "I came to find you yesterday and heard the voice of Archbishop Bao Shi, who wouldn't let me in. What do they think you are? Why do they have to be so excessive?" Since last night, her feelings toward the battle hall and the Holy See had shattered completely. Via casually replied, "What they think I am is their business. I know what I should do. Don't feel there's anything unbelievable. How much have you seen? Just pretend you haven't seen it. Even if you know, act like you don't. Otherwise, you're just asking for trouble. Only those with strength have the right to question. If you don't have it, keeping your mouth shut is the only choice." Her finger bones turned white from the pressure as Miao Ku said seriously, "Wei Er, you are very important to me. I'm currently weak and can't help you, but I will become strong and work hard to change the situation. I swear." "Ha ha. You're just as silly and cute as Gene Xin. I don't need you to worry about me. Getting stronger is a good thing. Do it for yourself, not for others. All right, let's put this matter to rest. I'm going out for a stroll. Are you going back to catch up on sleep or coming with me? Together." She reached out and poked a dimple on Miao Ku's small face. "Let's go. You look better with a smile and dimples. Don't frown. Life is beautiful." With a pang in her heart, Miao Ku forced a smile and followed Wei Er out. Feng Ji wasn't around. He probably went out for a stroll by himself. Miao Wei should still be with her parents. I have to say, a place nurtures its people. The geography of the Eastern continent is quite novel. Most humans are very fair-skinned, and the overall attractiveness seems much higher than that of the Northern continent. Although the streets are still covered in snow, it doesn't hinder the bustling pedestrians at all. Every day feels like winter, and everyone has long since gotten used to it. Miao could try to forget the unpleasant things and introduce the customs and culture of the Eastern continent to Wei Er. The two of them, dressed in divine robes, were clearly from the Holy See, and many civilian vendors looked at them with curiosity. For the ordinary civilians without mental power users instill awe in them. And the Holy See is a place that feels unattainable. A child who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, dressed in thin, even ragged clothes, blocked Wei Er's path. "Are you the Holy Maiden of the Holy See?" Seeing such a noble person being blocked, someone hurriedly shouted, "Little Miao, quickly move aside. The Holy Maiden is not someone you can speak to. Forgive me, Holy Maiden, this child has no parents and no one has taught her manners. If she has offended the Holy Maiden, please forgive her this once considering her youth." Wei Er waved her hand. "It's fine. You don't need to be like this. Your name is Little Miao, right? I'm the Holy Maiden of the Holy See. Do you need something?" Little Miao didn't seem afraid and stepped forward, saying, "I heard the Holy See are all good people who treat others kindly. Is the Holy Maiden also like that?" Wei Er chuckled lightly. "What you heard is false. If the Holy See truly treated others kindly, it wouldn't exist anymore." Little Miao stood there in a daze, seemingly not expecting such an answer. When she saw the uncles and aunts who usually helped her come to take her away, in a panic, she quickly said, "Holy Maiden, I have something to ask. Can you help me?" Chapter 77. The big brother in the dream Wei Er's expression was a bit strange. This child wasn't even a mental power user. But just now, she seemed to see something in her fate, which quickly vanished. She was very interested in this situation. Stopping the civilians who were about to take her away, she stepped forward and held the frozen, red little hand. "Let's go to your home." Little Miao's eyes widened in excitement as she nodded repeatedly, almost bouncing up to lead the way. Miao took out thick clothes from her space and put them on Little Miao. "Take it slow. The Holy Maiden won't change her mind once she promises. Walk slowly." Little Miao's skin wasn't smooth and even bore frostbite, her red face resembling a ripe apple. Gently stroking the little face, Miao simply picked her up and followed the route the child indicated. "Little Miao, where are your mom and dad?" "I don't know. I can't remember the past. They said our family had an accident, and it was my parents who protected me, so I survived. Later, I lived off the food that uncles and aunts occasionally brought me. They originally wanted to send me to a welfare home, but I didn't want to leave." Miao asked in surprise, "Why don't you want to leave? There will be people to take care of you there. It will be much better than now. At least you would be warm and well fed. This is related to what I want to ask the Holy Maiden for help with. Let's talk when we get home." With Little Miao guiding them, they walked a long way turning corners before finally reaching the destination. It looked like an old building that had seen better days, with peeling paint, making it hard to imagine such a place still existed in the stars. The corridor was dark, and the old lights were broken. They climbed up to the 7th floor in the dark, where the little girl's parents had left a room. The room was very small, with only one bedroom and a few square meters of bathroom. The place wasn't very clean, but for a child, maintaining it like this already took a lot of effort. "Please sit. Can my sister and the Holy Maiden have some water? We only have water at home, but it's clean." Meowko patted Little Meow's head and said, "All right, then it's troubling you, Little Meow." This child was only a few years old, yet spoke very maturely, probably due to the hardships of life. 2 mismatched cups were filled with clear white water, and the little girl carefully brought them over. She hesitated and said, "Holy Maiden, I want to save someone, but I have no way. Can you help me?" Wei-er nodded. "Start from the beginning. How did you meet, and why do you want to save them?" "I will consider it." Little Meow is a bit bigger than the two of them thought. She's already 9 years old this year, but she looks very small, probably due to malnutrition. From her intermittent descriptions, Meowko is somewhat surprised because it really doesn't seem like a dream, yet it indeed happened in a dream. Little Meow's parents left when she was 5 years old, and at that time, she was still very small and couldn't accept her parents' departure, being aggressive towards everyone. Fortunately, the civilians around her were kind-hearted, and they didn't hold it against her. On the contrary, they treated her well. One night, she had a dream in which she saw a big brother whose hands and feet were pierced and was trapped by iron chains in a particularly rich forest. According to Little Meow, the big brother was very beautiful, with pure white hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes, and if you looked closely at his black pupils, you would find snowflakes falling inside. The big brother told her that her family was supposed to die, and her survival was not because her parents saved her, but because he saved her. He saved her life, so she should repay him. At first, Little Meow thought it was just a dream, but after that, she dreamed of him every night, and the man would only say 2 words to her: repay. Little Meow felt that since she was saved, it was only right to repay him, so she agreed. And then the man washed away her painful memories and told Little Meow to help him wait for someone who could save him, and not to leave until then. Meowko was surprised after hearing this. This is too bizarre. So why do you think the saintess can save him? We don't even know who he is or where he is. Little Meow said earnestly, "On the day the saintess comes, the big brother told me in my dream to seek help from the saintess." Wire was silent for a moment and said, "I understand. You come back to the Meow family to sleep, and at night I will also go into the dream to meet your big brother." Little Meow's eyes widened. "Is that really possible? The saintess can also see the big brother in the dream, just like me?" "Yes, just sleep with me." "All right, then I'll go with you." Since the big brother can seek help from the saintess, it means the saintess must be a good person. A jade finger pointed at her forehead, and Little Meow looked over in confusion. Wire said expressionlessly, "Silly. Your big brother is seeking help from me not because I'm a good person. On the contrary, that's exactly why he is doing this." Little Meow tilted her small head in confusion. "I don't understand." Wire smiled meaningfully. "That's because your big brother doesn't need good people to save him. What he needs are bad people who can disregard the lives of others for their own benefit." "All right, I can't explain this to you, little fool. You'll understand when you grow up." When they returned to Meow Wei's villa, Feng Ji and Meow Wei were both present, and they were stunned to see the two bringing back a little girl. After listening to Meow Ku's account, they were all quite surprised. Feng Ji looked at Wire and said, "So you believe this girl's words? Meeting in a dream is too far-fetched, isn't it?" Wire rolled her eyes. "That's because you have a narrow view. What is wrong with meeting in a dream? When strong enough, souls can chat face to face." Meow Wei asked straightforwardly, "Why do you want to help? You're not the type to look for trouble." Wire, munching on seeds, said, "Do you remember why I came here?" Feng Ji answered quickly, "To find believers. You want the kind like Jean Xian." Correct answer. Not only must they be as pure as Jean Xian, but they also need to be powerful. For example, a believer who is equally pure as Jean Xian, but has different strength will have different faith. If Jean Xian can provide one faith every day, if the other party is twice as strong, the faith will be 10, much stronger. It wouldn't be a problem to multiply it by hundreds. Meowko frowned. You're trying to take advantage of little Meow's big brother. Using dreams is an unfathomable method. Will he obediently believe in fate and you? Wire shot her a sidelong glance. When you first met me, what did you say? Didn't you say I was fooling you? And now? Meow could shut her mouth, recalling how she had confidently claimed she would never believe in Wire, feeling quite embarrassed. Wire said, "You sisters should be secretly pleased about this. It's likely related to the Bai family. If they really block me from collecting believers, I'll find a way to get rid of them." Feng Ji laughed loudly. "Wire, your words are particularly reminiscent of a classic scene from a drama about a domineering so. The weather is getting cold, and the Long family is bound to go bankrupt." Chapter 78. My name is Shui Wuxing, waiting for you. Well, I need the strength of a domineering CEO, all right? It's about time. Little Meow is already fast asleep. I'll go meet this guy. You all do your own thing. In the still, dense forest, Little Meow sat in front of the bound young man as usual, recounting everything that had happened. "You said the Saintess is coming to meet me in a dream?" Little Meow nodded. "The Saintess said so, but I don't know how she will get in." The little girl seemed quite impatient. "Isn't she here now?" It was no different from daytime, as Wire, dressed in divine robes, slowly walked out of the forest, looking at the bound man whose eyes held nothing but a moment of astonishment. With waist-length snow-white hair, pure white eyebrows and eyelashes, and dark pupils that, upon closer inspection, had snowflakes falling within, he was pierced and bound by iron chains, truly a beautiful yet tragic sight that would shatter upon touch. Wire smiled. "Some expectations. Yet I didn't think you would survive this long. A demigod bound by humans. How unwilling you must be." "There is no unwillingness." The young man, motionless and filled with a sense of brokenness, looked directly at Wire and said, "At first, I was unwilling, but as time passed and I witnessed the Bai family generation after generation, that unwillingness has dissipated like sand. I have lived too long, from being naive and curious about everything, to being indifferent and finally left with only loneliness. I foresaw your appearance." Wire raised an eyebrow. "So what do you want? Just to let me save you? Why should I agree? I can't tell what you are, but I can sense your divine power is waning. I will believe in you in the future and provide you with a source of power. How about we establish an eternal contract?" Wire was momentarily stunned. "You only foresaw. You don't even know who I am or what my name is, and you want to establish an eternal contract? Are you in your right mind?" "I am very clear-headed. Your aura tells me you are on the dark side, but that doesn't matter. All I want is endless time to pass. And when I look back, you are still there." Wire understood. This guy just needs someone to accompany him. Perhaps having witnessed too much birth, aging, sickness, and death, and too many people forgetting him, he just wants to find someone with a long life to remember him. It's also pitiful. If he could be born in her universe where many gods exist, at least he wouldn't be so lonely. Wire nodded. "All right, wherever you are, I will find a way to save you. Anyway, she needs believers, and one who is taking the initiative, especially a demigod. How could she let this opportunity slip? In the Bai family's maple forest, I am called Shui Wuxing, waiting for you." The dream shattered, and both awoke at the same time. Little Meow sat up, looking at herself in Wire's arms, and exclaimed, "Saintess, you really came into my dream. You are amazing. If you think I'm amazing, then believe in me. Your big brother also said to believe in me. Didn't you hear?" Little Meow lowered her head, feeling a bit sad. "Since the Saintess wants to stay with the big brother, can you also take Little Meow with you?" Wire stroked Little Meow's rosy cheeks. "I want to be separated from anyone, but whether to pursue is your own choice." Little Meow raised her eyes, tears already forming. "I know the big brother is very powerful. He can chase after the Saintess, but I am just an ordinary human. Can I chase after the big brother and the Saintess? Whether you can or not is up to you. It only relates to your heart." Little Meow wiped her tears, clenched her small fists, and said, "Saintess, from now on, I will be your believer. I will catch up to you and the big brother." Pure faith surged into her body. The faith of a child is the purest. Yet it is rarely obtained because they're not mature enough to understand what it means to believe in others. But at this moment, Wire received all of a human child's faith, purely wanting to touch her, with no impurities. Wire felt very good, her fingertip tinged with chaotic light. touched little Meow's forehead. Welcome to believe in fate. This is a gift from fate. How much you can obtain depends on yourself. The roof of Meow Wei's villa was shattered by the storm, causing a commotion among many people. Feng Ji, who was in his shorts getting ready for bed, looked dumbfounded as he found himself exposed to everyone's gaze. Damn, what is Wei Er doing? My innocence. Meow Wei and Meow Ku immediately looked towards Wei Er's room, but the storm was too strong to see anything clearly. Meow Sheng was the first to arrive with his people, followed shortly by the Bai family. And then many other families arrived one after another. Leading the Bai family was the patriarch, Bai Hong, the father of Bai Exen, who had been stripped of his mutation ability. He stared wide-eyed at the rift formed by the gathering storm and exclaimed, "Is it a spatial system? Is Her Highness the Saintess a spatial system user?" We didn't receive any news. Since Wei Er became the Saintess of the Church, her previous identity had been thoroughly uncovered. Strangely, the only traceable information was from the falling moon star, and nothing else was known, as if this person had appeared out of nowhere. They were more inclined to believe that the Church had erased Wei Er's past, but on the falling moon star, Wei Er had once reversed time, leading to speculation that she might be a time system user. The abilities of cosmic mutants vary greatly, but time and space mutants are the ones everyone is reluctant to provoke. The saying time is the emperor, space is the king accurately describes the terror of these two abilities. As the storm intensified and then dispersed, a small child suddenly floated in front of Wei Er, causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock. It's actually an awakening. A guard at the entrance exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? That child just entered as a civilian. She had no mental power at all. How could she awaken? Meowka smiled and said, "Why is it impossible? Encountering Her Highness the Saintess, miracles will become ordinary. Look, that child's mental power is skyrocketing." As Meowka said, the child's mental power visibly surged, transforming from a civilian with no mental power to a top-level spatial mutant, and the distance between these two states depended on the smiling figure with closed eyes. Xiao Miao opened her eyes, looked at the crowd and the destruction of the house, first startled, then amazed to find herself standing in midair. "Your Highness the Saintess, why am I here?" Wei Er, in a good mood, replied, "I said it depends on your heart. When you make a choice, the rewards of fate begin. This is a gift from destiny. Give it a try." Taking a deep breath, she looked into the distance, and in the next moment, Xiao Miao's figure disappeared. In the farthest villa of the Miao family, a cheer arose. "Your Highness the Saintess, I am here. Do I also have the qualification to chase after you?" The small figure kept flashing everywhere, completely ignoring distance and speed. Wei Er casually found an intact chair to sit on and responded, "Yes. You have the qualification to chase after anything, provided that you keep growing stronger." Feng Ji felt a pain in his eyes. His wind system was originally fast, and he had been proud of it after awakening. But now, looking at Xiao Miao, he felt like he was being outclassed by a child not yet 10 years old, especially in his area of expertise. Who could understand this feeling? Chapter 79, Divine Bloodline. Xiao Miao's figure returned through space, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement as she looked at Wei Er with admiration. Though she didn't know what was happening, there was no doubt that Her Highness the Saintess had erased her inferiority complex. "Congratulations, Your Highness the Saintess, on finding a believer. This little girl is truly lucky. I am Bai Hong, and I apologize for my daughter's rude remarks yesterday." He continued, "May I ask if Her Highness the Saintess could come to the Bai family for a meal? It would also give these juniors a chance to understand the church." Miao Sheng instinctively felt that Bai Hong was trying to steal his people. With the Saintess having such abilities, the Miao family naturally wanted someone to be favored as well. Our Miao family is not incapable of taking care of the Saintess. Both of my daughters are believers of the Saintess. If your Bai family has the intention to worship, then come to the Miao family to pay respects. Is that too much to ask? Bai Hong chuckled. The Bai family certainly has sincerity. It's just that the East Continent is special, and some scenery and environment can only be found in the Bai family, which your Miao family cannot offer. Aren't you relying on the Bai family's snow system abilities to flaunt your power? If you have the guts, then avoid this topic. TCH. The Bai family's abilities stem from the Bai bloodline. It is the foundation of the Bai family. It's quite amusing for the Miao family patriarch to say this. Do you want to set aside the Miao family's external resources and simply compare mental powers with me? Miao Sheng was left speechless, although they were both top level. Bai Hong had the snow system mental mutation, and he would not be a match. The two argued, and no one dared to interject, as both the Bai and Miao families were not to be trifled with. Wei Er had no intention of mediating. Once they finished arguing, she said, "Coming to the East Continent is to promote the church. The patriarch of the Bai family has extended a warm invitation, and I, as the saintess, naturally will not refuse." Bai Hong laughed heartily. "It is an honor for the Bai family that Her Highness the Saintess has agreed to come. I will return to prepare and come to pick you up tomorrow." After saying this, he hurriedly left with the Bai family members, clearly very pleased. Upon hearing that the Bai family had a chance, the other families exchanged glances, eager to see if they could also extend an invitation after the Bai family's success. Once the outsiders had retreated, Miao Wei's older brother stepped forward, excitedly tugging at the hem of Wei Er's robe and kneeling down. With burning eyes, he said, "Your Highness the Saintess, I also want to be your believer. Please grant me the ability of the spatial system, or at least give me a top-level ability. If that is not possible, just leave the snow system ability in my body completely." Miao Wei's expression darkened as she tugged at her older brother. "Brother, get up. If it were possible, the Saintess wouldn't need you to ask. If it's not possible, why force her?" Miao Jun pushed Miao Wei away forcefully. "Well, you know, a normal girl can become so powerful in the blink of an eye. Isn't it easy for Her Highness the Saintess to help me? Since you've known Her Highness the Saintess for so long, why not quickly help me plead my case? Are you just going to let your sister be useless?" Miao Wei was pushed hard and fell to the ground, but Miao Ko hurried over to help her up. Looking at Miao Wei, who had her head down and said nothing, she didn't know how to comfort her. Feng Ji, known for his sharp tongue, blurted out, "Wei Er is the saintess of the church, not a wish-granting turtle. You're so rude to just ask for something, no matter what. You think you can just say it and it will come true? I'm already the strongest in the galaxy. This is really bizarre. You and Miao Wei really are siblings. How can your brains be so different?" Yao Yu, who was beside Miao Sheng, noticed this and her expression changed slightly. She stepped forward with a beautiful smile and reproached, "Juner, get up quickly. You must not be rude in front of the saintess. If your faith is so utilitarian, how could the 7 virtues and fate favor you?" Miao Jun, who was arrogant towards Miao Wei, seemed to fear his mother, quickly shrank his neck and stood aside, not daring to say a word. Yao Yu apologized. "I'm sorry, Your Highness the Saintess. Miao Jun has been spoiled by me, but he only admires the saintess and means no harm. Please don't take it to heart." Wei Er nodded and suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Is a person very lonely? What makes you happy now?" Everyone was momentarily stunned. What did that mean? But Yao Yu understood. This saintess was indeed mysterious and could see through her. After a pause, still smiling, she said, "Your Highness the Saintess is amazing. Did you see that I'm an orphan? Indeed, before I met Xingge, I was very lonely. Fortunately, Xingge gave me a home, and with Juner and Wei Er, I am very happy and treasure everything I have now. If anyone were to ruin it, I would probably fight back." Wei Er's expression did not change much as she responded with a simple not saying much more. Miao Sheng, feeling sorry, embraced Yao Yu to comfort her and asked someone to prepare a new villa for them to live in. Once the outsiders were gone, Wei Er explained the identity of Shui Wuxing and her reasons for going to the Bai family. Feng Ji was shocked. "So, Shui Wuxing is that child of a deity from back then? My goodness, this is mind-blowing. Am I really going to see something related to a deity?" Following Wei Er was exhilarating, as one could always experience things that broadened their horizons. Miao Ke frowned and said, "So, does this mean the Bai family is bound to demigod? How does their ability work? I always thought the Bai family could be descendants of this demigod." Wei Er replied lightly, "What you said makes sense. From a bloodline perspective, it appears that way. How the Bai family captured the demigod is still unknown. The Bai family must have been drinking Shui Wuxing's blood since birth, with divine blood impacting their human bloodline, causing their hair to change color, resulting in everyone possessing snow-type abilities. My goodness, how many people in the Bai family have drunk his blood? How much blood has he shed over generations? How will he take revenge?" Wei Wei shook her head. "It's not exactly revenge. At most, it's the Bai family's own doing. Although Shui Wuxing has human blood, he also has half divine blood in his body. Things related to the divine are not something humans can digest. Right now, the Bai family is benefiting because Shui Wuxing is in a suppressed and weakened state. Once he is liberated, his divine blood will naturally become active. And any human who has been tainted by divine blood will explode instantly. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Even the usually carefree Feng Ji furrowed his brow. The Bai family in the East Continent has lasted for many generations, even if it's just the direct lineage. There are over 1,000 people in the East Continent alone, with numerous powerful experts gathering in Zhongzhou, where there's also a Bai family. If all snow-type ability users were to die, it would be a sensational event for the Eternal Star, and even the Star Guards would likely intervene. Miao Wei had been lost in thought, but spoke up. This is why he came to you, because you have no compassion for humans. In a certain way, you are as ruthless as the gods. Miao Ke frowned and reprimanded. Wei Wei, what nonsense are you talking? If Wei Er were truly heartless, would we still be gathered here? Which of us hasn't received Wei Er's kindness? I'm not saying Wei Er is bad. The Bai family has always been a thorn in my heart. It's good to eliminate them, but I suddenly understand that emotions seem to be the biggest stumbling block for humans. Chapter 80. This is too chaotic. The nonsensical words were incomprehensible to anyone except Wei Er. Miao Wei's fingers turned white as she suddenly asked, Wei Er, can I ask a few questions? Ask. Another long silence followed, and Miao Wei trembled as she asked, Is Yao Yu my biological mother? Feng Ji and Miao Ke widened their eyes. What does Miao Wei mean? Wei Er raised an eyebrow. This child is indeed sensitive. Perhaps she had long harbored doubts, but suppressed them, daring not to face them. She merely said something vague to Yao Yu, and it got lodged in the child's heart. You can ask, but are you sure you can handle the answer? This was already a euphemistic reply. Miao Wei staggered a step, leaned against the wall, and raised her eyes. I can handle it. Yao Yu has no biological children. Wei Er replied calmly. Miao Ke was shocked. How is that possible? Then what about Miao Jun? How could Yao Yu's pregnancy be hidden from father? It's simple. Eyes can deceive. After all, Miaosheng only has 2 daughters in his fate. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Crash. Miao Wei fell to the ground, breaking a nearby vase. Wei Er ignored it and went upstairs. If my brother is neither father's son nor mother's, then who is my mother? Miao Wei looked bewildered, and Miao Ke fell heartbroken, hugging her and saying, I am your sister. The rest doesn't matter. How could it not matter? Nearly 20 years of life turned upside down like this. She had no idea what she had been living for all these years. She thought that was her mother, thought that was her brother. She had believed it all along. What now? Crying in Miao Ke's arms, Feng Ji felt helpless and didn't know what to say. With just 2 sentences, Wei Er revealed a huge secret. Yao Yu has no children. Miao Jun isn't even a blood relative of Miao Sheng. And Miao Wei is Miao Sheng's daughter. Yet her biological mother is unknown. This is too chaotic. Wei Er only said what she saw. If Yao Yu didn't delay her work, then it was no big deal. She didn't want to complicate matters. The Bai family acted quickly. The patriarch personally came to fetch them and even specifically said to bring the 2 sisters from the Miao family along. Miao Sheng initially wanted to keep Miao Wei, but under Bai Hong's gaze, he took a step back. The Bai family's reason for wanting them was clear to both parents. Miao Sheng showed hesitation, but Yao Yu had a smile on her face, showing no signs of discomfort. Miao Wei smiled, but still asked with a hint of reluctance, Mom, I'm one of the Bai family now. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yao Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly affectionately patted Miao Wei's head. What are you talking about, child? You're just going to stay for a few days. You won't miss me? You've been at the church longer. Why didn't you listen to me when you left? Never mind. You've grown up. You're not the obedient child from before. Sometimes I think, if only you were as obedient as your brother. Feng Ji rolled his eyes. What this woman meant was if you were as foolish as your brother, then I could manipulate Miao Wei without restraint. She wore a smile, but her eyes grew colder. With so many flaws, why was she deceiving herself? Her mental energy surged, and the mental power that was already on the verge of breaking through finally did, reaching a new level. Facing Yao Yu's surprise, she said, Mom, thank you for lifting the burden that has weighed on my heart all this time. I'm leaving now. Yao Yu's eyes flickered. Something was off. This little girl usually looked at her with deep affection. Although she didn't agree with her actions, her eyes had never been indifferent. Turning her gaze to Wei Er, she wondered if someone had exposed certain matters. Wei Er left the Miao family without looking back. Did she say anything that could be taken the wrong way? She only said Yao Yu had no children, not that Miao Wei wasn't her biological child. She couldn't be blamed for that, right? Clearly, they were on the same land, and the Miao family and the Bai family weren't too far apart. But as soon as they stepped into the Bai family, the feeling of openness was extremely obvious. Bai Hong smiled and said, "Your Highness the Saint, can you feel it? The Bai family is located on a treasure land, passed down through generations. We have always been reluctant to move the old residents. Even the clan members who have gone to Zhongzhou often come back to stay for a while. Via sniet internali, land, more like a cursed land. Half-gods are not to be trifled with. Living in such an environment for a long time, the Bai family would gradually find it hard to adapt to normal spaces. Going out would feel uncomfortable, gradually turning them into trapped beasts. Perhaps she wouldn't need to save them. In a few years, the Bai family would die out, including those who hadn't drunk divine blood. Looking at it this way, rescuing them was also a timely loss prevention. At least those Bai family members who hadn't drunk divine blood would be fine. Thinking about resolving this quickly once settled, Wei Er said, "I've long heard that the Bai family snow-type abilities are quite special in the East Continent. The cleared areas are lush with vegetation. Could I possibly have a look?" "Ha ha ha, of course. Let the younger generation take the saint to have a look. Go call by Xian over. Xianer has offended you before, but the saint is magnanimous. Now that Xianer's abilities have fully recovered, and she knows she was wrong, we ask the saint for another chance." "No problem. This saint will not hold it against her." Bai Hong smiled broadly. Wei Er is so mysterious. It's naturally good to befriend her, and I hope she knows her place. She was naturally arrogant, but forced out a fake smile, which was quite an eyesore. Bai Xian thought she was performing well. "We can be considered to have met without enmity. Miss, I'll befriend you. Let's go. I'll show you around our house." Feng Ji couldn't take it anymore and covered his eyes. "You should just be your normal arrogant self. No need to put on an act. You were already like this on the first day we met. Now you want to save face? It's a bit too late." Bai Xian's face twisted. It looked like she was about to explode, but remembering her father's warning, she had to swallow it down. Squeezing out a smile, she said, "The saint is joking. That day was my rudeness. I won't act like that again in the future. It is magnanimous of the saint not to hold it against me. And please do not bring it up again." Wei Er gave Feng Ji a look, and he fell silent, no longer mentioning it. Bai Xian led the group to start touring the courtyard. The Bai family estate was large, and there was a lot of vegetation in the courtyard. But the greenery was quite rare. Most of the trees and fruits were silver or white, unusual in color. They were very dense. But because they were close to the color of snow, they weren't very conspicuous. After touring the courtyard, Bai Xian took them outside the estate, which belonged to the Bai family, but Wei Er did not sense Shui Wuxing's presence. The name Maple Forest, Wei Er has also checked, does not exist. It must be a hidden land of the Bai family, and it's not appropriate to ask directly. After taking a walk, they returned to the manor. To find out where Maple Forest is, other methods are needed. Despite being cautious, they were still caught off guard and fell into the trap. Miao Ku and Miao Wei did not expect the Bai family to be so bold as to strike directly at them. Chapter 81. Miao Ku and Miao Wei captured the blindfold over their eyes was ripped off, and the two were tied back to back, slumped on a beautifully patterned altar. A circle of Bai family members surrounded them, along with an unfamiliar elder who seemed to hold a high status. "Bai Hong, you dare to lay a hand on us. The saintess will not let you go," Miao Wei said coldly. "I thought you would use the Miao family to threaten me. It seems you are well aware that you have been betrayed by the Miao family. As for the saintess, she is indeed very mysterious, and her strength is unfathomable. But we have no intention of offending her. Right now, you two are sleeping, and tomorrow you will still follow the saintess as usual. Who would know what happened to you?" Miaoka frowned. The substitutes require a large amount of energy stones to operate, which is extremely expensive. The Miao family has invested heavily for us sisters. But for what reason? For the immortality of the family. The ultimate pursuit of the universe is divinity, which is humanity's eternal quest. Currently, the interstellar community does not allow discussions about divinity because they fear it. My Bai family is different from the very beginning. What we pursue is beyond your understanding. I won't waste more words. Just honestly tell me if you found any clues related to the taboo at the church. Miaoka sneered. Divinity no longer exists. Even if it did, it wouldn't show mercy to humanity. We are all clerics of the church. How could we have the opportunity to encounter taboos? No matter where you got your divination from, it's all nonsense. If there were truly taboos showing us mercy, our positions should be reversed. Bai Hong was not surprised. I knew you wouldn't talk. Everyone caught by the Bai family is tight-lipped. Since you one T speak, then you'll have to bear some punishment. When you left Hangzhou, you were only at level, and in just over half a year, each of you has stepped into level. Without the mercy of taboos, could this be a result of talent explosion? I will inject you with dream powder. If you don't want to become completely useless, then be honest. Miao Wei's pupils constricted. Are you crazy? Dream powder is a forbidden substance among the Star Guardians. Do you dare to violate the ban? Ha ha ha, you're still young. Even the divinity is not allowed to be mentioned by the Star Guardians. Yet my Bai family still pursues it. The Star Guardians are formidable. No one dares to provoke them. On the surface, the Bai family must show respect. But so what? If we truly follow their rules, we would be stagnant. My Bai family aims to be more than just the first family in Dongzhou. Shocked by the Bai family's ambitions, Miao Ku and Miao Wei could not resist and were injected with dream powder. As the name suggests, it is an addictive substance that immerses people in dreams. With repeated use, it exhausts willpower and weakens mental strength. Undoubtedly, those without mental strength are not afraid of this, but the two of them were truly wronged. Apart from Wei Er, they had never encountered any taboos. Wait, why did they automatically exclude Wei Er? This person is indeed very mysterious. Calling her a taboo is not an exaggeration. Before the effects of the dream powder took hold, the two realized that what the Bai family had divined was this. But the issue is that Wei Er was already in the Bai family, and these fools still did not understand. A night without dreams. Little Cat had been sleeping next to Wei Er. Whether it was because of this or not, recently, no one from the war hall had disturbed her. Early in the morning, she went downstairs, and Feng Ji had already had breakfast with Miao Wei and Miao Ku. Upon seeing Wei Er come down, he greeted her. Looking at the two sisters, Wei Er paused for a moment, but quickly continued with her breakfast as if nothing had happened. Feng Ji said casually, "Searching like this is not a solution. We need to think of other ways." Wei Er said meaningfully, "They have already made their move. Are you still thinking about pursuing Qianla? Aren't you afraid it will affect the next generation?" Feng Ji was annoyed. "If you say that again, I'll get angry. What's wrong with my head? My mind is perfectly fine. Qianla likes me just the way I am." Wei Er shook her head and suddenly said, "We won't visit the garden today. Let's return to the Miao family. I didn't want to provoke them, but since we can take advantage of this situation, let's do so." Feng Ji was confused, but fortunately, there was one good thing. He usually followed whatever Wei Er said. When Bai Xian arrived and heard that they were going back to the Miao family, he became a bit nervous and said, "You don't think I'm not hospitable and plan to stay at the Miao family, do you? Please don't. If that happens, my father will definitely blame me." "No." I suddenly remembered there was something I hadn't dealt with and planned to go back to check. "That's good," Bai Xian said as he followed them back. Miao Shang was surprised to see them return so quickly, thinking that Wei Er was not used to staying at the Bai family. But then Wei Er said, "Miao clan leader, it's better to listen to me. Your Madame Miao is not human." Miao Shang was stunned and took a long time to understand what Wei Er meant. However, Yao Yu had already arrived at the door, her charming face carrying a cold edge. "I haven't made a move yet, and you come right to my door. Do you really think I would be afraid of you? The church is indeed powerful, but you are just at level now. Isn't it better if we don't interfere with each other?" "That's fine. I didn't plan to bother with you. However, I need you to cause some chaos so I can save someone." No one understood her nonsensical words. Miao Shang could only widen his eyes and look at the soft beauty in his arms, as countless silver-white vines surged from under her skirt. The vines, as thick as a bowl, struck everyone except for Miao Shang. At that moment, Yao Yu's identity as a beast could no longer be concealed. Thinking about how he had been intimate with something inhuman every night, Miao Shang felt nauseous. Yao Yu's body stiffened, and the traces of tenderness in her eyes were completely replaced by coldness. The vine showed no mercy, and Miao Sheng was also caught in the attack. Feng Ji's mouth dropped open. The plot was so shocking that it made his jaw drop. He never expected that Yao Yu was a beast. No wonder Wei Er said, Yao Yu had no children. Run. Are you waiting to die? Wei Er shouted as she took off running. Feng Ji immediately followed, but then hesitated. Wait, Miao Ku and Miao Wei are fools. Those two are fakes. Hurry, lead this thing to the Bai family. Feng Ji was speechless. It turned out that his brain power was really not enough to realize this. Being of the wind attribute, he could easily keep up with Wei Er. Yao Yu had long wanted to kill Wei Er, and now that her true form was revealed, she wanted to take a life. Seeing the two escape, she immediately controlled the vines to follow. The Bai family never expected Wei Er would bring such a huge gift, a beast at level, which was no longer something they could handle. The Bai family defended with all their might, but the level suppression had minimal effect. The proud manor was almost completely destroyed in an instant. Wei Er hid among the crowd of Bai family members, searching for the location of Miao Wei and Miao Ku. The more chaotic it became, the easier it was to fish in troubled waters. After rummaging through with Feng Ji, they truly found the secret chamber. An ancient and rhythmic chant began to resonate. Snow Spirit, please listen to the prayer of your servant. With your great power, annihilate the ignorant, foolish people. Snowstorm, descend. Chapter 82. I won't kill you, just get lost, damn. Even divinity has become a taboo. The Bai family still has quite a bit of stock, and they even have divine servants. No wonder they could divine. The storm of wind and snow formed a tempest, and Xia Sheng kicked Feng Ji far away, find a chance to save them. Standing alone in front of the storm, her small figure remained unwavering against the massive winds and snow swirling around her, like a stabilizing force. In the church, one cannot casually use divine power, but outside, there are not so many restrictions. With a cold laugh, she formed a seal with one hand, and the silver-gray divine light gathered at her fingertips. With a gentle point, the power of the storm was quickly devoured by the silver-gray light. Feng Ji watched with wide eyes, his faith growing stronger. Sister Wei is awesome. Retracting his gaze, he quickly slipped into the secret chamber to check if the two unfortunate sisters were there. The commotion here had alarmed Bai Hong, who was dealing with Yao Yu ahead. He looked back in shock. How is this possible? The snowstorm summoned by the elder is definitely not something that can be dealt with at level, let alone absorbed. This is a taboo. This is absolutely the power of taboo. Human spiritual power cannot reach this level. Come, quickly capture the holy maiden of the church. I understand now, the fate of those two girls from the Miao family is because of the holy maiden. If our Bai family can figure this out, we will gain true forbidden blessings and no longer need to worry about the church that has already lost its forbidden protection. The Bai family members rushed towards Veer, leaving Yao Yu behind, who stood there dumbfounded. She is an extremely evil beast. Do you have any respect for her? Veer sneered, saying, what use is there in numbers? You're too weak. You don't pose as much of a threat as Yao Yu. Just as she was about to teach them a lesson, Feng Ji, who was hiding in a corner, shouted, Veer. Miao Ku said that the so-called maple forest refers to terrain that looks like maple leaves. If you fly higher, you should be able to see it. Veer suddenly realized. No wonder she couldn't find it. She had misunderstood and thought it was a forest filled with maple trees. Not wanting to entangle with the ants, Veer flew high and discovered terrain resembling maple leaves in the southwest direction of the Bai family, heading straight for that location. Bai Hong was shocked. Quick, call for help from Zhongzhou. Let them use the teleportation passage. We can't care about expenses. If we are late, the foundation of the Bai family will be destroyed. Hurry and send the message. The Miao family members who followed were confused and had no idea what had just happened. Miao Sheng and Miao Jun looked at the woman entwined in vines, incredulously calling out Yuer and Mom. Yao Yu looked at the fear that could not be concealed in Miao Sheng's eyes and chuckled lightly. What are you calling for? Clearly, I am not human, and there is no way I could have human children. Miao Jun was picked up by me, and Miao Wei was born when you were drunk. I ate Miao Wei's real mother and left that girl behind, disguising her as my own. Feng Ji, hiding in a corner with Miao Wei and Miao Ku, was taken aback by these words. This was truly convoluted. However, Miao Wei's biological mother looked cautiously at Miao Wei's unchanged expression, and Feng Ji whispered, Are you okay? Meow tightly held Meow Wei's hand and said, Sister has always been here. Don't be sad. Meow Sheng trembled all over. Why? You're so much stronger than me. Why are you willing to stay with the Meow family? Yao Yu retracted all the vines, restoring her former charming appearance, and smiled. It's nothing. I probably got a bit tired of wandering the universe. At that time, you just happened to appear in my boring life. So I returned to the Meow family with you. Everything that followed was just on a whim. Considering how well you've treated me over the years, I won't kill you. Just roll away. But I want to kill you. The hatred for killing my mother will not be ignored. Meow Wei manifested a weapon and resolutely walked up to Yao Yu. Yao Yu was taken aback and then laughed heartily. You're also here, with your level. To kill me at this level. Have you lost your mind? And me. My mother's death is also related to you. So killing you doesn't depend on strength, but on our resolve to kill you. If you leave today, the universe is so vast, we may never meet again. Even if one day we gain strength, this matter will always be an unfulfilled regret. We are not afraid of dying. We fear our own cowardice. Miaoku also stepped forward with her sword. Yao Yu nodded in approval. Two responsible girls, much better than your father. Then I will fulfill your wish and let you meet your biological mother. Vines shot out, and Miao Wei and Miaoku struggled to block with their long swords. But under the immense pressure of the level difference, they were practically doomed. Feng Ji clenched his fist from the corner, watching these two fools, clearly walking to their deaths. This battle had nothing to do with him. Even if he went up, it would just mean one more death, so he decided not to intervene. Suddenly, they were struck down. Yao Yu merely waved her vines a few times, and the two fell to the ground, spitting blood, but still managed to cling to each other and rise again, continuing to fight. Time and again, for some unknown reason. Yao Yu did not deliver a fatal blow, but instead tortured them repeatedly. Feng Ji couldn't stand it anymore. He closed his eyes and rushed out. But the result was just turning two victims into three. In their desperate situation, the three gritted their teeth, unwilling to let go of their last breath. And finally, when they could no longer endure, they decided to give it one last shot, pouring all their strength into their spiritual power. Feng Ji's storm mutation ability. The sisters' fire fusion mutation ability were all pushed to the limit, but it was still far from enough. The consequences of going all out in a frenzy were that their spiritual power surged past the bottleneck, directly reaching the extreme. To others, it might seem absurd, but little did they know this was a strength gained at the cost of everything. They had reached the extreme in a short time, but it also caused significant damage to their talents. Even if they survived, they would likely be useless, just like Gene Xian back then. But at this moment, with their lives hanging by a thread, Veer rushed far away, and without anyone to rely on, they could only exhaust all their potential. Yao Yu was somewhat surprised, but the extreme did not equal the combined strength of 3 levels, especially since she was a much stronger evil beast than humans. She sneered, and with all her vines moving, it seemed she was ready to end the battle completely. Accompanied by 3 loud roars, a storm carrying blazing fireballs rushed over. Initially, the vines that came into contact were indeed burned away, but soon they were blocked by an increasing number of vines. Miao Wei's eyes dimmed. Is this all we can do? Enough! Yao Yu, that is my daughter. The previously silent Miao Sheng finally made his move, thrusting a regular sword imbued with level spiritual power forward. Yao Yu, however, smiled. Finally, I waited for you to make a move. The long sword and the vines pierced through each other's chests, and the two locked eyes at close range. Miao Sheng spat out a large mouthful of blood, realizing, so you were waiting for me to act all along. You were. If only you were human, how wonderful it would be. His gaze completely dimmed as his head drooped. Yao Yu smiled. Yes, so I choose to die together. Chapter 83. Veer, my eternal belief, Dad, shouted Miao Wei as she ran over. Miaoku remained calm. Her kinship with Miao Sheng had long been mostly erased by indifference. Miao Wei looked at Yao Yu transforming into a crystal core, watching her father fall to the ground. Tears streaming down her face, wondering what all this was for. From the moment she discovered Yao Yu's identity was problematic, she knew this family would eventually fall apart. She had prepared herself mentally for this, but seeing her heart, which she thought had grown cold, still hurt deeply. Not far away, Miao Jun was still alive. dazed and confused, not understanding why he, the only son of the Meow family, had become an adopted child, with his mother being an evil beast, and why he and his father had perished together. Yes, this is all a dream. As long as I wake up, everything will be fine, he thought, lying down on the ground, completely unable to accept reality. On Veer's side, she finally found the right place, standing above the maple forest, where the unusual aura had already conveyed clearly. Not far behind her, there was a spatial fluctuation. Veer frowned, realizing the Bai family had called for reinforcements, making things less enjoyable, as she might not necessarily be able to win now. Even if she could win, it would consume her accumulated divine power. But at present, the restrictions of this maple forest were imposed by the Bai family for generations, and even for humans, this was a terrifying force. It must be broken as soon as possible. If Shui Wuxian came out, the Bai family would not be a problem. Gritting her teeth, Veer tried to urge the divine powers within her body. Normally, urging one would be fine, but now she needed to use 3, using the laziness to weaken the restriction, gluttony to absorb energy, and finally jealousy to dismantle. Divine powers might not necessarily listen to her, but she had to give it a try. After a bit of communication, dark red, silver gray, and ink green divine power light spots floated in Veer's palm, but they clearly did not get along. And the oppressive aura all reflected back onto Veer. As Veer urged the divine powers, several figures in the battle hall sensed it and appeared in the grand hall. Ao Man frowned, waved his hand, and ice condensed into a large ice mirror, gradually revealing an image. A girl in a black robe with golden threads was quickly forming hand seals, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth as the 3 divine powers, in accordance with the divine seals, were exerting their respective abilities to erase the restrictions. While working, they did not forget to provoke and collide with each other. And all this pressure was laid upon Veer. Jealousy clenched its fists. What is this girl doing? Is she out of her mind? Tan Lan took a careful look at the place corresponding to the divine status. This was an ancient restriction. What was inside? Lan Duo stroked his chin and said, I remember that Dongzhou seems to be the place where the snow god fell. Could it be that this girl has discovered something? As soon as he finished speaking, not far behind Veer, the space twisted and a powerful aura descended, surrounding Veer with a group of human powerhouses. Without saying a word, as they landed, everyone attacked Veer. Dozens of psychic powers far exceeding her level slammed down on her. The 7 people's expressions darkened simultaneously, although they were worried. It was too late for them to rush over. Veer spat out a mouthful of blood again, and as she watched the psychic power descend, she showed no fear, instead lightly chuckling. Are you ready to repay for taking from others? Greedy ants. The restriction shattered, and she had reached her limit, letting her body fall. Veer closed her eyes. Boom! The combined attack of dozens was easily shattered. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, the entire maple forest turned into swirling white snow, enveloping Veer and suspending her in midair. In the densest gathering of snowflakes, a figure in white clothing with white hair materialized. The chains penetrating her body snapped one by one. With each chain that broke, someone from the Bai family exploded, turning into a sky full of blood-colored flowers. At the same time, the entire Dongzhou shook. The land frozen by years of accumulated snow began to crack, and civilians panicked, desperate, and crazily fled for their lives. But under the natural disaster, who could escape? Snow Wuxing stood silently in midair, ignoring all the wails, holding Veer in his arms, reaching out to gently wipe away the bright red at the corner of her mouth. His voice, as pleasant as clear snow, asked, "What's your name?" Opening her chaotic eyes, she softly replied, "Veer." The bare lips pressed against her forehead. "Veer, my eternal faith." A pure white frost flower appeared on Veer's forehead, gradually shrinking into a small mark, adding even more vibrancy to her already perfect face. As the mark fell, a massive faith surged in her body. Veer's withered divine power rapidly grew, and her pale complexion visibly reddened. Veer sprang up, waving her hand, creating a huge rift in space. Veer jumped up, grabbing Snow Wuxing's hand and laughing loudly. "Do you see it? My divine power has recovered a lot. Snow Wuxing, do you see it? Ha ha, I'm so happy." After a long time of loneliness and being ostracized, no one could understand how much security her strength gave her. The surprise of regaining it made even her unable to contain her joy. Snow whooshing smiled, allowing Veer to circle around him, feeling her happiness, and in his eyes. Besides the falling snow, there was an added figure of a girl. The 7 people outside the screen watched the girl's laughter, all silent. They had never seen such a Veer. Usually, when facing them, she was coldly sneering, mocking, or calm and indifferent. When had she ever shown such a smile? Just a mere demigod, and look how happy she is. If she is so pleased to gain a demigod's faith, would she be even happier to gain theirs? No, we cannot believe in her. If she recovers before us, who can keep her? Clear your thoughts, Aomen said coldly. Se Yu sneered. Don't worry, none of us are fools. I have my eye on Veer and will never let her go back. You have your eye on her? What are you? Jealousy sneered. Se Yu's pink eyes flashed with killing intent. Looking for death? Do you want me to help you? The two were about to tear into each other when there was movement in the video. It was Miao Ku, Miao Wei, and Feng Ji, all looking disheveled as they approached. Each had red eyes, full of tears. Veer was about to share her joy when she saw the 3 kneel simultaneously. Miao Ku choked. Veer, I know you're not an ordinary human. I beg you, please save everyone. The Bai family deserves to die, but there are too many innocent people in Dongzhou. They shouldn't be implicated. Miao Wei also said, Faithful Miao Wei, praying for the protection of the goddess of fate. Please save everyone. Feng Ji wiped away his tears. Faithful Feng Ji, praying for the goddess to save these innocent people. Veer was slightly taken aback, flying high. Looking at the entire Dongzhou, the land covered in snow was cracked and still collapsing. What was going on? This was far more serious than she had imagined. Snow whooshing caught up, calmly saying, Dongzhou is cursed by the snow god, which is why it is covered in snow all year round. As time passes, this curse has also been suppressed, but I am of the snow god's bloodline, equivalent to the snow god being reborn. The curse will worsen due to my divine power, and Dongzhou is going to be destroyed. Chapter 84. Aomen's divine status acknowledged. Veer's expression slightly changed. She didn't feel pity, but simply thought it shouldn't be like this. Since her birth, she had been an abominable existence, and before encountering fate, who had ever helped her? When she was about to give up on herself, she met Xiu's and fate. Thus, the current Veer was formed. She neither hated nor liked the beings around her. She had always maintained an indifferent attitude. If she wanted to save them now, she would have to give back the divine power she had just obtained. After all the trouble, what was she getting at? However, if she didn't save these humans, it would be as if they died because of her, making it seem like she owed them something. Veer stared blankly at the scene below, the despair of adults, the helplessness of children, and the prayers of her followers. The 7 in the battle hall were also paying attention. They were eager to see what choice Veer would make. If they had encountered such a situation in the past, they would have definitely saved them. Now, just not letting these despicable humans die was already showing mercy. Seeing the girl in the ice mirror sigh heavily, they already knew her choice. Jealousy scolded her for being useless. Stupid, what's the benefit of saving these people? You want to recover so badly, but in the end, you'll have nothing left. What are you after? For peace of mind. Baosher's mouth curled slightly. Veer is different from us, although a creature of the dark side. She is very pure. This is also why she attracts us. I would be surprised if she didn't save them. Jealousy muttered, Fine, if she wants to save them, then let her do as she wishes. Seeing Veer frown, Snow whooshing spoke, If you want to save them, I'll help you. Veer shook her head. No thanks. You've been suppressed for so many years. Your body is severely depleted, and this curse is also laid by your father, sharing the same source as your power. Even if you act, the result may not be good. I have my own way. Let us use poison against poison. Extending her palm, icy blue light began to gather in her hand. Veer's eyelids twitched. At a critical moment, don't let me down, help me out, and I'll be nicer to Aomen in the future. The icy blue light trembled, and an arrogant aura could not be concealed. Veer frowned. I'm giving you divine power. You're just a medium. As for making faces, what have I said while you inhabit my body? If you don't cooperate, don't ever come out again. The frequency of the light point's tremor visibly decreased, finally becoming motionless. Veer breathed a sigh of relief. The divine status in her body was not always obedient. Whether it would help her or not depended on its mood, which was really frustrating, having to endure this while nurturing these divine statuses. She shot a glance at the divine status and poured her divine power into it. The divine status shone brightly, enveloping the land of Dongzhou, and the cracked land began to freeze, gradually coming together. Miao Ku and the others were overjoyed, immediately rushing to rescue the refugees, looking up at the center of light in the sky, revealing big smiles. Veer was truly amazing, and their faith became even stronger. Choosing to use the proud divine status to freeze everything was a good idea to reduce casualties, but our divine status consumption is not something she can withstand. Se Yu teased. Just as Se Yu said, Veer was about to be drained. Relying on the divine light, the people below could not see her predicament, but the seven could see it clearly through the ice mirror. This girl was struggling in midair, covered in sweat, while Aomen's divine status floated around her, constantly absorbing the divine power in her body. Snow Wuxing frowned. This divine status is incomplete, yet so strong. It shows the strength of its master. You can't hold on. Don't push yourself. Veer nodded. I've done my best. It wouldn't be right to sacrifice myself. After saying that, she retracted the divine power she was outputting, but it couldn't be withdrawn. Veer was horrified. How could this happen? It's no longer under my control. Shui Wuxing's expression darkened slightly as he extended his hand to strike with divine power, only to be blocked by the divine essence. Vale spat out a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "Don't hit it. It'll transfer to me." The blood that was spat out was completely absorbed by the divine essence. Vale's face showed a strange expression as she said, "What exactly do you want? Do you plan to drain me dry?" The divine essence remained motionless, but its pulling force did not weaken. At this rate, she would soon become weak and fall into a deep sleep. Long live the Saintess. The Saintess is immortal. Long live the Saintess. The Saintess is immortal. Waves of sound came, and a massive surge of faith flowed into her body, replenishing her losses. Vale looked down in surprise and saw that, at some point, the survivors were all looking up at the sky, their hands in a praying position, chanting repeatedly, "Long live, immortal." This was the most extreme blessing that humanity could conceive. At this moment, directed at the Saintess who had saved them all, they felt deep gratitude and were willing to believe. Seeing Miauka and the others, who were smiling and mingling in the crowd, Vale understood the origin of faith. They were truly capable little ones. With such a vast supply of faith, she was ready to fight the divine essence. Sitting cross-legged, she meditated for a while, then opened her chaotic eyes, which looked like whirlpools or endless black holes. The thick, dark aura gathered along Vale's arms, intertwining and converging upon the divine essence, which suddenly trembled. At the same time, Aomen in the battle hall groaned softly, closed his eyes, and the divine power around him surged, becoming increasingly abundant. Bao, he exclaimed, "What is this? What could make Aomen recover so much?" Feeling the pulling force stop, Vale laughed loudly. "Little thing, did you really think I couldn't deal with you? Do you submit or not?" The divine essence trembled even more violently, showing signs of madness, and with a loud bang, it exploded under Vale's increasingly triumphant gaze. Vale froze. It exploded? How could the divine essence be so fragile? How would she explain this to Aomen when she went back? What if this crazy thing killed her? Just as she was lost in thought, from the place of the explosion, many ice blue light spots gathered into a torrent, rushing into Vale's eyes without giving her a chance to resist. Vale covered her eyes and cursed. "Damn it, that hurts. What is this?" Everything happened extremely quickly. Shui Wuxing snapped back to reality and hurriedly helped Vale up, only to be stunned when he saw her eyes. Vale felt that, after the pain, there was a cooling sensation, and she quickly took out a mirror from her spatial device. "What the hell? Why do my eyes look like Aomen's? They've turned ice blue. Where did the divine essence go?" Shui Wuxing speculated. "You used lower divine power." Vale waved her hand casually, and a massive ice spike shot out 1,000 meters. "How is this possible? It's actually ice attribute? How did my divine power change?" Vale said in disbelief. Shui Wuxing laughed. "Vale, congratulations. Although I don't know how you obtained this divine essence, It has completely recognized you as its master. From now on, it belongs to you, and no one can take it away. Your own divine power is still there. It has just added the abilities of this divine essence's master. Veil remained silent for a long time as she digested this fact. Logically, this was a good thing, but the premise was that the master of the divine essence was not present. How would she face Aomen now? Chapter 85. From now on, Veil is my divine essence. With her heart in turmoil, she was unaware that everything was seen by the 7 people. The atmosphere in the battle hall was tense. Apart from Aomen, the other 6 were puzzled. They had never heard of a divine being still existing while the divine essence recognized another as its master. Veil was truly bizarre. The divine essence was the most basic thing for a divine being. Without a divine essence, one could not be considered a divine being. They were trapped now because they had lost their divine essences. They had hoped the girl would restore the divine essence. But who would have thought that hope would turn to nothing? They didn't need to gloat, as Aomen's fate might be theirs as well. Lan Duo pondered for a moment and asked, Aomen, how do you feel? Very good. The divine power is surging back to life. If this continues, a full recovery is not impossible. Lan Duo chuckled. As expected, your divine essence hasn't shattered, nor has it recognized that girl as its master, but rather, Aomen interjected. It sensed the hope of recovery and actively recognized its master. My divine soul was already within her, allowing the divine essence to deeply integrate with Veil's origin. From now on, Veil is my divine essence. Incredible. What could attract the divine essence like this? Since your divine essence has entered her origin, you must be able to see her. What exactly is this girl? Bao Yi asked curiously. When the universe first opened, it distinguished between clear and turbid chi. This is the origin of a universe. The 2 chi are devoid of spirit, hence the birth of divine beings to manage heaven and earth. Clear chi nourishes the universe, while turbid chi accumulates filth. The universe instinctively repels turbid chi and suppresses dust. Veil, I saw her being born in turbid chi. What? You saw her born in turbid chi? That's impossible. Turbid chi is devoid of spirit, let alone giving birth to life. Even if she were to be born miraculously, she would be crushed by the universe immediately. Bao Yi rebutted, as this contradicted his understanding. Aomen said coldly, then how do you explain that she has no soul? Any living being must have a soul. Even we have divine souls. She is the accumulation of turbid chi, hence soulless. The fact that she can restore the divine essence is itself a fantasy. There is no other explanation but turbid chi. The origin remembers her beginning. I won't mistake the girl born from turbid chi. Bao Yi was left speechless, unable to refute further, his expression somewhat unsightly. If that were true, how much suffering had she endured to survive? Bao Shi closed his fingers, his expression ambiguous. If that's the case, then the universe where she was born must be doing everything possible to make her disappear. How did she survive? And why, apart from her eyes, does she have no sense of dirtiness? After enduring so much, why does she persist in wanting to go back? Tan Lan frowned and said, I think this should be related to fate. Fate, like clear and turbid chi, has no entity but has spirit. Looking at her faith, if she was saved by fate, then it makes sense. It can block the constant threats from the universe, something even divine beings cannot do. Lan Duo sighed, regardless of what it is. We don't want her to leave, so let's not mention the past anymore. I see that girl has suffered a lot. Every time we mention the past, her emotions aren't good. No one refuted this. They were just curious and didn't insist on digging up old wounds. After staying in the Eastern continent for a few more days, Miao Wei urged Veil to return to the Holy See as soon as possible. Veil, I will guard the Miao family in the Eastern continent from now on. I will forge a platform for you and help you collect faith. But you need to leave quickly. The commotion is too great and has already attracted the attention of the Star Guardians. Miao Ku was shocked. The Star Guardians want to interfere with the Eternal Star? Are they going to confront the Holy See? Who knows? The Star Guardians are a dominant force in the stars. No other power can compete with the Holy See. With such a big incident, if anything unfavorable to Veil is discovered, we won't be able to protect her at all. Veil nodded. I will go back immediately. Are you no longer going to be a clergyman? Miao Wei smiled, yes. Many young masters from big families become clergymen for training. As long as they leave before becoming a bishop, the Holy See won't interfere. With my father gone, the Miao family needs someone to watch over it. Thank you for helping us smooth over the backlash of mental power. Now, I am a genuine level mental mutant. I am naturally worthy of being the head of the Miao family, but don't worry, my faith in you will not wane. Once things settle down, you can come to the Eastern continent to find me and play together. Vale smiled lightly. Congratulations on finding what you should be doing. Not everyone can steadfastly walk their own path. Goodbye, my faithful Miao Wei. They came as 4 and returned as 5. One Miao Wei was missing, but there was an additional little cat in Shui Wuxing. The striking white hair was quite noticeable, so Vale simply used divine power to change it to a normal black color, but the snow-like eyes could not be concealed. However, it didn't matter. No one could stick their eyes close to look. With so many humans around, some oddities were quite common. Shui Wuxing also learned to convert divine power into mental power like Vale, maintaining it at a war level. Miao Ku watched with twitching eyelids, wondering just how powerful this was, as no one could gauge it accurately. Quickly returning to the Vatican, Veer felt a little anxious as she brought both a large and a small one back to the war hall. As for Fengji Miao, he went directly to find Jean Xin, who was studying in the priest hall, intending to show off his level. At the entrance of the war hall, Veer felt a bit guilty thinking about the shattered divine status, and she sneakily entered with the two of them. Seeing no one around, she breathed a sigh of relief. This is the war hall. I live on the 7th floor, and you'll live there too. Once I have the Fate Sanctuary, we can move out. Little Miao nodded repeatedly, saying it was fine wherever she was, as long as she could be with her big brother and the Holy Maiden. Shui Wuxing remained silent, watching her back, her eyes trembling. Veer felt uneasy and stiffened her neck, saying, Ahem, the stairs are over there. You take little Miao up first. After a moment of silence, Shui Wuxing nodded and led little Miao upstairs. Veer took a deep breath, put on a fake smile, and turned back to say, Why are you all back? To welcome me back safely? Jealousy replied playfully, It's good to come back safely, but you brought someone back again. Do you think the war hall is an orphanage? Well, isn't our Vatican kind to others? I'm the Holy Maiden of the Vatican. And isn't it natural to help those in need? The war hall is so big, and since you don't live on the 7th floor, you don't need to worry. They won't disturb you. Once I accumulate enough merit, we will move out. Se Yu said unhappily. It seems we are very disliked by Veer. How long has it been? And you've already thought everything through for the future. You are indeed annoying, but I'm quite happy to have you around. It's different from being with the believers. Maybe it's because I have a place to rely on. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. In any case, as long as you don't disrupt my return to my own universe, even if you are fallen gods, I will help you. How about that? Isn't this a united front? Just don't act strange towards me in the future. Chapter 86. We're the 7 sin gods who told you we are fallen gods? Lan Duo's blue eyes fixed on Veer, rare seriousness breaking through their usual laziness. Veer rolled her eyes. Stop pretending. I didn't believe I would meet 7 gods before. I was accidentally fooled by you. The descendants of gods aren't like you. And just look at how you and Shui Wuxing are not similar at all. The divine statues sealed by the Vatican are just you, one by one. You treat me like a fool. If it weren't for a friend telling me about the duality of gods, I would have been sold by you and still happily running around. Bowsher's silver-gray eyes flickered slightly. A friend? That friend of Veer must be very knowledgeable. The matter of duality in gods is not widely circulated even among gods. I would really like to meet this friend. What are you doing? Want to kill to silence? Don't think about it. I won't say anything. He said fallen gods are those whose good side is completely destroyed, facing all beings with their evil side. No wonder your aura always makes me uncomfortable. However, there is some difference. At least you aren't the kind of fallen beings I imagined. I have no conflict with you. Good and evil have nothing to do with me. I just want to return to my universe. If you help me, I'll help you. Whether or not you are fallen gods doesn't matter, as long as you won't harm me. Tan Lan's lips curled into a cold smile, diminishing the usual friendliness. Fallen gods are those who willingly fall from grace, no longer bearing the responsibilities of being gods, whereas we are not fallen gods. We are the 7 sin gods. Sin gods? What is that? Veer asked in surprise. Ao Man said coldly. You don't need to know. Why not open your eyes? Her thoughts interrupted. Veer's heart skipped a beat. I am used to keeping my eyes closed. It doesn't delay anything. You all are busy. I'll go upstairs first. As she turned to leave, her body was restrained in Ao Man's embrace, pinching her chin and saying, Open your eyes. Veer shook her head frantically. It was a joke. They are gods, and what happened to her divine status must be obvious. If they knew her divine status was taken by her, wouldn't they strangle her? But her resistance was evidently ineffective. Ao Man repeated, Open your eyes. And the words of a god are always hard to resist. The two pairs of identical ice blue eyes met, coldness spreading from their feet. At that moment, they couldn't perceive Veer at all. If they didn't use their eyes to see, they would probably think only Ao Man was there. Their breaths completely merged, indistinguishable from one another. The girl in front of him held a significance that surpassed everything. He lowered his head and kissed her cherry blossom red lips. The power of the divine status radiating from Veer's body, nourishing his divine soul. The long-lost essence finally found its origin. And Ao Man's instincts made him eager for more. He gripped Veer's waist, kissing more forcefully. Veer's eyes widened. What was he doing? With so many people watching, was he going to put on a big show right here? The resistance was sensed, and the 6 colors of divine status acted simultaneously with a bang, sending Ao Man crashing back, shattering a chair as he steadied himself, frowning at her. Veer wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth, scowling. Are you sick? If you're in heat, go find a goddess. I'm not interested in males. If you keep this up, I'll want to be polite. I've already started to rise. Can't you tell? With your divine power looking so weak. You want to be my match for long. At that time, you'll see. Each of you is in such a miserable state and still thinking about women. Truly contemptible. Your divine status, I don't know how this happened. Let me study it, and I'll find a way to return it to you. Veer gave Ao Man a sidelong glance before quickly running upstairs. Lan Duo laughed lightly. Our divine statuses are protecting her. This girl's future is really hard to estimate. Bao Shi snorted coldly. It's really annoying. Clearly, I didn't take advantage. So why am I being lumped together with you? Jealousy sneered. You can't wait to be lumped together with us, right? Have you forgotten how you treated her last time? That girl probably hates you to the bone. Bao Shi recalled his loss of control, his expression turning cold as he got up to leave. Veer returned to her room, and not long after, someone knocked on the door. Could it be Jean Xin returning? That group usually just appears directly in her room and has never been so polite. Opening the door, she saw was Bao Shi, and Veer's expression cooled. What do you want? Bao Shi's face was uncharacteristically awkward as he stammered. About last time. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I just couldn't control my rage. Surprised that Bao Shi would apologize, Veer softened her expression, considering him somewhat sensible. Curiously, she asked, You said you couldn't control it. Why? Bao Shi sighed. Let us talk inside. If you're willing to help us, you should know some things. Veer led him into the room, and after Bao Shi sat down, he said, The 7 virtues refer to us. The Vatican has always believed in the 7 virtue gods. Veer's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Integrity, charity, justice, courage, temperance, tolerance, hope. How are you like that? What is wrong with you? Bao Shi shook his head. That was our original selves. Now we are the 7 sin gods, which are wrath, greed, gluttony, pride, envy, sloth, and lust. Fallen gods completely abandoned the responsibilities of gods, acting on their whims. Such gods can no longer be considered gods, but rather closer to demons. They lack self-restraint. Their divine souls have fallen, and they do not live long. However, while sin gods have also shattered their good sides, they have not fallen. They still bear the responsibilities of gods. In the past, we controlled the 7 virtues of life, but now, Veer gasped. Now you control the 7 negative aspects of life. But that is not a good thing. The weight of an entire universe is on your shoulders, so sometimes you may lose control. Yes, we are forced into this. We don't want to live like this forever. Our divine bodies were suppressed by the Vatican into divine statues, and our divine souls were also sealed. We escaped our seals, transforming into human forms to tear apart the body seals. But the Vatican's holy sanctuary on the 7th floor is too thickly sealed for us to enter with our current selves. There is really no way until we encountered your reborn divine status, giving us hope. Veer murmured, "How long have you been sealed?" Bowsher replied calmly, "I can't remember. Probably for 1,000,000 years." Veer's heart tightened as she recalled her own days of desperation, the darkness of suppression and her days of having no one to rely on. Which was worse? It was hard to say. Your God's essence. I will find a way to approach it and see if I can weaken the seal. The remaining divine essence is in my body. How will you retrieve it to restore your divine power? He stood up and held Wei Er in his arms. His deep purple eyes darkened, and he said, extremely close to Wei Er, "You are so smart. You should understand. Can we do this?" Chapter 87. The Star Guard come knocking. Wei Er suddenly realized that it wasn't just desire. There's nothing wrong with it. Since you are gods, let's cultivate our divine powers together. This is a win-win situation. We will both recover. Seeing no trace of hesitation in the girl's eyes, he felt somewhat defeated. But it was okay. She didn't understand now, so let time teach her. He kissed her slightly parted lips, controlling his rage to avoid hurting Wei Er, tore open the divine robe, and gazed at the beautiful sight, his deep purple eyes gradually turning unfathomable. Gently stroking her, he said, "If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me." Without further hesitation, he indulged in this beauty. In pain, Wei Er let out a muffled groan. Didn't this bastard understand how uncomfortable it was? What good would it do to say it out loud? It took a long time for Wei Er to recover, gradually sinking into the fusion of divine powers. When Wei Er released her divine power, Bao Yi's divine essence seized the opportunity to rush into Wei Er's source. Wei Er covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Again?" Bao Yi, however, was not surprised, softly soothing her. "Don't be afraid. It won't hurt you." When she lowered her hand from her eyes, Wei Er's pupils had already transformed into purple. Bao Yi smirked, completely letting go of his hands and feet, cherishing the girl beneath him who completely belonged to him. The dark purple divine power surged higher and higher, enveloping the entire battle hall with its pressure. Little Miao trembled, feeling an uncontrollable urge to kneel, while Shui Wuxing's snow-white eyes dimmed slightly. So this was their relationship. No wonder Wei Er possessed their divine essence. Naturally, others felt it too. Se Yu gritted his teeth. He really has means. That girl is too eager to recover. She refused cultivating divine powers together. Baosher said coldly, "Jealousy? I have no virtue of sharing. Right now, we are in a disgraceful situation, and any thoughts we have are in vain. When the day of recovery comes, if you want her, then come and compete. What you said is just nonsense. Who would want that girl? If it weren't for the fact that I really want to crush you." Se Yu's pink eyes were filled with displeasure. Tan Lan, do you have that strength? The door was pushed open, and Jean Exon, with beads of sweat on his forehead, rushed in, saying, "Where's Wei Er?" The Star Guards have found the Pope. They said Wei Er is not human and wants to take her away. Ao Man frowned. "What happened?" Jean Xin said worriedly. The commotion in the eastern continent was too great. When Wei Er was returning, the Star Guards had already arrived at the scene, forcing the shattered eastern continent to merge. This power was too much. The entire eastern continent has become the holy land of the Pope Saintus, and the Star Guards began investigating Wei Er's origins. However, they lost the trail at the Moonfall Star. They suspect Wei Er is not human and want to take her back for investigation. Take her back? Do they think we're dead? Jealousy mocked. Ao Man's light brain had some movement, and after looking, he said, "The Pope has ordered us to take Wei Er and the eastern continent people to the Holy Temple. Then let us go. I knew it wouldn't be so easy to pass through unnoticed." Wei Er, Bao Yi, and Shui Wuxing took little Miao and went downstairs together. He patted Jean Xin on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. The trip to the eastern continent has gathered too many believers. My faith is almost unbroken. You should know I'm different from before." Jean Xin took a deep breath and smiled. "Congratulations." Wei Er smiled back. "Congratulations to you too. Why not take this opportunity to see if the Pope can grant me the Temple of Destiny and save the entire eastern continent? It will be too embarrassing if the Holy See doesn't express anything." Ao Man reminded. Don't underestimate the Star Guards. The fact that they can dominate in this era shows that their backing is strong. Wei Er chuckled. It's not that I underestimate them. After I became the goddess of destiny, all I see are things of the divine level. I generally don't bother thinking about the rest. If you annoy me, I'll just push you away. How long have I been holding back since coming to the stars? I finally recovered a bit, so of course, I have to stand tall. Even if the Star Guard are backed by gods, I'm only wary, so why should I be timid? Leaving a few people with a huff, she swaggered ahead towards the holy temple. Baosher's silver-gray eyes were full of smiles. So cute. Lan Duo nodded. I agree. The few of them followed closely. There were quite a few people in the holy temple, similar to when they first met Wei Er, but in the center of the main hall, there were two men and women dressed in red starry battlesuits. The woman looked very familiar to Wei Er, recalling slightly, wasn't he this Yu Yin, whom she had met once on the Moonfall Star, the foolish human targeted by A.O. Man? The man beside her was quite good-looking, with a cold and handsome face. As soon as Wei Er entered, her gaze fell on him. The 7 archbishops, along with Wei Er, Jin Xian, and others, entered the holy temple in a large group, attracting everyone's attention. The screen inside the hall was playing the current situation in the Eastern continent. The houses had not yet been fully built, but there were statues of Wei Er everywhere, with many civilians surrounding her statues, praying. In the video, a child asked, Grandma, who is this? The elder smiled and said, This is the Holy Maiden of the Holy Sea, the benefactor of the entire Eastern continent, and the one you should believe in. The Holy Maiden has given us all hope. Wei Er smiled modestly and said, Oh, I didn't do much. It sounded a bit embarrassing. Your Holiness, do you think this merit is enough for me to get a palace all to myself? Am I not a saintess? It's quite inconvenient to always live with the archbishops of the battle hall. Priest Ling Bai, Archbishop Se Yu, guardian of the Holy Temple Chunyan, and all the familiar faces of Wei Er couldn't help but smile. This girl has always been interesting. Still asking for a palace. Do you know your situation? Who are you? Be honest, or once you enter the headquarters, you'll suffer. The atmosphere in the Holy Temple changed. The vast majority of people's expressions turned unfriendly. The saintess is the face of the Holy See. A mere Star Guards captain dares to be so rude? Wei Er played with her fingers, casually clicking her tongue. Shui Wuxing's war-level mental power shot out, startling Yu Yin, while the man beside her blocked. Shui Wuxing's expression was flat, and his mental power directly rose to disaster level. Uffed! Yu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown 5 meters away, collapsing on the ground, unconscious. Yiming did not look at Yu Yin, staring at Shui Wuxing. Are you provoking the Star Guards? Wei Er replied, speechlessly. He doesn't like to talk. I'm answering for him. This is not provocation, it's just protecting my master. You know very well who spoke first in disdain. I am the saintess of the Holy See. She is just a mere captain, barking orders. Are you trampling the Holy Sea's face into the ground? I'm very curious. Are there many idiots like you in the Star Guards? Yiming remained silent for a moment and said, transitioning from war level to disaster level is not something normal humans do. Also, your power to protect the Eastern continent is very strange, and your origins are unclear. The Star Guards have the responsibility to protect the stability of the universe. You are classified as an unstable factor and need to return to headquarters for a detailed investigation. Chapter 88. If you can take me away. Yu Wen Wei Er laughed. When did I ever say I was a normal human? Can a normal human become the saintess of the Holy See? Don't bring up useless things like unstable factors. The Holy See is a place that gathers faith, and faith can give rise to any material and power. That itself is inherently unstable. To be precise, the existence of the Holy See itself is a byproduct of the accumulation of faith, and I am a work of art that naturally arises at a certain node from this accumulation. The Holy See acknowledges my identity. Is it because of how strong I am? No, it's simply because the saintess was meant to be born. My existence is the inevitable result of the convergence of the 7 virtues and destiny. If you want to take me away, it goes against the faith of the Holy See, which concerns the friendship between the Star Guards and the Holy See. Sir, have you really thought this through? Yiming's expression remained unchanged. I am not a believer. Your persuasion is useless to me. The duty of the star guards is to protect the stars. If you have issues, you must accept investigation. Defiance is to go against the current. It's quite difficult to deceive you. You have a strong sense of self-awareness. But there's still a way. Vale clapped her hands and said, "If you don't agree with what I said, let us put it another way. You believe that the duty of the Star Guardians is to protect the galaxy, which means you think your actions represent the will of this universe." Yiming shook his head. "I don't think I can replace the will of the universe, but at least what the Star Guardians do is for protection. If the universe truly has a will, then I believe it would stand on our side." A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the 7 archbishops. How dare an ant speak of the heavens? Vale smiled and said, "Is that so? I am the holy maiden of the church, and our church is also benevolent. I believe the universe stands behind me. How about we give it a try? If the universe wants me to follow you, then I will comply. How about that?" The Pope's aged eyes moved slightly, not voicing any objections, but some people couldn't sit still and were suppressed by the Pope. Vale is the holy maiden of the church. She has the right to decide her own fate. The holy maiden represents the 7 virtues, and no one can speak carelessly. Yiming's expression darkened slightly. "How will you try?" "Very simple. I'll let you see the will of heaven." Vale turned and walked out. Yiming immediately followed, and the others also left the holy temple with the Pope, watching as Vale stepped into the void, walking step by step into the air. She smiled at everyone, opened her enchanting purple eyes, looking down from above, casually saying, "If you can take me away, consider it a win." The sky quickly darkened, purple lightning gathered, and thorns of lightning wrapped densely around Vale, quickly turning the area into a forbidden ground for living beings. The slender girl in the divine robe raised her hand, lifting a pool of purple lightning, the purple lightning flowers blooming behind her, the explosive power distorting the nearby space. Compared to the Star Guardians, this holy maiden is the one acting on behalf of heaven. Do you believe it? No matter how calm Yiming was, he couldn't withstand the visual and spiritual shock, his pupils shaking. Why? Why does a mere level have such power? This was also the voice of most people, looking at everything in shock, confused, while the Pope tightened his grip on the scepter, staring intently at Vale, as if trying to discern something. Vale looked down with pity. "Your eyes are different from the eyes of the Kohen. What you see is naturally different. Among humans, you are quite strong, but that is only among humans. Your birth, thoughts, and experiences limit your understanding. With just you, you cannot take me away. Go back. I look forward to meeting stronger individuals among your Star Guardians." Yiming took a deep breath and said, "I want to give it a try." He stepped forward slowly, reaching out to touch the very edge of the lightning. In the blink of an eye, all his protection shattered, his skin damaged, spreading across his entire body. Vale raised an eyebrow, still so stubborn. "If you die here, I will have trouble. You're so young. Why are you so headstrong? I'll send you a ride, Seal." She waved her hand. Ice blue frost froze Yiming, and the lightning transformed into a long whip. Vale gave it a fierce crack go, just like flicking a top. The large ice block shot into the atmosphere in an instant. Jean X's mouth twitched. "Very good. Saved a trip. Let us bring you Yin out," he said. "Holy maiden, you've left one behind." Vale smiled oddly. "Male and female treatment cannot be the same. Let us change one." This time, the lightning transformed into a prison, the frost into a long whip, similarly sending the person flying. Is the lightning a prison? Is the person still alive? Jean Xin thought to himself. With her divine power reined in, Vale also didn't land, meaningfully looking towards the 7th layer of the Holy Temple. Unexpectedly, since the divine authority became hers, she didn't feel that kind of heart-pounding sensation when using divine power in the temple. The difference between this and before lies in the recognition of divine authority. Thus, the church is probably not targeting the gods, but those who are close to godhood. This is also why she dared to expose herself. If you don't want the child, you can't trap the wolf. She just wanted to see what was going on in this church. It's a saying that the skilled dare greatly, and that's exactly her. Relying on the continuous belief in the Eastern continent, she has become increasingly unconcerned. The Pope spoke. The Holy Maiden is protected by the 7 virtues, possessing the great power of the 7 virtues. To save the Eastern continent alone is an immeasurable merit. Enough to have a holy maiden hall, independent of the battle hall. Vale quickly descended and loudly said, "It's the hall of destiny, not the holy maiden hall." The red-robed archbishop stepped forward, displeased. "You are the holy maiden of the church. How can you call it destiny with such a taboo term? This won't do. Why can't it?" Vale replied, "If it weren't for destiny, would I have fallen to the church and become the holy maiden? And the temple is just a title. You can't be afraid of just a word, right? What wrongs have you done? In any case, I'm not afraid." The red-robed archbishop was so angry that his beard twitched. You are presumptuous. Don't think that just because you have the power of the 7 virtues, you can act recklessly. Don't think you are special. The archbishop of the battle hall, with 7 people obtaining the 7 powers, is much stronger than you. Vale sighed in disappointment. The battle hall is still more powerful. 7 people got 7 powers, and I can't do it. It's just one person who got all 7. The 7 powers danced playfully in her elegant hands, causing the red-robed archbishop to choke, staring in horror. "Pope, am I seeing things? Am I seeing things? Someone speak." The other red-robed archbishops also gathered around, all with incredulous expressions. The Pope firmly stated, "Let it be called the Hall of Destiny." Quickly changed the sign of the building next to the battle hall. "Vale, come in with me alone." The others disperse. Vale was overjoyed. "Jean Exon, you go supervise. Change to a super large sign. The more extravagant, the better. Just take the star coins from the battle hall. Once it's done, you take Shui Wuxing and the little cat over and also call Miao Kafu." Jean Exon was also very happy, saying, "Don't worry. I'll make sure to pick a super extravagant one." Vale grinned, swaggering along with the Pope into the Holy Temple. Chapter 89. The Truth of the Battle of the Gods. You have seen the gods. The Pope spoke affirmatively. Vale nodded. "I have seen them. Otherwise, where would the power come from? I don't quite understand. The church should exist for the gods. So what is your attitude now?" What a bold attitude. Knowing that the church suppresses the gods, yet daring to directly expose and question. Do you think that even the gods have fallen? And a mere person borrowing a bit of divine power can do anything? Aren't you afraid of death? I was afraid once. Later, when I had a life of freedom, I began to be afraid again. You say I'm arrogant, and that is true because I have the capital to be arrogant. Do you think I can have a relationship with the gods for no reason? The Pope gazed at Vale for a long time. Indeed, you are not an ordinary human. Or rather, you're also a god. Without divine authority, you cannot freely use divine power in the church. Well, now that it has come to this, what do you want to do? To rescue the physical bodies of the 7 gods? Vale was genuinely curious. I say, Your Holiness, what exactly is your attitude? I can't grasp you. At first, I thought you suppressed the gods, opposing them. But having divine authority means you can use divine power in the church, which makes me think you are still on the side of the gods. Perhaps you have some unspoken difficulties? The Pope remained silent for a long time. Do you think I know nothing? The 7 from the battle hall correspond to the abilities of the 7 gods, and they just happen to be gathered in the church. Am I a fool? Vale was shocked. You know they are. At first, I didn't know, but later they appeared one by one, and they were so exceptional. How could I not know? I was very happy that the 7 could break free from the seal when I was the Pope. Seeing Vale confused, the Pope stood up and said, "Come with me." Above the 5th floor of the Holy Temple, only the Pope can go up. Usually, the Pope resides on the 6th floor. When Vale followed him up to the 6th floor, the people in the Holy Temple widened their eyes. Apart from the Pope and the red-robed archbishops, no one had ever ascended to the 6th floor, but Vale went up. Not only did she reach the 6th floor, but she even entered the most top-level forbidden area, naturally unseen by others. The 7th floor was no different from other places, except for a pure black door filled with a dark aura that stood out. Vale frowned. What a filthy aura. Did you seal them to protect their divine forms? The door was made by the church, but this filth was not. Vale suddenly realized, are you relying on the seal to protect their bodies from being corrupted? The Pope, with a face full of wrinkles, said somewhat dejectedly, yes. There is only so much the Holy See can do. Even if misunderstood, it doesn't matter. First comes the God of 7 virtues, then the Holy See. We must remember that we are believers of the 7 virtues. What exactly happened, and why is there talk of misunderstanding? The Pope sighed deeply. As if wanting to release all the pent-up emotions from his heart, the story begins with the War of the Gods. At that time, this universe was newly born, and the gods ruled the heavens and the earth, caring for every living being. However, the gods were too pure and kind, endlessly satisfying their followers, which led to beings with inherently evil natures developing thoughts of wanting to replace the gods. Thus began the war between the gods and their followers. Even though faith was severed and followers betrayed, the gods remained the darlings of the universe. The war, which could be described as apocalyptic, caused heavy losses on both sides. Some gods, at the cost of their own return to the void, cursed all beings in this world, were suddenly realized, so that is how this world came to be, with endless evil beasts emerging. Yes, as long as living beings harbor malice, the evil beasts will be infinite. This is the curse of the gods. During that great battle, only the 7 gods of the 7 virtues did not take action, and no followers betrayed them. But for both sides, who were blinded with rage and resentment at the time, the gods of the 7 virtues became the greatest sinners because they did not participate in the battle, making them the targets for both sides to vent their anger. Some gods returned to the void, while others willingly fell into depravity, becoming fallen gods. Coupled with all the beings filled with hatred, they judged the 7 virtues as guilty and placed the name of guilty gods upon them. We remained silent for a moment and then sarcastically remarked, "How tragic. The gods were born from faith, and if all beings label them as guilty, their divine essence will shatter." The Pope's tears streamed down. Yes, even if there are still followers, they cannot withstand the resentment of the vast majority of beings in the universe, many of whom are even fallen gods. Later, the divine essence of the gods of the 7 virtues gradually shattered, with their good sides collapsing and their evil sides driving them to seek revenge. At that time, the Holy See did not want to see the gods they worshipped dissipate after fighting with their enemies. So they united to sever all faith, suppressing and sealing them when the gods were at their weakest, seeing that the gods of the 7 virtues were also betrayed by their followers. Both sides stopped attacking the Holy See. The Holy See was able to breathe, guarding the 7 virtues for generations. Yet they no longer dared to openly declare their belief in the gods, hence the current Holy See of the 7 virtues. After hearing the entire sequence of events, we could only laugh. Indeed, in this world, it seemed that the bad people lived more comfortably. The 7 virtues did nothing wrong, but after such a long seal, how could they be as free as those fallen gods? What a grand dark fairy tale. I know you have a close relationship with them, but remember not to say that the Holy See has not betrayed. The several lords are far from recovery, and if discovered, they could very likely be attacked again by the fallen gods. In today's Holy See, apart from this Pope and the Cardinal, no one knows the truth. It has long been a mix of fish and dragons, no longer the original Holy See. We would rather bear the label of betrayers than let the lords repeat the mistakes of the past. You are so special, and the lords care about you. I hope. Stop. Don't hold any hopes for me. I can guarantee that I won't harm them, but nothing else. My relationship with them is not as close as you imagine. The Pope's eyes showed an inexplicable expression. You can use their divine power, which already indicates many things. I wouldn't dare meddle in the affairs of the lords. Saying this to you is just to prevent the truth of the Holy See being buried for countless generations. Go back, keep enhancing your power, and in the future, when you are in the Holy See, you can unleash your potential. The Holy See will never be detrimental to you at any time. I hope to see you help the lords break the seal while I'm still alive. We reached out to touch the black door, and the black smoke instinctively gathered towards her body. Disgusted, she tore through the smoke and threw out a sentence. I'll find a way. She then left the temple down the stairs. Outside the temple, taking a deep breath of fresh air, she shook off her gloomy thoughts, wanting to think of something good. With the Pope's promise from now on, the development of the Temple of Fate would be the top priority. Once the Temple of Fate is developed, returning to her own old nest would be a matter of minutes. Who cares about their sins or not? Thinking of this, her mood improved significantly. Chapter 90. The Temple of Fate primarily focused on fearlessness. As she walked towards the war hall, she saw the Temple of Fate next door. with a plaque that was more than 3 times larger than that of the war hall. Whereas good mood peaked. She walked past the war hall with a beaming face and entered her own temple of fate. Inside the temple, Jin Xian, Miao, Ke, and Feng Ji were busy tidying up the decorations, while Shui Wuxian quietly stood aside, acting as a vase, and the little cat was joyfully running around. Upon seeing Weir return, everyone stopped their work and smiled broadly. Miao Ke showed 2 little dimples and said, "Weir, congratulations on having your own temple of fate. In just over half a year, I really can't believe you achieved it so quickly. Of course, just look at who I am. All right, since you're all here, I'll say a few words. From now on, I'll live on the 7th floor, with the 3rd floor as a place for believers of fate to pray, and the 4th to 6th floors for you to live in. In the future, if the believer's faith is pure enough, they can be invited into the temple. You can continue working in the Holy See or not. No one will cause trouble. If anyone gossips, just say the Pope allows the Temple of Fate to be fully autonomous. The divine robes will be uniformly changed to black and silver. Your work in the Temple of Fate is very simple. Just go out and develop believers. Any method will do. If I absorb enough faith from the believers you gather, you can draw your own blessings of fate from me." Feng Ji, with eyes full of interest, asked, "Draw blessings of fate? What kind of blessings are there?" We chuckled. "As long as you dare to think, there will definitely be. As faith gathers, you can equate me with taboos. Improve mental strength, awaken mutated abilities, extend lifespan, or even peek into your future or past, or have eternal beauty." Looking at the astonished eyes of the others, Weir's gaze darkened slightly. "Don't get too excited. I can do it, but you must exchange your own contributions for it. I'm not that kind of benevolent God who will endlessly grant requests simply because they are made. As the goddess of fate, I believe in fairness. You help me collect faith, and I will return blessings to you. Compared to being believers, this is more like a transaction with no way back. When your fate is blessed, certain rewrites will occur. I'll be upfront. If one day you no longer believe, or if this belief changes in nature, then everything you have received will gradually be reclaimed, and your deviated fate will be corrected again. Do you understand?" They all nodded, indicating they understood. We waved her hand, and each of them received an empty crystal ball. The crystal ball can gather faith, and the day it is filled will be when you can draw blessings. At that time, come find me. As for how to make believers have faith, that depends on your means. Hire with star coins or brainwash them to submit. As long as there is faith, it doesn't matter. Our Temple of Fate is all about fearlessness, employing various methods. The expressions on their faces were strange. While it was not surprising for Weir to say such things, they felt like they had entered some kind of pyramid scheme. Weir had plenty of divine robes. In the original universe, her followers all wore these, exuding high status. The material was unknown, but the black and silver robes looked like the universe's stars were worn on the body, shimmering with silver light. Wearing them felt cool, comfortable, and of high quality. Much better than the original Holy CES. Once they changed, everyone was quite excited, seeing that Weir had no more to say. They continued to arrange the decorations in the temple. Shui Wuxian and the little cat had also changed, and upon seeing the smaller version of the divine robe, the little cat was extremely excited, thinking it wouldn't fit since it was small, but unexpectedly, it had one too. Weir proudly raised the corners of her mouth. Of course, there has to be one for children. In the past, my followers ranged from young to old. All age groups were included. Really? Then Weir must have been quite impressive. We all really want to see the Weir of her prime. Looking back at the 7 people approaching, Weir was not surprised and rolled her eyes. "What are you doing here? Afraid I'll team up with the Pope?" Noticing that Jin Xian and the others seemed a bit wary of the 7, Weir said, "Follow me upstairs to talk." The architecture of the church was the same. The Temple of Fate and the Holy Temple were no different. On the 7th floor, she casually found a room to enter, scanning the 7 with a glance. "Don't worry. I promise to help you, and I won't betray you. Besides, we're one in spirit. If something happens to you, I'll be in trouble too. What are you afraid of?" Tan Lan spoke gently. "We are already one. It's not that we're afraid of you standing on the other side. The Pope has given you such great power, even surpassing the war hall. We are afraid you will be used." Weir shook her head. "What's wrong with being used? That just means I have value. I just need to find a way to benefit from it. The Pope mentioned the existence of fallen gods and even showed me your restrictions. He misunderstood that I was a deity, so naturally, he wants to curry favor. The temple of fate must develop, and using the church's reputation will make things easier. My title as the Holy Maiden of the Church will obviously bind me to it, which is what the Pope wants to see. As for your restrictions, I took a look. Breaking them won't be easy. The door is full of filth, but there are ways to solve it. Veer glanced around at the others and sneered. Stop pretending to be pure and benevolent deities. You, who have lost your benevolent side, naturally have no compassion. Deities are the purest beings in heaven and earth. Even if they fall, their bodies are excellent containers. Those who are near to divinity can also be used as garbage bins to absorb impurities. The rest is simple. Go out to catch fallen gods or their trusted subordinates to feed on garbage. Once they've gorged themselves, continue to catch the next one until the door is purified. Jealousy smirked. Veer is truly clever, thinking of a solution so quickly. We didn't even know. You didn't know? What are you pretending for? You could only come because your bodies were sealed and you couldn't leave the church too far. So you couldn't go out to catch people. Now that the divine essence is all with me, as long as you take me, where can't we go? But it's agreed. Only one can go out with me at a time. Seeing you all hurt my eyes, bringing one is barely acceptable. Jiddu laughed. That suits my heart. I see they're also uncomfortable. So who does Veer want to take this time? The 14 eyes of the 7 people all looked over, creating quite a bit of pressure. Veer twitched the corner of her mouth. Why ask me about this annoying business? You decide for yourselves. I'll not see you off. The others indeed did not make it difficult for Veer and left promptly. In the evening, Tan Lan suddenly appeared in her room, and Veer showed no surprise. Did you win? No, it's Se Yu. This guy's been preparing for who knows how long and poisoned us all collectively, so we naturally couldn't beat him. Veer found it interesting. You all had a good relationship. Tan Lan shook his head helplessly. We used to get along quite well. After all, long companionship always builds some feelings, but with the collapse of our benevolent side, everyone started to turn against each other, since we no longer have good intentions. Veer remained silent for a moment, deciding not to discuss this topic. What are you here for? Tan Lan walked in and lifted the blanket off Veer. With benevolence gone, negative desires become intense. The moment I saw you, my greed was completely uncontrollable. Do you understand? Seeing Veer staring at him, Tan Lan revealed a slightly strange smile. Leaning down, he kissed her. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, because you're already mine. Your spirit and divinity are all given to you. So now Veer is mine. Tan Lan's kiss was always gentle, yet suffocating. On one hand, he carefully cherished her, while on the other, he enveloped her in a sticky embrace, making her constantly indulge between comfort and discomfort. Her eyes stung slightly, and Veer let out a muffled sound, becoming infinitely intimate with Tan Lan again. Letting out a long sigh, it seemed her eyes had added another hue. Was she going to play chameleon? These guys treated her like a supply station, even giving up their divine essence. It was truly insane. She began to feel a bit uneasy. Would she really be able to leave when the day came? Noticing Veer's distraction, Tan Lan's dark eyes flashed with displeasure, and Veer quickly felt like crying. This scoundrel always had a way of making her focus on such matters. Until she cooperatively embraced Tan Lan, Veer gradually calmed down, but tonight, she wouldn't be able to sleep. As dawn broke, Tan Lan's figure gradually faded and disappeared, and Veer fell into a deep sleep. This led to Se Yu, who had come happily to find Veer and was ready to go out, waiting downstairs all morning without seeing anyone. He initially thought Veer had a bad impression of him, so he planned to behave well and leave a good impression. But who would have thought he wouldn't see her at all? His figure dissipated on the first floor and directly entered Veer's room, seeing her sleeping soundly in bed. A smile crossed his face, little lazy cat. As he came closer to see Veer's sleeping face, he noticed large, seductive red marks on her bare shoulders and neck. Se Yu reached out to grab the air. A faint darkwood color aura made his expression darken. Damn greed, playing under the lamp. Gently lifting the blanket, he saw various ambiguous marks on her body, and Se Yu's chest heaved with anger. If his eye color could change, it would probably turn red like Jiddu's at this moment. He bent down to pick her up, and Veer groggily opened her eyes. Se Yu lowered his voice. You sleep a little longer. I'll carry you to the bathroom to clean up. We need to go out. Veer didn't feel the human embarrassment. Se Yu had seen her body before, and At this moment, she just wanted to sleep, quickly closing her eyes again. Seeing Veer willingly get close, Se Yu's frustrated mood improved significantly. However, he felt like he was suffering during the bathing process. He wanted to do something, but seeing Veer sleeping so soundly, he couldn't bear to disturb her. When she finally woke up, she was already in a floating vehicle, with only Se Yu and herself inside. Veer looked at the sky outside. "Where are we going?" Se Yu smiled. "To the South State. The scenery there is beautiful, and we can take care of business without delaying our sightseeing." "You really picked a place. Are there fallen gods there?" It's an old friend." Se Yu's expression turned stern as he said this. His tone didn't sound like he was excited to meet an old friend. Veer raised her eyebrows. It seemed this was one of the fallen gods who had once threatened the church. From the shattered divine essence, it was evident that Se Yu and the others were far stronger than ordinary deities. Hopefully, this fallen god wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. But that wasn't her concern. She was just there to be a vase, with no intention of helping with the fighting. If the East State was a polar glacier, then the South State was like spring all year round, picturesque and pleasant. As soon as they got out of the car, the warm climate put Veer in a good mood. The two of them didn't hide and boldly wore their divine robes, although Veer's robe style was different from before. As long as it restricted the information of the light brain, everyone would know this was the exclusive divine robe of the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Fate. The fastest news transmitted in the starry world was about the Holy Maiden appearing from the church, and the attention on Veer had never diminished. A few days ago, Veer made a significant figure among the Star Guards' return and defeat, and this news had spread throughout the stars. For many years, only the church could contend with the Star Guards. Other forces dared not even breathe in front of the Star Guards, at least not openly. But a Holy Maiden of the church managed to embarrass the Star Guards with her overwhelming strength. How could everyone not pay attention? Veer had only appeared in the church for a little over half a year, yet she had skyrocketed from a low rank to an unknown level. Such an increase was evidently impossible to achieve normally. This was all thanks to the church's mystery, and thus a wave of belief in the church swept through the stars. With many wanting to enter the Temple of Fate, it was said that the few followers beside the Holy Maiden had all received the favor of fate, unlocking mutated abilities. And they were quite envious. Now that the Holy Maiden had appeared in the South State, someone couldn't help but step forward. "Respected Holy Maiden, I am a believer of the Temple of Fate. May I enter the temple to serve you?" Veer smiled and said, "You are indeed a believer in fate. I can feel your faith. However, to enter the temple, your faith is still not pure enough. You can take some time to refine your faith and seek out a few of the temple's attendants. Once you reach the required purity, you can enter the temple. But even now, the Temple of Fate welcomes you to pray." The man spoke with excitement, expressing his determination to go. "Attendants? How bold of you! Does your church plan to openly promote taboos? Don't you understand what forbidden words are?" A woman dressed in a red starry battle suit, leading 3 subordinates, approached Veer. Veer glanced at them and immediately recognized them as Star Guards, choosing to ignore them. "This place looks good. Shall we eat here?" Se Yu smiled indulgently. "Of course. If you like it, then let's stay." The leading woman's expression darkened. "How dare you?" Se Yu casually replied. "Chatter, get lost." The woman actually laid down on the ground and rolled away. The people around gasped, astonished by the power of Archbishop Se Yu and surprised that the church showed no respect to the Star Guards. Who doesn't bow and scrape when they go out? How could they be in such a disgraceful situation? "We're in a good mood," said. "You can use your charm like this, I thought." Se Yu smirked. "You thought I could only make you obedient in bed?" Veer's smile faded, and she said seriously, "I find you even more shameless than before. Even if you can control your desires, you're still a lecher. Do you believe it?" Chapter 92. The faith related to appearances. Se Yu smiled. "I don't believe it. But if the object is Veer, then it's quite possible." Veer shot him a disdainful glance and began to enjoy the food. In this world, only fate and delicious food should not be disappointed. It was simply delicious. This place was indeed quite good. Watching Veer eat happily, Se Yu smiled with narrowed eyes. He was already good-looking, and, as the god of lust, his smile was quite powerful. Bang! Clatter! Regardless of gender, everyone felt that smile stir their most secret desires, and their gazes became fervent. Se Yu's pink eyes turned cold. Disgusting humans. Just now, seeing we're so happy, he accidentally let his aura slip. But this was just a little filth, easily provoked, and they showed him such disgusting looks. How detestable. Then let's just kill them all. As his mental energy expanded, Weir sensed Se Yu's thoughts, her expression changing slightly as she pulled him away, not forgetting to leave some star coins on the table. Pulling him into their hovering vehicle. Weir frowned. I finally know what a goddess sin is. If you leak your aura a few more times, the people of Southern State will probably be all killed by you. We are here to capture people, not to deal with these small fries. Moreover, if you kill them, it tarnishes my name too. As a saintess, I still need to gather believers. Don't mess around. The hovering vehicle locked completely. Weir sensed something was off. Yes. It's just as you think. This space is very small. Where do you plan to take me? Holding her in his arms, Se Yu tilted Weir's chin, licking the exposed skin of her neck. From her hair to her toes, Weir gritted her teeth. Se Yu, you're in a bad mood and plan to vent on me. Do you believe I can turn you into a eunuch? Se Yu's divinity entered her essence, causing a moment of discomfort. Good. Her eyes gained a new color. Just as she was about to curse, her body lost control. Damn Se Yu. Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, he tore her divine robe. She was even sitting on his lap. Se Yu grinned wickedly, his pink eyes full of teasing. Since you want to turn me into a eunuch, then Weir, you need to put in some effort, or it won't work. Weir's face darkened, her eyes turning deep purple, and her body was about to unleash thunder, exterminating something unwanted. Se Yu's pink eyes lit up, forcefully pushing back the enraged divinity. Weir's eyes turned light pink, beautiful to the point of breathtaking. Divinities have attributes. And Se Yu's divinity, Weir's pink eyes shimmered, her gaze carrying a hint of spring, as she Se Yu, extending her small tongue to kiss his thin lips. Se Yu smiled recklessly, responding passionately. The two's divine powers merged, with no secrets between them. Their bodies completely surrendered to each other's exploration. When they woke up, even Weir, who usually didn't mind, felt a bit flushed, not from shyness but from anger. The hovering vehicle was broken, revealing how much she had been tossed around. Looking around, this should be a hotel in Southern State, but Se Yu was nowhere to be seen. Weir didn't bother looking for him. She didn't rely on them. And whether he disappeared or not didn't concern her. Besides, she was already accustomed to their vanishing acts. After tidying herself up, she awkwardly stepped out, having only eaten half of her last meal. She planned to find another place to continue. However, there were always some annoying people trying to approach. A large group of star guards blocked her way, at least 20 or so, including a woman with tear-streaked cheeks who had been told to roll away by Se Yu. This woman was crying to a man beside her, looking so pitiful that it was hard not to feel sorry for her. If it weren't for knowing she had been rolled around, one might think her whole family had died. Weir said impatiently, "Is there something you need?" The man beside the woman seemed to have some status, but compared to Meng, he was lacking in strength and didn't even glance at the woman beside him, who was shedding tears. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Weir, his eyes filled with awe. "Your Grace, the Saintess, I am Yeka, the Deputy Minister of the Star Guards. Recently here in Eternal Star Southern State to handle affairs." Weir nodded, got it. She lifted her foot to leave. Yeka was momentarily stunned. She really had a temper, showing such disregard. The other Star Guards tried to block her, but Weir walked as if she couldn't see them, moving straight ahead. Even though the Star Guards were in a blocking stance, they couldn't touch her, each one being pushed back as they approached. Weir ignored those people and directly exited the hotel, finding a restaurant that looked appealing and sitting down to order a large table of food. The waiter who brought the dishes saw the divine robe on Weir, becoming extremely excited. He was a devout follower of the church as Saintess, sincerely so. Could he greet the Saintess? Weir, while eating, unexpectedly glanced at the young waiter, appreciating his faith. It was quite sincere, albeit based on her looks. But that was a good thing. Beauty is justice. This young man's faith might be a bit misplaced, but it wasn't wrong. Seeing that he seemed to have something to say, Weir didn't rush him, observing his nervous demeanor. One might think he was starstruck. Shaoan gathered his courage and was about to speak when he was bumped aside by someone behind him. Yeka, who had spoken earlier, appeared again, sitting down in front of Weir. "Your Grace, you have a good appetite, ordering so much." Do you mind if another person shares? I do mind. The clean-cut response left Yeka stunned, completely unsure how to continue. He could only find a way to backtrack. Your Grace is truly joking. Your name is Weir. May I call you that? No. After being slapped in the face repeatedly, Yeka lost his patience. His expression cold. Don't really think the Star Guards can't do anything to you. You can't even imagine the terror of the Star Guards. We're finally looked up. Are there any deities in the Star Guards? Yeka's eyes flickered slightly. Deities are a taboo. Your Grace should be more careful with your words. The lack of denial implied there were indeed some. Nowadays, with the disappearance of deities, the ones in the Star Guards must be fallen gods. How many of them? Yeka was furious. This person was completely unpredictable. How many? Not to mention he hadn't seen them. Would he tell the church as saintess? Yeka had lost the patience that beauty usually inspired, coldly saying, Archbishop Se Yu provoked the Star Guards. How do you plan to resolve this? Or chuckled. I was just thinking, do you have poor eyesight, or is your brain simply problematic? You said it was Se Yu who did it. So why are you looking for me? I am the saintess, but I can't control the war hall. You can pull tendons or skin people at will. Go find him if you want. What logic is it to follow me? Yeka's face darkened. You are in this together. The saintess and everyone in the Holy See are together. So, I suggest you go find the Pope to solve it from the root. Puff. Shaoan knew he shouldn't laugh, but he couldn't help it. So the saintess is this kind of personality? Chapter 93. If you're going to fight, then fight. If you lose, don't cry. After laughing, he secretly thought it was bad, just when he was worried about where to vent his frustrations. A little ant came to his door. When did the Star Guards become a target for ridicule by someone like you? With a war-level mental force. This kid is undoubtedly doomed. Xiao En's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly shouted, Saintess, save me. I am your die-hard fan. This sentence amused Weil, and Xiao En saved his life. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Weil with bright eyes, feeling uplifted after being saved by the saintess. While raised an eyebrow, this faith was almost on par with Miao Ku and the others. This kid is something. Yeka's hand was blocked, and he looked extremely unhappy, feeling disdained. Just as he was about to speak, Wal said, Yimeng is much stronger than you, but this saintess let him save on travel expenses to return. Perhaps you would like to try too. Remembering the minister still lying at headquarters, Yeka forced a smile and said, Well, the saintess is right. I should go find Archbishop Se Yu, but I wonder where the archbishop has gone. I don't know. Just because we came together doesn't mean we have to do something together. Can't you find it yourself? Yeka was about to suffer internal injuries from suppressing his anger and left the small shop. Shaoan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, The saintess is amazing, beautiful, powerful, gentle, and... Stop. While interrupted with a smile, You're being too extravagant. You are my follower. I can sense it. You're the kind of follower who purely likes my looks. Do you have an obsession with appearances? Shaoan scratched his head and said, I was blind before, with no relatives or friends. The shopkeeper took pity on me and reluctantly gave me a job, and I lived on that. I always wanted to see this world, so I worked hard to live. On the day the saintess became the saintess, I heard everyone say the saintess is incredibly beautiful, so I secretly made a wish. I hope to see what the saintess looks like. I wish to remember this face for eternity. Then Weil continued, So you saw it, your eyes recovered. But do you know that some wishes shouldn't be made casually? You will never forget my appearance, even in reincarnation. This is fate's response to you. Do you regret it now? Shaoan shook his head vigorously. No regrets, because I saw the light with the saintess. So remembering this face for eternity is not a bad thing. I am willing. While in a good mood, stood up and touched Xiao An's eyes. Would you like to come back to the Temple of Fate with me? Xiao An's eyes widened, and he excitedly stammered, Yes, I am willing. 7 days later, the ground shook in Nanzhou, causing panic among the people, but Wal just ate and slept. When nothing was happening, she listened to Xiao An's flattery. This guy really knows how to say good things. He speaks without feeling embarrassed. Now, wearing the robe of the Temple of Fate, he spent all day circling around Weil and took her to eat various delicacies from Nanzhou. Se Yu almost shattered Nanzhou and finally caught that fallen god. After finishing his business, he went back to prepare to take a certain girl to have a good time in Nanzhou. However, he was afraid Wal would get tired. So he worked hard to finish his business. When he returned, he saw a wild and a weak man, both smiling and enjoying themselves. He appeared with a dark face. As soon as he saw those pink eyes, Shaoan knew who this was and was about to greet. The two figures disappeared, leaving Shaoan dumbfounded. He hugged Weil and appeared in the room, but before he could say anything, his body was pierced through, making Weil want to curse. Se Yu, who usually didn't act properly, had no expression on his face, but the anger in his pink eyes was evident. He just wanted to kill this heartless woman. Then, Weil exploded, and she and Se Yu started fighting in Nanzhou. The destructive power made Yeka, who hadn't left yet, quickly board a spaceship and leave the Eternal Star. Hearing about it wasn't as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. It was too much to handle. No matter how angry the two were, they both stopped short. But they were both holding back their anger all the way back to the Holy See, the atmosphere filled with gunpowder. Shaoan was just a fool with eyes only for a while, completely unaware of the role he was playing in all this. He excitedly greeted the people from the War Hall and the Temple of Fate. Jidu glanced at Shaoan and sarcastically said, "A mere level. You really don't discriminate. You pick up any trash." The members of the Temple of Fate all observed with a calm demeanor. This one had targeted them quite a bit. Anyone near Wall was not to their liking. Se Yu continued to stoke the fire. That's right, the dignified saintess of the Holy See, playing in the streets and alleys of Nanzhou with a mere level. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were here for a vacation. Showing no dignity of saintess, what a sight. While coldly retorted, "What does it have to do with you? If you're not satisfied, come and fight. What's a man who only talks?" Se Yu was furious, stood up, and said, "If you're going to fight, then fight. If you lose, don't cry." I'm so scared." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man and a woman put on a full martial arts display, divine power exploding in a small area. Although the surrounding people were unharmed, the decor was quickly left in ruins. The remaining 6 members of the War Hall stood in silence, watching from the edge. Jean Xin and the others moved further away, their faces blank. Shaoan, however, excitedly clapped his hands and said, "The saintess is amazing. You are my forever deity. Awesome. Punch kick, yes, just like that, so cool." Seeing Shaoan so happy, little Meow couldn't help but step forward and cheer. "Go, saintess. Defeat him." Finally meeting a kindred spirit, Shaoan immediately picked up little Meow, and the two shouted joyfully. Jean Xin painfully closed her eyes, sensing that the future of the Temple of Fate would deviate from her plans. Jidu stared for a long time before sneering. "So it turns out you're just a crazy person, under equal divine power output." Wall was not Se Yu's match and quickly began to struggle, her expression turning increasingly ugly. Being suppressed did not feel good, and her anger intensified, a pouty expression appearing on Wall's face for the first time. Se Yu looked at her little appearance, feeling his anger dissipate, and found it amusing that he was acting like a child, arguing with Weil. With one palm strike, Wall stepped back a few paces, and he planned to stop and coax her, but Wall angrily said, "Are you all just watching him hit me? Just one sentence." And Se Yu couldn't move a finger under the surrounding beatings. Jean Xin kindly had Feng Ji carry him back to the War Hall to lie down. With this injury, he probably couldn't take care of himself, right? Lan Duo stepped forward to hug Weil and gently coaxed. "All right, you vented your anger. Don't be mad anymore. Let's go talk in the War Hall." In the War Hall, there were only the 7 of them, and they didn't hold back in their conversation, holding Weil on their laps to comfort her. Lan Duo laughed. "You've always been carefree. Why do you always have to pick a fight with Se Yu?" Chapter 94. Are you going to protect our enemy? Being carefree doesn't mean my temper is good, right? That bastard can be nice when he is happy, but when he is unhappy, he takes it out on me. What is that about? I owe him. It would be light to beat him to death. The others laughed, and no one stood on Se Yu's side, all agreeing that he indeed deserved a beating. Se Yu recovered and said they could help Wall beat him again until she felt better. After chatting, Wall became serious and said, "A jerk is a jerk, but he should be done with his business. I feel that there was a moment of collapse in Nanzhou, but it stabilized quickly. I think he caught not a near-God believer, but a fallen god. Give it to me, I'll make a trip to the Holy Temple. A fallen god should absorb a lot." Ao man's icy gaze darkened. He caught a fallen god. That makes it more troublesome since the Holy Temple is a place that seals divine beings and has a strong sensing ability. You entered the temple with the fallen god, and the restrictions there would stir. The Pope and the Cardinal would arrive immediately, leaving you no chance to act. You had to find a way to divert them. Bao Yu furrowed his brows and said, I'll create some disturbances elsewhere in the eternal star to draw them out, so you can act more conveniently. No need. Several people looked at Vale. Vale lowered her eyes and said, I have a prior deal with the Pope. They won't harm me. Just wait. You don't need to do anything. Tan Lan's expression changed slightly and said, the Pope can't possibly be unaware of how much threat we pose to the Church by coming out. What deal could allow him to let you act recklessly? That's impossible. Since she had promised not to speak, Vale had no intention of breaking her word. She raised her eyes calmly and said, It's simple. I promised him to protect the Church, and I will do so. Therefore, you cannot act here. Ji Du suddenly stood up and said, You want to protect the Church? Do you know what the Church has done in the past? It should have long been obliterated. You want to protect our enemies? I know, Vale replied. The Pope recounted everything that happened back then, including their betrayal when you were in danger. He made it very clear. But so what? Those people are long dead. How many in the current Church know the God of 7 virtues? What you want is not to vent your anger, but to leave that damned prison. Humanity is just a fleeting cloud to us, dissipating quickly. Why can't you look further ahead and not insist on clashing with those weak ants? Isn't that just making things difficult for yourselves? Ji Du smashed the table with his palm and said angrily, You haven't been sealed, you haven't been betrayed. How much do you know about the pain of having your soul consumed by hatred for endless ages? You don't know anything. What right do you have to express your opinions? I will destroy this Church, and if you want to protect it. Vale looked directly at Ji Du and said, What will you do if I protect it? Kill me too? Ji Du's anger faltered, and he turned to leave, saying, You can't protect it. Bao Yu also stood up and said, This time, I stand with Ji Du. My compassion has long since vanished along with the good side. I find it unbearable for the Church to exist even for a moment. After glancing deeply at Vale, he also left. Only 5 people remained in the hall. Oh man. Lan Duo, Bao Shur, Tan Lan, and Vale. Bao Shur's silver-gray eyes flickered slightly as he said, Vale, I don't think you're a soft-hearted person, and you've never really cared about humans. You know we won't harm those in the Temple of Destiny. So why did you agree to the Pope? Remembering the tearful Pope, Vale shook her head and said, It's nothing. I just found humans a bit ridiculous for a moment. Clearly so insignificant. Yet they always manage to do things beyond their reach. God should be invincible in the universe. Yet they are restrained by weak humans because of faith. This is the law of conservation in the universe. Listening to the Pope recount your past stories, I felt a bit envious. Whether it's faith or betrayal, they ultimately accompanied you for a long time. Now, everything has changed. The Church is also a place you once created. Why can't you leave it behind? Do you really hate the people here? I don't think it's hatred. It's just your unwillingness. Unwilling to let your past selves be forgotten. Unwilling to see your beloved followers get hurt. What would it matter if you destroyed this place? Can your past selves return? Vale stood up and said, I must fulfill my promise. If you insist on destroying me, you should be prepared to erase me. Watching the girl step by step ascend the stairs, Tan Lan, with her ebony eyes, showed confusion and said, Don't you find it strange? Why would the Pope talk to Vale about our matters? Even if he wanted to please her. He could easily say we are fallen gods who commit all kinds of evil. That would be more effective. Why tell the truth and tarnish the Church's reputation? Lan Duo raised an eyebrow and said, And even if it's to please Vale, the Pope knows that one Vale can't stop us. So why would he take such risks and let her release us? It's completely contradictory. The Pope isn't that foolish. Vale clearly didn't tell the truth. She used the power of rage and arrogance that day. Even if the Pope hasn't seen it, he must have seen the ancient records of us in the Church's archives. Does he really not doubt Vale's relationship with us? The expressions of the few changed, but they couldn't grasp the underlying connections. A knock sounded at the door. Vale opened it to find an exquisite and tempting fruitcake on the floor. Bending down to pick it up, she took a bite and said, Bao Shur, I know it's you, come out. A voice sounded behind her. Here, are you feeling better? Closing the door, Vale said irritably, What makes you think I'm in a bad mood? Do you think you can influence my mood? What a dream. Bao Shur's silver-gray eyes twinkled playfully. and he made an exaggerated gesture of greeting, saying, "As long as my little princess isn't angry, it's worth it. It's really not worth it for those few brainless ones." She laughed at Bao Shi's antics and said, "When did I become your little princess? You make it so funny when you do that." Bao Shi lifted Vale's chin and kissed the corner of her cream-covered lips, saying, "You're right. You're not my little princess. You're my little treasure." After kissing for a while, Vale pushed him away and said, "You're not here to comfort me. You're here with ulterior motives, right?" Bao Shi nodded matter-of-factly. "You're not angry with me. So why would I comfort you? I couldn't wish for anything more than for you not to sever ties with them. I just simply miss you." Vale said oddly, "No wonder you like making desserts. Is your mouth coated in honey? Are you trying to deceive me, as if I'm an inexperienced girl? How could that be? I'm treating you like a girl to spoil. Compared to them, I obviously understand you better, know what you fear and desire." Vale put down the cake and said seriously, "Then tell me, if you get it right tonight, you can stay." Chapter 95 Su Si. "You know, I'm just too lonely." Bao Shi smiled and said, "You said it. No backing out." He reached out to hold Vale's cheeks and said seriously, "You're afraid of your powerless self, terrified of being abandoned by fate, longing for eternal companionship." Vale's heart trembled slightly. She was completely seen through. Damn, this feeling isn't good at all. Kissing the corner of Vale's eyes, Bao Shi comforted her. "Don't worry, Vale. If you want, I can accompany you forever, making you different desserts every day and taking you to see the stars every night." Vale snorted and laughed. "Sweet talk. Do you think I would believe that?" Picking her up and placing her on the bed, Bao Shi gently said, "You don't need to believe it. Just watch little by little. As long as you don't leave me the chance to accompany you, I will keep my word." Suppressing a moment of discomfort, Vale still shook her head and said, "No need. I can rely on fate. I don't need you." "Damn it, be gentler." Bao Shi felt a surge of violent desire to confine her forever, but it quickly disappeared. He couldn't do that, or Vale would hate him. So he became gentler, hoping to make Vale forever lost and unwilling to wake up. The essence gained another divine power, and Vale was no longer surprised. She just regretted wanting to keep him. In the latter half of the night, they disappeared directly from the Temple of Destiny's room and appeared in Bao Shi's room in the battle hall. Meanwhile, certain things were still ongoing, and the moon could not help but cover her shy face with the clouds. In the morning, the few in the battle hall were having breakfast, and a somewhat sleepy Vale was half squinting her eyes when Bao Shi pulled her hand downstairs. The others instantly felt that the food in their hands was no longer appetizing. Jidu's eyes turned even redder, angrily saying, "Didn't you go back to the Temple of Destiny yesterday?" Vale found a seat and sat down, picked up a bowl, and drank porridge. After taking a sip, she felt much more awake and said, "Bao Shi brought me over in the middle of the night. He didn't disturb your sleep. So why are you talking so much? Is this a matter of talking too much?" This is clearly burning with jealousy. Throwing down his chopsticks, Ji-Du coldly snorted. "Do you just want to continue like this? Who do you want to choose among us?" The atmosphere at the dining table froze, with only Vale mindlessly drinking her porridge, saying, "Why should I choose? You're ridiculous. Do we really need to establish a relationship among us? In my opinion, there is none. At most, we are just companions who have walked a path together. Once I leave here, we will never meet again. The time of the gods is eternal. You will soon forget me." The dark red eyes of Ji-Du, like roses, turned cold. "Want to leave? Do you think it's possible?" The arrogant voice interrupted directly. "Eat your meal. You really talk too much." Wire acted as if she hadn't heard anything and happily continued eating. After she was full, she reached out to Se Yu and said, "Give me the thing. I'm going to the temple." Se Yu frowned. "Can you do it yourself?" "So much nonsense. Just give it to me." Se Yu's palm faced upward, and a small black box appeared. "I have sealed it inside. You just need to guide the filth into it. When it is saturated, the box will tremble. Bring it back to me, and I will handle it. Be careful not to let the filth taint yourself." Wire picked up the small box and played with it. "Don't worry. For someone like me who grew up in filth, I cherish my current body more than anyone else. I never want to experience that disgusting feeling again in this lifetime." Wire stood up to leave, entering her essence from their divine forms. What she was fundamentally impossible to hide. Fortunately, they were not repulsed, and she could boldly go down to the 7th floor of the temple, where no one dared to stop her. The Pope had already declared her special. In front of the large black door, Wire invoked the familiar yet repulsive filth, which was continuously devoured by the small black box. She ignored the sounds coming from inside. There was no mercy nor discomfort. To Wire, it was merely a container. Seeing the box start to tremble, Wire withdrew her hand and looked at the significantly thinner door, revealing a helpless smile. A fallen god could only achieve such an effect. It seemed there was still more to work on. On her way down, she was blocked by Chunyan. Wire raised an eyebrow. I thought you wouldn't dare to appear in front of me again? Guilt flashed in Chunyan's eyes. I'm sorry, Wire. I didn't expect to hurt you, almost losing everything that was hard to come by. After I realized my identity might be exposed, I was afraid to face you. Wire shook her head. To say I'm not angry would be a lie, but I'm fine now. You can go back, Susi. As far as I know, gods can't go to other universes. Even if you use someone else's foul body, you must have paid a price. I'm fine and don't blame you. Once I regain my divine power, I will naturally return. I hope you won't cling to me so tightly later. Chunyan, or rather the water god Susi, gazed at Wire. You need my help. The 7 archbishops of the battle hall are all gods, right? Your body has their divine souls. Do you think they will allow their souls to be missing? If you leave, will they really agree? Wire was silent for a long time before saying, Do you have a way that won't harm them? Susi clenched his fists. Wire, you wouldn't be developing feelings. Would you? Feelings? I don't understand that. It's just pure gratitude for the time they accompanied me. Just like how I could use over 3,000 years to please you back then. Susi, you understand? I'm just too lonely. Humans are too fragile and can't soothe my loneliness, but gods can, whether it's you or them. To me, they are essentially just companions. Susi's eyes were filled with pain as he stepped forward to hold Wire. Wire, I won't force you anymore. The time of the gods is eternal. If you don't want to use a romantic way, then I will just be a companion. In endless time, you and I can walk hand in hand. That would be great, and we will last forever. Wire gently responded. Then how do we resolve their divine souls? Susi released her and said seriously, That time I clearly sensed that a part of their divine souls had a tendency to merge into a whole. This means that the you who originally had no soul is about to give birth to a complete soul, still composed of many god souls. I don't know the reason, but I know that you were originally soulless, so you could roam the universe without restrictions. However, if you give birth to the soul of a god from this universe, you will completely become a being of this universe, and you will not be able to return to our place. Therefore, the first thing is to prevent the divine souls in your body from coming into contact. The rest is to find a way to transform what has been devoured into your own, severing any connection with their divine souls. Only then is it possible for you to cut off their perception. Wire asked in confusion. How do I turn into my own? Susi remained silent for a while before gritting his teeth. Find a way to get close to them through multiple infusions of divine power. Their divine souls will think you are the original body and will gradually be completely assimilated. Chapter 96. He is a fallen god. Wire felt a sense of clarity in her heart and nodded. You be careful. This universe is not kind to gods. Don't expose yourself. As I said, you go back. I'm fine. Susi shook his head. I won't feel at ease unless I see you return. Wire stood up to leave without further persuasion. She had expressed her thoughts, and whether or not Susi wanted to listen was his choice. Her wrist was grabbed, and Susi couldn't help but ask, Wire, will you fall in love with them? Shaking off Susi's hand, Wire replied calmly, No, just as I wouldn't fall for you back then. I don't have such feelings. You're overthinking. Looking at that figure, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, Susi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was out of reach. And so were others. Would it be better this way? Without further delay, Wire returned to the battle hall, where the 7 hadn't left and were all waiting. Seeing Wire return safely, they all breathed sighs of relief. Handing the box to Se Yu, Wire asked, Who's next? Let's leave now. Be quick. Tan Lan was surprised. Aren't you going to develop the Temple of Fate? There are followers over there. Jean, Xian, and the others aren't just doing miscellaneous work. We need to quickly resolve your matter first. Lan Duo stood up. Let's go. Wire immediately followed, and the 2 figures vanished in the battle hall. Lan Duo was different from Se Yu. He didn't talk much, preferred to lie down rather than stand, and his speech wasn't annoying, always relaxed and lazy. On the first night, at their destination, Wire booked a room. As Lan Duo hadn't said anything upon entering, Wire ripped off her divine robe, hugged Lan Duo's neck, and kissed his Adam's apple. His green eyes flickered slightly as Lan Duo restrained Wire. "This is your first time being so proactive. Can I know why?" "No." Lan Duo chuckled. "Wire, this isn't a good habit, but I really like it." Pushing her down onto the pure white bed. His green eyes scanned her alluring body inch by inch. Wire impatiently got up, pushed him down, and went straight to the point. Lan Duo enjoyed it, but also felt puzzled. Although Wire didn't dislike being close to them, she also didn't like it. Being so proactive was quite strange. But regardless of his thoughts, he didn't miss out on the delicacies that were right in front of him. After 5 days, Lan Duo enjoyed himself, but was confused until they resolved their target and returned to the battle hall with Wire. Wire rushed to the temple and, upon returning, told them to continue searching for their target. When Jidu took Wire away, Lan Duo pondered. "Don't you all think she seems strange?" Oh Man frowned. "Her divine power has increased a lot again. You were infusing divine power outside, and she didn't refuse?" Lan Duo nodded. "This isn't me forcing her. It's her initiative. That's quite strange. Things that seem out of the ordinary must have their reasons." "What is this girl playing at?" Baoshi asked curiously. "Let's take another look. Jidu is the last god form that hasn't entered the essence. Our divine forms are gathering in her essence, so there might be some unexpected reactions." Jidu was already emotionally intense. Being alone with Wire, how could he suppress his desires? On the first night, Wire was kissed by Jidu until she was breathless. Jidu was prepared for being drained, but strangely, Wire hugged him and offered herself without any resistance. Jidu was taken aback and tentatively pushed further, yet Wire didn't scold him. "This feels a bit wrong, right?" One with ulterior motives and the other testing little by little. Jidu became increasingly bold until he made Wire dizzy, and she still didn't utter a single curse. When his divine form fell into Wire's essence, her naked body floated up with 7 kinds of divine light flashing in rotation. And the 7-pointed divine soul that had been interrupted last time began to merge once again. Jidu watched from the side, his expression changing several times. The integration of different divine souls had never occurred before. What could come of it? He thought he would witness it firsthand, but Wire soon awakened from her coma. Using divine power to sever the 7 souls, and the dazzling 7-pointed star mark on her wrist dimmed once again. However, this time it wasn't easy. It wasn't just as simple as Wire saying she could sever them without paying a price. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and she lost consciousness again. Jidu was startled and quickly helped her get dressed to take her back to the church. They had sealed it for countless years and weren't in a hurry. They'd first see what was going on with this girl. The war hall always had a room for Wire, and now the pale-faced girl lay on the big bed, while 7 stunningly handsome men leaned or sat around the room. All 7 of them focused their gazes on Wire, silent for a long time. Jidu frowned. "Don't just stay silent. Speak your thoughts. Although we are all called the 7 gods, we are indeed 7 distinct deities, not one entity. But right now, Wire's divine souls are clearly merging, which has never happened before." Lan Duo pondered. "I feel this girl knows something. This is her 2nd time blocking our divine soul integration, which indicates that the result of the integration is something she is unwilling to accept. She'd rather be backlashed by the divine soul than allow me to be so persistent, probably still about that one matter." Baoshi sighed. "Perhaps the consequence is that she can never leave again. The last time, Chunyan hinted at this, and he knew something we didn't. Isn't that strange?" Jidu sneered. "His identity is definitely questionable. I'm sure I killed him last time, but he appeared alive and well shortly after. Can a normal human do that? His abilities are all water-based. Do you remember the story Wire told Baoshi, the one that has been around for over 3,000 years?" Bao Yi's expression changed slightly. "Are you saying he is the water god Xios? But that can't be true. Gods are born after the universe was created, noble by nature, but also restricted, and cannot leave the universe in which they were born." Ao Man said calmly, "We can leave." Bao Yi rebutted, "We can leave temporarily, but that is because our divine rank is shattered, and our divine positions are lost." He paused here, clearly having thought of something. Jidu mocked, "You remembered, didn't you? According to Wire, Xios was first cast down from his divine position and then killed back, resulting in a drastic change in character. Doesn't that sound familiar? Bao, he said solemnly. He is a fallen god. Yes, I suspect he is a fallen deity. His obsession with Wire is no different from ours. This girl probably doesn't know. Since he has come looking for her, he must want to take Wire back. Did the two meet privately? What did they discuss? We don't know, but judging by Wire's reaction, we can guess it's about 8 or 9 parts true. Actively integrating with our divine souls is likely to enhance her power and resolve the divine souls within her. Se Yu's pink eyes filled with murderous intent. Impossible. I will never let go. I will kill that fallen god. Who are you going to kill? Wire opened her eyes and asked. Chapter 97. I want you to stay by our side for eternity. Somewhat fatigued, she propped herself up, her long black hair cascading beside her, enhancing the girl's graceful beauty. Wire's lips were slightly pale as she scanned the room. What do you want? Se Yu was the first to speak. We don't want you to leave. We want you to stay with us for eternity. Wire was not surprised at all. I didn't expect anything less. Since the day I confirmed I possessed Aomen's divine rank, I knew my entanglement with you would likely have no end. Since my birth, I have been chased and killed by the universe. That period is one I don't even want to remember. I have no good impression of that place. Then why are you so fixated on going back? Isn't it good to be here? Se Yu asked earnestly. Wire whispered if I could leave at that time, I would probably be very happy, but the timing was wrong. At that time, all I felt was that I was very dirty, that every sentient being would despise me. I stumbled upon Shios, and later you all know what happened. He was the first to say he liked me. And because of that word like, I found the motivation to continue living, but I also knew I had no understanding of what like meant. So I chose to stay away. He is a god, and he can live more cleanly. After leaving Shios, my days were still the same. I could die accidentally just by walking. But I thought, at least someone liked me, so I would continue to live. Later, I encountered fate, which was the second consciousness that showed me kindness. When it asked me if I was willing to give myself to it, no longer having to humbly seek existence, I said I would give it everything. My body was shattered, and my consciousness became blurry. I knew the body I hated so much had disappeared, leaving only a pair of eyes to contain the murky essence. From then on, I was called Wire, the goddess chosen by fate, traversing the universe, establishing the temple of fate, gradually gathering many followers. And other deities would avoid me 3 parts. I am grateful to fate for giving me a different life. That universe is the starting point of my encounter with fate. I want to go back. It's that simple. Tan Lan sat beside Wire, gently stroking her cheek and smiling. So that's it. Are you afraid that fate will abandon you? So foolish. Fate has no physical form. It is a very ethereal existence, and even the gods can only confirm its existence. But fate is not limited to just one universe. It is everywhere. Is your arrival here truly an accident? Your body was created by fate. Can it merge our divine ranks? Is that a coincidence? You have no soul. You are just a shell. Now our divine souls are to merge within you. Can fate not see this? You are the goddess it chose. It is one with you, watching everything you see. You and our bodies are compatible, cultivating divine power together. Has it ever hinted to you not to do this? Wire was stunned. Yes, fate didn't give any hints. In the past, whenever something bad was about to happen, she would sense it in advance. Why this time? Seeing Wire without a rebuttal, Tan Lan's gaze darkened. Wire, trust fate. Let it guide you to proceed without resistance to the divine soul merging. Wire frowned, but Shio said that if your divine souls merge, it will give birth to my soul. If that happens, I will be just like the deities of this universe, unable to leave. Jiddu stepped forward, displeased. Are you going back for him? No. Then why are you listening to him? He does not have good intentions toward you. Naturally, he hopes you will return. But if fate brings you before us, why would you want to leave? Wire was stumped, her desire to return beginning to waver. She lay back down, curling up in the blanket and covering her head, irritated. You all go out. Let me be quiet for a while. Jiddu wanted to say more, but was pulled out by Tan Lan. Wire sensed that there was no one in the room and tentatively reached out to fate, wanting a response. But just like countless times before, she could not communicate with fate and could only perceive its hints unilaterally. Logically, she was fate. She would have some hint when doing things. She indeed did not sense that merging divine souls was something she shouldn't do. Was it really as Tan Lan said, that her return here was all arranged by fate? Should she merge the divine souls or not? In the following days, the followers of the Temple of Fate found that Wire not only did not leave the church, but also spent her days in a daze, looking gloomy and dispirited. Jean Xin felt that this person was going to waste away. How could a good saintess squander her time? Because she was preparing for Wire to shine and meet the followers, playing the role of a qualified saintess. Wire had been very busy these past few days. She initially had no intention, but when she heard Jean Xin say it was just changing a place to daze, she agreed. Little did she expect that Jean Xin's idea would be so outrageous. Standing on the high platform of the church, looking at the countless followers below, fervently calling out to her, "Saintess, who can continue to daze like this? My ears are about to pierce, okay?" Fortunately, the believers are very devoted. It seems these few are not slacking off, all diligently working. Not bad. Her judgment is still as precise as ever. Everything is great, while his image in the Holy See is becoming increasingly profound, and the number of believers is growing. If she really leaves, it will be a bit hard apart, right? Look quickly, what is that? Oh my, why has the sky above the saintess turned dark? While looked up at the sky, good heavens, it's typical dark clouds, covering just her head. What does this mean? Is it targeting her? A voice came from the clouds. Saintess? How can a saintess have such a dark aura? After all these years, the Holy See has completely lost the brilliance it had when the God of the seven virtues was present. The Pope should come out otherwise. This God will treat your delicate saintess as dessert. While tilted her head, dessert? Do I look like one? A large hand flew into the clouds, and with a crisp slap, it made everyone realize that this slap was quite sincere. The clouds dispersed, revealing a handsome man in black. This scene had a typical grandiosity. However, the handprint on his cheek greatly weakened his imposing aura, making it all fall apart. The man was furious. "Who are you? I am a god." While rubbed her wrist and shot back. "What thick skin, calling yourself a god? Don't you know that interstellar laws prohibit the promotion of feudal superstition? Just because you have strong mental power, you dare to claim divinity? I see you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun." The man was infuriated. How could he, a fallen god, not be a deity? This girl needs a beating. Let us see how he deals with her before talking. Otherwise, he might really think he can negotiate. Bang! The two exchanged punches, and the man looked at Weil, who was unharmed, in disbelief. Chapter 98. Xiu's leaves. While mocked. Are you dumb? You look decent. What are you pretending to be a god for? This is the Holy See of the seven virtues. I'm the saintess representing fate, not a place for you to run wild. Mora was baffled. How is this possible? There is actually a human who can block him? When did the Holy See become this powerful? Feeling somewhat wary, he gathered his dark divine power again and charged at her. Want to see if this saintess could really withstand him. While sneered, unfazed as she countered. Did he think she was just a small fry who had just arrived at the Holy See? She might not be at her peak, but she wasn't someone anyone could mess with. The clash between the two stirred up a storm. The noise was so great that it attracted powerful figures from the Holy See. The believers once again witnessed how powerful their saintess was, undoubtedly making their faith even purer. Realizing something was really off with Weil, Moro became serious and called for friends. He came to the Holy See to demonstrate and to take a look at the seal. If he got beaten back, he would lose a lot of face. Soon, two more dark clouds appeared, and the two fallen gods looked at Weil in surprise. Their aura was different, somewhat unlike that of a deity. What was this? Seeing many people surrounding Weil, Chun Yin and the god of seven sins joined the battle. Although their attacks couldn't be as reckless as Weil's, they were enough to help share the pressure. They were clearly not friendly visitors, and both sides had already gotten heated. The fallen gods were constantly looking for opportunities to strike hard. And while sensed this, her brows furrowed coldly. She also had killing intent and fully activated her divine body of fate. A strange feeling enveloped this world, a sense of being completely controlled and constrained. While smirked past, the fallen god opposite her bizarrely used the same move again, but this time while accurately found the flaw. And her divine power pierced through one fallen god like a sword. Without any surprise, she looked at the next one, Future, Wall stood still, but the man came right at her, running straight into her attack. Deities wouldn't die so easily, but being injured didn't mean they wouldn't feel pain. Two of the three were injured, which the fallen gods hadn't expected at all. They looked at Weil in disbelief, and finally exchanged glances, uniting to say, "Please respect." Chun Yan's expression changed slightly. As a high-ranking deity, he knew very well what this respect represented. While had fully recovered yet, she still had the upper hand against ordinary deities. But if someone like him, a high-ranking deity, came, the spatial fluctuations could create a passage back, and he could directly take people away. As for what happened here, what did it have to do with them? The scent of the ocean swept into Weil's nostrils, a smell she was very familiar with. With azure long hair and a captivating appearance, an exceptionally outstanding divine soul burst forth from Chun Yan's body, leaving his physical form lifeless. Xios waved his arm, and the spatial vibrations intensified. The approaching deity was teleported elsewhere, leaving only a dark passage. Xios extended his hand while, "This opportunity is rare. Let us leave." Into dreams. The seven spoke in unison, their colorful divine power exploding, binding while all over. Each of their gazes was sinister, filled with a determination to keep Weil. Seeing this, Weil's expression changed slightly. "Xios, go back. I want to see if fate really wants to keep me here." As her voice fell, the divine soul within her made contact again, and the speed of fusion was rapid. Xios roared, "Well, no, don't do this. I said I wouldn't force you anymore. Will you come back with me?" The souls completely fused together, while felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. Her figure flickered, easily shaking off the seven's divine power, and she approached the three fallen gods from behind, lightly patting their shoulders. "I'm right here." The three looked grim, knowing they were no match, and hurriedly tried to escape, but one was still caught and sealed in a box by Oman, prepared for containment. As the enemies vanished, in the sky, only the seven from the battle hall stared at Xios, with Weil caught in between, neither side willing to back down. Weil softly said, "Xios, go back. Fate has brought me here for them. My deficits have all been made up, which means fate has long arranged my path. The divine soul has been born. I am inseparable from them. I cannot leave, nor do I want to." Xios smiled sadly. "When you came here, I already had my suspicions. They were condemned in the name of sin. Without you, many years later, they would probably come out to destroy this universe. So fate sent you to save them." How ridiculous. Clearly from the beginning, it was all a manipulation, yet you trusted 100%. I know I can't persuade you, but it's also impossible for you to make me give up. When we meet again, it will be my true form. At that time, I will take you away. The divine soul disappeared into the spatial passage, and the last gaze at Weil was filled with relentless persistence. Weil knew this matter was not over. The fallen gods, the deity, and Xios' obsession were all things to be resolved one by one in the future. But so what? She just needed to follow fate's arrangement step by step. Taking the small box from Oman, Weil smiled and said, "Let us go, clean up the battlefield, and continue to refine your seals. I really want to see your divine bodies." Se Yu grinned and asked, "Which one does Weil want to see first?" Weil turned back and scoffed, "It definitely won to be yours." The seven burst into laughter, their spirits higher than ever. It was the most wonderful thing that Weil was willing to stay and accompany them. The saintess of the Holy See led the way, with the seven archbishops following closely behind, descending from the sky. The believers shouted the names of the saintess and the archbishops, and the Pope looked on from afar, truly pleased. The Holy See was hopeful of restoring its former glory. They were not the sinful gods, but more like a goddess and her disciples descending to save this nearly withering universe. He looked forward to seeing the distant future, to see how this universe would change. With humanity's brief lifespan, let the next generation of popes witness it. The seven and Weil brought the freshly captured fallen god to the seventh level of the temple. This was their first time getting close to the divine soul after escaping the seal. As soon as they entered the seventh level, the feeling of being attracted was very obvious. There the flesh formed by the gods, summoned by them. Veil stood before the seven, divine power unleashed, blocking the attraction of the prohibition. The small black box in her hand continued to absorb the filth. This time, the gate had visibly weakened. It was unclear whether it was because this fallen god could hold more or for some other reason. As the last trace of filth became saturated, Vale collected the small black box and tossed it to Tan Lan. You handle this. I feel that with the strength of this prohibition, I can go in for a trip. The others were slightly startled. Tan Lan said, No, inside the divine power cannot be used. It's dangerous for you to go in. We can't enter to rescue you. We've waited this long. We aren't short on time. Vale rolled her eyes. Have you forgotten? I was born from the source of turbid energy. Just because divine power can't be used doesn't mean I have no way. All right, I'm going to take a look and we'll come out. Vale boldly reached out to touch the filthy gate, her body gradually fading, until she was enveloped in filth and disappeared. The others were worried, but could only wait. Baoshi raised an eyebrow and said, Don't you find it strange? We've directly entered the 7th layer of the Holy Temple, yet the Pope and the Cardinal are so quiet. It really doesn't seem right to rely solely on Vale's transaction. The Pope must be aware of what happened back then. Is he really not afraid of us coming out and destroying the church? Or does he want us to come out? And there are deeper reasons behind what happened back then. Oman calmly replied, Regardless of the circumstances, as long as we recover, figuring out the truth will be simple. Hopefully, Vale can bring us surprises. As soon as she entered the gate, Vale was stunned. The prohibition here was so thick that not a trace of divine power could be used. If it weren't for her connection to the source of turbid energy, she would probably have to embody the divine form too. It was a spacious hall with 7 divine statues towering in the great hall, creating a sense of oppression. Vale walked in to inspect. They were completely stone statues with no fluctuations. She stroked her chin and thought for a while. Her divine rank and Oman's growth were the best. Should she give it a try? With her ice blue eyes materializing, Vale used her divine rank to sense and walked up to one of the statues. She reached out to touch it, but there was no reaction, leaving her somewhat disheartened. It seemed it was still no use. She should wait until her divine rank matured before trying her luck again. As she turned to leave, her shoulder was suddenly restrained. Vale's hair stood on end. She was the only one breathing here. What was that hand behind her? Stiffly turning her head back, she saw Oman's divine statue starting to crack, the jade-like skin gradually recovering, resembling Oman almost exactly, but the divine body magnified that handsomeness infinitely. With ice-blue eyes and deep features, just standing there made one feel an indescribable nobility. As warm skin restored, the statue arrogantly spoke, I want to go out. Sorry. Before Vale could react to the meaning of this sentence, a kiss had already descended, making an utmost effort to stir her desires, while the warm hand was also busy conquering Vale's defenses. Before she could figure out, Oman was still waiting outside. How could a divine statue without a soul move? She was pressed to the ground, completely losing her defenses. Damn it, without divine power, relying solely on the filth. She could do nothing against the arrogance of possessing a body and could only passively endure. In their seemingly intimate moment, Oman outside the prohibition seemed to sense something, his expression darkening. Not good, the divine body has a spirit. Se Yu was bewildered. What is this? How can a divine body have a spirit? What are we then? Our souls have been separated for these years, and the church has been operating all along. Although this faith contains filth, it is still a form of belief, constantly being consumed by the divine statues day and night. It wouldn't be strange for it to give birth to a spirit controlling the divine body. Se Yu's eyes widened. Then Vale is walking into Tiger's mouth. Just as they were speaking, the prohibition fluctuated and a figure with ice-blue eyes appeared, holding the ragged veil. Strangely, the filth that surrounded both of them did not approach. Vale's divine robe could not hide her exposed skin, revealing large areas of her body before the others. The arrogant figure glanced at the 7, a smug smile on his lips. Thank you for bringing in this treasure, allowing me the opportunity to break free from my restraints. I really like this gift. I won't kill you as a return gift. Perhaps we'll meet again. Taking a step forward, his figure began to fade, and the others' expressions changed as they tried to stop him, but were blocked by Oman. Don't waste your efforts. We are no match for the divine body. But if he wants to recover, he will come back. Everything has just begun. Vale, we will take you back, but not now. The prohibition is weakening, and the divine power is diminishing. Let's go back to recover and wait for the day when the opportunity arises. The 7 figures return to the battle hall, using all their strength to restore themselves, waiting for the command of the 7 deadly sins to resonate through the stars. One story ends, another begins. Vale and the others will surely take it back.